At 1 in the early morning in Rongqing, the streets are still bustling with vehicles and pedestrians. Gentle lights embrace every person departing early or returning late, while the roads, scorched by the day's fierce sun, continue to emit waves of lingering heat. This world is never short of people who toil incessantly for their daily sustenance regardless of time, place, or weather. Designated drivers waiting by bar entrances, taxis racing along the streets, and delivery riders on electric bikes darting through alleys, all under the neon glow, each weaving their dream of a beautiful life. Matewan 129. Zhougu is order 129 ready, shouted a delivery rider on an electric bike outside a roadside food stall. Several diners turned their eyes toward the sound and saw a strikingly handsome young man just over 1.8 meters tall. His dark skin lent him an air of time-worn hardship incongruous with his age, yet he exuded a rebellious and free spirit. It's Lu Feng. I've placed it on the table by the counter. Help yourself, called Zhougu loudly as he skillfully tossed a pan. Why are you still working so late? Zhougu inquired further. Almost done. It's the final order. Once delivered, I'll call it a day, came the reply. Lu Feng deftly parked his bike, walked to the counter, and picked up a pre-packed food bag while replying on his way. Born in 1998, Lu Feng is now 26. Though raised in a rural village before university, he was regarded as the child of another family by neighbors, not only excelling academically, but also blessed with striking looks. Influenced by his father Lu Jiangwo, a veteran football enthusiast, he adored football since childhood and naturally possessed remarkable talent. At 15, Lu Feng shone in the National Middle School Football Championship, earning him special admission to Chuan de Fuzhou. The professional training there further magnified his extraordinary talent, far surpassing his peers. During high school, he was pre-selected by a Chinese Super League club with promises that he would join their first team for training. It seemed his future was brilliantly illuminated. Yet life always harbors unforeseen twists that can alter one's. In his final year of high school, during a city football match, Lu Feng suffered a severe injury that ultimately shattered his professional dreams. Upon graduating from university in 2021, his good looks helped him secure a sales job at a high-end auto dealership. Though his handsome appearance often smoothed his path, it sometimes proved a burden. In his second year on the job, his team leader brought in an intern, reportedly a junior from his alma mater, with obvious ulterior motives that everyone sensed. Although the young woman was undeniably attractive, Lu Feng harbored no further intentions. Yet the young woman was smitten with Lu Feng, prompting the already irritable team leader to continuously hassle him. Who could a young man endure such nonsense? He hadn't provoked her. Was it his fault for being handsome? Following bitter disputes with his team leader, he eventually resigned. Later, through a friend's referral, he donned the yellow jacket and embraced his new life as a proud delivery rider. Every alley and street of Rongqing was etched in Lu Feng's mind. Humming a tune, he mounted his cherished little motorcycle and navigated winding shortcuts under dim streetlights toward his destination. While thinking about treating himself to a midnight snack after a long day, he suddenly noticed an old man sitting unmoving in the middle of the path ahead. Lu Feng stopped about 5 meters in front of the old man. Under the streetlight, he could make out the details: shoulder-length white hair, wrinkles that narrated past hardships, a faded gray robe, and yet bright, alert eyes. Seeing Lu Feng halt his bike, the old man grinned warmly like a kindly grandfather. Old man, why are you sitting here so late? Are you playing Caspulii? He teased. Feeling at ease, Lu Feng joked, boy, I'm a bit hungry. Got anything to eat? Yet the old man, rather than replying, began to ask Lu Feng for food. Lu Feng was momentarily at a loss, wondering if the old man, too hungry or too weak to move, had chosen to sit in the middle of the road. Though something felt amiss, the ever-helpful Lu Feng glanced around and, spotting a 24-hour convenience store ahead, said, please wait a moment, I'll go get you something to eat. Within a few steps, barely needing to ride his bike, Lu Feng quickly returned with a bag of biscuits, a few loaves of bread, and a bottle of water. Whoa, he exclaimed. Before he could close the gap, Lu Feng hurried forward, exclaiming, old man, stop. Stop. This isn't mine. It's someone else's order, and I'm on my way to deliver it. It turned out that while Lu Feng had gone to buy food, the old man had already taken out the delivery he was meant to deliver and was happily devouring it. As Lu Feng moved to reclaim the half-eaten spicy crayfish, the agile old man deftly dodged while peeling shrimp with one hand. After several rounds, Lu Feng stopped as the white-haired old man had finished the crayfish and was now wiping his mouth with his. I'm doomed, completely screwed now, Lu Feng thought, considering whether to call the customer to ask if he could remake the order. Earlier, even before picking up the order, he had received a call urging him to hurry because the fairy was starving. Now what was it possible that he had encountered an old man skilled in martial arts who stole the crayfish? This was absurd. After wiping his mouth, the old man finally said, this dish tastes quite good, though the portion is a bit scant. Lu Feng stared, rendered speechless. The old man glanced at the plastic bag in Lu Feng's hand, and with a slight hint of embarrassment licked the juice from his finger. Boy, do you aspire to be a football king? He asked. Suddenly the old man uttered an inexplicable remark. I'm not one to let you have a free meal. How about I offer you a fated opportunity? He adopted a lofty tone, clasping his hands behind his back, his manner reminiscent of an eccentric salesman. Lu Feng was utterly baffled by the sudden remark as he pondered how to resolve the issue of the hijacked delivery. Become the football king, the sovereign of the football world, revered not by thousands, but by millions, with wealth and beauty at your command. As much as you desire, as much as you can have. How about it? Tempting, isn't it? The old man rambled, shaking his head. By then Lu Feng was convinced he had encountered a lunatic, perhaps even someone escaped from the fourth hospital. At this thought, Lu Feng became instantly alert, aware that even if the mentally ill attacked, it was hardly worth engaging. Today was simply not a day for deliveries. Noticing that the old man still appeared composed, Lu Feng, in a tone akin to coaxing a young child, said, "Old man, it's so late. My mother is waiting for me at home for dinner, so perhaps." "You brat, I'm talking to you," the old man retorted as Lu Feng attempted to make his escape. "Old man, I'm asking you. Do you want to be a football king? Just say yes without any nonsense," the old man commanded with a piercing glare, his late-night aura unexpectedly menacing. Lu Feng felt sweat beading on his forehead, truly fearing that the old man might suddenly strike him, a realization that he was no match in a fight. Moreover, even if he could fight back, he dared not. "Yes, very much yes. That has been my dream since childhood." Lu Feng could only go along with the old man's words, for it echoed a lost aspiration. Not bad, boy," the old man nodded in satisfaction before adding, "I've long seen the unique spark in you. You cut out to be a fine footballer." At that moment, the old man suddenly thrust out his right hand from behind, clutching what appeared to be a football no larger than a fist. It looked like a regular football, yet seemed fashioned from glass, reflecting light under the street lamps. Then it was hurled directly towards Lu Feng's head. "Whoa," he exclaimed. Lu Feng let out a startled cry. The old man, defying his age with swiftness, struck before Lu Feng could react, as the mini glass football connected with his head. Having already resigned himself to a bloody defeat, Lu Feng could only watch as the glass football smashed into his head. Indeed, he could feel the cool ball embed itself in his skull. Already disoriented, Lu Feng became even more bewildered. Magic? It couldn't be, for he distinctly felt the icy cool ball lodged in his head. Spells. Unbelievable. At this late hour, an old man capable of such sorcery implanting a ball into one's head. Just as Lu Feng regained his senses and sought to question him, the old man had vanished. Truly, he was gone. Had it not been for the scattered crayfish shells on the ground, Lu Feng might have thought he was dreaming. At that moment, the ball in his head, once icy cold, began to warm steadily. "I am doomed," was the sole thought that raced through Lu Feng's mind before he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Lu Feng had a dream in which he saw himself like Sun Wukong in Journey to the West, thrown into an alchemy furnace by Taishang Laojun. Within the furnace, the fierce samadhi fire blazed wildly, and just outside, a young acolyte could faintly be seen fanning the flames with a fan. No matter how much he shouted amidst the raging inferno, not a sound emerged from his lips. As the blaze intensified, he suddenly heard rapid, insistent knocking sounds emanating from the alchemy furnace. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. The sound strangely resembled a knock at a door. Moreover, he pondered if the furnace was made of anything but wood. Having knocked at the door for a long while, Lu Jiangwo had no choice but to call a hotel attendant to open it. He observed his son sleeping soundly, almost like a lifeless log, with a mix of exasperation and resignation. It was easy to attribute his deep slumber to the fatigue from yesterday's flight and jet lag. Yet today, with serious matters concerning his son's future at stake, even tenderness could not delay the wake-up call. Xiaofeng, wake up." A gentle tap on the sleeping Lu Feng felt even through the blankets resonated soft. Lu Feng opened his eyes drowsily to find only a white ceiling above. Glancing upward at the crystal chandelier, he mused, "This isn't like my rented apartment back in Rongqing." Then, catching a glimpse of his profile, he cried out, "Dad! Dad!" Instantly, his drowsiness vanished in a startled exclamation. "Dad, when did you arrive? Did you have cosmetic surgery? Even your hair is dyed." Lu Feng's barrage of astonished questions left Lu Jiangwo utterly perplexed. Lu Feng's questions sprang from memories of how, after his severe injury, his father had expended immense energy and money to treat him. A burden his ordinary family had borne under great pressure, something he would fully appreciate upon entering the workforce, as he watched his father visibly age and sprout strands of white. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Jiangwo mistakenly assumed his son was merely flattering him, longing instead for a few more moments of sleep. "You little rascal, even if you're buttering me up, it's time to get up," he chided. "Hurry up and freshen up. Oh, let's have breakfast. And then walk over," he said, affectionately tousling his son's hair with his right hand. "Hiss. Why is your head so hot?" He then checked Lu Feng's forehead and back, finding that his entire body raged. This discovery frightened Lu Jiangwo, who feared that Lu Feng was coming down with a fever. He worried that if his son attended the Ajax trial in such a condition, his performance would undoubtedly suffer. With mounting concern, Lu Jiangwo asked Xiaofeng, "Are you coming down with something? Perhaps I should inform Uncle Hu so that we can postpone your Ajax trial until you feel better." "Trial? Ajax?" At that moment, Lu Feng hadn't fully processed the words, as his mind felt muddled and new memories began to merge. Hence that his destiny might now differ from that of his previous life. Why mention a previous life? Because Lu Feng felt that he had been reborn. He had returned to the year before he turned 16, fresh from competing in the National Middle School Soccer League, where he clinched the team championship individual honors as the best player and top scorer. This pivotal moment marked the turning point of his previous life, earning him special admission to Chuandafuzhou. At that time, he faced two choices: either to accept the special admission package for soccer talents from Chuandafuzhou, or to join the Wanda football star team to journey to the Netherlands, as Ajax granted him a trial opportunity. This opportunity was secured by his school soccer coach, Chen Dong, through the Wanda Group's China Football Hope Star initiative, which in the past 2 years had sent many young players to Europe for training. coincidentally Dong's close friend, Hu Bin, was leading a team in the Netherlands. Thus Dong assembled a collection of Lu Feng's training and match videos and sent them in advance to the collaborating Ajax soccer club, securing him this trial opportunity. In his previous life, however, after discussing it with his family, Lu Feng had chosen to attend Chuan de Fuzhong, strongly urged by his mother Li Hong, who felt that sending a young child so far away to the Netherlands was too risky. That decision was later supported by Lu Feng's grandparents. Yet now, having returned to that year, the wheels of fate had turned in a different direction. Observing Lu Feng's silence, Lu Jiangwo assumed he was deep in thought and was about to offer advice. Finally, with clarity returning, Lu Feng said, "Dad, I'm fine. Not sick, just a bit warm from just waking up." This hard-won opportunity was something Lu Feng could never afford to miss. With a preset schedule, there was no room for last-minute changes. Hearing these words and seeing his son in comparatively good spirits, Lu Jiangwo's heart eased. He understood that missing such a rare opportunity would reflect poorly on his son's integrity. Yet as parents, a child's health was paramount. "Then hurry up, or I'll wait for you in the dining hall," his father urged. With that, Lu Jiangwo turned and walked out. Once his father had departed, Lu Feng clenched his fist and silently vowed, "Since fate has granted me a second chance, I must seize the opportunity so that I never live with regret." They swiftly finished breakfast with ample time remaining. Since their hotel was just over a kilometer from Ajax's future youth training center, Lu Feng and his father prepared to walk over, planning to warm up along the way. Hu Bin had already given a heads up to the youth coach Frank Pierboom so they could go directly to meet him. On a crisp morning in the outskirts of Amsterdam, the highway saw only a smattering of traffic as warm sunlight bathed the scene in comfort. The father and son strolled, engaging in casual conversation as Lu Jiangwo sought to help his son relax and ease his nerves. Yet Lu Feng seemed distracted. Once calm, he recalled the strange incident that had occurred last night while delivering his final takeout order. He was convinced that his rebirth was closely linked to that elderly man in a long robe, and to the miniaturized glass-like soccer ball the old man had hurled at his head. For a moment, Lu Feng was utterly at a loss. The future youth training center is situated near the sports stadium in Amsterdam, spanning 1.0 square meters with 8 training fields. Not only is the facility vast, but it also boasts state-of-the-art amenities and a top-class coaching team that has nurtured international superstars such as Cruyff, Van Basten, and Bergkamp. It truly deserved its reputation as the world's premier football star factory. At the entrance of the future youth training center, a security guard in his 50s was stationed. Lu Feng explained their purpose in English, and the guard through the intercom muttered something that neither father nor son could quite decipher. Fortunately, English is widely spoken in the Netherlands, with over 90 of the locals proficient, and Lu Feng's spoken English was sufficiently good to minimize any language barriers. Soon after, a handsome Dutch young man approached, his meticulously styled brown hair and sleek black training suit, adorned with the Ajax emblem on his left chest, marking him as under 30. Before drawing closer, he courteously extended his right hand to shake Lu Jiangwo's, greeting, "Good morning, both of you." Then turning to Lu Feng, he inquired, "You must be the Lu Feng who've been mentioned, right? Welcome to Ajax's future youth training center. My name is Daifu Fuzi, but you may call me Daifu," he announced. Lu Feng quickly replied, "Good morning, Mr. Daifu." Then turning to Lu Jiangwo, he added, "This is my father, Lu Jiangwo. Sorry, he isn't very proficient in English." "No worries, follow me. Coach Frank is on the training field. I'll take you there," said Daifu, shrugging lightly as he led the father and son into the base. The future youth training center was vast, and following Daifu, they soon arrived at a soccer field. The lush field resonated with the distant sounds of young players, kicks, shouts, whistles, and a coach's calls merging into a vibrant chorus. Deeply moved by the ambience, Lu Feng felt inspired. "Frank," Daifu bellowed loudly, "could you come over? The candidate has arrived." At the edge of the field, a middle-aged man who had been shouting from within turned toward them, nodded to Daifu, exchanged a few words with his assistant, and then started approaching. "Frank, this is Lu Feng, and this is his father," Daifu introduced to Coach Frank. Frank embodied the quintessential Dutch image, a tall man around 40 dressed in a black sports outfit with casually styled blonde hair that strikingly contrasted with Daifu's look. Lately, Frank had been rather agitated. The club had recently signed a collaboration with a Chinese enterprise and sent over some young players for training. However, these kids were so unmotivated that they neglected even the most basic drills, barely showing any ambition to excel at soccer. Nonetheless, bound by the boss's orders, he had no choice but to accept the arrangement. To him, this compromise tainted the purity of soccer, his beautiful game. Thus, for Lu Feng, who had come for the trial thanks to familial connections, Frank harbored little expectation and in fact a measure of contempt. Yet as an adult, Frank maintained the requisite formalities. Approaching Lu Feng and his father, he calmly said, "Welcome to Ajax's future youth training center." Then he turned to Lu Feng, and in an even tone said, "Lu, who showed me your match videos, and frankly, I didn't find you exceptionally remarkable. Moreover, you appear rather fragile. Soccer is an intensely competitive sport, and being too skinny is not ideal. Yet since you come recommended by who, I'm willing to give you a trial opportunity." Upon hearing Coach Frank's remarks, Lu Feng understood the implications. Having reviewed his own videos and finding nothing particularly outstanding, he nevertheless recognized that for the sake of the benefactors, he had been granted a chance to prove himself. This made Lu Feng rather pessimistic about the trial, yet he resolved to give it his all. After all, it was his opportunity. Meanwhile, Lu Jiangwo, not completely grasping the nuances, but seeing his son's impassive expression, couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. Paying little attention to Lu Feng's unspoken thoughts, Frank said to Daifu, "Could you please take this kid to change his gear? Let's see how he performs." After saying this, he strode back toward the field, murmuring under his breath, "How could a Chinese person possibly play good?" Lu Feng wore a redanned white training uniform. His jet black hair flowed naturally and effortlessly. Combined with his striking, peerless good looks, he instantly captivated everyone on the training ground. Lu Jiangwo handed Lu Feng a pair of football boots freshly retrieved from his backpack. As a player, Lu Feng always wore the same pair. Familiarity with one's footwear was essential to unlocking peak performance, so he carried them everywhere. "Mr. Frank, I'm ready," Lu Feng said, stepping before Frank. "Whoa, Lu, you really ought to try Hollywood. Or perhaps modeling. Why on earth would you choose football? That'd be such a waste of your appearance." "Haha." Frank delivered it lightly as jest, then continued, "Oh, and you play as a wide forward, correct? Left or right?" Lu Feng paid no mind to the earlier banter and simply nodded. "Either side. I have no weak foot, sir." "No weak foot?" Frank raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised. Receiving confirmation, he clapped sharply toward the pitch. "Guys, pause for a moment. Steven. Hey, Steven, come over here." "On my way, sir." A black boy on the pitch heard the call and sprinted over immediately. Still catching his breath at the sideline, the boy was met by Frank's words, "Steven, take a breather. You're off. Lu will replace." "Understood, sir." Steven replied without hesitation. Then patting Lu Feng's shoulder, he added, "Go on, lad. Take left wing. Play just as you normally would. Don't tense up. Just show us who you truly are. Give it everything you've got, Chinese boy." Lu Feng stepped onto the soft velvety turf, so luxuriously yielding beneath his feet, and felt an unfamiliar ease. It was his first time playing on a pitch of such pristine quality. For the other players, this was merely another routine inter-squad scrimmage. For Lu Feng, however, it was the most pivotal examination of his life. Nervousness tightened his chest, and he glanced instinctively toward his father. Lu Jiangwo gave him a firm thumbs up and shouted, "Go get him, son," calming his frayed nerves just enough. A sharp whistle pierced the air. The assistant coach, acting as referee, signaled the resumption of play. Since the pause had occurred during a throw-in for Lu Feng's team on the right flank, his teammate now executed it. Tracking the ball's trajectory, Lu Feng drifted inward along the left flank toward the half space, his preferred attacking channel. The opposing right back faced the ball, standing roughly 5 meters away. Glancing sideways at Lu Feng's movement, he retreated several steps, aiming to cut off any potential pass. At that moment, the ball was shifted by a teammate to the central area of the defensive midfield. Seizing the opening, Lu Feng surged wide once more. Though Lu Feng had already carved out space, his teammate chose not to feed him, instead launching a long ball toward the right flank where defenders clustered thickly. Lu Feng didn't dwell on it. He assumed his teammates simply hadn't yet grown accustomed to him. Yet time and again, even when he found himself completely unmarked, no one passed. Frustration simmered within. What is this supposed to mean? If they don't want me in the trial, just say so outright. Why put me on the pitch only to ignore me? Are they mocking me? Fine. If they won't pass to me, I'll just win the ball myself. Dave, observing from the sideline, sensed the imbalance. He turned to Frank, whose expression remained impassive, and frowned. "Frank, is this your doing? I don't think it's necessary. If you truly see no promise in Lu, just decline the trial outright. Why go through this charade? Dave, do you think I want to refuse?" Who went straight to the owner. "This trial was ordered by the boss himself. Do you imagine But to toy with a child like this, that's hardly." Dave began, but Frank cut him off mid-sentence. "Enough, Dave. You've seen the other kids they brought. What makes you think Lu differs from them? I see no difference at all. We merely fulfill the owner's directive, nothing more. Leave the rest to me." Frank waved. On the pitch, Lu Feng, relentless in his motion, finally seized his chance. Opponent no. 15 received a pass near the touchline in midfield, and in a flash Lu Feng lunged forward, executing a perfectly timed sliding tackle to dispossess him, then sprang upright in one fluid motion. With his back braced against the advancing defender, Lu Feng drew the ball left with his instep, flicked it behind his heel, and spun right, executing a seamless body and ball separation maneuver. Though his frame appeared lean rather than muscular, his acceleration was breathtaking. He chased down the ball and surged forward into open space, leaving no. 15 staring helplessly at his receding silhouette. Lu Feng drove the ball toward the edge of the left side penalty area, just as a covering defender charged in to intercept. Even while dribbling, he'd been studying the goalkeeper's positioning. Facing the onrushing defender, he feinted left with his instep, then cut sharply inside with a rapid double touch. The famed Elastico, sliding past into the edge of the box. Then with the outside of his left foot, he curled a perfect arc, sending the ball soaring into the far corner of the net. Silence fell across the field. From the interception to the turn, the explosive burst, the incisive cut inside, and the clinical finish. It was all one seamless, electrifying sequence. Dave clapped enthusiastically from the sideline and grinned at Frank. "Frank, you may have misjudged him. That turn and dribble alone is smoother than most could ever hope to replicate, let alone that finish. Truly extraordinary. Pure luck. Football is a team sport. What good is individual brilliance if he refuses to trust his teammates?" Just now a runner was wide open, and he ignored him entirely. Selfish players go nowhere. Frank still refused to yield. "All right, this is your call. My part is done. I'll leave you to it." Dave shook his head and walked away from the pitch. After all, what weight did a minor figure like him carry? His words of support for Lu Feng would fall on deaf ears. Lu Feng beamed with quiet joy. He believed sincerely that having demonstrated his ability, his teammates would soon place greater trust in him and grant him more opportunities. He flashed a thumbs up toward his father at the sideline. Their shared smile radiated pure, unguarded warmth. But Lu Feng's optimism was purely internal. In the minutes that followed, he received scarcely any passes, and those that came were either dangerously low-percentage crosses or wildly inaccurate in power and angle. With only minutes remaining in the match, Frank abruptly lost patience. Clapping sharply, he called out, "All right, lads. That's it for today's scrimmage. Everyone take a breather." Then turning to the assistant coach who'd blown the whistle, "The losing side runs 5 kilometers, as agreed. David, lead them." Next, he fixed his gaze on Lu Feng, still standing breathless in the center circle, and gestured, "Lu, come here." Lu Feng approached the sideline, intending to ask Frank why his teammates had withheld passes. Before he could speak, Frank's voice cut in. "Lu, I'm sorry, but your performance doesn't meet the standard for the future." So, stung by injustice, Lu Feng flared with indignation, heat surging through his veins. Just then a sudden resonant hum vibrated in his skull, like a device powering on, followed by a crisp, all-round football king system activated. Host detected. Binding in progress. Frank watched Lu Feng blink dazed. Shaking his head, he turned to Lu Jiangwo. "You'll need to help him. He might, well, find this difficult to process." Though Lu Jiangwo hadn't grasped Frank's meaning, he'd witnessed every moment, and as a father his anger ran deep. Yet calming his son remained his urgent priority. He hurried over, but before he could utter a word, Lu Feng spoke. "Dad, I'll sit over there for a bit. Wait for me, okay?" Assuming his son needed solitude, Lu Jiangwo nodded silently and watched him settle onto the grass nearby. Indeed, Lu Feng sought stillness, not to mourn rejection, but to absorb the astonishing revelation unfolding within him and to comprehend its meaning. Sitting cross-legged on the turf, he gradually pieced together the full sequence of events. On the night before his rebirth, that old man had offered him a profound opportunity. Would you become a football king? And then, into his skull, he'd implanted a glass football. That very glass football must be the newly activated all-round football king system, now rotating steadily before his eyes, invisible to all but him. At that thought, the lingering bitterness of the trial evaporated entirely. "I've struck gold. I've truly struck," Lu Feng whispered inwardly. With this football king system at his side, could he truly ascend to the pinnacle of the sport? Gazing at the spinning orb, he nearly burst into laughter. His sudden grin startled Lu Jiangwo, who'd been watching closely. Had his son lost his mind? Surely not. Lu Feng had always possessed remarkable emotional resilience. Surely this setback couldn't shatter him. "Xiao Feng," Lu Jiangwo murmured softly, gently tapping his son's shoulder. Concern etched across his face. "Huh, Dad, what is it?" Lu Feng turned, meeting his father's gaze. Oh, nothing. I just worried." Lu Jiangwo trailed off, uncertain how to proceed. Seeing his father's anxiety, Lu Feng smiled warmly. "Dad, I'm fine, really. Don't worry. Yes, it stung a little just now, but so what? Their dismissal means nothing. I know what I'm capable of. They'll regret this day, I guarantee it. The Netherlands has more than just Ajax. We've come this far. We'll seek trials elsewhere." Hearing those words, Lu Jiangwo exhaled in relief. So long as his son stood unbroken, all was well. He resolved to contact Hubin later at the hotel to explore whether other clubs might still offer trial opportunities. Ding. The all-round ball king system has been successfully bound. It seems I still can't outrun this thing. The spinning glass ball came to a halt, and then a series of data unfolded before Lu Feng's eyes. Personal information. Name Lu Feng. Nationality China. Age 16, 78 days to go. Height 174 centimeters. Weight 59 kilograms. Market value 0. Football attributes. Talent 80. Speed 81. Strength 52. Shooting 65. Dribbling 68. Passing 58. Defense 37. Toughness 35. Higher means less prone to injury. Preferred foot balance, no weak foot. Looking at these precise data points, Lu Feng had never understood himself so accurately before. Looking at the talent score of 80, Lu Feng felt a bit smug. It seemed his talent was indeed commendable. Then he noticed the toughness score, 35. No wonder he had suffered severe injuries in his previous life, even directly halting his professional path. This score truly indicated a vulnerability to injuries. System, how can I improve my toughness attribute? Lu Feng silently pondered this question. He needed to resolve this issue in advance, otherwise how could he aspire to be a ball king? This system will customize training subjects based on the host's current situation to enhance all attributes. The mechanical electronic voice responded without a hint of emotion. That's good. Lu Feng relaxed. As long as he could enhance all his attributes through scientific training, it wouldn't be a problem. Just as Lu Feng wanted to further understand the system's other uses, the mechanical voice sounded again. Since the host is binding the system for the first time, the system will grant the host a beginner's gift pack. There's a beginner's gift pack. This system is impressive. The system wasted no time and continued, would you like to open the beginner's gift pack? Lu Feng eagerly affirmed yes. Immediately a mini football spun around and presented a list before Lu Feng. Beginner's gift pack. 1. Talent maxed out. 2. 35 points in toughness attribute. 3. Perfect ball control of the football sprite. Ronaldinho requires training or matches to increase proficiency. Lu Feng was so astonished by the beginner's gift pack that he almost jumped up. To avoid being seen as crazy, he had to suppress his excitement for the moment. Talent directly maxed out. The most needed toughness points. The only football sprite in the world, Ronaldinho's perfect ball control. This big gift pack truly lives up to its name. While Lu Feng was still immersed in his excitement, Lu Jiangwo came over after packing up his things and said, "Xiao Feng, let's go. We should head back to the hotel. I've already called Uncle who he said he would check with other teams tomorrow to see if there are any opportunities." Hearing his father's words, Lu Feng finally composed himself. They were still at someone else's training base. Since they looked down on him, it was best not to stay any longer. Thinking of this, Lu Feng got up, intending to say goodbye to Frank and Dave, then change out of his clothes and return them. Lu Feng walked over to Frank, who was still talking to a few staff members, and said, "Mr. Frank, regardless of the outcome, I still want to thank you for this opportunity. Although I couldn't stay here, I still want to express my gratitude." Frank nodded. "Kid, no need to be so polite. You can keep the jersey as a memento. Good luck." Originally, Lu Feng wanted to greet Dave, who had been hosting them, but after looking around, he didn't see him. He must have gone to attend to other matters. Walking out the door, Lu Feng glanced back at the Totems, the name of Ajax's training camp, which means the future in Dutch. However, this was no longer his future. Although he didn't succeed at Ajax, Lu Feng was now filled with confidence about his own future. "Dad, let's take a stroll around and we can find a place to have lunch before heading back." Lu Feng turned to Lu Jiangwo. Lu Jiangwo also wanted to take a look around. It was not easy to come abroad, and he should experience the foreign culture and broaden his horizons right. It would also provide some talking points when he returned to boast to his friends. Since both of them were visiting the Netherlands for the first time, they wandered casually and unwittingly arrived at a small park. Next to the park was an open-air football field, likely designated for some football enthusiasts to play. At this moment, a group of youths was playing football. The father and son were drawn to this scene, as they were both football fans. After watching for a while, just as they were about to continue walking, they spotted a chubby kid wearing an Ajax jersey approaching Lu Feng, saying, "Hey buddy, how's it going? Are you Chinese?" "Hello, yes, I am Chinese." Lu Feng wasn't surprised, as Amsterdam has a very old Chinatown where many Chinese people live, so it was quite normal for the chubby kid to ask if he was Chinese. "My name is Matt Lemans. Can you play football? I see you're wearing the Future Youth Training jersey. Are you a player from Future Youth Training?" This kid seemed very familiar. "My name is Lu Feng. I can play football, but I'm not a player from Future Youth Training." Lu Feng shrugged and replied honestly, "Great. We just need one more person. Would you like to play a bit?" Matt looked very pleased and said, "Oh, by the way, what position?" "I play as a winger. Either side is fine." Very good, very good. Come follow me." Saying this, he pulled Lu Feng towards the pitch and shouted at the sidelines, "Hey Davis, you can return to your central position now. I've brought a proper winger." Lu Feng, amused yet helpless, turned to Lu Jiangwo and said, "Dad, they invited me to play ball for a bit. Could you bring my—" While Lu Feng was changing shoes, the chubby kid Matt and Davis were saying something. "Hey Matt, you just randomly grabbed someone from the street and told me to let him play. Can he even keep up? He's still an Asian." Davis quietly remarked to Matt, glancing at Lu Feng, who was changing his shoes. Hearing Davis' question, Matt rolled his eyes dismissively. "What level are you at? Do you even know? I could just go home and grab my little sister who still drinks milk and shed run faster than you. How can you dare to say others?" Having finished changing his shoes, Lu Feng consciously found his position, giving Matt a thumbs up to signal he was ready. Although it was sudden, Lu Feng wanted to take this opportunity to test how different he was after obtaining the system. Especially the perfect ball control he had just received from the football sprite. Because Lu Feng had learned MMA boxing from his fifth uncle since childhood, his body had exceptional flexibility, allowing him to perform moves that others couldn't. This confidence made him even more assured in understanding this skill. Unlike the players from Ajax's youth team, these kids played purely for the love of the game. Within just a few minutes, the ball possession had changed several times. This time, Lu Feng played on the right flank, and just as his team gained a throw-in opportunity from the right side, he stepped up to his teammate, threw the ball, and Lu Feng received it with his back to the opposing players, skillfully flicking the ball with his heel for a beautiful nutmeg, and then facing the advancing defender. Another Marseille turn followed, a dazzling display of individual skill that earned cheers from his teammates. Having dribbled past two players, Lu Feng found himself in a wide-open space ahead. This was his favorite moment, as it allowed him to maximize his speed advantage. He dashed to the edge of the penalty area. At this point, the defending team had only one trailing defender left, and the goalkeeper, the others including his teammates, had yet to catch up to Lu Feng's pace. Lu Feng, still rapidly dribbling the ball in front of the penalty area, faced the trailing defender without slowing down, performing a bicycle kick with both feet, swaying his body left and right like a dancing sprite on the field. Suddenly, with the outside of his left foot, he nudged the ball outward, and as the opponent moved left, his left foot's inner instep flicked the ball to the right, his head following suit, causing the defender, who hadn't moved his body yet, to stumble and fall. Seeing that the last defender had been dribbled past, the goalkeeper had no choice but to rush out of the goal. At that moment, Lu Feng suddenly slowed down, and just as the goalkeeper fell to the ground, he executed a delicate chip shot. The ball traced a beautiful parabola and landed in the net. The entire field fell silent. When Lu Feng dribbled past the last defender, most people had already stopped chasing, standing on the pitch and witnessing the perfect solo performance of this somewhat handsome Asian kid. Matt, the chubby kid, was the first to react, running with his somewhat heavy steps while shouting, "Wow, Lu Feng! Lu Feng! Amazing! Incredible! You are like a dancer on the field, absolutely fantastic. Wow. Matt leaped up, jumping onto Lu Feng's back, nearly causing him to lose his balance. This fat kid must weigh at least 200 pounds, Lu Feng thought, astonished. At this moment, all his teammates ran over to celebrate with high fives. The initial doubts were all erased after this perfect individual performance. Especially Davis, who had complained about Matt earlier, now called out Lu Feng with enthusiasm. After celebrating, they resumed play. Following Lu Feng's outstanding solo display, this otherwise casual match became somewhat more serious. After all, they were all young and full of the desire to perform. The match continued, but as Lu Feng became more familiar with the perfect ball control of the football sprite, he began his stunning individual performance. Exaggerated ball control, cheetah-like speed, and agile footwork made these youths admire him immensely. Lu Feng, having garnered a bunch of little fans, was also very happy. This was perhaps the most joyful and exhilarating half of football he had ever played. Giovanni van Bronckhorst, the once famous blade-wielding guard from the Netherlands, now stands next to this inconspicuous small soccer field, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. He never dreamed that his trip to Amsterdam for personal matters would lead him to stumble upon a small park where he witnessed an amateur soccer match played by a group of kids, revealing such an incredible scene. A youthful version of Ronaldinho. It seems he is even Asian. Having been teammates with Ronaldinho during his prime, Van Bronckhorst was all too familiar with the terrifying prowess of his former companion. The world of soccer recognizes kings Pelé, Maradona, as well as renowned figures like Di Stefano Cruyff, Ronaldo Zidane, and includes the contemporary titans, the extraordinary duo Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. They are all superstars of the global soccer stage. However, there has only ever been one who can be called the football elf throughout history. That is none other than Ronaldinho. Yet today, in an unknown small park in Amsterdam, he witnessed an unbelievable moment with unparalleled ball control and a dancing grace with the ball, as if a spirit were gliding across the pitch. This brought Van Bronckhorst back a decade, standing at the back of the field watching that omnipotent football elf toy with the opposing defenders moving through their encirclement, as if in an uninhabited realm. Of course, it would have been better if he hadn't grinned to reveal his buck teeth while celebrating his goals. Van Bronckhorst stood at the sidelines, suppressing the urge to approach and talk, waiting for the match to conclude. Just as Lu Feng fed the little chubby kid Matt a delicious grandma cookie, the referee blew the whistle to signal the outgoing and friendly Matt enthusiastically invited Lu Feng to his home, but he politely declined. Lu Feng, who had just changed his shoes at the sidelines, was about to go find a place for lunch with his father when he heard a voice. "Hello, I'm sorry to interrupt you, can we have a chat?" Lu Feng looked at the visitor, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet couldn't quite. After all, he had only seen him in a jersey on television, and encountering him in person dressed in a suit made it difficult to recognize. "My name is Giovanni Christian Van Bronckhorst. You can call me Giovanni or Gio, either is fine." Van Bronckhorst looked at Lu Feng and his father, introducing himself. Alone in a foreign land as a stranger, Lu Feng instinctively blurted out a sentence in Chinese, leaving Van Bronckhorst somewhat bewildered. Even Lu Jiangwo, who understood Chinese, didn't grasp it. "Oh, sorry, I recognize you. The goal from the 2010 World Cup in South Africa was spectacular." Lu Feng hurriedly explained, "This reference hasn't caught on yet. Yes, I'm Lu Feng, and this is my father, Lu Jiangwo. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Giovanni." Hearing that Lu Feng not only recognized him, but also mentioned his proudest goal from his playing days, Van Bronckhorst was quite pleased. "I'm also very happy to meet you, Lu." He extended his right hand, shaking hands with Lu Feng and his father. Nearby, Matt and Davis had changed their shoes and were chatting, clearly recognizing Van Bronckhorst. As a fan of Ajax, Van Bronckhorst, a player of their arch-rival Feyenoord, and now an assistant coach, there was naturally well. "Davis, do you think that guy is trying to poach talent right in front of us?" Davis looked over and said, "Hey, it's very possible. They seem to be chatting quite well." Hearing his friend say this, Matt immediately frowned, appearing somewhat displeased. "The leak is on our Ajax side. Oh, look, he's still wearing Ajax training gear. We can't let ourselves be fooled into going to that broken place in Rotterdam." He picked up his gear and called out to Davis to walk toward Lu Feng. As they got closer, they heard Van Bronckhorst's voice. "Lu, are you wearing Ajax's youth training kit? Are you a future youth player?" Lu Feng felt a bit awkward. This was the second person to ask him today, the first being Matt, who was now approaching. It seemed he couldn't wear this jersey anymore. He would change it later since he hadn't passed the trial. It felt somewhat improper to keep wearing someone else's jersey. Lu Feng scratched his head to ease his embarrassment and said, "I'm not a future youth player. Well, I did go for a trial at Future this morning, but they didn't take me." "Oh my God." The first was Matt, who had just walked over. He had been saying Lu Feng was from Ajax and was trying to persuade him to go try out for Future. It turned out he had already been and wasn't picked. The second was, of course, Van Bronckhorst. Is Ajax's youth system so saturated with talent that they overlook a player of your caliber? To this, Lu Feng could only awkwardly scratch his head, finding it difficult to explain. Such a doorstep opportunity was not one Van Bronckhorst, who had devoted half his life to soccer, would miss. He placed both hands on Lu Feng's shoulders and seriously said, "Lu, come to Feyenoord with us. Our Feyenoord youth system may not be as renowned in the world of soccer as Ajax's, but domestically in the Netherlands we are not inferior to them, whether in terms of facilities or coaching staff." At this point, Van Bronckhorst paused, slightly looking into Lu Feng's eyes. "The most crucial point is that we will take your talent very seriously because I just witnessed your skills." These words moved Lu Feng greatly, although he was confident in his abilities. Being in a foreign land without connections made it truly difficult to find a suitable team to offer him a chance. It truly felt like a dead end, yet suddenly there was a glimmer of hope. Although Lu Feng wanted to agree immediately, his father was still nearby. Even though the answer was almost certain, he needed to consult his father's opinion. Sure enough, when Lu Jiangwo heard Lu Feng's explanation, he was quite pleased. As an old fan, he naturally knew about Feyenoord, the Dutch football powerhouse. Now that his son could join Feyenoord's youth team, he certainly had no reason to refuse. Mr. Giovanni, thank you very much for your trust. I am willing to play for Feyenoord. Thank you for giving me this up. Great. Lu, I'm very glad you made the right decision. I have immense faith in its correctness. Van Bronckhorst sighed in relief. As a former youth coach, there was nothing more exhilarating than discovering and nurturing a talented player. Nearby, Matt, who originally planned to confront Van Bronckhorst, found it awkward to speak up at this moment. He greeted everyone and turned to leave. As he walked away, he grumbled, "That bastard Frank must have his eyes covered by a woman's panties. Damn it. It must be that way to have rejected a super talent and let our arch-rival Feyenoord pick him up." What the little chubby kid thought was no longer of concern to anyone. Meanwhile, Lu Feng and Van Bronckhorst were having a wonderful conversation. Upon learning that Lu Feng and his father were Chinese, Van Bronckhorst suggested treating the two to a meal of Chinese cuisine, driving them in his car parked by the roadside, while introducing them to his favorite Chinese restaurant. It seems that old Van isn't as taciturn as he appears. Truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. In fact, the father and son had intended to try some local Dutch cuisine. Two Chinese individuals traveling over 800 kilometers to Holland to eat Chinese food. Is that even reasonable? After enjoying a relatively decent Dutch-Chinese meal, Van Bronckhorst drove the two back to their hotel, exchanged contact information, and scheduled to pick them up in the morning to personally take them to Feyenoord's youth training base in Rotterdam. At the hotel entrance, watching Van Bronckhorst's car drive away, Lu Feng reflected on the day's events, realizing how unpredictable life can be. Finally, having some free time, Lu Feng immediately found an excuse to say he needed to rest for a while. He entered his room, needing to organize the system that had brought him significant changes and explore the functions that awaited him. Lu Jiangwo also didn't think much. He needed to call Hu Bin to inform him about the changes happening here, so as not to let system open my profile and attributes. Buzz, a sound echoed, and the small ball spun. Once personal information: name Lu Feng, nationality China, age 16 years, 78 days to go, height 174 centimeters, weight 59 kilograms, transfer value 0, football attributes: talent 100, speed 81, strength 52, shooting 65, dribbling 80, passing 68, defense 40, toughness 70. The higher the less likely to get injured, preferred foot balanced, no weak foot. The first thing that caught his eye was the dazzling maxed out talent, which gave Lu Feng immense peace about his future. Dribbling actually increased from 68 to 80. It seems the perfect ball control of the football elf has brought him significant changes. Passing has also risen from 58 to 68, while defense increased by 3 points, and the rest remained unchanged. System: how can I improve my strength and defense? Also, I need to max out toughness, otherwise I always feel insecure. Host: currently your attribute values will not change much in the short term. Regarding strength, your body is still in a relatively weak stage, so you need to gain weight at least reaching 65 kilograms, while maintaining body fat percentage. At that point, your strength will naturally increase. You're not yet 16 years old. Pursuing strength too early is also detrimental to the growth of your bones. The same applies to toughness. Lu Feng looked at the date on his phone. I almost forgot, today is July 18, 2014. The German team, which sparked a storm of youth, just lifted their 4th World Cup trophy 4 days ago, and I still have more than 2 months until I'm 16. What a tender age, he said, playfully flipping his hair. Excuse me, system, besides providing me with scientific training methods and a big gift pack, do you have any other functions? The host will earn points through formal matches by winning, scoring goals, and assisting with the system, rewarding the host with varying amounts of points based on the difficulty of the matches and the brilliance of the goals and assists. There are points. What are they used for? Lu Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. Points can be used in the national team's level events to enhance the attributes of the entire team and the chemistry between teammates. After using the points, due to the different talent caps of each teammate, there will generally be an increase of 15 to 40. Each use of points is valid for 1 month and can be reused. After listening to the system's introduction, Lu Feng felt that these points were indeed worthwhile. If I can enhance the attributes and chemistry of the entire team during matches, then do I have a chance to lead the Chinese team to the World Cup? If luck is on my side, is there a possibility for breakthroughs on the World Cup stage? Thinking of this, Lu Feng could no longer suppress his excitement. Those lovely fans, always criticizing for not fighting hard enough, yet never leaving their side. In the past he was one of them, but now that he has such an opportunity, why not do something? That night, Lu Feng had a dream where he led the Chinese national team to lift the World Cup trophy. In his dream, they cheered excitedly, and the sea of fiery red in the stands was so beautiful and dazzling. In his deep sleep, a line of tears trickled from Lu Feng's eyes, tears of happiness. Regarding Lu Feng, Van Bronckhorst took him very seriously. The next morning, while Lu Feng and his father were having breakfast, Van Bronckhorst arrived at the hotel to take them to Rotterdam, where Feyenoord is located. Rotterdam is the second largest city in the Netherlands after the capital Amsterdam, located in the west of the Netherlands, and is one of the largest ports in Europe and the world with a population of about 1.02 million. The team is named after the Feyenoord district in southern Rotterdam and was established in 1908, making it 106. Upon entering the city, Van Bronckhorst drove, while introducing the history of the city and the team to the two. The first UEFA Champions League trophy in the Netherlands was won by us Feyenoord in the 1969-1970 season. As he spoke of the team's glory, the pride on Van Bronckhorst's face was evident. Lou Fong listened quietly. In fact, he had already learned about Feyenoord's recent situation online yesterday, and it seemed that their circumstances in recent years were not very good. As a traditional strong team in Dutch football, Feyenoord indeed has a glorious past, but in recent years they have been overshadowed by their rivals Ajax and another Dutch powerhouse, PSV Eindhoven. Their last league title was won 15 years ago, and even the domestic KNVB Cup victory was 6 years ago. The team and fans have not tasted the sweetness of victory for a long time. As Van Bronckhorst continued his introduction, the car turned into a vast training ground. After finding a parking spot, Van Bronckhorst introduced Valkenoord, the name of our youth training camp. Lou, welcome. Let's go, follow me. I've already arranged with David. Well, go to the stadium to find him directly. Lou Fong responded, while continuously following Van Bronckhorst forward. Oh, by the way, David is the current head coach of the Feyenoord U17 team, a very approachable guy. He will surely be very pleased with your performance, haha, he will definitely love you. I am very sure of that. Soon they crossed a pathway and arrived at a training field similar to Ajax's youth training ground, where a group of boys around 10 years old was warming up. At that moment, Lou Fong suddenly felt a bit nervous, afraid that the system might pull some tricks and ruin the upcoming. Lou Fong quickly communicated with the system in his mind, and after learning that there would be no initial series of issues after binding, he finally felt relieved. Seeing his son a bit distracted, Lu Jiangwo reached out and patted Lou Fong's shoulder, saying, "Don't be nervous, just play like you did yesterday in the park. You'll be fine. Go for it, Xiao Fong." At that moment, Van Bronckhorst approached with a middle-aged man wearing a black tracksuit. David was indeed a very amicable and kind person. After getting acquainted, David asked Lou Fong to change into a set of clothes and then simply warm up. After 15 minutes, they would divide into teams for an internal practice match, each half lasting 25 minutes. Feyenoord's jersey is somewhat similar to Ajax's, featuring red and white colors. After a brief warm-up, Lou Fong was no longer as anxious as he was at the beginning. Instead, he felt a bit excited. He wanted to put forth his best performance to repay Van Bronckhorst's trust in him. Following Coach David's arrangement, Lou Fong put on a dark blue vest and stood alongside teammates in similar attire, playing as a left winger this time. As the current kickoff rule requires 2 players to cooperate, Lou Fong and the team's number 19 player stood at the center circle. The ball was played and passed back. Since this match was considered Lou Fong's trial match, his teammates intentionally or unintentionally centered their passing around him. Lou Fong kept observing his companions' movements and passing routes from the left flank, searching for a suitable opportunity. Sure enough, after the opponent's attack failed, the midfielder on his side noticed Lou Fong's position and made an unhesitating through ball, sending the ball between 2 defenders ahead. At the same time his teammate passed the ball, Lou Fong accelerated to start. Due to the slightly excessive force of the pass, Lou Fong arrived at the ball almost simultaneously with the opposing defender. Now's the time. Lou Fong's left foot suddenly nudged the ball forward, slipping it between the legs of the oncoming defender. Then he sidestepped the astonished defender. As it was a rapid counterattack after receiving the ball, and breaking through the opponent's defense was still not set. Just past the halfway line, Lou Fong quickly looked up to observe the pitch and found no better passing options, immediately deciding to charge ahead solo. Accelerating again, Lou Fong sprinted toward the left flank, and as he faced an incoming tackle from the opposing defender, he calmly nudged the ball with the back of his right foot, effortlessly dodging past. Having passed 2 players, Lou Fong was met with a wave of exclamations from the sidelines. The remaining 2 defenders no longer hesitated, one advancing and one retreating, closing in on Lou Fong, effectively performing the strategy of "you intercept the man, I'll intercept the ball." Facing the rushing defenders, Lou Fong surprisingly executed 2 consecutive stepovers at high speed, and in the moment of their brief astonishment, he slipped by with a touch of his left foot. The last defender, shocked and with 2 body lengths to spare, threw himself forward, attempting to block Lou Fong's path and buy time for his teammates to recover. However, Lou Fong skillfully flicked the ball with the back of his right foot, then leaped over the defender using the force from him. Facing the advancing goalkeeper on the edge of the penalty area, he delicately chipped the ball into the net. The whole stadium fell silent, mainly because this goal was too magnificent. He dribbled past 4 players. With lightning speed, skillful dribbling techniques, and a calm mind, he stood out among this group of U17 youths. Teammates rushed over to hug Lou Fong in celebration, their eyes filled with admiration for a strong player. "Mr. David, what do you think? How do you find my vision?" Van Bronckhorst proudly boasted to David beside him. "Isn't it supposed to be so? I know that frank guy, logically he shouldn't let such a talent slip by, right? Ha ha ha, only God knows. Lou is a gift that God has bestowed upon us, Feyenoord." The match continued. In the subsequent play, Lou Fong completely demonstrated how he was different from his peers. Whenever Lou Fong had the ball, it was very difficult for even 2 or 3 opponents to take it from him. David switched Lou Fong's position twice in the second half to the right flank and the center, yet Lou Fong still performed effortlessly. An excellent player without a weak foot is truly rare. The match concluded with Lu Feng's perfect performance of 3 goals and 2 assists. Of course, after 50 minutes of play, David noticed a small flaw in Lu Feng. He was too thin. However, at his young age, this could be gradually improved. Before the match, David had noticed this point, but now he had begun to view Lu Feng as a player capable of playing professional matches. If he were to play professionally, his current frail physique would definitely not suffice. The intensity of professional matches is not something U17 youths can handle. After pondering for a while, David seriously said to Van Bronckhorst beside him, Gio, although I really don't want to miss such a talent for Liu's professional path, I have to make this decision. Oh God, that bastard Roy. He must be overjoyed. Van Bronckhorst was initially a bit confused, but finally understood after hearing the latter part. David, do you mean to send Lu to Roy? To the U19? Yes, Gio. Didn't you notice that if Lu stays in U17 here, it won't benefit him at all? It would only waste his talent. He is a complete bug among his peers. Now Van Bronckhorst understood why David looked as if he had found a peerless treasure, but had to hand it over reluctantly. Liu's primary goal now is to gain weight. This needs to be handed over to the nutritionist. After all, he is still very young and in a period of rapid physical development. David continued to advise with a reluctant expression. Don't worry, David, the club's experts in this field are far more professional than we are. Van Bronckhorst quickly changed the topic. Just then Lu Feng walked over, and Van Bronckhorst quickly pulled him along. After walking a few steps, he explained, Lu, based on today's performance, we all believe that this place is no longer suitable for you. I'm taking you to the U19 side, and you will need to play with those older kids from now on. Haha. Hey Lu, you're truly a marvel, utterly unbelievable. In less than half a year, you've gained 9 kilograms, while maintaining a mere 9% body fat. Your height has also increased by 4 centimeters. Inside a gym in Woolwich, a white man in black athletic wear held up a medical report and cheerfully called out to Lu Feng, who was pedaling steadily on a stationary bike. Whoa! His teammates erupted in unison. All of this is thanks to Mr. Ron and Coach Fees. I'm deeply grateful to both of you. Lu Feng replied modestly as the man approached. The one holding the report was Fees' assistant coach of Feyenoord U19 Ron. The nutritionist Lu Feng had just mentioned had been personally overseeing his dietary regimen. Lu, none of this would have been possible without your own relentless dedication, son. You are without question the most gifted and hardest working youngster I've ever encountered. Fees gazed fondly at the Chinese teenager who in just 6 months had already won over every member of the squad. Brilliant, yet unassuming, humble, yet fiercely driven. What heart could resist such a prodigy? Indeed, it had been nearly half a year since Van Bronckhorst brought him to the U19 squad. Through meticulously tailored training, scientifically optimized nutrition, and systematic support, Lu Feng's growth had been nothing short of astonishing. Visible to the naked eye. He still remembered his father's parting words at the airport. Xiao Feng, from this moment onward you'll be alone, thousands of miles away in a foreign land. Remember, at this instant you are no longer a boy, you are a man. Abroad you are not merely yourself, you are China. Remember that. Strive relentlessly. Make your nation proud. Lu Feng knew full well that without the unexpected boon of the ultimate football king system, his natural talent would have ranked only middling, or even below, in Europe. That awareness fueled his unwavering diligence. The Dutch U19 league had already seen 15 matches. Lu Feng had come off the bench 3 times, started 9, scored 13 goals, and delivered 8 assists. A dazzling display of precocious brilliance. He had quietly risen to prominence within the Netherlands. Feyenoord fans had even bestowed upon him the affectionate moniker the Chinese Sprite. By the way, Lu, after training please stop by Roy's office. He has something important to discuss with you, Fees said. Yes, Mr. Fees, do you happen to know what it's about? Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. Fees winked, playfully teasing him with a knowing smile. Surely it must be good news. Tomorrow's away match against Ajax U19. Must be something related to the game, he knew. Truth be told, he had been eagerly anticipating this fixture for days. This clash was more than rivalry between two clubs. It was a young man's burning desire to prove himself before those who once doubted him. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Good morning, Mr. Roy. Good morning, Lu. Roy Mockery smiled warmly at Lu Feng, standing in the doorway. Lu, tomorrow's match against Ajax U19. Is there anything on your mind? I am entirely at your command, sir, and I cannot wait. Lu Feng replied with solemn earnestness. Ha ha ha. No need to be so serious, our Chinese Sprite. Roy Mockery lightened the mood with gentle humor. Tomorrow will likely be your final appearance with the U19s. I hope you'll relax a little and savor these moments. Leave behind beautiful memories, wouldn't you agree? Lu Feng blinked, momentarily stunned. What did that mean? Roy Mockery straightened in his chair and continued. Lu, our first team hasn't performed well this season. You know that. After Ronald Koeman departed at the start of the campaign, Fred Rutten took charge. Halfway through we were eliminated from the Champions League playoffs by Besiktas, failed to advance from our Europa League group, and now sit 9th in the league, just 1 point behind 8th placed Groningen. Roy Mockery spread his hands with a wry self-deprecating smile and carried on. So the club has decided following the winter break Gio will assume head coaching duties. He contacted me immediately and requested that both you and Justin join the senior squad. Though Lu Feng had sensed the possibility long before hearing it confirmed by Roy Mockery left him breathless. For an instant, time itself seemed suspended. Today was December 12th, 2014, just 5 months to the day since he'd arrived in the Netherlands. From rejection at Ajax's trials to this unexpected breakthrough at Feyenoord. 5 months. From a near high schooler in China to a professional Eredivisie player. It felt like stepping into a go forth and give it your all, our Chinese sprite. Roy Mockery clapped Lu Feng firmly on the shoulder. Gazing at the gifted youth he'd grown close to over these past months, his eyes shimmered, not only with pride, but with quiet, tender farewell. Lu Feng returned to his dormitory, heart pounding with exhilaration. System, open my profile and attributes. A soft hum resonated as a small orb spun once before stabilizing. Personal profile name Lu Feng, nationality China, age 16 years, 2 months, height 178 centimeters, weight 68 kilograms. Football attributes talent 100, speed 89, strength 68, shooting 72, dribbling 88, passing 78, defense 53, resilience 78. Higher values indicate greater injury resistance. Preferred foot ambidextrous, balanced bilateral proficiency, points 170. Since joining Feyenoord U19, rigorous professional training, tactical instruction, competitive match experience, and systemic support had accelerated Lu Feng's development at an extraordinary pace. As tomorrow's match loomed, no afternoon training session was scheduled. Lu Feng invited his roommate Justin to lunch at the canteen. Returning to the dorm around 1 p.m., he estimated his parents would have finished dinner and couldn't wait to share the news. Xiao Feng, why are you calling at this hour? Is something wrong? His father Lu Jiangwo sounded concerned. Normally they spoke only once a week and had just connected yesterday afternoon. Dad, I do have something to tell you. A big piece of good news. Before finishing, Lu Feng burst into helpless, joyful laughter. Dad, I'm being promoted to the senior team. After tomorrow's match against Ajax U19, once the winter break ends, I'll officially join the first squad. Ha ha ha, excellent. What a fine son you are. Lu Jiangwo laughed heartily, tears glistening in his eyes. He understood, only too well, that for his son to break into the senior ranks in Europe's fiercely competitive landscape in such a brief span demanded effort beyond imagination. After speaking briefly with his mother, listening patiently to her endless loving chatter, he hung up without a trace of impatience, simply content to listen. Having ended the calls home, he dialed his childhood mentor Chen Dong, and then who'd been the man who first guided him onto this path, to share the triumphant news. Chen Dong shouted, "Well done, young man," twice thrice, adding, "Tomorrow I'll have even more bragging rights with the school football team." Hu Bin was equally elated. In an era when Chinese football languished in twilight, the emergence of a player thriving abroad was genuinely cause for celebration. After concluding his domestic calls, Lu Feng changed into training gear and headed toward the pitch. Though no formal session was scheduled, he maintained his daily habit of extra practice, an unwavering discipline since arriving at Feyenoord, steadfast even when training alone. Naturally, today he enlisted his dorm mate Justin once again. Justin Bino, the U19 starting goalkeeper, was also slated to join the senior squad after the winter break. Whenever Lu Feng practiced shooting or set pieces, he always asked Justin to join him. Sharing a dorm room had deepened their bond into the closest friendship on the team. "Lu, I'll keep you company for 2 hours today, all right? I've got plans this afternoon. You won't sabotage your brother's Justin grinned mischievously and winked. Lu Feng rolled his eyes. "Justin, you really are fearless, aren't you?" Justin's notorious predilection for online dating was legendary within the squad, and disaster, many agreed, was inevitable. Just 10 days earlier, a woman weighing well over 200 pounds had chased him across the campus, her sheer presence evoking a bloated Dutch incarnation of the infamous Roi. She barreled through several security guards before finally being restrained. Recalling the scene, Lu Feng shuddered and "Lu, you simply don't grasp the thrill of it. Last time was just a fluke. Don't you know the adrenaline rush of opening a blind box? Ha ha ha, absolutely electrifying." Indeed, cultural chasms yawned wide between China and the Netherlands, particularly where matters of romance and personal freedom were concerned. Dutch youths matured early, and after nearly half a year in the country, Lu Feng no longer reacted with wide-eyed astonishment. Glancing sideways at Justin's irrepressibly cheeky grin, Lu Feng sighed inwardly. This one was beyond redemption, beyond saving. Li Xiao is a Chinese student studying in Amsterdam. As a seasoned football fan, he attends Ajax's home matches with his classmates. Although he watches U19 youth team matches less frequently today, he happens to have no plans for the weekend, so he comes to watch with a few classmates from China. After all, the match between Feyenoord and Ajax is considered the national derby of the Netherlands. Although it's a U19 youth team match, it is always incredibly intense and exciting. Football has become the world's #1 sport due to its thrilling atmosphere and captivating confrontations. "Hey Li Xiao, who do you think will win today?" At this moment, Li Xiao and his friends are seated in the stands, and a girl beside him, with a ponytail dressed in white sportswear, turns to ask Li Xiao. "It shouldn't be a problem for Ajax to win at home against Feyenoord," Li Xiao replied, without much hesitation. This Ajax team still has a few good players, especially Justin Kluivert, who resembles his father. He is currently the top scorer of the team, and their center-back Matthijs de Ligt has already been promoted to the U19 team as a starter before turning 16. As a seasoned fan, Li Xiao naturally shares the knowledge he has gained, even though he just searched it online. After all, most fans, unless they are diehard supporters of their own team, rarely take the time to learn about youth team players. While that's impressive, to be in the U19 team before turning 16, his companions exclaimed in surprise. Little do they know they have a fellow countryman who also joined Feyenoord's U19 team at the same age of under 16 and quickly became a key player set to face off against the Ajax U19 that they are rooting for. Lou Fong would never have imagined that in this distant Netherlands a seemingly unremarkable U19 match would attract his compatriots to watch. At this moment Lou Fong is in the player tunnel preparing to line up with his teammates as the match is about to start. Lou, why do you seem particularly excited today? Justin standing next to him patted Lou Fong on the shoulder. Lou Fong shrugged, that's just your imagination. Hurry up and line up, Justin, you need to be in good spirits today. Alright Justin, come over. It's time to go on. The captain Mats clapped his hands, signaling everyone to get ready. The lined-up team moved forward with the referee, and Lou Fong knew the match was about to begin. Justin wasn't wrong, Lou Fong was indeed very excited. All his muscles were trembling. Lou Fong felt that he was in excellent form today, better than ever before. He heard that Frank is now the head coach of Ajax's U19 team. He must show the person who once looked down on him what he is capable. That damn competitiveness in men, whether they are teenagers or older, never changes. Hey look, there's an Asian player in Feyenoord number 11. The girl in white sportswear suddenly pointed at Lou Fong and shouted to her companions. What's strange about that? There are many young Asian players in the youth training teams in the Netherlands, Li Xiao replied nonchalant. However, he still took out his phone to search online, wanting to see which country this Asian player is from. What the hell? Li Xiao's eyes widened as he stared at his phone, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg in it. Chinese genius. Lou Fong. A Chinese person. His companions were attracted by his exclamation and turned to look at Li Xiao, who was in shock. What is it? What's going on? He's Chinese. That Asian player in Feyenoord is one of us. Li Xiao said excitedly, then handed his phone to his companions to take a look. He continued, his name is Lou Fong, he joined Feyenoord 6 months ago, and he just turned 16. Look at his stats, 15 matches, 9 starts, 13 goals, and 8 assists. Oh my god. Let me see. Is he that amazing? Do we really have such an amazing player? Is he of Chinese descent, or pure Chinese? Liu Xiao and his friends would never know that Lou Fong was unaware of their astonishment and discussions. At this moment, he is standing in the left winger position waiting for the Ajax player to kick off from the center circle. Beep with the referee's whistle, the match officially begins. Today Feyenoord is in all-black away kits attacking from left to right, while Ajax in red and white home kits is attacking from right to left. Right after the kickoff, Lou Fong was very proactive. As Ajax passed the ball back, he aggressively pressed forward. The opposition likely didn't expect Lou Fong to be so aggressive right from the start, and in panic they kicked the ball forward with a long ball. Captain Mats leaped high to head the ball, and midfielder Umel easily received it, glancing at Lou Fong before sending a long pass with his right foot. Lou Fong did not disappoint Umel's pass, using his body to shield the defender while skillfully bringing down the ball. He executed a wall pass with Fabian, who had run over to support. Turning around, Lou Fong received the ball and executed a flashy nutmeg, eliciting gasps from the sidelines. After shaking off the pressing defender, he took a big step with the ball, sprinting at full speed. Justin Kluivert, who was tracking back, couldn't even grab Lou Fong's shirt, watching as Lou Fong approached the penalty area. Quick, foul him. Don't let him in. Ajax's goalkeeper Van Blatteren shouted in alarm, urging his defenders to foul Lou Fong, who was charging at them. De Ligt and another center back rushed over, both diving to tackle and trying to take out the player and the ball together. However, Lou Fong had anticipated this. Just as the two defenders were closing in, he accelerated again, skillfully slipped. Van Blatteren was startled and rushed out. Lou Fong moved forward quickly, gently nudging the ball to the right with the back of his foot, easily bypassing the goalkeeper and pushing the ball into the empty net. 0-1. Just 32 seconds into the match, Lou Fong weaved through several players, helping Feyenoord take the lead against Ajax away from home. This goal was a perfect showcase of Lou Fong's individual ability. After scoring, Lou Fong looked relaxed as he turned around to face his rushing teammates, spreading his arms. His demeanor seemed to say, "See, scoring is that easy." This infuriated the Ajax fans in the stands, who directed a series of universally understood gestures toward. Just moments after Lou Fong scored, Li Xiao and his friends jumped up in excitement, shouting Lou Fong's name. Suddenly noticing the furious expressions and curses from nearby Ajax fans, they were startled and quickly sat down obediently. "Should we move over there?" Li Xiao pointed towards the Feyenoord fans, who seemed to number less than 100 and were still cheering. He looked around, seeing that they were surrounded by home fans, and staying here to cheer for Lou Fong was simply too dangerous. Realizing this, his companions immediately stood up and headed towards the direction of the away fans. As they moved toward the away fan section, a roughly 200-pound man and a black kid also moved in the same direction. The match continued, and it seemed Ajax had been awakened by this sudden goal. For the next several minutes, they focused intensely, almost pushing Feyenoord into defense. After Justin Kluivert slightly headed the ball over the bar, Lou Fong found Captain Mats and midfielder Umel, saying, "Try to send the ball my way, I can handle that defender." Now Lou Fong could be described as incredibly confident in the U19 youth team match. His two teammates gave him a thumbs up to indicate it was no problem. Ajax, having attacked vigorously for several minutes, began to grow anxious, and anxiety often leads to mistakes. Mats seized upon a passing error by Ajax in the attacking third, completed the interception, and passed the ball to Umel, who directly relayed it to Lou Fong on the left flank without taking a touch. Go, push up. Lou Fong received the ball, turned, and passed it to the supporting Hansen, who made a through ball directly into Lou Fong's running lane. The Ajax defender matched up against Lu Feng was again left trailing far behind. As Lu Feng got the ball, he quickly cut inside, while Van Bladeren retreated shouting, "Stop him quickly. Be careful of his shot." De Ligt knew it would be hard to stop Lu Feng alone. His strategy was to block Lu Feng's shooting line and delay him awaiting support from teammates. But Lu Feng would not afford him that time. Once a counterattack is initiated, there is no time for you to recover. Lu Feng's feet danced over the ball, performing 3 fancy stepovers in succession, completely unfazed by De Ligt. Suddenly, Lu Feng pushed the ball outward with his left foot. De Ligt was startled, stepped forward, only to see the ball bounce back to the right, and before he could turn, he found himself sitting on the ground. Another nutmeg. After getting past De Ligt, Lu Feng had entered the penalty area. Without any hesitation, he took a curling shot with his right foot. Swish. The ball traced a beautiful arc, sailing over the diving goalkeeper and into the net. 0-2. Just 23 minutes into the match, Lu Feng had completed a brace. He helped Feyenoord extend their lead on the road. After scoring this goal, Lu Feng excitedly ran towards the Feyenoord fan section, spreading his arms wide, and performed a stylish slide, prompting cheers from the fans on the sidelines. If it weren't for the wire fence, the fans would have rushed onto the field to embrace this Chinese genius who brought them so many. Lu Feng, you're awesome. Wow, Lu Feng is so handsome. How did he get so good looking? Oh no, I'm falling in love with him. What do I... There's a gap. A gap. Over here. Look here. Li Xiao and his friends finally arrived at the away fan section, able to celebrate freely. How when did the Dutch learn to speak such standard Mandarin? It seems to be mixed with other shouts. Lu Feng, buried under his rushing teammates, had no chance to lift his head and seek the source of the sound. At this time, Roy Mackay on the sidelines finally relaxed and could sit down to rest for a moment. He then turned to look at the Ajax coaching staff, meeting Frank's complex gaze. At this moment, although the number of away fans in the stands was few, their spirits soared like enjoying a chilled watermelon on a hot summer day. One word: extremely refreshing. Since Robin left, I can't remember how many years have passed. We finally have our own. An elderly fan with graying hair spoke to his companion, his eyes glistening. The Robin he mentioned was naturally Robin van Persie, the pride of Feyenoord. Yes, the most important thing is that Lu Feng has just turned 16, and his future is immeasurable. At this moment, Li Xiao, who had been eavesdropping, suddenly interjected, Hello, I want to ask, were you just talking about Lu Feng? Of course. Are you also Chinese? Yes, we are all international students from China. This is our first time watching Lu Feng play. Can you talk to us about him? Upon hearing they were also Chinese, the nearby fans treated Li Xiao and his companions with great warmth. Thus, several Chinese people engaged in an enthusiastic discussion with a group of Dutch fans about another Chinese player. This is football. The charm of football. Feyenoord, already leading by 2 goals, naturally adopted a defensive counterattack strategy. After all, Feyenoord U19's overall strength is indeed weaker than Ajax U19's, not to mention they were playing. At this point, the match had reached the 40-minute mark and the first half was nearing its end. Ajax's attack was still on. Feyenoord had nearly retreated into full defense, and Lu Feng returned to his half, stepping back into his own defensive third to participate in defense. That's how football matches go. Sometimes the harder you try to make your defense impenetrable, the more unforeseen accidents tend to occur. Just as the first half was about to conclude, Ajax seized an opportunity from a corner kick, and amidst chaos in the penalty area, Klaas-Jan Huntelaar managed to score. This changed the score to 1-2. Feyenoord, having conceded a goal, seemed a bit flustered. Fortunately, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half, giving them time to adjust and catch their breath. Hey, everyone look over here, my boys. In the away team's locker room, Roy Mackay clapped his hands, signaling the players to pay attention and lift their spirits. We played very well in the first half, you performed excellently. But in the final moments, we got a bit lax, allowing that damned Ajax to pull one back. We must be focused in the second half, maintaining our defense while never giving up on attack. You don't need to track back in the second half. Remember, you are our key counterattack point. Just stay up front, and they won't dare to push forward recklessly. Lu Feng nodded, indicating he understood. Focus on defense, and when the opportunity arises, use Liu's speed and breakthrough to launch a swift counterattack and really catch them off guard. Go for it, my boys. Let's take down those damned Ajax players. Let's do it. The players shouted in unison. After tactical adjustments from both coaches, the second half quickly began. As expected, Ajax started the second half with a fierce attack, hoping to capitalize on Feyenoord's unsteady footing to equalize or even take the lead. However, Roy Mackay anticipated this and had reminded the players so Ajax's initial barrage did not pose much of a threat to Feyenoord's defense. Of course, this was also related to Lu Feng not participating deeply in defense from the start. He remained floating between the flanks and the attacking channels, frequently swapping positions with Roberta on the right, preventing Ajax's fullbacks from recklessly pushing forward to assist in the attack. This made Ajax very uncomfortable, as Lu Feng's incredible speed and breakthrough had left a deep impression on them in the first half. The match remained tense until the 70-minute mark, with Feyenoord's counterattacks failing to produce any good results. At this moment, Frank waved his hand from the sidelines, signaling both sides to push up. With no way to penetrate the center and the flanks wary of Lu Feng's counterattacks, they could only slowly consume the time. They had no choice but to take a risk. Lu Feng was also waiting for this opportunity, having been conserving his energy. It was like 2 lone wolves on the prairie staring each other down. Whoever revealed a flaw first would face a fatal strike. Now the opponent had revealed a flaw, his opportunity was coming. In the 78th minute, Feyenoord's left-back Verdonk made a beautiful interception, passing the ball to Fabian, who then sent it to the center to Amel, who launched a long pass towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng accelerated, lifted his foot to stop the ball, and executed it seamlessly. Everyone up, make a central run, quick. Such opportunities for counterattacks don't come by often. Lu Feng sprinted the ball, seemingly glued to his feet, weaving from side to side. Just as he was nearing the penalty area, a pursuing defender, worried that Lu Feng might shoot, desperately lunged in from behind. Caught off guard from behind, Lu Feng was directly tackled on the calf. Beep. The referee blew the whistle and immediately pulled out a red card. The moment Lu Feng fell, all the players rushed over. Captain Mats quickly approached to check on Lu Feng's injury, seeing that his calf sock had been torn by the studs and blood was beginning to seep from the side of his calf. Startled, Mats waved frantically to the team doctor on the sidelines. Roy Makai's expression turned tense, while the away fans directed their anger towards the Ajax players. Chaos erupted on the pitch. Players from both teams began to shove each other. Justin, who usually had a good relationship with Lu Feng, charged in like an enraged lion and directly locked the throat of the defender who tackled Lu Feng. "Kid, do you want to die?" The defender paled in fear as he looked up at Justin, who towered over him. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's whistle sounded several times as the linesman and assistant referee joined the fray to mediate, and with a series of cards issued, the chaotic scene finally calmed down. Aside from the Ajax defender who fouled Lu Feng being sent off with a red card, Ajax's center-back Hogentot received a yellow card for intervening, and Feyenoord also received 2 yellow cards for Justin's throat lock and Roberta's foul on the side. At the cost of 3 yellow cards and 1 red, this brief chaos came to an end. This is what a derby is, even if it's a youthful version. After a brief treatment and examination from the team, Dr. Lu Feng was confirmed to be fine, just a minor abrasion, and after bandaging, he could continue playing. This relieved everyone. Lu Feng was now the prized asset of the entire Feyenoord team, and any mistake was on. As Justin walked by Lu Feng, he winked and said, "Lu, I've already dealt with him for you." He raised his right hand and made a throat lock gesture. However, after getting a glare from the nearby referee, he hurriedly scampered back to his position. The match resumed. Amel took the ball from the referee, placed it seriously at the spot, and prepared to take the free kick. "Amel, can I take this kick?" Lu Feng approached and asked. Of course. Amel knew Lu Feng had been practicing set. Lu Feng picked up the ball, turned it in his hands, and placed it back down, stepping back a few paces. The free kick was located just outside the left side of the penalty area, about 25 meters from the goal. As the referee blew the whistle, Lu Feng took a deep breath. He started his run, raised his leg, and shot. It was all one fluid motion. The ball flew like a cannonball, passing over the wall without any spin. Just as Van Bladeren thought it was going over the crossbar, it suddenly dipped and landed in the top right corner of the net. Van Bladeren didn't even have time to react, watching the ball slip into the net. It was a beautifully executed free kick. After scoring, Lu Feng was overjoyed. This was the first hat-trick of his career. He dashed toward the sidelines, raising his right hand high, spinning his wrist, and leaping while turning his arms outstretched behind him. The fans enthusiastically shouted "Shoo!" The signature electric free kick goal, the iconic celebration. Lu Feng was paying tribute to his idol Cristiano. Following Lu Feng's hat-trick, time was running out, and with an extra player they led 3-1 away, leaving little suspense. In the 85th minute, Roy Makai substituted Lu Feng, allowing him to enjoy the applause of the fans. This also marked Lu Feng's final match in the U19 squad, a perfect farewell. He would continue to face new challenges with a future full of limitless possibilities. Beep. The referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. Ajax lost 1-3 at home to a better performing Feyenoord. After the match, Captain Mats led all the players to the away fans to thank them for their support. "Hey Lu Feng, over here." Lu Feng turned to the voice, recognizing Matt, the chubby guy who had asked him to play football in a small park in Amsterdam along with his good friend Davis. "Hi Matt, Davis, how are you?" Lu Feng was delighted to see old acquaintances and walked over to greet them. "Hey Lu Feng, I knew it. I knew you'd succeed. You're definitely going to become a superstar." Matt seemed quite excited. "That bastard Frank must have been blinded by some woman's panties to not see your talent. Lu Feng, from today on, I'm your fan. You have to keep it up." Lu Feng, standing behind the wire fence, felt a bit shy hearing this from Matt, who was pulling his hand. However, he still firmly nodded to Matt, indicating that he wouldn't let his fans down. After exchanging a few polite words, just as Lu Feng was about to leave, he heard a very familiar and friendly call in perfect Mandarin. Lu Feng, please wait a moment." Li Xiao and the others finally squeezed through the crowd, nearly knocking off his. "Are you Chinese?" Lu Feng noticed several figures that looked distinctly different from the surrounding crowd. Yes. Lu Feng, we are international students in Amsterdam." "Li Xiao, nice to meet you. These are my classmates all." Seeing his compatriots in this foreign land made Lu Feng quite happy, so they chatted for a while, exchanged contact details, and expressed a desire to stay in touch before parting ways. Since this was the away game, they were about to leave for Rotterdam, and in the end Lu Feng gifted the match ball from his first hat-trick to Li Xiao. "Wow, Lu Feng is so handsome." "Stop drooling, Lu Feng is only 16, you want an old cow to eat tender grass. I'll tear your mouth apart." Amidst the playful banter, they gradually faded away under the setting sun. While Lu Feng slept soundly on the other side of Earth, a video posted on a domestic Chinese video platform had already ignited fervent attention among netizens. Chinese teenager shines in the Netherlands. Hat-trick leads Feyenoord U19 to a resounding away victory over archrival Ajax U19. Such a striking headline naturally drew countless viewers, its popularity surging rapidly, even rivaling news of Zhang Shiji's transfer to Bundesliga giants VfL Wolfsburg. In an era when Chinese football languishes in twilight, even a single compatriot securing a marginal reserve spot at a renowned European club is enough to spark passionate interest among fans. Is this real? Judging by technique and playing style, he must be South American. And how can you be so blind? His unmistakably East Asian features rule out any South American origin. The headline says Chinese player, yet disbelief still lingers. And I sent this my classmate Lu Feng. I heard he was specially recruited by Sichuan University affiliated high school. When did he go to the Netherlands? Whoa, please elaborate. And I know him too. We played together in this year's national middle school football tournament, and Lu Feng won both best player and golden boot. That confirms it. He's truly one of our own. When did we ever produce such an extraordinary talent? And it's just a U19 match. China's youth team has delivered strong results before stepping into the senior squad is entirely different. Many crumble under pressure. And that's true, but do you know how young he is? We're classmates. He turned 16 just this year. And what? Is that even possible? At 16 skipping age groups to play U19 and scoring a hat-trick. Sigh, no one's talking about his artistry. In him I see echoes of Ronaldinho, the touch, the technique, it's sheer visual poetry. The video was filmed on mobile by Li Xiao, an on-site spectator, then uploaded without expectation of such widespread attention. Just as netizens engaged in heated discussion beneath the video, the so-called universe's premier football app, Donqiodi, took the lead. Through undisclosed channels they obtained high-definition footage of Lu Feng's prior matches in the Netherlands, and even broke the story of his failed Ajax trial followed by his fortuitous signing with Feyenoord. This masterstroke brought Donqiodi massive attention and traffic. An incredible 16 matches, 16 goals and 8 assists. He's ascending to another realm. 16 matches, 24 direct goal contributions. How is anyone else supposed to compete? In high-definition footage truly reveals his brilliance. In Lu Feng I sense an innate artistry, a rare, almost spiritual fluency, never before seen in Chinese players. And so footballers really must go abroad early. Only fertile soil yields exceptional talent. Lu Feng is so handsome. I'm smitten. I'd bear his children. Sobbing. Hey, who's this sobbing specter? Careful, I'll report you for molesting a minor. And regardless, Lu Feng had officially emerged into the national spotlight. And beep, 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 beep. At precisely 6 a.m., the familiar alarm chimed. Lu Feng opened his eyes. A new day had begun. And hey, Justin. After freshening up, Lu Feng knocked on Justin's door as usual. Then remembered winter break had begun and most teammates had already returned home. Dressed and ready to head out, Lu Feng's phone rang. And hello, Uncle Hu. In Xiao Feng, I figured you'd be awake by now, so I called. Uncle Hu been said from the other end. In Xiao Feng, you're phenomenal. Sports websites across China are saturated with your coverage, and that hat-trick yesterday. Absolutely astonishing. Huh. It's already reached China, and Lu Feng hadn't anticipated that an otherwise unremarkable U19 match would travel so swiftly and ignite such viral traction across domestic sports platforms. Truth is, it's been far too long since a Chinese player overseas achieved genuine acclaim. Though it's youth-level football, your performance was extraordinary. You don't know? Coach Qin called me this morning brimming with pride, boasting how you've brought honor to him. NAS who been recounted Coach Qin Dong's triumphant call, an irrepressible smile lit up his face. By the way, Xiao Feng, I'm calling mainly to suggest you register a Weibo account soon. You could post training photos, occasionally interact with domestic fans. In this digital age, it'll serve you well moving forward. As an industry veteran who been fully grasped how vital fan support is, not only for a star's stature, but as a cornerstone of future commercial value. Understood. Thank you, Uncle Hu. And after hanging up, Lu Feng headed to the training ground to begin his warm-up job. In Dutch winter's dawn doesn't break until after 8 a.m. So night still clung thick and deep. Yet Lu Feng had long grown accustomed to these hours. With the holiday ending, he would soon report to the senior squad. And to secure his place there, he'd need to push himself harder than ever. Accordingly, his training system had devised a rigorous Tindui plan tailored to his current needs, emphasizing strength, shooting precision, and mental resilience. The physical intensity and tempo of senior football were beyond anything youth players could imagine. After warming up, Lu Feng showered, then entered the gym, only to find nutritionist Ron waiting at the entrance. And, good morning, Mr. Ron. Aren't we on holiday? Why are you here? I knew you'd stay behind to train. I had nothing pressing, so I came to prepare meals. Can't let our Chinese sprites starve. Thank you so much, Mr. Ron. That's truly embarrassing. No trouble at all, Lu. My home is just minutes away. I'll come daily throughout the break. Though dinner you'll have to sort out yourself. And Ron shrugged lightly. Of course, that's more than generous. Thank you, Mr. Ron. And truly moved, Lu Feng felt warmth flood his heart, dispelling the earlier chill of solitude. Lu, come and please take a seat. Nat 2 p.m. Lu Feng received a call from Giovanni van Bronckhorst, now Feyenoord's head coach, and arrived at his office. Excellent. You've grown noticeably stronger. Van Bronckhorst patted Lu Feng's shoulder, visibly impressed. He then picked up a document from his desk and handed it to Lu Feng. This is the new contract the club has prepared for you. Please review it carefully. If anything puzzles you, ask directly. Previously, Lu Feng had signed only an apprentice contract, offering modest stipends, since he'd not yet turned 16. Now, having excelled conspicuously in U19 and poised to join the senior squad after winter break, the club needed to draft a wholly new professional agreement. As Lu Feng read the contract attentively, Van Bronckhorst personally placed a bottle of mineral water beside him. And Lu Feng reviewed each clause thoroughly and found the terms genuinely satisfying. The new contract spanned 3 years, the maximum permissible for players under 18, with a tax-free annual salary of €1,000 plus meticulously structured performance bonuses. Should the team achieve greater success, his earnings would rise accordingly. Only the $5 million release clause gave him slight pause, yet upon reflection, he realized it posed no real dilemma for him at this stage. If he were to transfer before the contract expired, it would signify his market value had soared, making $5 million. Having resolved this, Lu Feng told Van Bronckhorst, "I have no objections, Mr. Van Bronckhorst." Excellent. Lu, you're a remarkably astute young man. Van Bronckhorst handed him a pen, and Lu Feng signed his name onto his first professional contract. Just like that, his professional journey began. After signing, Lu Feng pulled out his phone and snapped a selfie, holding aloft his freshly signed contract. Once formalities concluded, Van Bronckhorst informed him the squad would reconvene on January 10th and instructed him to attend the first post-break training session punctually. Leaving the office, Lu Feng wondered should he now seek a licensed agent. Entrusting such specialized matters to a professional seemed increasingly prudent. Perhaps wait until next season. If I establish myself in the senior team and gain recognition, securing an agent then would be far more strategic. Then it struck him, had an uncle who mentioned holding a FIF licensed agent certification. Lu Feng understood deeply how vital a trusted agent was to a professional footballer, and having someone familiar, reliable, and personally known in that role would be ideal. I'll ask Uncle Hu, see if he'd consider representing me. In for dinner, Lu Feng walked to a nearby Sichuan restaurant, ate simply, then returned to his dormitory. He opened his laptop, registered a Weibo account under his real name, Lu Feng, and posted his first update, a selfie holding the contract captioned, "Senior Squad. I'm coming. Go for it." And Lu Feng couldn't possibly foresee that his inaugural Weibo post would top trending charts that very evening. And whoa, is this really Lu Feng? And verified with a yellow badge. Must be authentic. Lu Feng is incredible. To join the senior squad this quickly, at just 16 years and 2 months. And no words needed. Just one incredible. Lu Feng is stunningly handsome. I'll marry you and bear your children. And seriously, do gender boundaries apply? The conversation gradually veered off topic. The brief holiday passed in the blink of an eye. For those already famous football stars, holidays meant sunshine, beaches, beautiful women, and parties. However, for someone like Lu Feng, a small player, nothing was more alluring than persisting in training to maintain his. On January 10, 2015, today marked the first training session of the new year for the Feyenoord first team, as well as the first training session under Van Bronckhorst's leadership. Of course, it was also Lu Feng's first training session with the first team. As usual, Lu Feng was the first to arrive at the training ground, and after finishing his warm-up, he had just come out of the shower ready to go to the restaurant for breakfast. "Hey, my dear Lu, I've missed you so much." The tall and robust Justin Balo suddenly gave Lu Feng a bare Lu Feng, who had practiced martial arts, instinctively executed a shoulder throw, and the poor Justin lay on the ground like a letter A, his eyes wide open as if he had seen a ghost. At the entrance of the restaurant, including the big brothers from the first team who were having breakfast, all stared at Lu Feng in astonishment. Time seemed to stand still, and one could even hear the sound of swallowed saliva. Sorry Justin, are you okay?" Lu Feng, having regained his composure, quickly helped the dazed Justin up. "Lu, my God, was that Chinese kung fu? That's just too cool." Justin seemed to be fine, which was also due to Lu Feng suddenly holding back his strength. Thus, the friendly greeting Lu Feng had practiced in front of the mirror last night was completely ruined by Justin. But it seems that the brothers in the first team are quite easy to get along with. Lu Feng noticed that all the players in the restaurant, including the staff, were very friendly in their attitudes and gazes towards him. However, what Lu Feng did not know was that when he and Justin were called away by assistant coach Van Gastel, a long series of exhalations erupted in the cafeteria. Leading the 2 young rookies from the youth team, Van Gastel introduced them to the situation on the first team. Soon they arrived at the changing room, where he arranged their lockers. "Lu, Justin, this is your locker. You keep the keys, get familiar with it, and gather at the training ground later. Gio will come to arrange today's training." Lu Feng looked at the locker marked with the number 11, filled with infinite longing, if this would be the place where his dreams began. Shortly after, Lu Feng and Justin changed into their gear and went to the training ground to start some ball exercises. Around 9:30, and the other players also changed into their gear and gradually arrived at the training ground. When head coach Van Bronckhorst and his assistants arrived at the field, all the players were already present. "Come on, guys. Everyone come here." Van Bronckhorst entered the training ground, clapped his hands, and called out to his disciples. "First, you will warm up with Paul, then do recovery stretching exercises to analyze and assess your physical functions and muscle conditions. In the afternoon, we will do targeted training based on the situation. Okay. Today we also have 2 new partners joining us, Lu Feng, a versatile player in the front line, and Justin, a goalkeeper. They both came from our youth team, and Jordy, please help them get acquainted with their teammates." "Sure, sir," replied Captain Jordy Classy. "Lu, Justin, welcome to the first team." Classy shook hands with the two. Next, Lu Feng and Justin behaved like obedient children, listening to the captain's introductions and greeting each of the older brothers one by one. Earlier at the cafeteria entrance, Lu Feng had made a very deep impression on them, so there was no situation of giving The morning training mainly focused on recovery and observing the players' physical conditions, creating a relaxed and pleasant. Lu Feng quickly became familiar with his teammates. Two teammates who had come up from the youth team 2 years earlier, Van Beek and Karsdorp, quickly became good friends due to their similar ages and both progressing through their academy. However, these two guys like Justin kept pestering Lu Feng to teach them Chinese Kung Fu. Guys, I am a very serious professional football player, okay? Why learn Kung Fu instead of playing football? Lu Feng silently cried out for help. After the morning recovery, training the afternoon mainly focused on some ball drills and group opposition training. If Lu Feng's impression on the first team big brothers in the morning was of a relatively easygoing Chinese kid who also knew a bit of Kung Fu, then the afternoon ball training truly revealed why this just-turned 16-year-old was exceptionally promoted to the first team by the head coach. Aside from being a little awkward with his teammates at first, his subsequent performance completely conquered these seasoned first team, especially Van Beek, who now looked at Lu Feng with eyes full of resentment, resembling a little wife who had suffered countless grievances. During the group opposition drills as a central defender, he was completely outmaneuvered by Lu Feng over 20 times in completely different ways. Lu, you rascal. I really want to cut you open to see what you are made of. You must be an alien creature. But I'm really glad you're our teammate and not our opponent, ha ha ha. Facing Van Beek's teasing, Lu Feng could only offer a very innocent smile. He certainly couldn't say that there was indeed a system inside him that resembled an alien creature helping him, right? Geo, where on earth did you discover this kid? My God, I really can't believe he's only 16 years old. On one side of the training ground, Van Bronckhorst and his assistant Van Gastel were also discussing Lu Feng's performance during training. Paul, we must thank Ajax and Mr. Frank for their generosity. Van Bronckhorst explained how he met Lu Feng and the circumstances surrounding Lu Feng's failed trial at Ajax. Ha, we really should thank those self-righteous hypocrites. Lu has made tremendous progress in the 6 months since he joined the youth team. When he first arrived, he was still quite frail, but now he holds his ground, while even against Sven in physical confrontations, clearly showing that he hasn't slacked off during the winter break. Van Bronckhorst remarked with great emotion. Although geniuses are not extremely common, they are still not considered something rare in the world of football. In reality, due to various reasons, countless fallen geniuses exist. However, one who possesses both talent and exemplary discipline and effort is indeed extremely rare. For instance, the current star of Real Madrid, Cristiano Ronaldo, is a very typical example of both talent and relentless. Geo, with Lu as our secret weapon, shouldn't our goals be a bit more ambitious? When discussing this year's objectives, Van Bronckhorst also furrowed his brow. The main issue was that too many points were dropped in the first half of the season, and now there was a staggering 20-point gap from the top team PSV, with an 18-point difference from Ajax in second place. It would be too difficult to catch up. Champions League qualification is out of reach. Let's aim to secure a spot in the Europa League qualification rounds as much as possible. Currently, the top 2 teams in the Eredivisie qualify for the Champions League playoffs, while the third place enters the Europa League, but must start from the third qualifying round and must pass through 2 rounds of qualifying to enter the formal group stage. For those ranked from 4th to 7th, they have to undergo 2 rounds of domestic knockout rounds, and the winning team must start from the second round of qualifications, requiring 3 additional matches to advance to the group stage, which would be a significant drain on the team. Thus, if Feyenoord could secure the 3rd place this season, it would be considered the best outcome, especially given their current 9th position, which is rather awkward. In the current situation, only a team like Feyenoord with a rich history in the Eredivisie would dare to think this way. As for the rest, during the summer transfer window, we will need some reinforcements across the board. I have already discussed it with the boss, and my goal is for the next season. Although this was Van Bronckhorst's first time coaching the first team, he still harbored great ambitions. Van Gastel looked at the young coach beside him with sunlight slanting across his slightly round face, and at this moment his spirited demeanor seemed to take a tangible form. "So in Van Beek, haven't you had enough to eat? Should I ask the cafeteria to prepare a special pancake for you? Kongaluo, pay more attention to your position. My God, Kazim, that's a corner flag, there's no goal there. Lu, I need you to play more aggressively. Football is a man's sport." At the Valkenhorst base, the new Feyenoord head coach Van Bronckhorst, dressed in dark athletic attire, was loudly conveying his demands to his players on the field. In recent training sessions, Van Bronckhorst arranged various forms of confrontational drills aiming to convey his tactical philosophy through training. The players have gradually become familiar with this seemingly elegant, yet exceptionally strict head coach. Everyone is putting in extra effort, hoping to leave a positive impression in front of the new coach and gain a better position with. Thus, Lu Feng, a rookie just promoted from the youth team, finds it somewhat difficult to adapt to the intense competition of the senior team. The competition in the first team is omnipresent. This is a completely different situation from the youth team. It's more brutal and more realistic. Feyenoord's first team consists of 30 players, including for goalkeepers, but only 14 can participate in each. To secure a spot in that 18-player roster, everyone must put in sufficient effort. As a young player coming from the youth team, and being an Asian, Lu Feng needs to work even harder to earn playing time amidst the competition with these senior players. Beep. Alright, that's it for today. Everyone gather. Van Gastel called everyone to gather. Tomorrow is match day, and they will face the challenge from 20, a team from the eastern city of Enschede at home. 20 is also a well-established team in the Eredivisie, currently ranked 5th with 32 points, while Feyenoord is ranked 9th with 26 points. If the team wants to achieve its goals, then securing 3 points tomorrow is essential. Alright guys, tomorrow is the first match of the new year. We are at home, and the team needs a victory. The fans also need a... Now I will announce the squad for tomorrow's match. Goalkeepers Vermeer Mulder. Defenders Van Beek, Kong Galua Wiltshire, Nina Matheson Karsdorp. Midfielders Krauw Immers Amadi Vilhena Ashabal. Forwards Boetius Kazim Tastra Tevrid Lufong. When Lufong heard his name called by the head coach, he felt his heart suddenly stop for 2 seconds, and his eyes became slight. Standing beside Lufong, Justin noticed something unusual and tightly squeezed his shoulder. Lou, relax, this is what you deserve. You are worthy of this result. Go for it. My good brother. Dad, I made the squad. I'm on the match roster for the league game, the first team roster. When Lufong returned to his dormitory, he couldn't wait to call his father Lu Jiangwo. Even though it was already past 11 p.m. in China, he wanted to share this good news with his family at that moment. Really? Of course it's real, or why would I call you so late? Huh. But whether I can play is still unknown. Great. Son, you are amazing. Dad is truly proud of you. Knowing that his son made it to the first team, but considering Lufong's age and experience, it would likely take some time for him to play in matches. Unexpectedly, he made the match roster so quickly. Although he might not play, it is undoubtedly a very good signal indicating that Lufong's performance has reached the standard to be on the field in the eyes of the coach. After sharing this good news with his parents and chatting about family matters, Lufong also called his mentor Qindong, and who repeatedly said good on the phone. Qindong also reminded him not to slack off in training to maintain good relationships with teammates and coaches, and then mentioned he would send some local specialties in a few days for the coach and teammates. After finishing the call, Lufong gradually calmed his emotions. His dream had finally taken its most solid first step, with many more challenges waiting for him to conquer. On January 18, 2015, at 1430 Rotterdam time, which is 2130 Beijing time, this time slot is very friendly for Chinese football fans. Since mainstream media in China do not broadcast the Eredivisie today, most fans following Lufong flooded into a certain Happy Bean website. Good evening, brothers. I Li Baishan finally have the chance to show off my identity as a Feyenoord fan for over 20 years. In the video, the host Li Batian wore a red and white Feyenoord home jersey and kissed the badge on his chest while speaking. Where did the host get this jersey? It looks like a knockoff. Don't talk nonsense. This is a genuine Wu product, okay? Seeing a netizen ridicule his jersey, Li Batian immediately retorted. Brothers in the live stream, please recognize the officially certified soul, host Li Baishan's football live stream. New brothers can join the host's QQ group in the upper right corner, where there are random red envelopes issued every day and free betting recommendations. I came to see Lufong. Is Lufong starting today? Yes, we are here to see Lufong. Who is Lufong? How is the host recommending the score for this match? The person upstairs is purely a gambler certified. Alright, stop arguing. Lufong made the roster today and is on the bench. If Feyenoord takes an early lead by 2 or 3 goals today, he might get a chance to play for a few minutes in the second half. Li Batian shared his thoughts as he observed the discussion on the screen. The Feyenoord coach doesn't understand. It's late at night, and we are all here to watch Lufong. How can he not start? Let's be realistic, Lufong just came from the youth team. It's impossible for him to start so quickly. I hope the cameraman understands. I came specifically to see our little Fong. Brothers, the match is about to start. We see both teams are ready on the field. With the referee's whistle, the match officially begins. Today, the Feyenoord stadium is packed to capacity, with nearly 50,000 home fans singing their team anthem hand in hand. The fans have become the 12th player on the field cheering for their team. As expected, it lives up to one of the most intimidating home grounds in the Netherlands. Lufong sat on the home team's bench feeling the atmosphere. His heartbeat synchronizes with the rhythm of the fans, making him feel as if he is standing on an ancient battlefield. The symphony of blood and fire stimulates everyone's nerves. 20, currently ranked 5th, did not shy away from playing at Feyenoord's home ground, matching the home team blow for blow. Especially their forward Zeech, a young Moroccan talent, who just turned 21, reportedly attracting the attention of many top clubs. If it weren't for Feyenoord's solid defense, the team might have already conceded a goal from the opponent's early onslaught. On the sidelines, Van Bronckhorst has been standing and constantly reminding the players, looking very busy since the start. In the 35th minute of the match, Feyenoord's number 28 right-winger Tastra made a cutting run into the penalty area and was tripped by the opposing defender. The Happy Bean live stream suddenly became lively. Whoa, penalty. Damn, referee, hurry up and call for a penalty. Haha, it's indeed a penalty. Thanks, referee, and my big bet can be placed. With the referee's whistle, his right hand decisively pointed to the penalty spot. The home team players celebrated amongst themselves while the away team argued with the referee. The team's primary penalty taker, striker Kazim, picked up the ball carefully, placed it on the spot, took a few steps back, and waited for the referee's whistle. Whistle blown, run up shot. The ball is in. In the 37th minute, Feyenoord leads 1-0. Brothers in the live stream, come on, let's celebrate with fireworks. Li Batian excitedly waved his fists in front of the screen, shouting that Feyenoord is awesome. Li Batian definitely placed a big bet on the home team. Look at you in the second half, 20 might counterattack, and the halftime result might surprise us. Haha, the person upstairs is a fool. Given Feyenoord's defense this season, it's hard for the away team to turn the tables. This brother, named Beiji playing piano, made a good point. Although the home team is ranked lower this season, their defense has been solid. The main reason why Van Bronckhorst brought Lou Fong to the first team is likely due to their struggling offense, which can't score goals. Lee Batian affirmed the comment while also sharing his views. In the second half, if the home team focuses on defense counterattacks and scores again, Lou Fong should have a chance to come on and make an appearance, which would make today's match perfect. Compared to the previous thrilling back and forth between the two teams, Feyenoord, now leading, began to stabilize their rhythm since there were only a few minutes left in the first half. After the restart, 20 made several attempts to equalize before halftime. But how could Feyenoord, which retreated almost entirely, give the opponent a chance? Finally, after Zich's long-range shot went high, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. The home team Feyenoord would enter the second half with a one-goal advantage. As the home fans sang their anthem, the players from both teams gradually returned to the pitch, ready for the second half to commence. Though the away fans were few in number, they were fervently cheering for their team. After all, the team was only one goal down, and with another 45 minutes left in the second half, there was still a chance to equalize or even take the lead. Indeed, in football, anything is possible until the final whistle. Just 50 minutes into the match, 20 equalized the score to 1-1 with a swift counterattack. What a blunder! We completely left our defensive position open at the holding midfielder, sighed Lee Batian in the live broadcast. Only 5 minutes into the second half, and we've already been equalized. With such a defense, you dare to boast about being solid? Lee Batian laughed. I told you the tide of victory has arrived. Zich's speed is truly remarkable. Klasi was too aggressive earlier and hadn't recovered yet. The slow-motion replay of the goal just played on the screen. Feyenoord's advance was intercepted by 20's holding midfielder Makacho, who quickly passed the ball to the advancing Zich, who ran down the flank. Feyenoord's midfielder Ahmad closely followed Zich to prevent him from moving into the center, but Zich was too quick, making a sharp turn towards the wing. Just as everyone thought Zich would go to the byline, he suddenly flicked the ball with his ankle, sending a backward triangle pass to the edge of the penalty area, where Ingelar arrived, drawing back his bow and unleashing a powerful shot that blasted open Feyenoord's goal. From defense to counterattack, 20 delivered a powerful lesson to Feyenoord on what true counterattacking football. After the equalizer, the home fans sang even louder, determined to empower their players to not give up. Everyone stay focused, we can do this. Jordy, watch your positioning, don't be too aggressive. Immers, pay attention to your defense. On the sidelines, Van Bronckhorst shouted reminders to the players, though whether they could hear him over the clamor was uncertain. With the score at 1-1, the match became tense again. Feyenoord's several attempts to attack were thwarted, revealing their shortcomings in moments of critical pressure. The broadcast camera focused on Van Bronckhorst, standing on the sidelines, arms crossed, furrowing his brow deep in thought. As the match reached the 60th minute, Lou Fong, sitting on the bench, was zoning out when he heard the coach's voice nearby. Lou Karsdorp, you two go warm up, you have 5 minutes. That command was like a heavenly sound. Lou Fong sprang up from his seat, quickly shedding his heavy jacket, and joined right back Karsdorp to warm up on the sidelines. The broadcast camera appropriately switched to the two warming up. Ha, what do I see? Brothers, Lou Fong is warming up. Is he coming on? Wow. If you're doing this, I'm completely awake now. Is Lou Fong coming on? That's great. Come on, if you don't get on soon, I might fall asleep. 5 minutes later, Lou Fong and Karsdorp returned to the coaching bench to hear the coach's tactical instructions. Lou, you'll replace Tostra on the right wing. Karsdorp, you assist. We need to launch a fierce attack down their right side. Their left side defender Selkite is slow, so use your advantage and hit him hard. Then Van Bronckhorst personally took the jersey Lou Fong had removed, gently patting him on the shoulder. Go for it. Our Chinese elf, just relax and play like you do in training. In the 68th minute, the host made a substitution. Number 28, Tostra off. Number 11, Lou Fong on. Number 23, Blasters off. Number 26, Karsdorp on. Seeing Lou Feng's somewhat youthful face, Van Bronckhorst let out a sigh. Go, the young eagle will eventually soar in the blue sky. Thanks to Lou Feng's stunning performances in the youth team, many veteran fans were familiar with him, and after he came on, numerous fans applauded the young lad. Hey, brothers, guess what I just discovered? Lee Batian's sharp voice echoed in the live stream. What did you discover, Lee Batian? You scared me. What's the streamer shouting about this time? Go, do you know what Lou Fong coming on represents? The moment Lou Fong stepped onto the field, he broke a record. The record for the youngest player to play in the Eredivisie. At the age of 16 years and 106 days, he shattered the record set by Dutch star Seedorf on October 28, 1992, which was 16 years and 211 days. 666. Awesome. I don't know what you're all talking about, but it sounds amazing. Compared to the flood of 666 in the live chat, Lou Fong was already following the coach's instructions, starting his professional debut with the first team. The tension of stepping onto the pitch, the booming cheers of the fans dissipated the moment he touched the ball. Now Lou Fong's eyes were solely on the football. At this moment, there was only the match. Only football. It is what brings him peace. He was born for football. The match reached the 72nd minute with a throw-in for Feyenoord. Karsdorp threw the ball with both hands, sending it flying towards Lou Fong. As 20's defensive midfielder on the left, Skilder lacked speed, but his rich experience led him to underestimate this Asian. Lu Feng was about to control the ball when a sudden force from behind almost knocked him off balance. In the blink of an eye, his exceptional ball sense prompted a reflexive response. He lifted his right knee for a light touch, then suddenly turned sharply, slipping past Skilder on his right side, while his left heel raised to perfectly connect with the descending ball, sending it soaring over Skilder's head like a marionette right towards the advancing Lu Feng. Wow! This flashy maneuver drew gasps of astonishment from the fans in attendance. By the time Skilder turned around, he couldn't even reach Lu Feng, who was already accelerating ahead. Lu Feng's speed was incredible. In an instant he had reached the right side of the penalty area, and the center-forward Kazim was quickly making his way towards the center to receive. Now Lu Feng was facing the left center-back Ballon from the opposing team. Unknown. Lu Feng had never shied away from unknown confrontations. Although this was a senior team match. With a flick of his right foot he feigned a byline move, then, with a quick touch, he sent Ballon sprawling with a stunning nutmeg. After cutting inside, Lu Feng initially planned to thread a pass to the oncoming Kazim, but he realized there was no one stepping up to defend against him. Everyone was focused on his pass. Even Ballon, who had turned around, was preoccupied with guarding against his inside move, seemingly waiting for him to take a long-range shot to conclude the attack. Well then, I won't hold back. He stepped forward with his right foot, swung his left foot, curling the ball towards the far corner. It's a goal. My goodness. 73 minutes. 2-1. Goal. The live commentator nearly lost his voice from the excitement. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh my God. After scoring, Lu Feng sprinted towards the coaching bench, embracing Van Bronckhorst, who was passionately pumping his fists. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I scored. I scored. I saw it. I saw it. Well done. Great job. The Feyenoord stadium erupted in cheers. Fans hugged and celebrated, fists raised in triumph. The away section fell silent. 20's players looked bewildered. Is this kid really a child? Where did he come from? Amazing, brothers. That goal has to be the best in the Eredivisie this season, right? A backheeled nutmeg charging forward, a nutmeg move, and a stunning long-range shot. Unfortunately, the brother lacks culture. A single wow speaks volumes. My wife asked me why I was kneeling while watching the live stream. The goal scorer is Lu Feng, produced by Feyenoord's Youth Academy, breaking the record for the youngest player to appear in the Eredivisie and the youngest goal scorer. Let's congratulate him. As the commentators shouted Lu Feng's name, all the fans in the stadium erupted with excitement. Lu Feng. Lu Feng. Lu Feng. Karsdorp and Van Beek messed up Lu Feng's hair into a bird's nest, especially Justin, who watched from the bench with envy as the fans chanted Lu Feng's name. Only when the referee came over to urge them did the crowd reluctantly disperse, as the match was still not over. Focus. Don't give them any chances. The match restarted, and Van Bronckhorst on the sidelines clapped his hands. Next, the trailing 20 clearly accelerated the pace of the game, pressing forward aggressively, while Feyenoord, except for center-forward Kazim, was almost pinned back in their defensive third. This caused a disconnection in Feyenoord's midfield and attack, making it impossible to launch effective counterattacks. Van Bronckhorst immediately noticed the issue, shouting Lu Feng's name loudly. He then signaled Lu Feng to push a little further up, not to drop so deep. Lu Feng understood, which made Surkide, who had just witnessed Lu Feng's speed, feel a pang of anxiety, and he dared not press forward recklessly. Soon the match reached the 83rd minute. A passing error by 20 allowed Captain Klaas to regain possession and pass to the supporting Emmers. Emmers distributed the ball to the advancing Karsdorp, who took a step forward and then delivered a through ball to the swiftly advancing Lu Feng. Lu Feng initially intended to use his speed to shake off the closely following Surkide, as he was quite confident in his own. However, the experienced Surkide did not give Lu Feng a chance to accelerate away, slightly raising his left hand and pushing against Lu Feng's right rib. His sturdy arm felt like a steel pipe, almost knocking the breath out of Lu Feng. Beep. Although the referee called a foul, it ended the opportunity for a quick counterattack. Referee, that was a yellow card offense. Lu Feng, sitting on the ground, raised his arm to indicate the foul to the referee, but the referee ignored him completely. Hey kid, this is football, a man's sport. If you want to cry, go home and drink milk for 2 more years. Surkide feigned friendliness, pulling Lu Feng up, then whispered sarcastically in his ear while maintaining a smile. You should suggest to Oscar that they give you a little golden statue, you old man. Then I would thank them. Lu Feng realized that in terms of banter he might not be able to outsmart this old guy, of course provided he could only use English. Taking a deep breath, he acknowledged that he was right. Football is a man's sport, so I will defeat you in a man's way. The match restarted and Feyenoord began to control the tempo, while 20 continued their frantic pressing. After all, they had little time left. Finally, as the match approached injury time, Lu Feng once again had an unknown opportunity against Surkide. Facing Surkide's defense, Lu Feng carried the ball forward while performing continuous stepovers, dazzling the latter. As Surkide was on the verge of being overwhelmed, Lu Feng flicked the ball with his left foot, preparing to cut inside, while Surkide seized the chance to elbow forward, intending to use the same trick again. But having learned his lesson, Lu Feng would not fall for it again. Just as he was about to accelerate, he suddenly stopped, pulling the ball back with his left foot. Surkide, overcommit, fell directly to the ground, causing a wave of laughter from the fans. Lu Feng, having shaken off his opponent, did not stop to mock him. He accelerated and dashed along the flank. Seeing Lu Feng charging towards them with fierce intent, the 20 goalkeeper hurriedly shouted to his defensive players, "Stop him! Watch out for his Qin shot. Lu Feng did not give them time to position themselves. Speed is crucial in a counterattack. As he passed Sirkide, he had already observed the positioning of left-winger Boetius. Lu Feng raised his right foot, powerfully curling the ball with his instep, delivering a beautiful ground shot with a strong arc, precisely placing the ball between 20's defenders and goalkeeper to Boetius' feet. The latter merely extended his left foot to intercept, and the ball found the net. 90 minutes 3-1. Goal. 3-1. Brothers, who else is there? I ask, who else? This is just too incredible, right? Debuting for the first time. What did I just see? A ground pass with a curve. Is this the new technology? Ha. Dongfeng 30. Precision guidance. I can only say it's impressive. Haha, brothers, just say, who else is there? A professional debut with a goal and an assist, and both so spectacular. Li Batian was exuberantly gesticulating in the live stream, unable to express his feelings at this moment. Lu Feng is Lu Feng, he is just that awesome. As a fan of Lu Feng for over 20 years, at this moment, I am filled with joy. Filled with joy. Streamer 666, it seems that Lu Feng wasn't even born yet, and you were already his fan. Lu Feng, who am I? Where am I? Compared to the lively atmosphere in the domestic live stream, the scene reached the peak of excitement for this match. The fans cheered passionately, while the Feyenoord players embraced in celebration. The goal scorer Boetius rushed in front of Lu Feng, lifted his right foot, placed it on his knee, and performed a shoe-shining. This was mainly because that pass was truly magnificent. During regular training, these older brothers had already admired this young guy, who had just come up from the youth team, immensely. Today's debut was a perfect performance. It exceeded everyone's expectations. Lu, how did you do it? It was simply amazing. I have fallen in love with you. Van Beek vigorously ruffled Lu Feng's hair, messing up the hairstyle he had just fixed a few minutes ago into a bird's nest. Stefan, I seriously suspect you were jealous of my looks. Yes, it must be that. Damn, you were just jealous that I am better, Lu Feng said as he swatted away Van Beek's hands while trying to fix his already disheveled hair. Haha. Seeing Lu Feng's pitiful expression, everyone burst into laughter together, growing increasingly fond of this youngest teammate on the team. Lu Feng, Lu Feng, Lu Feng. The crowd once again chanted Lu Feng's name. Today, Lu Feng was the only star of the Feyenoord Stadium. This young player, who just made his debut at Feyenoord Stadium today, conquered all the fans here in less than half an hour. With a scoreline of 90 minutes 3-1, this match completely lost its suspense. In the final minutes of injury time, Feyenoord entirely controlled the pace of the game, while 20 had basically lost their spirit to catch up. Beep beep beep. With the referee's whistle, the match concluded. Hey little guy, can I trade jerseys with you? Lu Feng was about to thank the fans with his teammates when he was interrupted by a voice. Turning around, he was surprised to see his old rival from this match scared. Lu Feng instinctively froze for a moment at the request, then quickly reacted. He swiftly took off his jersey and casually draped the one handed to him by Skeered over his shoulder. Little guy, you are the most talented player I have ever seen. You're truly amazing. Congratulations. Thank you. By the way, please don't call me little guy. Oh, I'm a man, he said while flexing his slightly developed. The day after the match. Feyenoord Daily. Feyenoord 3-1. Chinese Elf makes a perfect debut. Holland Telecom News. Chinese Elf breaks the record for the youngest player to appear in the Eredivisie, the youngest goal scorer, and the youngest assist provider in the Eredivisie. World Sports News. Ronaldinho 2. The Chinese Elf of Eredivisie. Sports Weekly. Our young talent Lu Feng shines in the Eredivisie. 1 goal and 1 assist, helping Feyenoord achieve a New Year's victory. Tencent Sports. Lu Feng's perfect debut. Foreign media dubbed him the Chinese Elf. Football Empire. Chinese young talent Lu Feng with 1 goal and 1 assist. Feyenoord easily defeats 23-1. Through some European media reports, Lu Feng managed to make a small appearance in European football. Compared to the minor ripples in European football, the domestic sports scene has erupted. Domestic newspapers and new media are reporting frantically. Now the name Lu Feng has become so well known that even the aunties at the vegetable market know he is a football player. Lu Feng's rapid rise to fame is partly due to the long-standing slump in Chinese football. We have the largest and best fan base in the world, yet our football has always lagged significantly behind the global standard. Adding to this are our 2 troublesome neighbors, Japan and South Korea, who have consistently kept us under pressure in recent years. This has left domestic fans with a burning frustration, blaming their own players for not performing well. Now that they finally see one of their own with the potential of a superstar, how can they not be thrilled? How can they not support him? The day after the club match, players are usually given a day off to relax. However, for Lu Feng, the difference between a holiday and work is not significant. The only distinction lies in training alone versus training with others. Bang, bang. At the Valkenhoef training ground, Lu Feng is practicing free kicks. His accuracy with free kicks is now frighteningly high, mastering both curved and straight shots. However, due to his age, his muscles are not fully matured, so he still lacks a bit of power. Clap clap. Xiao Feng, I didn't expect your free kicks to be so impressive already. The sound of applause from the sidelines interrupted Lu Feng's concentration. Uncle Hu, what brings you here? Lu Feng turned his head to see Hu Bin standing by the field with a big smile next to a large suitcase. Lu Feng felt very happy about Hu Bin's arrival. He picked up a towel from the sidelines and wiped off some sweat. I came to Amsterdam for some work, and by the way, brought you some things. These are things prepared for you by Coach Chen and your parents, Xiao Feng. I watched yesterday's match live, and you performed really well. You've grown taller and stronger. Xiao Feng, we are all proud of you. Hee hee. Lu Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit shy, simply grinning. At that moment he displayed a side, more befitting his age, in front of an elder. Lu Feng took the suitcase from Hu Bin's hand and walked with him toward the dormitory. Uncle Hu, how long are you staying this time? Leaving this afternoon, taking a flight back home tonight. I've been here for several days and finished my business, which is why I had time to catch. Oh, so soon. Lu Feng felt a bit disappointed. With just a month until the spring festival, he was really missing his family and friends back home. Hu Bin sensed his emotion at that moment, opened his mouth, unsure how to comfort him, and simply gave his shoulder a reassuring. Since he chose this path, some things must be experienced, and are challenges that need to be overcome on the road to growth. After tidying up in the dormitory, Lu Feng took Hu Bin to a small Sichuan restaurant he often visited. Uncle Luo, I'll have a portion of water-boiled meat slices, a spicy hot pot, and your best smooth meat soup. Lu Feng expertly ordered the restaurant's signature dishes as soon as they entered. Oh, our big star is here. Haha. Sit down, I'll be ready soon. The owner, Luo Jun, appeared to be in his 40s and native of Zhegung in Sichuan. This small Sichuan restaurant has been operating in Rotterdam for nearly 20 years. Recently, Lu Feng had been eating nutritional meals and found them quite bland. While wandering around, he discovered this Sichuan restaurant, and he occasionally came here to satisfy his cravings, gradually becoming familiar with the owner. Uncle Hu, this Sichuan restaurant has very authentic flavors, really good. It's much better than the Chinese restaurant Mr. Giovanni took my dad and me to when we were in Amsterdam. Then I can indulge as well. I've had enough of pancakes and pea soup these past few days, ha. By the way, Xiao Feng, is it okay for you to eat something so greasy? As long as it's not frequent, it's fine. I only indulge about once a month, otherwise eating the team's cafeteria and nutritional meals every day would drive me crazy. Lu Feng's sullen expression amused Hu Bin. Haha, that's why your dad had me bring you 2 big bags of spicy strips. Speed. Increase your speed. Kazum, are you wasting all your energy on women? Kongguo Luo, be more decisive with your feet. The familiar tune of Van Bronckhorst's marching song echoed on the train. Today's endurance training involves unknown rapid attack and defense transitions. In the 8 by 12 meter area, quick transitions between offense and defense are required within a strict 30 seconds, maintaining continuous movement without pause. Next is a 3-on-2+1 rapid transition in a 40 by 50 meter area. The head coach continuously shouts at those players who are trying to slack off. One group after another, the players rotating off the field are either gasping for breath or lying sprawled on the grass. Lu, you really are a monster. How come it seems like you're not even tired? Van Dijk lay on the grass, gasping for air. Sven, because I'm practicing my childlike skills. Haha. Lu Feng joked, looking at Van Dijk's disheveled state. Of course, he wasn't practicing any childish skills, rather his excellent ball sense allowed him to evade direct physical confrontations through skill, thus conserving energy. He was surely tired, but comparatively not as exaggerated as others. Childlike skills. Van Dijk's eyes lit up, sitting up immediately, as it sounded impressive. Lu, what are childlike skills? Is it Chinese Kung Fu? Can you teach me? Lu Feng didn't expect this guy to. He looked him up and down. Unfortunately, Sven, you can no longer practice. Why? Is it because I'm too old? I heard that your Chinese Kung Fu must be practiced from a young age. No, Sven, because practicing childlike skills requires never having had a girlfriend. Woo. Lu, no wonder you never have a girlfriend. Is that the reason? Van Dijk said in shock. Lu Feng rolled his eyes. It was his lack of a girlfriend really because of that? Every day surrounded by you older dudes, where would I even find a girlfriend? Then Van Dijk seemed to remember something suddenly, saying, so you can never have a girlfriend in the future? You're so handsome, that would be such a pity, Lu. Then he looked at Lu Feng with a pitying expression. Lu Feng shot him a look as if he were an idiot, patted his backside, and stood up, preparing to distance himself from this fool, to avoid being infected. When Lu Feng returned to the sidelines after completing another training session, he noticed that nearly all his teammates were looking at him with the same expression as Van Dijk's just moments ago. He regretted it. Regretted making a Chinese-style joke with that idiot Van Dijk, which these foreigners completely did not understand. Everyone, please don't look at me like that. I think I need to explain. I was just joking with Sven. I'm totally normal, very normal. Lu Feng said with a serious face. Please, you all have to believe me. At this moment, head coach Van Bronckhorst came over to join in the fun, patting Lu Feng's shoulder, saying, don't worry, Lu, we certainly believe you. And don't be too upset, it's really no big deal. Everyone nodded in agreement. I really thank you all. Lu Feng was truly at a loss for words. The time is January 25th in the 19th round of the Dutch Eredivisie. At 1930 Beijing time, Feyenoord faces Ajax away. Good evening, brothers. Welcome to Libation's livestream. Tonight is a grand spectacle, the national derby of the Netherlands, Feyenoord battling Ajax away. What does the host think tonight? Can Feyenoord win? Is Lu Feng starting tonight? I've been waiting for a week. I can't wait any longer. It seems difficult for Feyenoord to win tonight. Just getting a point away would be considered good, as this season the master of weapons and PSV are truly in a league of their own. The host is definitely watching from the computer, but as Mother Pig playing the piano said, it would be a task accomplished for Feyenoord to take away 1 point tonight. But that is also very difficult. Lu Feng is still firmly seated on the bench today. The away team's strategy for this match is likely focused on solid defense, so Lu Feng's presence on the field isn't very useful. That's not very interesting then, or I've waited a week to specifically see Lu Feng. Exactly, otherwise who would watch the Eredivisie? Gotta run sleep early and wake up to watch Barcelona and Messi. As the match is about to start, Lu Feng is currently sitting on the away team's bench, feeling the excitement of the national derby. Today Ajax is wearing their traditional red and white home jerseys while the away team Feyenoord is in deep blue. Inside the Johan Cruyff Arena, over 5,300 seats are filled, and the home fans have transformed the entire stadium into a sea of red and white. Some fans are waving scarves while others are energetically waving Ajax flags. On the west stand, fireworks of bright red are even being set off, filled with Ajax's diehard supporters. In another corner of the stands, only around 2,000 or 3,000 away fans are passionately cheering, undeterred by the home crowd that outnumbers them by more than 10 times. This explosive and intense atmosphere makes every cell in Lu Feng's body pulse with excitement. "Lu, aren't you nervous?" Valina nudged Lu Feng, sitting beside him. "Why should I be nervous? I only feel regret that at such an exciting moment I can only sit on the bench and watch unable." "Alright, you really have a big heart. Don't worry, Tony. If it comes to a fight, I'll protect you," Lu Feng said while winking at Valina. As Lu Feng and Valina chatted, the referee had already blown the whistle. Although Ajax isn't as star-studded as PSV this season, in recent years under the coaching of Frank de Boer, their overall offense and defense is the best in the league, especially their defense. As the league has reached the 19th round, they have only conceded 15 goals, averaging less than 0.8 per match, and their frontline features sharp players like Polish star Milik. The two teams are very familiar with each other, so from the very beginning there was no excessive probing. They went straight into it. Both sides exchanged blows, and the confrontation was exceptionally intense. Not even 20 minutes into the match, 3 yellow cards had already been issued. Ajax's midfielder Bezoar, Feyenoord's center-back Congolo, and forward Boetius each received a yellow card. The match is very intense, brothers. I estimate that if this continues we might see a red card today. Those interested can post. Can we bet on a big score? What big score? They are all just shooting blanks. Didn't you see that despite the intense confrontation, they can't hit the target when they reach the goal? There should be a goal, it just depends on which side scores first. Once the scoring starts it will get lively. Brothers, please be patient. Watching the game requires some patience. Just relax, there will definitely be goals in this match. I just bet on a halftime over 0.5 bits a sure win. The match continues, and after a quick exchange of offense and defense, the time reaches 35 minutes, and the pace finally slows down. Just as both sides started to slack off, Feyenoord's midfield made a passing error and Ajax launched a quick counterattack. Ajax's midfielder Lucas intercepted the ball, dribbled past 2 players along the center, then passed it to the left to Schoen, who crossed the ball without stopping. Center forward Milik leapt high. All that could be heard was a bang as the ball struck the crossbar and bounced to the right side of the penalty area. The danger was not over. The following number 11, Kishna, received the ball. Congolo rushed up to defend, but being in the penalty area, he couldn't be too aggressive. Congolo was faked out by Kishna's turn and took a small angle shot which again hit the near post, causing the ball to bounce back. By sheer luck it bounced into the arms of goalkeeper Vermeer, and Feyenoord was truly favored by fate, narrowly escaping. Time rewinds to just before Ajax's attack began. In the Happy Bean livestream, "Hey, Feyenoord made a passing error. Ajax intercepted the ball. What an opportunity. A beautiful dribble. Goes to the flank, cross header. Oh wow, the crossbar. Hey, don't panic. Keep going, damn it." Did Feyenoord's goalkeeper get his underwear washed by the goddess of luck last night? This luck is just too outrageous, right? What? Did that ball not go in? Are they all just hitting the posts? It's over. If that doesn't go in, there should be no goals by halftime. This luck is truly unbelievable. Van Bronckhorst was also anxiously pacing. When the football was caught by Vermeer, he truly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he pointed at his temples and shouted, "Everyone focus, get your spirits up. Immers, you were responsible for that last goal." Immers, who was called out, felt a bit embarrassed and quickly raised his hand to indicate that it was his mistake. Damn, watching a game on the sidelines requires a good heart too. Frightened, he quickly dug into his pocket, took out a spicy snack, and bit into it to calm himself down. Lu, what are you eating? Let me have one too." Valina, seeing Lu Feng eating the spicy snack, curiously asked. "Spicy strips, a snack from our childhood." While saying this, he pulled out another one from his pocket and handed it to Valina. "Spicy strip." Valina took the spicy snack, opened the package like Lu Feng, and it smelled strange. "Hiss. Lu, this isn't poisonous, is it? Why is it biting my tongue?" At that moment, Valina's curly hair almost straightened from the spiciness. "Huh. You don't understand anything. This is spicy. It contains a lot of chili." Seeing Valina's expression, Lu Feng guessed that he had probably never eaten spicy food before, so he casually handed him a bottle of water. "Drink some water. Drinking some water will help." Thanks, Hiss. I'll return it. I can't get used to this spice." The other teammates nearby looked at them. They initially wanted to ask Lu Feng for one, but seeing Valina's reaction, they immediately dismissed the idea. With the referee's 2 whistles, the first half of the match also came to an end. Both sides brought a score of 0-0. The starting players gradually entered the dressing room, and Lu Feng also entered the field with his substitute teammates to do. "We were just a bit unlucky, brothers. The first half ended without any goals. Let's take a break and see how the two teams perform in the second half. Let's play a song for the brothers. Old Lee is going to boil a bowl of instant noodles to eat." The host bet on a halftime over 0.5. "Do we only get to eat instant noodles? That son of a dog made a killing on Feyenoord in the last match. I wonder if Lu Feng will go on today. He probably won't. This match is a sad tale of the egg. I'm off halftime egg collection going to wash my feet. See you, brothers. After a brief rest, the match resumed. Burp. Brothers, the second half has begun. It seems both coaches are still quite cautious as neither has made any substitutions yet. However, we can see that the players on Feyenoord's bench have already started warming up ready to come on at any moment. Libation, do you have to burp even while eating instant noodles? Starting to warm up so early. Does that mean Lou Fong? I feel that Feyenoord is in a bit of trouble. It's been almost 10 minutes since the start, and they've been pressured the whole time. From the match dynamics, this does indeed seem to be the case. At the beginning of the second half, Ajax utilized their home advantage to launch a frenzied assault on Feyenoord. This left Feyenoord, who were already playing away, in a passive position. The forwards were not the type that could effectively control the ball, making it difficult to mount a successful counterattack. On the sidelines, Van Bronckhorst also noticed this, so he decided not to wait any longer and needed to strengthen the attack, or they would inevitably concede a goal. Paul, go call Lou back. He's getting ready to come on. Lou Fong, who was warming up and joking with his teammates, quickly returned. He swiftly took off his training gear and began to gather his equipment. Finally about to enter the match, he felt an unusual excitement every time he was set to play against Ajax, just like with the youth team last time. Van Bronckhorst quickly pulled Lou Fong, who had just put on his shin guards, and hurriedly assigned him tactics. Lou, you will replace Boetius and play as a left winger. We need to focus our attack on their right flank. Their right midfielder Bezoer has a yellow card. Bezoer is young, only 2 years older than you, and tends to be overly aggressive in his defensive actions, so. Do you understand what I mean? Got it, sir. Given the loud atmosphere, Lou Fong almost shouted his response. Good. Go. Let's go. Go for it. At 59 minutes into the match, Feyenoord made the first substitution. Number 7, Boetius, was substituted for number 11, Lou Fong. It's said that evenly matched games are a battle of wits between both coaches, and this couldn't be more accurate. When Feyenoord made their substitution, Frank de Boer immediately understood Van Bronckhorst's intentions. Ajax also quickly responded, substituting the more experienced veteran number 32 Zimmling for the yellow card base. This is what they call responding to the opponent's move. Lou Fong, already in battle mode, didn't care about whether substitutions were made or who was substituted. It didn't matter. Just get it done. Lou Fong's entry indeed brought some change to the one-sided situation on the field. At least with Lou Fong's few touches and ball control, Ajax's defense felt what it was like to be fearless as a young calf. Indeed, he was the player that coach Frank de Boer had specifically warned to pay attention to during halftime. Zimmling, who came on to match up against Lou Fong, was indeed tasked with a mission. In facing Lou Fong's multiple receptions or breakthroughs, he adopted the strategy of letting the ball pass, but ensuring the player remains. In less than 10 minutes, Lou Fong had been knocked down 3 times, and each time was perfectly timed without receiving a yellow. This left the young Lou Fong feeling somewhat frustrated. The match quickly progressed to the 73rd minute. Lou Fong received a pass from Amadi, and Zimmling, like a pesky leech, closed in again. This time Lou Fong would not give him a chance for physical confrontation. Lou Fong leaned against Zimmling, facing the incoming ball, flicking it with the tip of his right foot, then swiftly turned around. The ball soared over both of their heads and fell perfectly in front of Lou Fong, who had already turned. Just when Lou Fong thought he could quickly push forward, a tremendous pull came from behind. Due to his forward momentum, it directly distorted his jersey. Initially, Lou Fong wanted to push forward with all his strength. When he finally tried to break free from the pull, the force suddenly vanished. This left him in an awkward position as he fell forward in a dog-eat-dog manner. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lou Fong got up and shouted at Zimmling, "I'm from Helmont. You son of a turtle. Let's have a onion on." This brought out Lou Fong's hometown dialect, and he directly confronted Zimmling. Beep. The referee blew the whistle and quickly ran over to show Zimmling a yellow card. Lou Fong was also held back by the nearest captain, Klaus. "Lou, calm down. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive." A minor conflict in such an intense derby match was merely a trivial matter and soon came to an end. "Mr. Referee, can we play properly? This is almost becoming a wrestling match." After calming down, Lou Fong complained to the referee, his expression combined with his youthful face resembling that of a child who had been wronged, reporting to a parent. "I already showed him a yellow card and verbally warned him." The referee replied, looking helpless. Lou Fong shrugged, knowing that this was the best outcome. However, the spectators in the stands were not pleased. They could not allow their home advantage to falter, and a wave of boos erupted with many pointing and cursing Lou Fong. "Kid, go back and drink milk. Little brat, go back to Rotterdam. You're not welcome here." Various insults echoed in the air and many objects were thrown onto the field, including several bananas that Lou. The match resumed and Ajax continued their offensive onslaught, with Feyenoord nearly all players on defense, even center forward Kazim returning to defend against high balls. Only Lou Fong, who received instructions, roamed near the midfield waiting for a counterattack, as he was the fastest player on the team and had abundant stamina. Finally, during an Ajax corner attack, Kazim headed the ball away and it fell at the feet of Yimmers on the right side of the box. Yimmers pushed the ball forward, and seeing the opportunity, Lou Fong dashed into the attacking area, closely followed by Ajax's retreating midfielder Serrero and defender Van Rijn. Yimmers. With Lou Fong's shout, Yimmers made a long pass, sending the ball high and fast toward the front. Yimmers' pass was a bit too long. Lou Fong is chasing it, running fast, should catch up. Serrero is trailing by a body length, and Van Rijn is caught in the line, can stop. And the ball is in. Beautiful, a shot without stopping, directly blasting with his right foot. Goalkeeper Salson had no reaction. Come on, brothers. Let's shout together, Lou the King of Balls is awesome. Lou the King of Balls doesn't sound that great. A win the King of Balls is awesome. 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 A nearly 40-meter long pass, a shot, without stopping, directly in the air. Incredible, incredible. I said that our Win the King of Balls wouldn't score unless it was a world-class goal. I am completely convinced. After scoring, Lou Fong began to strut his stuff, shaking off the teammates who came up to celebrate, standing in front of the fans who had just insulted him in a relatively safe area. With his hands on his hips, he proudly raised his head, staring directly at the shouting fans in the stands. This completely ignited the west stand of the Cruyff Arena as a large number of unidentified flying objects soared down towards the stands. Everything from water bottles, soda cans, mobile phones to gold bracelets was thrown. Captain Klaus hurried over to pull Lou Fong away, fearing that some extreme fans might leap down from the stands. No matter how skilled Lou Fong was, he couldn't fight off a crowd. In the 82nd minute, Lou Fong's world-class goal finally broke the deadlock on the field. 0-1 Feyenoord took the lead away at Ajax. Gio, look at this little guy, usually so gentle, but he's no pushover. On the visiting coach's bench, Van Gastel said with a smile, looking at Van Bronckhorst. Well, young people should have some character. Originally the plan was to settle for a draw in this tough match, but they didn't expect such an unexpected surprise. At this moment, Van Bronckhorst's mood was like eating a piece of ice-cold watermelon on a hot summer day, utterly refreshing. In the final moments, Feyenoord withstood Ajax's furious counterattack, with the score ultimately settling at 0-1. Feyenoord managed to secure 3 hard-earned points away. Lou Fong came off the bench to score the only goal of the match, once again being named the best player on the field. As he walked down the tunnel holding his trophy, a female reporter and her photographer were already waiting for him. Lou, hello, congratulations on being named today's best. This is only your second professional match. Can you share your feelings at this moment? Lou Fong looked at the beautiful reporter in front of him, a bit surprised to see her waiting for him. Though he had never experienced this kind of situation before, he at least knew what to expect. Soon Lou Fong composed himself. Well, of course I'm very happy. Helping the team secure the victory is something to celebrate, especially at Ajax's home ground. The feeling is just incredible. So Lou, we heard that when you first arrived in the Netherlands you were actually trialing with Ajax. What made you end up at Feyenoord instead? Hearing the reporter's question, it seemed Ajax was keeping their information under wraps, and what they knew was not complete. The truth is I did trial with Ajax first, but I didn't perform well, and they probably thought I didn't meet their standards. That's just how it was. So, I am very grateful to Mr. Giovanni who brought me to Rotterdam, and to this great club Feyenoord. Lou Fong spoke slowly. Being a rookie, he was quite wary of the reporters, fearing they might catch him in a slip of the tongue and twist his words. But after 2 fairly normal questions, the topic suddenly shifted. Lou, during the match today, was your celebration after scoring a goal intended to provoke the home fans? As a young player, do you think you were being a bit too arrogant? Van Bronckhorst, who was worried about Lou Fong being led into a trap by the reporters, was preparing to step in and help when he heard this provocative question. Lou Fong curled his lips. Of course not. As a professional player, how could I provoke the fans? It was just a very ordinary celebration with no other meaning. But, I'm sorry, Miss Reporter, Lou just finished the match and needs some rest. Thank you. Van Bronckhorst quickly took Lou Fong and headed toward the locker room. Mr. Giovanni, please wait a moment. Let me just ask one more question. The female reporter wanted to press on. She hadn't uncovered a sensational story yet. I'm sorry, very sorry, but we have to go. Look, it's getting dark and we might miss the last bus. Saying this, they hurriedly left, leaving the female reporter with a bewildered expression. But the sun was still high in the sky. What do you mean it's getting dark? How could they possibly miss the last bus when they drove there? Lou, stay away from those guys in the future, especially that beautiful reporter. You're still young. Don't be deceived by their appearances. They are all cunning and will try to lead you into traps with their questions. Lou Fong initially wanted to say he could handle it, but after some thought he realized there was some truth to it, and just nodded obediently. How could he, an amateur, compete with their professionalism? The next day, the front page of the Feyenoord Daily featured a large photo, almost taking up the entire page. The photo captured Lou Fong's fierce profile, hands on his hips, head held high, facing the grim faces of Ajax fans in the stands. Like a war god, unyielding. When Justin sent this photo to his phone, Lou Fong immediately loved it. This photographer is really good. The timing is just perfect. I must give him a bonus. Lou Fong said boastfully, then reposted the photo on his Weibo and Twitter. Soon domestic media went wild, resharing it, and many fans downloaded it as their phone wallpaper or computer desktop. That night, the CCTV Sports Channel's World Football program ranked Lou Fong's goal as the #1 in the top. While domestic media and fans were still discussing Lou Fong's spectacular goal and his phenomenal performance, Tencent Sports quietly acquired the broadcasting rights for the Dutch league matches from the Netherlands. When Tencent Sports announced it would broadcast all Feyenoord matches and other Dutch league games live in the future, fans were overjoyed. Reportedly that day, Tencent Sports membership numbers surged by 300%. This left several of their competitors feeling regretful. At 8:30 p.m. Rotterdam time, Lou Fong had just returned from the training ground and was sitting at his dormitory computer. Indeed, he was browsing his Weibo. Since he posted that handsome photo earlier in the morning, he hadn't paid attention to it. However, after half a day of fermentation domestically, there were already thousands of comments below. Lu Feng was savoring each one, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Next to him, Justin was busy with his phone chatting with some female netizen and happened to glance over to see Lu Feng with a grin. "Hey, Lu, what are you looking at? Anything exciting?" He leaned in only to be disappointed as the screen was filled with incomprehensible text. Lu Feng ignored this guy whose thoughts were all over the place. Lu Feng looks so handsome in this photo. Ruling overall. I, the king of wind, am amazing. I feel Lu Feng's talent is truly exceptional. Given time, he will be a strong contender for the best after Messi and Ronaldo. The upstairs comments are too limited. Can't he be the best alongside Messi and Ronaldo? Oh, you all are limited. Can't he be the best above Messi and Ronaldo? These netizens are really funny. They dare to say anything, making Lu Feng almost laugh out loud. As he continued reading, he suddenly found a different comment. I think Lu Feng's celebration was a bit excessive in the opponent's home ground. It was clearly provocative, too arrogant. Being overly arrogant, I predict his future achievements will be limited. Lu Feng clicked on it, ready to respond personally. Then he saw that there were actually thousands of replies below. The original poster is an idiot, case closed. The original poster is just a clueless troll. Didn't you watch the live broadcast? Didn't you see those fans provoking Lu Feng first? Lu Feng is only 16 years old. 16 is a time for youthful exuberance. Oh, what's wrong with being a bit arrogant? Lu Feng switched to a different account and quietly liked this comment. The upstairs comment is right. What's wrong with being young and exuberant? Shouldn't it be like some players lacking personality and creativity? Is that what you want to see? The original poster is a typical coward who has knelt for too long, unable to lift their head, only able to show off on the... Looking at these replies, Lu Feng decided not to dwell on it any longer. The support from his fans still outweighed the negative comments. Our fans are always so lovable, they don't need you to do anything for them. As long as you play your heart out and give your best, even if you're not as skilled as others, they will continue to support you unwaveringly. That's all they ask for, that's all they hope for. But this is the most basic professional quality of a professional player. Can't you even achieve that? The Wacker Nord base was already pitch black at night. In the head coach's office of the main building, the light was glaring. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Giovanni, you're still here. Van Gasteren pushed open the office door and asked Van Bronckhorst, who was frowning at his desk, whom I was contemplating some matters. Paul, you arrived just in time. Come help me brainstorm. Gio, are you really planning to make Lou a starter in the next match? Van Gaster asked, taking the coffee from Van Bronckhorst and looking at the list in his hand. Yes, Paul, it's unavoidable. Although we only have the league as our focus in the second half of the season, the schedule in early February is quite packed. From the 1st to the 8th, we have 3 matches to play. As you can see, Lou is becoming increasingly vital to the team. He is an important weapon for our attacking plays. Van Bronckhorst lifted the now lukewarm coffee beside him and took a gentle sip. Although we currently have enough players in the first team, we still lack sufficient creativity in our attack. I've already spoken with what the team's fitness coach, and Liu's physical indicators are all fine. Of course, I won't overuse him. That's a matter of professional ethics as a senior. Hearing Van Bronckhorst say this, Van Gaster felt reassured. To be honest, like Van Bronckhorst, he has watched Lu Feng progress from the youth team, truly considering him as a junior. All right, Gio, I support your decision. In the gym, the players of Feyenoord were lined up lying sideways on yoga mats performing stretching exercises. Hey, Lu, I noticed your hairstyle looks cool today. Sven, get away from me. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Lu Feng said, not looking back as he swatted away the hand that Van Bijk had stretched out. Justin, are you feeling a little itchy? Let me scratch it for you. Ha ha, Sven, stop bullying Lu, I'll back him up. Yuri, look at them. Oh, being young is truly wonderful. Ahmed, watching the young ones fooling around, remarked to Captain Clark. Karami, don't include me in your sentiments. I'm a 90s kid, ha ha. Lu, Gio wants you to come to his office. Van Gaster said as he walked over to Lu Feng. All right, sir, I'm on my way. Hey, Lu, did you do something wrong? Van Bijk joked. I bet the boss found out about you watching those movies last night. Justin chimed in. Get lost, you guys. Huh. A short while later, Lu Feng arrived at the head coach's office. Mr. Giovanni, how can I assist you? Feyenoord faced ADO Den Haag at home. Good evening, fans of Tencent Sports. Welcome to the second round of the Dutch Eredivisie, where Feyenoord takes on Den Haag. I am your old friend Jean Jun. This match will be commented on by me and Zhang Lu. Before the match, we received the starting lineup, and our young talent Lu Feng is among them. It seems that after his stunning performances in the previous matches, Lu Feng has gained the full trust of head coach Van Bronckhorst. Indeed, with Lu Feng's presence, Feyenoord has effectively resolved their attacking woes from the first half of the season, bringing significant changes to their offense. Zhang Lu agreed. Now we see the players from both sides have entered the field, positioned themselves, and with the referee's whistle, the match begins. Internationally renowned sports protection brand Zhishibang brings you this Eredivisie live broadcast. Let's introduce the starting lineup for today's match. The home team Feyenoord is set up in a 433 formation. In goal, we have number 16 Vermeer. The defenders from left to right are number 18 Nascimento, number 5 Congolo, number 22 Van Beek, and number 2, the veteran from Australia Wiltshire. In midfield, we have number 6 Captain Krau, number 10 Emers, and number 8 Ahmad. On the forward line, we have center forward number 15 Kazim, on the left number 7 Aboetius, and number 11 Lu Feng playing on the right. The away team Den Haag is set up in a 442 formation. In goal, we have number 1 Martin Hansen. The defenders from left to right are number 8 Myers, number 4 Derek, number 30 Wormgore, and number 51 Zavitfrong. In midfield, we have a diamond formation with number 2 Maloney as the sole defensive midfielder, number 17, Backer, and number 7, Kevin Jansen on the flanks, and number 23, Alberg, as the attacking midfielder. The two forwards are number 9, Van Dining, and number 29, Kramer. Lu Feng finally got a start. In Rongqing, Lu Feng's hometown. Lu Jiang will hurry up. The match has already started and you still can't get the video to work. Lu Feng's mother Li Hong was sitting by the computer watching her husband struggle for a long time without getting a picture feeling, "It will be ready soon, don't rush me. I didn't know you needed a membership to watch a football match. It's coming, it's coming." After several minutes of fiddling, they finally saw the match footage. "Alright, you're blocking my view of my son." At that moment the match reached the 10th minute, and Zhang Jun's unique voice, Lu Feng has the ball. He combined with Emmers in a 1-2 passing to the left. The left side is open. Boetius received the pass and entered the penalty area. He shoots. The ball was blocked by the goalkeeper and it bounced to Lu Feng's feet. There's still a chance. Lu Feng passes back to the center. Kazim lays it off, and the ball is in. Emmers helps Feyenoord take the lead first. In the 10th minute, Feyenoord is ahead 1-0 at home. This goal was initiated by Lu Feng, which proves that his vision is very broad. He saw the open space on the left at the first moment. Yes, this is the player's overall perspective. Lu Feng did well in this regard. The ball is flying, brothers. Let's keep it up, hoping Lu Feng scores a goal, as well, making it 3 games in a row. After a round of celebration, the match resumed. Today the players of Feyenoord are in excellent form. Just 10 minutes into the match they took the lead. Due to the significant gap in strength between the two teams, Feyenoord is almost dominating Den Haag. The pressure on the away team's defense is increasing, leading to more aggressive actions from the players. By the 20th minute, Den Haag had received 3 yellow cards due to fouls. Lu Feng once again has the ball. This time he is facing the defense of 2 players, and his breakthrough is indeed putting a lot of defensive pressure on Den Haag. Lu Feng faces the double team ready to pass, but no, he slips past them a feint. He passes the ball back to Emmers. The two executed a 1-2, and Lu Feng entered the penalty area. There's a chance. He shoots. The ball is in. Goal. The live commentary erupted in a loud shout. Lu Feng, with his skilled technique and seamless teamwork, broke through Den Haag's dense defense, making it 2-0. After scoring, Lu Feng went to the south stand of the stadium, lifted his jersey to kiss the badge, and raised both hands, enjoying the cheers from the fans. Lu Feng, Lu Feng, Lu Feng. The fans chanted Lu Feng's name, and at that moment he was the prince of the entire Feyenoord stadium. In front of the computer, Lu Jiangwo watched this scene, pride swelling in his heart, while Li Hong beside him had red eyes. "It seems like our son has grown taller and stronger. He's all alone so far away. I wonder how much he has suffered." A mother always worries for her child. As a mother, her focus is always solely on her son. Knowing that his wife was thinking about their son again, Lu Jiangwo wrapped his arm around her shoulder and patted her to comfort her. The match has barely reached the 21st minute, and the score already stands at 20. At this pace, Feyenoord is likely to add another goal. In the live broadcast studio, commentator Zhang Jun spoke with palpable excitement. After decades of covering football, he had finally witnessed a compatriot shine so brilliantly in Europe's top-tier leagues. The match continues. Having already conceded 2 goals, Den Haag abandons its deep defensive shell. After all, with a 2-goal deficit, passive resistance offers no hope whatsoever. This opens up more space for Feyenoord to orchestrate attacks, far easier than breaking down a compact discipline. At the 35th minute, Den Haag wins a corner kick after a sustained attack down the flank. "Sven, mark your man. Michiel, watch the back post." Goalkeeper Vermeer shouts instructions as the team prepares for the set piece. Lu Feng lingers near the edge of the penalty arc, guarding against second balls, and poised to launch a rapid counterattack. A sharp whistle pierces the air. The corner is taken. The ball sails high and slow. Vermeer leaps, catches it cleanly at the apex of his jump. Before Vermeer even secures possession, Lu Feng senses the opportunity, sprinting forward with explosive acceleration. He hasn't yet crossed the center circle when Vermeer's commanding voice rings out. "Lu, take it." With that shout, Vermeer launches a powerful, precise throw toward the streaking Lu Feng. The throw is immaculate. Lu Feng doesn't break stride. Swiveling mid-run, he cushions the ball deftly with the outside of his left foot, merging movement and control into one seamless motion. Unmarked and surging forward, Lu Feng drives toward the edge of the penalty arc. From the side, a defender lunges desperately, attempting a last-ditch tackle to deny him entry into the box. But Lu Feng evades the challenge effortlessly. A sudden stop, a sharp cut, and he glides past. Then, confronting the on-rushing goalkeeper, he calmly slots the ball into the far corner with his left foot. 30. At the 37th minute, his second goal of the match. After scoring, Lu Feng sprints to the sideline. Camera lifts his jersey and reveals Chinese characters embroidered on the inner lining. "Dad, Mom, Happy New Year." The broadcast seamlessly cuts to the close-up. Sniff, sniff. That rascal. Li Hong bursts into tears again, fresh ones streaming down her cheeks just moments after wiping away the last. Ha ha ha. Lu Feng truly is filial. Let us also extend our warmest wishes to all viewers watching live. Happy New Year in advance. Haha. Happy New Year. 666. No words needed, just pure brilliance. 3 consecutive matches with goals. 4 goals in 1 match. Lu Feng, legendary. Lu, you're absolutely incredible. As Van Beezen reaches out to embrace him, Lu Feng quickly bats his hands away. "Sven, I'm warning you, never touch my hair again. If my hairstyle gets ruined, how will I ever find a girlfriend? Hey, aren't you forbidden from dating? Get lost. Moments later, players return to the pitch. Halftime nearing its end. Feyenoord content not to extend. The referee's whistle signals the end of the first half. Alright fans, let's take a short break. In the second half, we'll bring you even more thrilling action. Inside the stadium, fans' voices do not fade with the whistle. Hand in hand, Kameraden. Hand in hand, VR Feyenoord. It has been too long since they've savored such an exhilarating match. Now song becomes their vessel of pure unfiltered joy. After a brief intermission, the second half begins. Den Haag makes an early substitution, replacing defensive midfielder Malone and right back Myers, both booked in the first half. This precaution aims to avoid potential red cards and playing a man down. For the first 10 minutes, Den Haag's attacks grow noticeably sharper and more aggressive. Yet their limited technical quality restricts their threat. Feyenoord faces little pressure, while several swift counterattacks nearly widened the margin further. At the 56th minute, Feyenoord deliberately slows the tempo, circulating the ball patiently in their own half. Just as Den Haag pushes their line higher, preparing to press, Feyenoord abruptly shifts rhythm. Klaassen surges forward, dribbles past the advancing defender. What happens next? He slides it to Immers. Immers feeds Boetius on the left. Boetius advances, cuts inside, and threads a diagonal pass to Kaczmarski, who lets it run through. Lu Feng takes one touch, through on goal. Shot, goal. Goal. The stadium announcer screams himself a hat-trick. Feyenoord's masterful shift in tempo unlocks a dazzling team sequence, crowned by Lu Feng's lethal finish. 57th minute, 40. The outcome is now beyond doubt. Overwhelmed with elation, Lu Feng sprints toward the corner flag, arms wide open, then executes a flawlessly smooth sliding knee drop celebration. Inside, De Kuip fans erupt in near frenzy. Red flares ignite across the south stand. On the touchline, Van Bronckhorst embraces Van Gestel, passionately overcome with emotion. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. 3 emphatic exclamations, each underscoring the young head coach's uncontainable delight. This goal epitomizes collective synchrony and the flawless execution of tactics refined over his first month in charge. No moment better affirms his coaching authority. Come summer transfer window, he'll approach the board with renewed confidence and clearer demands. It fills him with profound optimism for himself and for the team's future. Play resumes. At the 65th minute, Feyenoord makes a tactical substitution. Lu Feng, the architect of tonight's hat-trick, is replaced by Tristura. The entire crowd rises, applauding the teenage sensation with thunderous, heartfelt ovation. Lu Feng, Lu Feng, Lu Feng. Lu Feng raises both hands, clapping vigorously in gratitude. Back on the bench, he slips on a down jacket handed to him, then greets each teammate with a firm celebratory handshake. What on earth? Why sub him off already? Exactly. I haven't had nearly enough of him yet. You newcomers don't get it. Lu Feng is still just a kid. The match is already won. If Den Haag turns reckless, he risks injury, and that would be far costlier. Absolutely. Resting him early is wise protection. After all, they're already up 40. 3 matches, 5 goals. A 16-year-old Lu Feng is rewriting the rules. How eagerly we await his arrival in Europe's elite leagues. No rush. Let him mature in Eredivisie for 2 more seasons. Rushing to the highest stage isn't always beneficial. On the pitch, play continues, but after the 40 lead, Den Haag effectively surrenders, and Feyenoord gradually eases off the accelerator. Deep into stoppage time, Feyenoord seals the result. A corner kick finds striker Kaczmarski's head. 50. In round 20 of the Eredivisie, Feyenoord demolishes Den Haag at home. Lu catch. Captain Klaassen hurls the match ball to Lu Feng, a symbolic reward for his hat-trick performance. Beaming, Lu Feng catches it. His first professional hat-trick, a keepsake he'll treasure forever. He poses for photos with the ball and posts one instantly on Weibo. Lu, tonight you've scored your first hat-trick. I'm taking you to Bodenero in Rotterdam for celebration. Van Beezen grins, mischievously draping an arm around Lu Feng's shoulder. Sven, beware. Someone might report you for corrupting a minor with alcohol. Lu Feng rolls his eyes. Oh shit, I'd forgotten you're still underage. Yet somehow you always seem older than me. Following this 3rd straight league win, Feyenoord climbs to 5th place. Just 2 points behind 4th-placed Vitesse and 5 behind 3rd-placed AZ Alkmaar. I'm just afraid that I will fall in love with you myself, not daring to get too close, fearing I have nothing to offer you. After just finishing the celebration banquet, Lu Feng returned to his dormitory. When he heard the ringtone of his phone, it was his head coach, Van Bronckhorst, calling. Lu, have you reached the dormitory? I'm already here. Is there something going on, sir? Well, I just received a call from the team manager, Martin. He mentioned that they received an interview request for you from a media outlet in China. The club wants to know your opinion before responding. Huh, an interview for me. Do you know which media outlet it is? Lu Feng was quite surprised to hear that a media outlet wanted to interview him, considering he had only played 3 professional matches. I think it's called World Football. Or was it Football of the World? It should be something like that. Football of the World. Am I really that impressive now? Van Bronckhorst didn't know the significance of Football of the World in the Chinese football scene, but Lu Feng, being a native Chinese, was very clear about it. This is the most important football program of CCTV Sports Channel, a flagship program that almost all football fans in the country watch. That's fine, sir. I have no problem with it. I'm available anytime. Alright, I'll reply to Martin immediately. They will arrange. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. You have another advertisement endorsement request sent to the club, also from China. It seems to be related to bottled water. I'll have the staff send it to your email. You can take a look. Van Bronckhorst added once more. Okay, sir. Thank you for your help. After hanging up, Lou Feng was puzzled. Am I really that popular in the country? I can't believe there are advertisement endorsements coming to me proactively. He then thought that the fan economy back home was quite insane. Those influencers with hundreds of thousands or even millions of followers could earn in billions just by live streaming sales each year. He now had about 2 million followers on Weibo, so it made sense that endorsements would seek him out. It's also time to find a manager, otherwise as these trivial matters increase, they will affect his training time. Thinking of this, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Xiao Feng. It should be around 9 o'clock over in the Netherlands, right? Is there something regarding Uncle Hu? Uncle Hu, am I bothering you? Is it convenient for you to talk now? What are you talking about? Why are you being so polite with Uncle Hu? With our relationship, just say what you have to say. Hee. Lu Feng scratched his head a bit awkwardly. Uncle Hu, I remember you mentioned before that you have an internationally recognized agent certification from FIFA, right? Yes, I've been certified for several years now and have signed a few domestic players. Why? Do you want me to be your agent? Your Uncle Hu would be thrilled. You have no idea how popular you are back home. Almost every day your news is every. Hearing Hu Bin say this, Lu Feng felt reassured. Then it's settled, Uncle Hu. The day after tomorrow, Football of the World will come to the Netherlands to do an interview with me, and there's also a commercial endorsement. I might need you to come to the Netherlands. Sure, Xiao Feng. CCTV is coming to do an interview with you. You're getting more and more impressive. Alright, I'll arrange my matters tomorrow and come over. To be fair, CCTV's efficiency is remarkable. The interview was confirmed on the evening of February 1st, and by the morning of February 3rd, the interview team from Football of the World arrived at the Valkenhoorn training base. Considering Lu Feng's age, the host leading the team this time was also a very young and beautiful woman, someone Lu Feng, who watched Football of the World almost every episode before his rebirth, recognized. Hello, Lu Feng. I am the host responsible for this interview. My name is Ma Fanshu, and I'm delighted to participate in this interview with you. It's great to finally meet you in person. Ma Fanshu was wearing a cream-colored down jacket, smiling as she looked at Lu Feng approaching, and then introduced him to several crew members accompanying her. Hello, Fanshu. Nice to meet you. Welcome to Valkenhoorn. Lu Feng enthusiastically greeted everyone. Afterward, under the guidance of the club staff, they went to the cafeteria and had breakfast together. Ma Fanshu introduced the interview arrangements to Lu Feng, mentioning that the primary focus today was to film Lu Feng's training. Then tomorrow, starting from when Lu Feng wakes up, they would follow him throughout the day, documenting his training and daily life, allowing fans to gain a deeper understanding of Lu Feng's life, followed by the interview in the afternoon. On the 5th, they would accompany him to the northern city of Heerenveen in the Netherlands to watch the 21st round of the Eredivisie, where Feyenoord was visiting Heerenveen. After the match, they would head directly from Heerenveen to Amsterdam to fly back to Beijing, as the sports channel had already announced that this episode would air in next Monday's Football of the World. Thus, the entire itinerary was quite packed. We have already communicated with your club, and as long as it doesn't affect your daily training and arrangements, we can shoot freely. So you don't have to worry about our presence disrupting your training time. We'll just train as usual. After Ma Fanshu finished explaining the entire schedule of the crew to Lu Feng, she added, Alright, Fanshu, you all have truly worked hard. It's no trouble at all of being able to do a program for our homegrown football prodigy makes us all happy. Since this segment of the schedule includes 3 matches over 8 days, the training won't be too intense these 2 days, primarily focusing on recovery and maintaining form. Lu, are those people here to film you? Van Beek was training alongside Lu Feng, doing leg raises. Yeah, they are from our domestic media, here to do an interview with me. Lu Feng replied casually. I really envy you. I've been in the first team for so long, yet I haven't even had a chance for. Van Beek said somewhat enviously, by the way, Lu, that female reporter looks really pretty. Can you help me get her contact information? Hee. Van Beek said cheekily. Get lost. See, when I'm telling you, just give up on that idea. What a joke, she's our national goddess. This guy is simply a toad wishing to eat swan meat. The camera also captured the playful interaction between Lu Feng and Van Beek, indicating that Lu Feng got along well with his teammates. Hu Bin arrived in Rotterdam in the afternoon. In the evening, Lu Feng treated the team and Hu Bin to an authentic Sichuan meal at Luojan's Sichuan restaurant. Lu Feng and Hu Bin also signed a management contract officially, making Hu Bin Lu Feng's agent. Uncle Hu, I'll be relying on you a lot from now on. Xiao Feng, I should be the one thanking you. Being able to become the agent for a future star like you is something so many people desire. With a manager now, Lu Feng had relieved himself of a worry. Future endorsements and advertisements would have professionals to handle them, as well as contracts from the club, preventing himself, a non-professional, from getting tangled up in these matters and delaying his main pursuits. Goal. The deafening scream of the live commentary echoed over the ADO Den Haag Stadium. This was the 21st round of the Eredivisie, a match between Heerenveen and Feyenoord, which had reached the 85th minute. Just moments ago, Lu Feng scored his 4th goal of the match with a direct free kick from 32 meters away, once again breaking through Heerenveen's defense. The broadcast zoomed in on the scoreboard, displaying a glaring score of 2-5. It's important to note that Heerenveen is not a weak team. This season, they had even ranked above Feyenoord at one point, and even now they were sitting at 8th in the league. Their star player, the young German forward Marco Uth, was currently only behind PSV's Memphis Depay and Luc de Jong on the scoring chart. Lu Feng, who had just scored a hat-trick in the previous match, was practically a godly presence in this game, continuing to maintain his extraordinary form. 4 goals and 1 assist, contributing to 5 goals on his own. In his consecutive 2 starts, Lu Feng presented a perfect score to Van Bronckhorst, repaying the coach's trust with astonishing performances. At 16 years old, participating in the top league for the first time, with 4 matches, 2 starts, 9 goals and 2 assists, contributing to 11 goals on his own. Who else could match that? After completing a quadruple, Lu Feng was substituted, and the entire crowd, including Heerenveen's fans, stood up to give this young talent a warm round of applause. In the VIP box, the interview team from Football of the World was also excitedly clapping their hands, their flushed faces showing just how thrilled they were. Lu Feng's perfect performance in this match also marked a perfect conclusion to their trip to the Netherlands. Lu Feng is truly evolving into a football prodigy. Across the entire global football landscape, who else can match this? Lu Feng is extraordinary. L'Equipe, a genius is born. The 16-year-old phenom single-handedly orchestrated 5 goals as Feyenoord secured a commanding 52 away victory over Heracles Almelo. Gazzetta dello Sport, the Eredivisie, renowned as a talent factory, has once again produced a brilliant young forward. For Serie A's resurgence, greater investment in youth development is imperative. Mundo Deportivo FC Barcelona is closely monitoring this Dutch-based prodigy, hailed as the Chinese Sprite. His future undoubtedly belongs at Camp Nou. The Sun reliable sources confirm Arsenal is in active discussions with Feyenoord regarding Lu Feng's potential transfer. China Football Daily, our teenage sensation Lu Feng has dazzled the Eredivisie with 9 goals in just 4 matches. His meteoric rise has drawn attention from elite clubs across Europe, marking the first time Lu Feng has captured sustained interest from mainstream media beyond the Netherlands. The next morning, as Lu Feng concluded his customary early training session and entered the canteen for breakfast, he spotted Justin van Beek and several teammates huddled together, animatedly discussing something on their phones. "What are you all up to? So cheerful." Lu Feng approached, tray in hand. "Whoa, Lu, perfect timing. We're reading about you," Justin exclaimed upon spotting him. "Sit down. Take a look. You've truly made it big this time." Van Beek eagerly handed Lu Feng his phone, scrolling through today's major headlines. Look at this photo. Absolutely brilliant." He chuckled, pointing to an image accompanying the news article. It showed Lu Feng sprinting toward the corner flag after scoring, carrying a towering 188 centimeters teammate on his back, none other than Van Beek himself. Lu Feng shot him a wry glance. "Sven, aren't you really praising yourself? You practically obscured my face. I'm barely recognizable." "Huh, I was talking about myself. Just tell me, don't you think it's stunning?" Sven grinned, mischievously tossing his head with playful flair. Uffed. A chorus of mocking groans erupted instantly. "Keep going, Lu. Aim for the golden boot by season's end." Captain Clausen walked over and clapped Lu Feng firmly on the shoulder. "The golden boot? That's impossible. I hope you're joking, Captain." Lu Feng nearly choked on his breakfast. "Hey, why not? Haven't you checked the top scorers table yet?" Justin interjected. "Right now you're 5th with 9 goals, just 6 behind top scorer Depay." Indeed, he hadn't even glanced at the standings. As a complete newcomer, having played only 4 professional matches, it felt almost presumptuous to contemplate such accolades. Hearing his teammates mention it, he realized, astonished, that he'd already climbed to 5th place on the scoring chart. "True, isn't it premature to talk about that? I've only played 4 games. Lu Feng replied modestly. "Don't worry, Lu, we'll all support you," Van Beek declared, slinging an arm around his shoulders. "Absolutely, we've got your back. Rest easy." Others chimed in enthusiastically. A golden boot before mid-season. Honestly, for a rookie like Lu Feng, the prospect was undeniably intoxicating. Yet Lu Feng remained self-aware. Though his 9 goals in 4 matches reflected genuine ability, much of his success stemmed from opponents' unfamiliarity with his style. After several standout performances and amplified media exposure, he knew such effortless opportunities would still, setting a bold goal offered inspiration, didn't it? Sunday, February 8, 2015. Eredivisie Matchday 22, Feyenoord hosted Cambuur. At the 82nd minute, the score stood at 21, Feyenoord leading at home. Due to fixture congestion, head coach Van Bronckhorst fielded mostly reserve players, granting key starters well-deserved. After all league campaigns demand endurance, Lu Feng sat on the bench, idly munching spicy strips, boredom creeping in as the match grew increasingly sluggish. "Looks like Lu Feng won't see the pitch today. He probably won't play. Seems our late-night vigil was in vain. 3 points are virtually secured, no need to risk him. Having played 3 matches and 8 days rest is only true. He's still growing after all. All right then, home win settled. Let's head upstairs." At the referee's final whistle, the scoreboard froze at 21. Feyenoord claimed 3 vital home points. Since Van Bronckhorst assumed charge, Feyenoord had surged with 5 consecutive wins in the second half of the 201,415 season, rapidly affirming the young Dutch manager's tactical acumen. Back home in Chengdu, Lu Jiangwo, "Hurry. The show's about to start, no dawdling." Coming. Li Hong sat on the sofa, nervous yet brimming with quiet pride. In the living room, Lu Feng's uncles, aunts, cousins, and elders gathered, eyes fixed intently on the television screen. As footsteps echoed, Lu Jiangwo entered carrying snacks and sunflower seeds, placing them neatly on the coffee table before settling into a seat. At 7:30 p.m., the broadcast began. Pure football, the ultimate pleasure. "Good evening. Welcome to Football Around the World, live from the studio. I'm host Duan Xian. Hello, I'm Ma Fanchu. Their voices filled the screen. Then Duan Xian continued. As fans know, Football Around the World, launched in 2000, has spotlighted countless global icons, Zidane, Beckham, Henry, unforgettable portraits etched in football history. This week's feature focuses on one individual, but unlike past episodes, he shares our skin tone, black hair, and dark eye. He is our compatriot, Lu Feng from Chengdu, Sichuan province, a true homegrown star. Fans, Ma Fanchu, you led the crew to distant Rotterdam for Lu Feng's debut exclusive interview. How would you describe diligent, humble, radiant, approachable? Without hesitation, Ma Fanchu named these qualities the moment Duan Xian asked, so this 16-year-old left a profoundly positive impression on you. Could you elaborate? No doubt every viewer at home is deeply curious about Lu Feng off the pitch. Certainly. Our schedule was exceptionally tight. We arrived at Feyenoord's training base, Valkenhorst, in Rotterdam on the morning of February 3rd, around 8:40 am. Training commenced at 9:30 am. Most players hadn't yet arrived. When we met Lu Feng, he'd already trained solo for 2 hours and was heading to the canteen for breakfast. Staff told us that since joining Feyenoord, even while still in the academy, he's consistently arrived at the training ground at 6:30 am, training alone until 8:30, then heading to breakfast. Without fail, even during club holidays he maintains this discipline. Because he lives in the on-site dormitory, local fans rarely catch sight of him despite frequent stakeouts outside the facility. Ma Fanchu's expression softened with unmistakable admiration for the 16-year-old. Lu Feng's mother, hearing these words, felt her nose sting and her eyes well with tears. That rascal. Back home, he couldn't drag himself out of bed before 7:30, even after repeated coaxing. Now thousands of miles away, with no one to wake him, he rises earlier than ever. Her voice broke into soft sobs. Those nearby comforted her. He's grown up, become responsible. Look, he's on national television. This is cause for joy. The more one spends time with him, the less he seems like a 16-year-old. There is not a hint of precocious triumph in Lu. He gets along harmoniously with his teammates, from the coaching staff to the players. Everyone adores this youngest yet remarkably accomplished member of the squad. Hearing fans say that, I find myself increasingly intrigued by our young prodigy. Duan Xian chimed in after Ma Fanchu finished speaking. Let us now hear how Lu Feng's teammates and coaches appraise him. As Duan Xian spoke, the television cut to interviews with Feyenoord's players and coaches. Lu is an extraordinarily gifted player born for football. From the moment I first saw him I was certain, so I brought him to Werkenwode. In him, I even glimpsed the shadow of my former teammate Ronaldinho, and he is more diligent than Ronaldinho. Yes, he is the hard-working version of Ronaldinho. His future is boundless. The head coach, Fan Billonhuosut, lavish praise without reserve. Indeed, Lu is unquestionably a genius. Have you ever seen any young player perform so outstandingly at 16? There is no doubt about it. I am honored to have witnessed 16-year-old Lu and to have taken part in his development, said assistant coach Fanjai Jest. Oh my God. Lu is the most outstanding young player I have seen. His technique and physical condition hardly resemble those of a 16-year-old. If not for the bone age tests, I would even suspect he had altered his age. That is how extraordinary he is. He is simply perfect, said fitness coach Wout Fan, deciding. You would not believe it. When GAO brought that scrawny-looking Lu before me, I thought he was mad. How could this child be placed into the U19 squad? He is not even 16 yet. Why not send him to U17 to train first? The facts showed GAO's I was right. He was not mad. Do you know? In less than half an hour, Lu completely won over that arrogant group of lads, myself included. Ha ha, said Feyenoord U19 coach Luo Imakai. Lu is my good friend. We are very close, and even share a dorm. He'll take you to see it later. His bed is always impeccably made. I tell him it's only for sleeping, no need to make such a fuss, but Lu is a rather dull fellow. Every day is training and more training. Sometimes he even drags me along, wasting my time to meet people online. Hey, I'm not bad-mouthing you, don't mess my hair, I have a date this afternoon. On camera, Lu Feng appeared ruffling Jai-siding by Luo's hair. From the first day Lu joined the first team, we became good friends. His arrival brought a new feeling to us. His diligence inspires each one of us. I'm grateful he is our teammate rather than an opponent. Otherwise I'd hate him to death. Many times we forget his age and treat him as a peer because he simply does not feel like a 16-year-old, neither on the pitch. Teammate Fanbank said. A sequence of interviews with coaches and teammates gave everyone a deeper understanding of. After yesterday's conclusion of the 22nd round of the Eredivisie, Feyenoord secured their 5th consecutive victory since the mid-season coaching change. Lu Feng did not play yesterday, but in the previous 4 rounds he had amassed 9 goals and 2 assists. A sublime run that many fans will remember. The camera returned and Duan Xian continued. In 2 starts he produced a hat-trick and then a 4-goal haul, creating records for Chinese players in the Eredivisie and even in Europe's major leagues. Next, through footage, let us once more admire Lu Feng's brilliant performances. Broadcast on Tianxia Zuqiu, Lu Feng's fame at home reached new heights. With renown came a stream of advertising and endorsement offers. As his agent Hu Bin has been exceedingly busy at home, constantly flying between cities. However, Lu Feng does not accept every endorsement. Hu Bin consults with Lu in advance before making any decisions. Fans were abuzz online, many already imagining Lu Feng wearing the national jersey and fighting for his country. But these matters had little effect on Lu Feng. Far across the ocean, he continued day by day to follow his plan. The date was February 15th, 2015, the 23rd round of the Eredivisie. Feyenoord traveled to Ermeluo to face Heracles, a lower mid-table team. It was the 40th minute of the first half, and the score remained 0-0. It seems Feyenoord's players are not in form today. Lu Feng appeared a touch impatient and just skewed a hurried shot in the box, missing an excellent opportunity to change the score. On the Tencent Sports broadcast, commentator Zhang Jun said with some regret, that is indeed a pity. Young players sometimes have had it too easy for Lu Feng. This may not necessarily be a bad thing, his partner Zhang Lu agreed. The first half is nearly over. I hope head coach Fan Ballon will give the players a reminder at halftime. Just then Heracles won the ball in midfield. Watch the home side's counter midfielder Bulunsi slips past the pressing Emosi and lays a through ball. Danger. Number 11 Lin Son is through. He shoots. Goal. In the final minute of the first half, the home side Heracles score on the counter. 10 Heracles lead Feyenoord. On the sideline, Fan Ballon, watching his team concede so close to halftime, stamped his foot in fury. As the referee blew for halftime, the players filed toward the dressing rooms. Tuoni Nike, get ready to warm up. He'll bring you on in the second half, Fan Ballon shouted to substitutes Wei Laina and Kersi Dupu, then strode toward the players' tunnel without looking back. In the visitors' dressing room, Feyenoord's players sat on benches, breathing heavily. Some hung their heads, some leaned against lockers with towels over their faces. The room was quiet. Captain G. Laxi was about to say something to ease the suffocating atmosphere when the door opened and Fan Ballon, all right lads, look here. Fan Ballon clapped his hands to focus the players' attention. My God, you played the first half like a pile of dogs hit. After a 5-game winning run, do you think you are invincible? Do you no longer respect anyone? I understand players have off days, but that is no excuse for a professional. Wula Luzi, look at your performance. Your right flank was a sieve in the first half. They'll replace you at halftime. And Kalemi, you are off at halftime too. If you cannot run, I will put someone younger in. Fan Ballon showed no mercy even to the veterans. UD, as the last shield of our midfield, look at what you've done. You bear the main responsibility for that goal. Even Captain G. Laxi was named in the criticism. The players dared not breathe. Lu Feng, who had been trying to remain invisible, started at the call and sat up straight. Tactics like today, when the opponent assigns 1 or even 2 men to mark you personally, will only become more common. You must adapt. This is something you must experience and conquer. Football is an 11-player game. If the opponent adds a man to mark you, their defense will inevitably leave other gaps. Work more with your teammates. Trust them. Do you understand? Yes, sir, I understand. Okay. Now I will lay out the tactics for the second half. The second half has begun. Feyenoord opens the second half with a double substitution. Right back Bram van den Bomen, who delivered an underwhelming performance in the first half, is replaced by 19-year-old rising star Calvin Stengs. Meanwhile, veteran midfielder Karim El Amadi makes way for another 19-year-old midfield prospect Orkun Kaku. Commentator Zhang Jun explains Feyenoord's tactical adjustments to viewers live. We observe a clear shift in Feyenoord's formation from the first half 433 to something markedly different. Lu Feng has shifted centrally, now operating behind the dual strikers Kazim and Boetius, effectively assuming the role of a shadow striker. Captain Tyrell Malaysia and Imre Vliegen now form a double pivot in midfield, while Kaku pushes forward. Moreover, both fullbacks advance far more aggressively than they did before halftime. Manager Giovanni van Bronckhorst's tactical evolution proves intriguing. Let us see whether this reconfigured Feyenoord can deliver a fresh, visually compelling spectacle on the pitch. Lu Feng possesses no weak foot, and Van Bronckhorst has long experimented with various formations during training, placing him as a shadow striker being one such recurring drill. Thus, Lu Feng adapts seamlessly to his sudden central repositioning. Heracles Almolo's defenders, however, struggle to recalibrate. Their first-half man-marking scheme, reinforced by coordinated double teams against Lu Feng, suddenly collapses into confusion. This grants Lu Feng significantly more space on the ball, and Feyenoord's attack instantly regains fluidity. At the 52nd minute, right-back Calvin Stengs surges forward along the flank and delivers a precise low cross from the byline to Lu Feng. Lu Feng feints a shot before slipping a perfectly timed pass to Kazim, who finishes with clinical precision. 11. Feyenoord equalizes within 10 minutes of the second half's kickoff. This goal dispels the team's first-half lethargy. Yet Heracles swiftly regroups and responds with immediate. They withdraw forward and introduce a defensive midfielder, then retreat en masse into a compact, deep defensive block, determined to protect their hard-earned point. Thereafter, the match devolves into a relentless half-field offensive drill by Feyenoord. But home supporters grow restless. This is, after all, their stadium. Over 13,000 fans at the Quip Stadium voice their frustration through waves of loud, sustained boos. Yet these do nothing to sway their manager's resolve. In his view, engaging Feyenoord, an opponent riding high on surging momentum, in open symmetrical combat, would be profoundly unwise. Facing Heracles' impenetrable defensive wall, Lu Feng recalls his manager's halftime instructions: remain patient, trust his technique and dribbling prowess, and weave intelligent combinations with teammates until an opening emerges. That opening arrives at the 85th minute. Lu Feng collects the ball just outside the penalty area. Surrounded by 4 defenders, he pulls left with his left foot, then flicks the ball backward with his heel to Imre Vliegen and sprints forward. Vliegen without breaking stride executes a delicate chipped pass that finds Lu Feng's run into the box, where he immediately confronts a two-man defensive trap. With the ball soaring toward him, Lu Feng deflects it subtly with his right shoulder toward the left front quadrant, then lifts it deftly over the nearest defender with his left foot. Slipping through the narrow gap between two defenders, he meets the on-rushing goalkeeper and guides a gentle, perfectly placed header over the keeper's outstretched hands and into the net. Magnificent. Goal. 21. A flawless testament to Lu Feng's extraordinary individual brilliance. The ball seems magnetically fused to his body. He moves like a martial arts master from Jin Yang's novels, gliding through dense clusters of opponents with his Lingbo Weibo steps rendering every defender little more than a motionless training dummy. What an astonishing strike. As Van Bronckhorst predicted, Lu Feng's finish bears an uncanny resemblance to Ronaldinho's artistry. Brilliant. This goal deserves top billing in this week's Top 10 Goals segment on Sky Sports Football. No other contender comes close. Lu Feng celebrates exuberantly, sprinting toward the away supporters section and tapping his forehead with his raised, a gesture confirming it was a header. Indeed, his very first in professional football, a milestone worthy of celebration. At 85 minutes, this is effectively a match-winning strike. When the referee's final whistle pierces the air, Feyenoord's players exhale deeply in collective relief. The contest proved arduous. Sluggish early play led to conceding first, then a prolonged siege against Heracles' resolute deep-lying defense. To secure victory and 3 vital points under such pressure is a triumph of resilience and composure. The next day, headlines across Dutch newspapers proclaim his magic endures. Analysts wonder how long this prodigy, who recently shattered the Eredivisie's youngest-ever appearance record, will continue to defy expectations. Lu Feng's name dominates coaching circles across the league. Opponents pore over footage, searching desperately for ways to contain this slippery, elusive talent, like trying to grasp eel oil with bare hands. Many also debate how long Feyenoord's unbeaten streak will last, and who, if anyone, might finally crack their goal. Thud, thud, thud. The sharp, hollow echo of football striking leather reverberates across the vast, empty training ground. It is already past 4 in the afternoon. Lu Feng trains alone. Nearby, an automated ball machine sits idle as he practices long-range shots. Hey, Lu. Come here a moment. Manager Van Bronckhorst approaches and calls out. Sir, is there something you need? Lu Feng jogs over and wipes sweat from his brow with a towel. Nothing urgent. I simply noticed you training solo this morning and now again at this hour. Thought I'd say hello. He gestures toward the grass beside them. It's a rest day. Didn't you consider going out? Honestly, Lu, you don't seem like a 16-year-old at all. Van Bronckhorst's unexpected remark momentarily stuns Lu Feng. Well, honestly, I'm not sure where to go or what to do. Nothing feels particularly appealing, so I'd rather use the time to improve myself. He scratches his head sheepishly. Lu, your dedication is evident to everyone, but remember you're still young. Overtraining may harm your long-term development. Do you understand what I mean? Seeing Lu Feng fall silent, Van Bronckhorst softens his tone, fearing he may have dampened the boy's passion. Actually, I wanted to ask, beyond football, do you have other interests? Hobbies you enjoy during your free time? Hobbies. Well, football is my greatest passion, and I love music. Occasionally, I play Pro Evolution Soccer in the dorm with Justin, though he's out today. What an exceptional young man. Van Bronckhorst reflects quietly. Could it be that Chinese youth are universally this disciplined and grounded? In that moment, he feels a genuine urge to visit China himself. All right, Lu, I simply want you to know that proper rest and recovery are your best allies. Let's call it a day. Go shower, don't catch a chill. He claps Lu Feng on the shoulder and watches the energetic teenager stride confidently toward the dressing room before turning toward his own office. Lu Feng fully understands his manager's concern, yet he carries immense weight upon his shoulders, his father's unwavering expectations, the boundless hopes of countless fans back home, and his own lifelong dream. These are the unrelenting forces that drive him, never permitting a single moment of slack. After the rest day, it is time for regular training. On February 17th, at 9:30 a.m. Rotterdam time, the training ground at the Valkenhof base. The players of Feyenoord are lined up listening to the speech of head coach Giovanni Van Bronckhorst ahead. In the last match, I believe, everyone knows that your performance was not satisfactory. We must understand that our goal this season is to secure 3rd place and fight for 2nd. Currently ranked 4th, we are still 3 points behind 3rd-placed Alkmaar. Therefore, we have no right to slack off. The professional league is that cruel. If you stop running forward, the other teams will not stop to give you a breather. The teams behind us will kick us hard from behind and climb over our heads. Now tell me loudly. Do you want to be kicked again by the teams we have already surpassed? No, we do not want to. Very good. Now follow Paul to warm up first, after which Wouter will arrange anaerobic endurance training for you. Oh God, I hate endurance training. Many players began to wail upon hearing about the endurance training. Shut up. Wouter makes sure to push me hard. Anyone who slacks off will double their training. Upon hearing the boss speak again, those who were yelling quickly closed their mouths. Today's anaerobic endurance training mainly focuses on enhancing speed. The players are divided into groups of 5 practicing full-speed sprints, quick turnarounds, and sprints again. Sven, go a bit faster. I know this is not your limit. Accelerate. Yes, run. Congolo. Focus on your own tasks. Don't look around. Lu, pay attention to your rhythm. A bit faster. The players are sweating profusely on the training ground, and the unique voice of Van Bronckhorst echoes throughout the base. After completing a round, most players lie sprawled on the grass, their chests heaving up and down. By the later rounds, several players have started to throw up. Fortunately, the staff had prepared trash cans in advance, otherwise the cleaning crew would have faced a disaster. When everyone was about to give up, the endurance training finally came to an end. Good. Everyone take a 15-minute break and later go to the therapy room for muscle relaxation and massage by the therapist. Van Bronckhorst shouted to everyone. Lou, help me a bit, I can hardly stand up. Van Bijk lay on the ground wailing. Sven, I have no energy left to let me lie down for a bit. If I had known, I would have eaten less for breakfast. That vomit just now was a waste of food. You're right, Lou. You eat the most every morning. Ooh, what a waste. Justin said from the side. Justin, how about I bring you what Lou just threw up and you can eat it again, so it won't be a waste. Suddenly, Wylena, lying next to Lou, blurted out a shocking remark. Justin looked at Wylena in shock, then seemed to think of something and quickly rushed to the trash can. Ugh. Everyone saw Justin's miserable state and burst into laughter. Due to still catching their breath, a coughing sound followed. After a while, Justin finally caught his breath and glared at Wylena. Tony, you are just too disgusting. I'm going to kill you. Time quickly moved to February 22nd, Sunday. Today is the 24th round of the Eredivisie, with Feyenoord facing SBV Excelsior at home. This is also Feyenoord's last match of the month. Hand-in-hand kameraden, hand-in-hand VR Feyenoord. Want the club die stot VR Allen. In die laat ons niet in de steek. At Feyenoord Stadium, the fans are already singing their team anthem, and the atmosphere in the stadium has reached a peak even before the match starts. With 6 consecutive wins in the second half, Feyenoord's fans feel like it's a festival. The home stadium is filled with nearly 5,000 seats, and many fans outside the stadium who couldn't buy tickets are cheering for their beloved team from the square outside. In the home team's locker room, head coach Van Bronckhorst is conducting the final motivational speech. Alright guys, in the match that took place yesterday, our rival Alkmaar lost to the league leaders PSV Eindhoven away. If we win today, we will be level on points with them and surpass them on goal difference, moving up to 3rd place. So guys, today in our home stadium, listen to how happy the fans outside are. They are cheering for us. We have no reason to back down. Let's smash SBV Excelsior and take all 3 points. Let's crush them. Take all 3 points. The players are fired up, shouting along with their coach. Good evening, fans. I'm Jean-June, and welcome to the live broadcast of the Eredivisie Round 24, with Feyenoord playing against SBV Excelsior at home. This match is still being commented on by me and Jean-Lu. The players from both sides have entered the field, and the fans in the stadium are very enthusiastic. We can hear the fans outside loudly cheering for Lou Feng's name, and as compatriots we feel honored at this moment. Alright, with the referee's whistle, the match begins. Internationally renowned sports protection brand Gispin brings you into this Eredivisie live broadcast. While the match has just started, let me introduce the starting lineup for this game. The home team Feyenoord is still deploying their favored 433 formation. In goal, it's still their starting goalkeeper number 16, Overmeer. The defense line from left to right consists of number 18 Nascimento, number 5, Congolo, number 22, Van Bijk, and number 26, Karsdorp. In midfield, we have number 8, Ahmadi, number 10, Immers, and number 6, the on-field captain Jalasi. On the forward line, we have right winger number 11, Lou Feng, while number 21, Molina, is positioned as left winger, and center forward remains number 15, Kazım. The away team, SBV Excelsior, is also deploying a traditional 433 formation today. In goal, it's number 16, Udamon. The defense line from left to right consists of number 5, Bakeppas, number 12, Matic, number 6, O. Fischer, and number 24, Bovenberg. The midfield trio includes number 4, Kruiges, number 10, Stans, and number 23, Bruins. On the forward line, there's left winger number 11, Van Mehem, right winger number 7, Botaka, and center forward number 9, Van Velt. The match continues. Today, Feyenoord is playing very aggressively, almost pinning SBV Excelsior in their half during these opening minutes. In the 10th minute, Immers is dribbling the ball, and Lou Feng is signaling from the side. Immers passes the ball to Lou Feng. Let's go push forward. Lou Feng speeds down the flank, facing 2 defenders with consecutive stepovers, then passes to Kazım, who comes to Lou Feng, and Kazım execute a wall pass and penetrate the penalty area. Facing the defense, Lou Feng pulls back with his left foot and shoots with his right foot. The ball is in. 1-0. Feyenoord scores the first goal of the match in the 10th minute following a series of passes. Excited, Lou Feng runs toward the south stand, turning his back to the fans, giving a thumbs up with both hands pointing to the fans on site are screaming his name. Too amazing. Really too amazing. Scoring in every match, Lou Feng is treating the Eredivisie like his middle school league. Has the Eredivisie really become this week? In 6 matches, 11 goals, averaging nearly 2 goals per game. Incredible. I thought this season's Ronaldo was impressive, but didn't expect another Lou Feng would emerge in the Eredivisie. Of course, the Eredivisie cannot be compared to La Liga. Our king of balls, Lou Feng, is awesome. Forget about Ronaldo and Messi, they can all step aside. After Lou Feng's goal, the comments in the live broadcast are also very lively. It seems Lou Feng is in great form today, scoring the first goal for the team just 10 minutes into the match, maintaining his excellent streak of consecutive goals. Jean-June couldn't help but express his admiration. After the restart, the SVB elite did not recklessly engage in an all-out attack against Feyenoord despite conceding a goal. Instead, they continued to solidify their defense. On the other hand, Feyenoord, who took the lead first, did not abandon their offensive efforts, so the battle of attack and defense continued into the first half. With teammates previously discussing how to help Lu Feng climb the scoring charts, everyone was now seizing the opportunity to assist Lu Feng with passes, taking advantage of the opponent's relative weakness. The SVB elite also noticed this, tightening their defense around Lu Feng. Even though Lu Feng's breakthroughs were sharp, he found few opportunities. Lu Feng quickly observed this, and during a dead ball moment found his teammate Valena, who was playing as the left winger today. Tony, their defense is focused on me now, so you'll have a lot of space on the left. I will draw their fire with my breakthrough. I'll be ready to assist at any time. No problem, brother. Just watch. He then signaled to Immers, indicating him to keep an eye on opportunities on the left. The match quickly reached the 32nd minute of the first half. Lu Feng received a pass and feigned a drive towards the baseline, attracting 3 defenders, then suddenly flicked a no-look pass with his left foot to Immers, who was advancing in the center. Immers did not hesitate at all and delivered a precise through ball. Valena, who had been waiting for an opportunity on the left, sprang into action like a coiled venomous snake. With the focus of the SVB elite's defense drawn to Lu Feng, Valena smoothly found himself in an unknown situation. Facing the goalkeeper, he executed a beautifully smooth shot. 2-0. In the 32nd minute of the first half, Valena helped Feyenoord extend their lead at home. Valena was also very pleased after scoring, retreating towards the corner area while pointing at Lu Feng, urging him to celebrate the goal together. On the sidelines, Van Bronckhorst also applauded the players. He was happy that they could make the right adjustments based on the situation. He felt delighted at the growing maturity of his beloved disciple Lu Feng. This goal clearly shows that Lu Feng's vision is maturing. He understands how to create favorable space for his teammates even when trapped in tight defense. The 16-year-old Lu Feng is truly promising. Sigh. That's right, football is fundamentally a team sport. Lu Feng can be the aggressive striker or a decoy to draw fire, which is the quality a mature professional player should possess. With a 2-0 lead, Feyenoord slightly slowed the pace of the game. As the referee's whistle blew, the first half quickly came. As Lu Feng walked towards the locker room with his teammates, he heard a familiar voice calling in Mandarin at the tunnel entrance. Lu Feng, over here. Look this way. Lu Feng turned towards the sound and saw several East Asian faces, specifically Chinese faces. They spoke fluent and friendly Mandarin, and among the crowd was Luo Jun, the owner of the Chinese restaurant he frequently visited, smiling at him. Seeing Lu Feng looking their way, the dozen or so people were even more excited, waving the 5-star red flags they were holding. Lu Feng also waved back at them, feeling a strange sense of warmth in his heart at seeing compatriots cheering for him. He then took off his jersey and threw it towards them, which elicited a cheer from the crowd. A few Dutch girls nearby, upon seeing Lu Feng take off his shirt and reveal his toned abs, immediately screamed. Seeing the girls rushing at him like wolves, Lu Feng hurriedly dashed into the player tunnel. Hey Lu, why are you running? Those girls were quite pretty, weren't they? Why not get their contact info? I'm sure they would love it. At this moment, Van Beek came up from behind, playfully draping an arm around Lu Feng's shoulder. Get lost, Swen. Why don't you go? Lu Feng rolled his eyes in response. Van Beek shrugged and remarked, they weren't coming for me. UID need to be useful for it to matter. Alright Swen, don't lead Lu astray. He's still a kid. The coach kicked Van Beek on the backside from behind. Hey, Gio, stop kicking but it can't get any bigger or I won't be able to run. Then you'll scold me for not running. Ha ha ha. This lively character instantly drew a burst of laughter. It seemed the Feyenoord players, with their 2-goal lead, were also quite relaxed. After a brief rest, the second half of the match quickly began. As the second half kicked off, the visiting team SVB Elite made a substitution. They substituted number 23 Bruins with number 18 Welmerong, replacing a defensive midfielder with an attack. It seems SVB is not willing to simply concede the 3 points to their opponents. They still want to fight at Feyenoord Stadium. Sure enough, the SVB Elite started the second half with an intense offensive push, wanting to show Feyenoord that taking 3 points from them wouldn't be that easy. In the 52nd minute of the match, the SVB Elite capitalized on a corner kick, seizing a second chance opportunity at the edge of the penalty area. Welmerong, who came on in the second half, scored with a world-class long-range shot, bringing the score to 2-1. This goal also awakened the slightly distracted Feyenoord players, making them realize that a 2-goal lead was not as... It was also possible for the opponent to turn the game around. Everyone focus. Karami, you lost your position just now. Concentrate. Amadi, who was called out, raised his hand to indicate that he understood. It's fine. It's fine. Just focus on defense, and we'll score another one later. Lu Feng also clapped to signal his teammates to maintain their momentum. Damn, don't mess this up. I just got one. 5. Help me, king of goals. No worries. There's still plenty of time. Haha, I also just got one. 5 goals, not worried at all. Just give me a pass, and I'm flying. The match continued. With the SVB Elite just having pulled 1 goal back, they instantly saw hope for points, thus intensifying their offensive. In the 63rd minute, it was another corner for SVB Elite. Smack. The corner was taken, and Van Beek got to the first header, clearing the ball. This time, Immers got the second ball and passed it to Amadi. Karami. Lu Feng sprinted forward while loudly calling out. Amadi, not waiting for the defenders to close, and sent a long ball looking for Lu Feng. Lu Feng lifted his head to observe the ball's landing, and Matty followed closely behind. Beautiful. A left-footed touch, controlling and maneuvering the ball. Lu Feng's control over the ball's landing was incredibly precise, not giving Matty a chance to challenge him physically. Lu Feng got past Matty and was unioned. Oh no, penalty. That should be a penalty. Matty tackled Lu Feng from behind. Indeed, he intended to take Lu Feng down just outside the penalty area, but Lu Feng was too fast. As Matty lunged, Lu Feng had already carried the ball into the penalty area. Beep. The moment Matty heard the whistle, he knew his fate, so he lay on the grass with his hands covering his face. The referee first pointed to the penalty spot, and then pulled a red card from his pocket. Red penalty package. 666. Thanks, King of Goals. You still got it. Lu Feng sat on the ground, adjusting his socks before standing up and jumping in place. No problem. He was mentally prepared the moment he got past Matty, because after that he would be unioned. Matty, who couldn't catch up, could only foul. Lu, you come. Go for it. At this moment, Kazim, the team's primary penalty taker, walked over, handing the ball to Lu Feng and patting him on the shoulder. Thank you. Lu Feng gave him a determined look. He gently placed the ball on the penalty spot, stood up, and took a deep breath. He stepped back, took a run-up, swung his leg, and shot. The ball went in. 3-1. Goal. In the 67th minute, Feyenoord led visiting SVB Elite 31 at home. Lu Feng was substituted off in the 75th minute. Later in the 87th minute, center forward Kazim scored a powerful header from a corner kick. The final score stood at 41. After the match, Lu Feng and his teammates erupted into jubilant celebration in the dressing room. When head coach Frank de Boer entered, Lu, come with me. We're attending the post-match press conference. Me? A press conference? Lu Feng blinked, momentarily stunned by the unexpected summons. Truth be told, he still felt awkward navigating interviews, so after every match, he deliberately slipped away before journalists could spot him, leaving many reporters repeatedly disappointed. Yes, exactly you. Come along. Relax. You'll be fine and I'll be right beside you. He smiled warmly and gently clapped Lu Feng on the shoulder. It's high time you met the uncoronated kings of the press. Moments later, Lu Feng followed de Boer into the press room, where SVB Elite's delegation had already concluded their briefing and departed. As Lu Feng and de Boer stepped inside, the room erupted in a rapid-fire chorus of camera shutters. Click, click. The assembled journalists gazed upon his unusually youthful face and thought, at last, we finally cornered this young prodigy. This lad rarely left the training complex, like a hermit absorbed in his craft, and vanished like an eel the moment matches ended, leaving reporters utterly baffled. No sooner had Lu Feng and de Boer taken their seats than journalists below began eagerly raising their hands, claiming, Hello, Lu. I'm a reporter from Feyenoord Daily. The first journalist called upon was a portly, affable man who rose to introduce himself. As a rookie in professional football, you've scored in every single match since your debut. What's your secret? A secret. My secret is unwavering daily discipline, absolute devotion to the beautiful game, and an unquenchable hunger for victory. Lu Feng spoke calmly into the microphone. Feyenoord Daily, being the club's official voice, was granted priority, not only to set the tone, but also to ease Lu Feng's nerves, a thoughtful gesture indeed. Next came a question from De Telegraaf, Amsterdam's venerable Dutch newspaper, its intent notably more pointed. Hello, Lu. I'm from De Telegraaf. Today we saw you step up to take the penalty kick. Yet we understand Kazim is Feyenoord's designated primary penalty taker. Did you request this role yourself? A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses rose to ask. Lu Feng was slightly taken aback. The truth was plain to all on the pitch. Kazim had voluntarily handed him the ball. This line of questioning clearly aimed to stir internal discord. This was prearranged before kickoff. From now on, Lu Feng is Feyenoord's undisputed first-choice penalty taker, unless he's absent from the field, in which case the responsibility passes to others. That's settled. Head coach de Boer leaned into the microphone with a serene smile, defusing the tension with quiet authority. We heard you initially attended Ajax's future youth academy trial upon arriving in the Netherlands. What led you instead to Feyenoord? Another journalist interjected. Yes. Back then, my early mentor in China and my current agent secured me that trial invitation, but unfortunately I fell ill on the day and performed poorly. The trial did not go as hoped. And why Feyenoord? That was pure serendipity. My coach, Mr. Giovanni, brought me to Rotterdam, to this magnificent club. For that I am profoundly grateful. Perhaps it was fate, and undoubtedly the best decision I've ever made, de Boer added with warm affirmation. Feyenoord surged to an astonishing 7-match winning streak, displaying exceptional balance and cohesion in both attack and defense. Their league position rose smoothly to third place. In the Eredivisie standings, PSV Eindhoven led with 60 points, Ajax trailed closely with 58, Feyenoord sat third with 47 points, tied on points with AZ Alkmaar, who ranked fourth due to a slightly inferior goal difference. This season, PSV and Ajax stood leagues apart, so unless unforeseen upheavals occurred, Feyenoord's chances of overtaking them remained slim. Dutch media outlets lavished praise upon Feyenoord without restraint. All eyes turned to one burning question: who could possibly halt Feyenoord's meteoric ascent? And when would their star prodigy Lu Feng finally pause his relentless scoring? Yet the answer arrived far sooner than anyone imagined. In their first match of March, the 25th Eredivisie round, Feyenoord traveled to Utrecht and drew 0-0. Feyenoord's winning streak had finally ended. Fortunately, AZ Alkmaar, level on points, suffered a shocking away defeat against relegation-threatened go-ahead Eagles. A silver lining indeed. Following the draw in Utrecht, Feyenoord rebounded with 3 consecutive emphatic victories, including a decisive win over direct title-chasing rivals AZ Alkmaar. The results across March's 3 fixtures were: March 8th, Eredivisie round 26, home 30 versus FC Breda. Lou Fong started and scored twice. March 15th, Eredivisie round 27, away 21 versus Dordrecht. Lou Fong came on in the 65th minute and scored. March 22nd, Eredivisie round 28, away 41 versus AZ Alkmaar. Lou Fong started, scored twice, and provided 1 assist. After 4 March fixtures, Feyenoord firmly consolidated 3rd place. Lou Feng's tally climbed to a staggering 17 goals, just 2 shy of Memphis Depay's league-leading 19. Only then did observers realize Lou Fong had quietly ascended to 2nd place on the scoring chart. Within striking, everyone knew well 2 goals were mere moments for this young scoring machine. Once again, the press erupted in awe. The super abnormal has arrived. While most strikers netted a handful across an entire season, this phenom had already surpassed their totals before even reaching the halfway mark. This feat transcended the label of prodigy. Overseas media swiftly concluded the Eredivisie had declined in stature. Whether or not the league had truly waned, however, rested most authentically with its defenders. After all, raw statistics tell only part of the story. Only those who'd faced Lou Fong firsthand could fathom his terrifying brilliance. Following the resounding victory over AZ Alkmaar, international football entered its first FIFA match window of 2015. Feyenoord's outstanding second-half campaign earned several players national call-ups. Captain Leroy Fer and right-back Rick Karsdorp joined the Netherlands national team. Center-forward Kazim earned select. Watching his teammates depart for national duty, Lou Fong felt deep admiration. Representing one's country on the world stage remains the highest honor for any professional footballer, a profound validation of excellence. Yet his youth offered promise. Someday he would surely don the iconic red jersey embroidered with 5 golden stars. Although it is an international match day, the club's regular training must continue as usual. In the therapy room of the Valkenhorst training base, Lou Fong is enjoying a massage from the therapist. Paul, when can I start training to strengthen my core strength? I feel that my muscle power is still insufficient, and sometimes when facing those strong defenders I struggle when they put their weight on me. Lou Fong lay on the massage table looking at the assistant coach, Ben Gastel, as he spoke. Lou, there's no need to rush. The coaching team is conducting a comprehensive assessment for you. We will gradually increase your core strength and muscle group training starting from next season. Van Gastel said with a smile as he looked at Lou Fong. You are a technical player. Premature muscle gain and high-intensity strength training can affect your body's flexibility. In fact, your current condition is already among the best in your age group. Don't underestimate yourself. With your excellent skills, why compete physically with those muscle-bound guys? Alright, I understand. Thank you, Paul. Time has reached April 5th, 2015. In the 29th round of the Eredivisie, Feyenoord will face the league leaders PSV Eindhoven at home. This match is not only Feyenoord's strongest opponent in the last few rounds of the league, but also a direct confrontation between the top 2 scorers in the current scoring chart. Even before the match began, many media outlets had started to hype it up, and fans were debating online about who would ultimately be the best scorer of the season. However, both Depay and Lou Fong, the 2 parties involved, were very humble during interviews, expressing admiration for each other and uniformly stating that the team's victory was far more important than their individual goals. At 3:30 p.m. local time in Rotterdam, 9:30 p.m. Beijing time, this highly anticipated match. Good evening, fans. I am Jean June. Welcome to the live broadcast of the focus match of the 29th round of the Eredivisie, where Feyenoord hosts PSV Eindhoven, brought to you by me and Coach Jean. The match has started. Let me first introduce the starting lineup for this match. Both teams have lined up in the traditional 433 formation. Feyenoord's starting goalkeeper is still number 16, Vermeer. The defenders from left to right are number 18, Nelum, number 5, Congolo, and his old partner number 22, Van Beek, with the left back being the outstanding young talent this season, Karsdorp. The 3 midfielders are still the veteran number 8, Almaty, number 10, Immeris, and the captain number 6, Clacy. On the forward line, we have number 11, Lou Fong, playing as the right winger, and number 7, Boetius, on the left, while the center forward remains number 15, Kazim. On the PSV side, the starting goalkeeper is number 1, Zoet. The defenders from left to right are number 15, Williams, number 3, Rekik, number 5, Jeffrey, and number 20, Burnett. The 3 midfielders are number 6, Mar, number 18, Guardado, and number 10, Wijnaldum. On the forward line, we have number 11, Nursing, and their talented forward number 7, Memphis Depay, with the center forward still being the already famous number 9, Luc de Jong. In this match, besides Depay, the player to watch for Feyenoord is Luc de Jong, who is currently the 2nd top scorer in PSV after Depay, having scored 15 goals in the league, just 2 behind Lou Fong. Of course, the biggest highlight of this match is still the 2 young talents, Lou Fong and Memphis Depay, who have been hyped the most by the media lately. And we can see from today's lineup that Lou Fong is playing as a right winger, while Depay is on the left, perfectly matched against each other. We can directly witness the intense clash between today's hottest strikers in the Eredivisie. As the match began, PSV Eindhoven launched a fierce attack, showcasing the momentum of the league leaders. However, Feyenoord with the home advantage was not timid at all and fought back against PSV, thrilling the fans watching this. In the third minute of the match, Depay successfully cut inside after receiving the ball on the wing, and his curling shot after breaking past Karsdorp just grazed the far post before going out of play, signaling the start of PSV's offensive surge. In the 5th minute, Feyenoord answered back. Lufong received a long pass from Immeris and made a back pass near the goal line, but unfortunately the following Jelis's shot was slightly too high. In the 10th minute, Wijnaldum's accurate cross from the wing found Luc de Jong, whose header was punched out by Vermeer. Following the corner kick, Depay's volley at the far post hit the goalpost and bounced out. In the 22nd minute, Lufong received the ball at midfield, dribbled past 3 players, and took a lob shot from over 20 meters at the edge of the penalty area, but it soared just over the crossbar. The pace of attack and defense was extremely fast, and after nearly half an hour both teams' players were already showing signs. Lufong was also panting heavily. This was the most exciting match he had played since joining the first team. The adrenaline and dopamine in his body surged rapidly. This also led to some larger movements during scrimmages and physical confrontations. When the match reached the 32nd minute, a slight conflict arose in midfield, and the referee issued yellow cards to Clacy and Guardado, calming the heated players on the field. It is truly rare to see such a high-level, high-intensity match in the Eredivisie. Jean June exclaimed in the broadcast, look at this opportunity. Center forward Kazim has arrived at the wing, and he has gotten past. On the other side, Lufong is already in position, raising his hand to call for the ball. Kazim crosses, and it's a bit too far back. Watch Lufeng's scissor kick. Wow, beautiful. The ball is in. The movement was very graceful. Goal. The commentator onside almost lost his voice from shouting. As the match reached the 37th minute, Lufong's extremely graceful scissor kick helped Feyenoord playing at home break 1-0. After scoring, Lufong excitedly rushed to the corner area, and the Feyenoord players who followed piled on him, creating a human pyramid. The fans on site were also cheering enthusiastically. The whole stadium was chanting Lufong's name. The bullet screen in the domestic live broadcast was also scrolling quickly. Lufong is awesome. Long live Lufong. Simply a god descending to earth. King Wind is amazing. Beautiful. That goal was truly spectacular. The opposing goalkeeper was stunned. I declare, the best goal of the week is born. The best of the week is, it might even be the best of the season. This goal can fully qualify for the Puskas Award. Lufong struggled to get up from the crowd, not forgetting to fix his hairstyle with his fingers, mumbling to himself. These guys messed up my hairstyle again. The match restarts. After conceding a goal, PSV Eindhoven intensified their attack, showing no signs of lowering their morale. The demeanor of the Eredivisie leaders was fully displayed at this moment. As time reached the 43rd minute, just when everyone thought the score of 1-0 would carry into halftime, the situation changed suddenly. A 45-degree cross from PSV found Luc de Jong in the penalty area, who leaped high and flicked the ball back to Depay at the edge of the penalty area. Depay takes a long shot. The ball is in. Feyenoord left a gap this time. Just before halftime, Depay equaled 1-1. Conceding a goal again just before halftime, Van Bronckhorst on the sidelines angrily kicked a water bottle. What the hell is going on? Why does Feyenoord always drop the ball in the last moments of the first half? Damn it, I had a win-win situation in the first half. The champagne was ready, and you give me this. I have a friend who wants to ask if you just put your feet in the water, can you take them out without paying? Waiting online, it's urgent. The match has entered halftime. In the home team's locker room, head coach Van Bronckhorst is expressing his dissatisfaction with the last-minute goal conceded. Lufong is sitting on a nearby bench listening intently to the coach's tactical arrangements, holding a banana in his hand and taking big bites. Eindhoven is playing very aggressively today. We must strengthen our defense, especially in the duels for second balls. Jordy, be careful in the second half. You already have a yellow card. Kareem, you need to provide more support. Van Bronckhorst said to the captain Jalasi and Ahmad. Lou, I need your speed in the second half. When counterattacking, increase your speed. The opposing left-back Williams also has a yellow card, and he isn't as fast as you. After a brief rest, the second half of the match quickly began. Hand-in-hand Kameraden. Hand-in-hand VR Feyenoord. The fans at the scene are singing their team anthem loudly to cheer. In the 58th minute of the match, Lufong has returned to his own half. On the guest side, Eindhoven's Wijnaldum passed the ball to the central player Guardado. As Guardado received the ball, Lufong noticed he might pass to Depay on the wing. Sure enough, Guardado, facing the defensive Classy, did not linger too long. With a push of his right foot, he sent a through ball aimed at breaking through Feyenoord's defense. Lufong quickly rushed forward and intercepted the ball with a sliding tackle. After stopping the ball, Lufong quickly got up and passed it to Ahmad, who, remembering the coach's instructions, swiftly trained. Once Kazim received the ball, Lufong was already making a quick run forward. Kazim used his body to shield against the opposing center back and passed the ball back to Immers. Immers wasted no time and sent a through ball. Lufong was racing against Williams. Seeing he couldn't keep up, Williams tried to use his body to push Lufong off balance. Get away. Lufong used his right elbow to shove him aside and accelerated once more. Lufong. He has shaken off the advancing Williams. It's a clear shot. Facing the oncoming goalkeeper. What do I see? A pendulum-style dribble. Lufong continuously faked and got past the advancing Zoet, scoring into an empty net. 2-1. In the 59th minute, Lufong has once again helped Feyenoord take the lead. A brace. Lufong's goal fully showcased his unparalleled speed and elegant technique. The atmosphere at the scene was reignited by this young and handsome boy. Lu Feng, Lu Feng, Lu Feng. Over 50,000 fans shouted his name. Depay looked at the running boy, filled with envy. What just happened? How did it go from 0-1 to 2-1 while I was getting takeout? Feyenoord seems to be doing well, not falling behind against the dominant Eindhoven this season. You're right. If they strengthen the squad depth next season, they'll definitely have a chance at the league title. I remember Feyenoord hasn't won the league title in 17 or 18 years, right? They have been suppressed by Ajax and Eindhoven all these years. I just checked the last time Feyenoord won the league was in the 98-99 season. Stop discussing next season. With Lu Feng performing so well now, who knows if he'll still be at Feyenoord next season. Didn't the news say that Barcelona and Arsenal are both keeping an eye on Lu Feng? If he goes to either of those teams, he would... Come on. With Barcelona's current lineup, would Lu Feng even be a substitute? It would be better for him to stay in the Eredivisie and keep improving. Regardless of how fans online argue, the match continues. In the 65th minute, Eindhoven made the first sub. Number 11, nursing off, number 17, Olodwichson. This is a substitution of a right winger. In the 70th minute, Feyenoord also made adjustments, substituting number 17, Manu, for Boetius, who had no chances today, and number 23, Blaszczykowski, for the leg-cramping Karsdorp. It is clear that Eindhoven aims to maintain their attacking rhythm, while Feyenoord also wants to strengthen their wing defense to curb Depay's assaults. Eindhoven continues to ramp up their offense. Depay's breakthrough is fast, but just substituted Blaszczykowski is very fit. Depay couldn't find a better opportunity and passed back to Guardado, who moved forward to assist. Guardado delivered a long ball into the penalty area. Centre-back Van Dijk contested for the first touch. Klaasie seized the ball to look for a counter-attack opportunity. Klaasie passed to Immers, who sent a long ball to Lu Feng. It's already the 78th minute, and Lu Feng's speed is still impressive. Lu Feng was jostling for position with Williams. Oh, the referee's whistle. Williams pulled him. Feyenoord was awarded a free kick in the attacking area about 30 meters from the goal. This position is suitable for a shot. Let's see who takes the free kick. Lu Feng got up from the ground and picked up the ball. He prepared to take the free kick himself, having previously scored directly from a free kick. Let's see how he feels this time. Lu Feng carefully placed the ball where the referee had marked with spray, then slowly backed up a few steps. The referee's whistle blew and Lu Feng took a deep breath, his gaze incredibly determined. He started his run. With a powerful right foot stomp and a raised left foot, there was a loud bang. The ball swiftly cleared the wall, flying towards the upper right corner of the goal without any spin. Just as it seemed it would go over the crossbar, it suddenly dipped. Goal. A beautiful elevator shot. Lu Feng has scored his third goal of the match, completing a hat-trick. This is his third hat-trick in 12 matches this season. Let's congratulate Lu Feng. With this hat-trick, his total goals have reached an astonishing 20. He has now caught up to Depay, who scored only one goal in the first half, sharing the top spot in the scoring chart. The fans at the scene were also overwhelmed with excitement, frantically shouting, calling for their prince, the absolute star of Lu Feng. Even the distant fans of Eindhoven stood up to applaud this young genius player. When the main referee urged them, the celebrating Feyenoord players reluctantly returned to the field, waiting for the game to restart. Then in the 87th minute, Van Bronckhorst substituted Lu Feng with number 28, Tostra, allowing him to receive the applause from the crowd alone. The red and white jersey Lu Feng wore had patches of dark green and black on the back, indicating the hard-fought nature of it. As the referee blew the final whistle, Lu Feng and the players on the bench surged onto the field, celebrating their victory. Hey, Lu, can I swap jerseys with you? Lu Feng turned to see Depay standing beside him, pointing at the jersey he was wearing. Of course. Memphis, it's my honor. Lu, you were amazing. Absolutely fantastic. I look forward to our next encounter. I won't lose to you again. On the second day of the competition, head coach Van Bronckhorst gave the team a day off as usual. Lu Feng continued his individual training as he always did. Around 9:30 in the morning, Lu Feng, finishing his morning practice, arrived at the cafeteria to prepare for breakfast. As soon as he walked into the cafeteria, he heard two loud bangs, startling Lu Feng. If it weren't for his upbringing in peaceful China, he might have thought there had been an explosion. Woo! Welcome our best shooter, making a grand entrance. Lu Feng looked up to see Justin and Van Beek enthusiastically holding two handheld fireworks, the source of the earlier noise. Justin, Sven, what are you two doing? You scared me. Isn't today a day off? Lu Feng asked, brushing away the falling streamers from his head. Just then, team captain Klaasie walked out of the kitchen, pushing a serving cart with a large 3-tier cake on it. The teammates followed behind, and even the head coach and several other coaches were present, all smiling at Lu Feng. Guys, did you get this wrong? Today isn't my birthday. My birthday is still several months away. Ha, Lu, we certainly know that. This is specially prepared to celebrate you reaching the top of the scoring chart. How does it? Head coach Van Bronckhorst stepped forward to explain to Lu Feng. As a complete newcomer, Lu Feng rose to the top of the scoring chart in less than half a season, specifically in just 12 matches, surpassing opponents who had played for half a season longer, an unprecedented feat in football history. Although the league had not yet concluded, Lu Feng's performance had already gained recognition from the entire team and even the Dutch football community. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. These achievements are all thanks to everyone's support. Lu Feng was quite an emotional person. Having crossed the ocean to this unfamiliar country, he felt deeply moved to receive so much care and recognition from so many people. "WO, look, you all made our best shooter cry, ha." Although he was joking, Van Beek stepped forward and gave Lu Feng a big hug, patting him on the shoulder. "Lu, these are all things we want to do for you. You deserve this, and we all look forward to the moment you stand at the pinnacle." Head coach Van Bronckhorst also stepped forward to hug Lu Feng, expressing encouragement from the youngest gem of the team. "You guys are really something. Why make it so sentimental?" Lu Feng raised his right hand to wipe his slightly red eyes. "Dear Lu, look at what gift I prepared for you. I picked this out for a long time. You'll definitely like it." At that moment, Justin approached Lu Feng holding a box. It was the latest PS4, something Lu Feng had longed for but hadn't bought yet, and he was surprised that Justin gifted it to him. "Thank you, Justin. You truly are my good brother." Next, everyone presented Lu Feng with small gifts they had personally selected. There were smartphones, headphones, and other electronic products, as well as sneakers and clothing, all laid out on the cafeteria table. Head coach Van Bronckhorst gifted a pair of the latest Nike sneakers, specifically a collaboration with Cristiano Ronaldo, which delighted Lu Feng. As a Chinese person, Lu Feng naturally adhered to the excellent custom of reciprocity, treating everyone to a feast of sumptuous Sichuan cuisine at Luo Jun's restaurant. Time quickly moved to April 12th, during the 30th round of the Eredivisie, as Feyenoord arrived at Willem II Stadium in Tilburg to challenge the mid-table team Willem II. As an established team in Dutch football, this club, founded in 1896, has a history even older than the current top three teams in the Eredivisie. They experienced a brief period of glory in the 1950s. The match had reached the 52nd minute of the second half, with the scoreboard showing a score of 1-2, the home team ahead. In the 19th minute of the first half, Lu Feng, starting the match, opened the scoring for the visiting team, continuing his record of scoring in every match. However, Willem II equalized in the 30th minute, seizing an opportunity from a corner kick, with their captain and central defender Hilkens leveling the score. Subsequently, Lu Feng assisted the starting left winger number 17 Manu in a quick counterattack, once again taking the lead. Since Willem II had long secured their position away from the relegation zone and had no hopes of European competition, they played the entire match with a relaxed mindset. Without any burden, they played exceptionally well, putting up a strong fight at home against the visiting Feyenoord. I just checked in another match happening simultaneously. PSV, playing at home, is also leading Zwolle 2-1. Depay hasn't scored yet, but has 1 assist. So if this round of matches ends like this, Lu Feng will lead the scoring chart with 21 goals, 1 more than Depay. If Lu Feng maintains this scoring efficiency in the upcoming matches, he will become the first player from our country to win the Golden Boot in a mainstream top league in Europe. In the live broadcast, commentator Jean Jun shared this exciting news with the fans. "I'm really looking forward to it. We finally have a star player we can be proud of, no longer needing to shout the names of Asian stars like Shinji Kagawa or Sun Heung-min. Most importantly, Lu Feng is still under 17. I can confidently say that his future achievements will undoubtedly surpass theirs. Right now, I just want to shout loudly, Lu Feng is amazing. King of the Wind is amazing." The match continued in the 62nd minute. Lu Feng received a long pass from Karsdorp, nearly 40 meters, elegantly stopping the ball with a back heel. What a beautiful stop. Such stops like this we could only see from some South American players in the past, like the Brazilian star Neymar, who currently plays for Barcelona, often uses this technique. This stop fully demonstrates Lu Feng's understanding of football and his exceptional ball control. Lu Feng moved forward quickly after taking the ball, getting past the approaching Stein. Was he going to the byline? Left back Dykes stepped up to block Lu Feng's pass, one feint. Lu Feng cut inside. Move forward. There, shoot. The ball went in. 3-1. In the 63rd minute, Lu Feng, with his individual ability, scored again, with a long shot breaking Willem II's goal once more. 2 goals and 1 assist. Lu Feng once again dominated the match with his outstanding performance. Incredible. Incredible. The terrifying efficiency of King of the Wind. I am truly impressed. Who dares to stand in my way? Only I, General Lu. On the sidelines, Van Bronckhorst, seeing Lu Feng score again, smugly raised his hands toward the bench, as if to say, look, scoring is this simple. Then in the 70th minute, Lu Feng, who had scored twice in this match, was substituted for number 28, Toscarla. The match had little suspense left with 4 rounds remaining in the league. Lu Feng needed ample rest to face the next challenge in better condition. The Chinese genius continued his fiery and terrifying form, scoring 2 goals and providing an assist away from home, helping Feyenoord defeat Willem II 3-1 and leading the scoring chart with 22 goals. Since head coach Van Bronckhorst took over, the team has achieved an impressive record of 12 wins and 1 draw, remaining unbeaten in 13 matches. With such form and results, we can look forward to their performance next season with even greater anticipation. Shamrock Bar, a favorite gathering spot for dedicated Feyenoord fans in Rotterdam, had the bearded owner Tom leisurely flipping through the Feyenoord Daily report on yesterday's match while sitting at the bar. Liu's form is truly fantastic. He is a gift from God to us at Feyenoord. Thank God. Tom exclaimed his gratitude to God, then downed a nearby beer in one go and turned to the bartender beside him. William, go serve everyone a beer on me. Woo. Thank you for your generosity, Tom. You're amazing, Tom. The bar was immediately filled with praises and cheers. No, my friends. We should all thank our Chinese genius. Thank Lu for bringing us victory. Tom raised his glass and shouted loudly, thank you, Lu. Cheers to victory. Cheers to victory. The Eredivisie season has only 4 matches left, and due to rivals Alkmaar's lackluster performance in the latter half of the season dropping some points, Feyenoord has already pulled ahead by 7 points. As long as Feyenoord does not falter in the final 4 matches, securing 3rd place in the league should be a certainty. As for 2nd place, they probably have little hope as Ajax currently leads Feyenoord by 9 points. Thus the atmosphere within the club is very relaxed. At this moment Van Bronckhorst was humming a tune as he wandered into the office of team manager Martin van Giel. Gio, in the half-season since you took over the team, their performance has been outstanding, and Mr. Gerhard is very satisfied. Congratulations, Gio. You are an exceptional head coach, Martin said, shaking hands with Van Bronckhorst while smiling. Please thank Mr. Gerhard for me. I really appreciate his recognition. This is all thanks to everyone. Van Bronckhorst humbly replied. If Mr. Gerhard can allocate more funds during the summer transfer window, I believe we can have more ambitious plans for next season. Van Bronckhorst took a sip of coffee, looking at Martin with great anticipation. Gio, you know that the club's finances are still a bit tight. Mr. Gerhard just assumed the role of president, and he naturally wants to achieve some results, but, I think you should be able to understand. When it comes to finances, Martin looked somewhat embarrassed, but tried his best to explain to Van Bronckhorst. However, Mr. Gerhard said that during the summer transfer window you can make decisions regarding the current players' transfers, and the funds will be at your disposal. Seeing this, unashamed team manager Van Bronckhorst felt helpless. He was well aware of the team's situation. As a player who came from Feyenoord, Van Bronckhorst has a special affection for the club. Now that he is the head coach, he desperately wants to win a championship for the club. Moreover, he felt that it was very close. If the team maintains its current form and strengthens a few positions in the summer window, the opportunity is still significant. After thinking for a moment, he looked up at Martin and said, all right, but, Lou, you need to prioritize his new contract. I hope it can be finalized before the end of the season. This is crucial for the team. Very important. Speaking of which, I've already received offers from several clubs, and Liu's is the highest. Don't you want to take a look? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lou is our non-transferable player. Hearing this, the elegant head coach jumped up as if someone had stepped on his tail. What I mean is that Lou is extremely important to the club. He is still young, not yet 17 years old. He has not yet reached his full potential. We can wait a bit longer. What do you think, Martin? Perhaps sensing that his reaction was a bit too intense, Van Bronckhorst suddenly changed his tone, but his reddened eyes revealed he was genuinely afraid that this guy only saw money in his eyes and would send his prized player away for immediate profit. However, Martin did not react much to his intense attitude, but calmly looked at Van Bronckhorst and said, Mr. Gerhard, and I think the same way. Rest assured, we are not the kind of people who are blinded by money and have a short-sighted vision. But, have you even checked which clubs are offering what prices? As Martin spoke, he pulled a stack of documents from a nearby drawer and tossed them onto the desk. Van Bronckhorst did not immediately flip through those documents, but stared into Martin's eyes as if trying to read something. However, as a seasoned professional, how could Martin let a head coach focused only on football figure out what he was thinking? With no other option, Van Bronckhorst sat down and casually skimmed through the offers from the clubs. Barcelona 15. They already have Messi and Neymar. What do they want Lou for? Is Bartomeu trying to buy my player to be his toy? Bastard. Let him go play in the mud. Real Madrid. They don't want Lou. They just want to interfere with his main rival. Borussia Dortmund, 20 million. That shows a bit of sincerity, but it's still a pipe dream. Liverpool, 18 million. What is that old guy Tom thinking? 25 million. Chelsea. This Russian has some serious cash. Let him go buy crap with his rubles. Watching his old buddy rant while flipping through the offers, Martin couldn't help but feel helpless and tossed another document over. Take a look at this. 65 million. Guangzhou Evergrande. Are the Chinese really that rich? Are you sure this isn't an RMB? Van Bronckhorst was indeed shocked by this offer, but he was not moved. They both knew that even if the club agreed, Lou Feng himself would not. I was also shocked when I saw this offer, thinking their staff made a mistake by adding an extra zero, but we later confirmed by phone so they really have money. Martin laughed with his hands up. Van Bronckhorst took a sip of the now cold coffee and said to Martin, Lou is key for us next season. I plan to build the team around him. As long as we have Lou winning the league championship next season as possible, I can manage the summer transfer window without asking the club for funds. I'll handle it myself, but Lou, he must be retained. The league championship. That is the league championship we have not won for 16 years. Van Bronckhorst emphasized this point. Martin listened carefully to every word from Van Bronckhorst, then stared into his eyes for a while before throwing the documents back into the drawer. I understand your point. I will respond to them. Lou is our non-transferable player. As for Liu's renewal contract, you need to prepare it quickly. He is a hot commodity, and there are flies everywhere eyeing him. Van Bronckhorst reminded again. Got it. I'll personally call Liu's agent later and have him come to discuss this matter with us. Hearing Martin's affirmative reply, Van Bronckhorst let out a sigh of relief, then pointed to another document left on the side. You can negotiate this offer from Southampton. They want Jordi, and they need to show more sincerity. He is the captain of our team. They need to pay more. After saying this, he left the office without looking back, his expression clearly showing that the earlier ease and comfort were gone. Goal. The cry of the live commentator thundered above Feyenoord Stadium, his voice soaring so high that he scarcely minded the spit flecking his microphone. Unbelievable. Truly astonishing. In this match, Lou Feng has shown that his legs can not only score goals, but also set them up for his teammates. This is Lou who seems capable of anything. Let us shout his name at the top of our lungs. Lu Feng. Lu Feng. The crowd's chanting seemed poised to rip the stadium roof off. It was April 19th, and Feyenoord was hosting the visiting relegation side, Tianjin. Only 25 minutes into the first half, and Lu Feng had already produced a hat-trick of assists, which explained the delirium among the spectators and the commentators. It was Lu Feng's first hat-trick of assists this season, a full display of his peerless talent and his versatility in 25 minutes. 30. Feyenoord leading Tianjin at home. Trailing Tianjin pressed forward en masse, which only opened vast swathes of space for the hosts. At the 42nd minute, Lu Feng added his first goal of the match. Captain Elastico intercepted at the back and fed Lu Feng near the center circle. Lu Feng glanced up at the Tianjin goalkeeper's position and launched an audacious nearly 50-meter lob that settled cleanly into the net. 40. Lu Feng widened his season tally to 23 goals. Having had a hand in 4 goals himself, the opponent's defenders began to tighten their marking on him. As coach Ballon pondered whether to withdraw Lu Feng at halftime to prevent injury, events suddenly took it. In first-half stoppage time, with Lu Feng on the flank, the visiting left-back, Elastico, launched a frontal sliding tackle. Caught off guard, Lu Feng was hit on the ankle. Pain, an agony that pierced him. Since his rebirth, he had not felt such searing pain, and memories of grave injuries from a former life made him tense, sweat beading on his brow. Elastico tried to haul the fallen Lu Feng to his feet, but the nearest player, quadruple, barreled over and shoved him aside. Seeing Lu Feng's pained expression, he frantically beckoned the team doctor. Ballon's heart lurched. He stormed toward the fourth official, loudly protesting, calling the tackler a butcher and demanding a red card. The fourth official urged him to calm down. How the play would be judged was for the referee to decide. He was told to take his... After quadruple shoved Elastico, the players began to boil over into chaos. The referee and the assistant rushed in to pull apart the inflamed players. The referee brandished a red card to Elastico for the malicious foul. Quadruple, who initiated the shove, received a yellow. A fanbike who had lunged at someone's throat was shown a yellow as well, and Tianjin's midfielder Refuger was also booked for a dangerous tackle. The flurry of cards briefly restored a fragile calm. As the sent-off Elastico made his way down the player tunnel, the home supporters greeted him with less than kindness. Bottles and unidentified objects were hurled in his direction. After a short treatment, Lu Feng's pain eased considerably. The team doctor explained it was likely a soft tissue contusion with no damage to ligaments or bone, though a thorough examination after the match would be required. Seeing the team doctor's reassuring gestures, Ballon at last let out the breath he had been holding. To be safe, he replaced Lu Feng with number 29 Ashabert. The live broadcast replayed the foul for viewers. That tackle was terrifying. There was no attempt to play the ball. Ban him. Ban him. What a scoundrel. Hope Lu Feng is all right, praying. He walked off the pitch on his own. No stretcher was used, so it should not be serious. If he's hurt, I'll fly to the Netherlands and break that bastard's legs. If you really go, we'll crowdfund your ticket. 1. Domestic fans, furious after seeing the replay, filled the comment stream with expressions of concern for Lu Feng. In the second half, Feyenoord's center forward Kakamu struck to complete his own hat-trick, sealing the score at 50. Feyenoord claimed a comfortable 50 home victory. 3 hours after the match, Feyenoord announced on their official website that Lu Feng had sustained an ankle soft tissue contusion and would require 2 to 3 weeks of rest. Fans who cared for Lu Feng breathed a collective sigh of relief. He was indispensable to Feyenoord, and with the season nearing its end, the league position was largely secure. Feyenoord daily in round 31, Lu Feng's 1 goal and 3 assists inspired Feyenoord's crushing victory over Tianjin. Lu Feng's injury is minor. The Telegraph only injury could halt his stride now. Photo Lu Feng sprinting jubilantly after his goal. Donquidi Lu Feng continued his scoring form to help Feyenoord to a 50 rout. Feyenoord official site releases Lu Feng's injury update. Oh mom, I have told you a dozen times I am fine, just a small knock. Look at me, I'm bouncing around. In the players' dormitory, Lu Feng sat at his desk chatting by video with his parents. His injury had worried them across the miles. His motherly Hong wanted to fly over to take care of him, a notion they finally dropped after much pleading from Lu Jiangwo and Lu Feng. All right, small knocks are normal in football. Stop nagging and let your son rest properly. He can use the break. Xiaofeng, focus on recovering and don't worry about other things. By the way, will you come home for the holidays? Lu Jiangwo asked into the camera. I should come home. It's been almost a year away and I do miss home. After a little more family chatter, Lu Feng ended the call and stretched. Since arriving in the Netherlands, his days had been nothing but training. The injury allowed him an unexpected relaxation, a blessing in disguise. I fear I will fall in love with you, afraid to draw too near, afraid I have nothing to give you. At that moment the phone rang. It was Hubin calling. Little Feng, how is your injury? It's nothing serious, right? Hubin asked first and foremost when the call connected. I'm fine, Uncle Hu. Just a soft tissue contusion. The team doctor advised extra recovery time, but it's a good chance. Good, then take this time to rest properly. You haven't stopped since you left for there. By the way, the season is almost over. Do you have any plans? Will you stay in the Netherlands or change environments? Hubin said. Uncle Hu, I don't intend to leave. My professional career is only beginning. I don't want to move to a new environment so soon and waste time adapting. That would not be beneficial. And don't tell me clubs have been contacting you. Regardless, I have no intention to transfer now. Haha, how did you know? I have indeed received many calls from clubs trying to probe whether you might move who've been chuckled before. Alright, I understand your stance. Yesterday, Feyenoord's manager Ma Ding contacted me to discuss a new contract. I've also spoken with Coach Chun. We share the same view that a transfer right now would not serve your development. New contract? Didn't I already sign when I joined the first team? Lu Feng asked in surprise. You said you signed when you first joined the senior squad, but your half-season performance has been so dazzling that if the club does not offer a new contract, they risk you being poached by others who might be unhappy with your terms. Ah, very well. Leave these matters to you, Uncle Hu. Just let me know when there is news. Ha ha ha, that's my duty. No trouble at all. I'll fly over tomorrow. This will be my first time negotiating a team contract for you, so I'll make sure to do it well. Lu Feng's injury did not affect the progress of the league. In the 32nd round of the league, Feyenoord visited the northeastern city of Groningen, the fifth largest city in the Netherlands, and also the most famous natural gas capital in Western Europe. However, the domestic fans' impression of Groningen is mostly associated with the famous Dutch star Arjen Robben, who is affectionately nicknamed Old Man Robben by the fans, and has come through Groningen's youth training. The match ultimately ended in a difficult 1-1 draw, with a long-range goal from Captain Král. This match highlighted that after the loss of Lu Feng, Feyenoord's attack lacked variation in the midfield and forward positions. If the team wants to make an impact next season, reinforcing the midfield and forward lines is the first issue that coach Van Bronckhorst needs to address. After the match, the Feyenoord Daily pointed out the current problems of the team in an article reminding them of the changes needed. Many fans were also discussing this on the forum of FR12. NL, with even some seasoned fans suggesting that the team's former star Dirk Kuyt, who is currently playing for Fenerbahce in the Turkish league, will become a free agent after this season, and the team should consider signing him back. Although Kuyt is already 35 years old, his years of experience and ability would still allow him to play in the Eredivisie for another year or two, and he could impart valuable experience to the current young Feyenoord squad. This proposal was also supported by the majority of the fans. What the fans do not know is that over a year ago the club had plans to bring back this Dutch star, but at that time Fenerbahce's asking price was too high, forcing the team to give up. Time passed to May 12th, Tuesday. In the penultimate round of the Eredivisie, Feyenoord hosted Vitesse. As one of the traditional teams in Dutch football, Vitesse was established in 1892. Although they do not have a glorious history, the team has consistently ranked among the top in recent years, indicating their strength cannot be underestimated. Due to Alkmaar suffering 2 consecutive defeats in the previous weekend, Feyenoord, leading by 8 points, had already secured third place in the league 2 rounds early. Therefore, in this match, the players, free from psychological burdens and lacking personnel, lost 1-3 at home to Vitesse, which also ended their unbeaten streak in the second half of the season at 16 matches. In the top scorer list, Depay scored twice after a round of silence, bringing his total to 22 goals, closing the gap to just 1 goal behind Lu Feng's 23 goals. However, the good news is that after 2 weeks of recovery, Lu Feng has finally returned to the training ground and can train with his team. In the press conference before the 34th round of the league, coach Van Bronckhorst stated that Lu Feng would be included in the squad for tomorrow's match. Whether he starts or comes off the bench will depend on the situation. This news made Feyenoord fans very happy, as the team had not won in the past 2 rounds without Lu Feng's offensive presence. Additionally, with Lu Feng's first half golden boot at stake, if he does not return to defend it, he will soon be caught up by Depay. The fans are even more anxious about the golden boot than Lu Feng himself. On May 17, 2015, the 34th round of the Dutch Eredivisie, which is also the final round of the season, Feyenoord faced Zwolle away. Zwolle currently ranks 6th in the league and has a chance to play in the Europa League, but after the league ends they will compete for 1 qualification spot for the Europa League against teams ranked 4th to 7th. Because the team has performed well this season, the final home match in this last round at the Mac 3 Park Stadium is nearly sold out with over 1,300 seats. The fans, dressed in their home blue jerseys, sang and danced, turning the scene into a sea of blue. This match started at 1430 local time, which is 2030 Beijing time, making the majority of Eredivisie match times quite friendly for Chinese fans. Brothers, good evening. I am your old friend Li Baishan, and welcome to Old BAS livestream. Li Baishan, you are getting a bit carried away letting the brothers call you dad now. I see this kid has been riding on Lu Feng's coattails, making quite a bit of money with our King Feng, and now he's starting to show off. Exactly. If it weren't for saving that 6 yuan ticket, who would come to watch your livestream? Hey. Brothers, you misunderstood. I meant Ba, as in Li Baishan's Ba, not to take advantage of you. No matter what, old Ba or little Ba you are, just quickly give a recommendation. How is this match going to turn out? Yes, streamer, recommend a score prediction. If it hits, he'll even call you dad. Haha. You upstairs, you want this kid to recommend a score prediction. You must be drunk on fake liquor, right? I've been watching him for almost a year, and he has never guessed the score correctly once. What the upstairs said is true. If it weren't for riding on our King Feng's coattails, this kid would have been out picking up bottles to survive long ago. Where would he have the chance to live stream? Hey, you guys better believe me, I've been studying this match for a long time. The home team has no desire, and although the away team Feyenoord has locked in their ranking early, don't forget Lu Feng is still competing for the golden boot. Didn't you see the starting lineup? Lu Feng has just recovered from injury and is starting. So brothers, I expect Feyenoord to win big away. Lu Feng may score, and he might even get a hat trick. I'm quietly telling you, I just made a 2-5 score prediction for 2000. Hey, race, an opportunity to make money. Don't say Li Batian is not loyal. Streamer must still be waking up betting on a 2-5 score with a draw. Damn, the streamer really seems to have drunk fake liquor. I just checked 2-5 is 300 times. Is this your first time here? Can we trust the streamer's recommendations? I just placed 100, that's my living expenses for 5 days. Donated. Donated. Isn't it better to spend $100 on a foot massage? I trust him like a hammer. Alright brothers, the match is about to start. No matter what, let's just support Xiao Lu. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Welcome to the live stream, brothers who just joined. If you haven't followed yet, please give the streamer a follow so you won't get lost. Oldly thanks everyone here. We should get a bit more professional and introduce the starting lineups for both sides. The home team's Wola is fielding a 4,231 formation today. The starting goalkeeper is number 1 Warner. The defenders from left to right are number 5 Van Syntham, number 3 Sainsbury, number 4 Van der Weffer, and number 2 Van Polen. In midfield, the 2 defensive midfielders are number 21 Blama and number 23 Rienstra. On the right is number 7 Olakoki, number 30 Ryan Thomas on the left, and number 11 Dol Rose in the center. The sole striker is number 10 Nederland. The away team Feyenoord is still in their familiar 433 formation today. Lu Feng's ball control attracted the attention of 2 Zwolle defenders. Facing the double team, Lu Feng remained unfazed. He securely shielded the ball and executed a 2-man combination with the approaching Clacy. Just as Lu Feng received the ball again, a third defender who was providing support quickly stepped forward to block his path. While running, Lu Feng feigned a strong drive towards the flank, and as the defender shifted his weight forward, he deftly flicked the ball through the defender's legs and accelerated past. Lu Feng continued to advance the ball towards the flank, while a chasing defender attempted to slow him down using his body. Lu Feng was no longer the rookie who couldn't handle physical contact. He leaned forcefully against the opponent with his left arm, suddenly came to a quick stop, then accelerated again, smoothly slipping past the defender. Seeing this, Kazim quickly moved into the center ready to receive the ball, while drawing defenders away from Lu Feng. After Lu Feng shook off the defenders, he was about 30 meters away from the goal, and everyone thought he would continue driving into the box. Suddenly, Lu Feng lifted his left foot and unleashed a powerful shot. The moment the ball hit his foot, it shot forth like a cannonball, leaving goalkeeper Valna no time to react as he watched the ball fly into the top right corner of the net. 0-1. In the 10th minute of the match, Lu Feng scored a stunning long-range shot, putting Feyenoord ahead in their away game. After scoring, Lu Feng quickly ran to the visiting fans' area, pulled up his shorts, and showcased his muscular thighs. This action elicited a chorus of screams from female fans. On the sideline, coach Van Bronckhorst couldn't help but chuckle at the scene, clapping his hands while speaking to assistant Van Gastel. Paul, don't be fooled by this kid's usually good boy appearance. He has a rather flamboyant side within. Ha ha ha. Gio, the more talented the player, the more restless their heart is. A honest person cannot become a genius. With no pressure from league rankings, Zwolle became even more determined to counterattack Feyenoord, who remained unperturbed. Both sides exchanged fierce attacks, creating a thrilling atmosphere that had the fans cheering. In the 18th minute, Feyenoord once again seized an opportunity for a counterattack. Right back Karsdorp made a steal and passed the ball to Emmers in the center, who wasted no time and sent a long pass to. Under pressure from 2 defenders, Kazim managed to get the first touch, nudging the ball backwards, allowing the speeding Lu Feng to evade the offside trap and find himself onion with the goalkeeper. Facing the goalkeeper's advance, Lu Feng swiftly shifted his feet, elegantly maneuvering past the goalkeeper with several dazzling stepovers before slotting the ball into the empty net. 0-2. In the 20th minute of the first half, Lu Feng scored his second goal, helping Feyenoord extend their lead. These 2 goals showcased the perfect combination of strength and speed. Lu Feng's performance today showed no signs of being affected by his recent injury. The talented forward was in top. Having scored 2 goals, Lu Feng showed no intention of slowing down. As his teammates came over to celebrate, he addressed them. Guys, I feel fantastic today. Please feed me the ball, oh I think I can score again. His request was met with unanimous agreement from his teammates. Lu Feng's role in the team had changed. He was no longer seen merely as the youngest pet by his teammates. He had become a true pillar of Feyenoord, the core. Moreover, he was the prized asset of coach Van Bronckhorst. Through his performance and conduct over the half-season, Lu Feng had earned everyone's recognition. However, just as everyone was basking in the joy of a 2-goal lead, in the 20th minute, the home team's Zwolle capitalized on a corner kick opportunity to change the score to 1-2. This was a recurring issue for Feyenoord, who, despite countless reminders from the coach about the importance of aerial duels, they still often failed to mark effectively. Soon, with the referee's whistle, the first half came to an end. The players on the field gradually made their way to the locker room for a brief rest, while also listening to their respective coaches' tactical arrangements. Alright guys, I know this is the last match, and you've all let go of the pressure, but I must say, the old problems still exist. In the away team's locker room, Van Bronckhorst was addressing the players, suddenly clapping his hands and raising his voice. Throughout this season, we have consistently faced issues with second ball situations. I hope you all remain vigilant at all times. We cannot let this issue become a habit, nor should we allow our opponents to exploit it against us. Jordi, as the link in our midfield and defense, you must take responsibility for this. You need to know that relying solely on Karami is not enough. You must provide him support. Understood, sir. I got it. Captain Clacy quickly replied. After a brief rest, the second half of the match continued. Alright brothers, the second half is about to start. What do you all think? Lu Feng is in incredible form today. He will definitely have a chance to score a hat-trick in the second half. The commentator has a point based on the first half's gameplay. It's indeed possible to see a high-scoring match. Heh, don't get too cocky. Dreaming of a 2-5 scoreline. At most 1-3 or 2-3, oh, I'll stand on my head if it really turns out to be 2-5. I've taken a screenshot of your comment. Oh, I'll hunt you down online. Huh. It's lively in Libation's stream. The comments are more exciting than the match itself. Libation's live stream was quite lively and the match itself was equally thrilling. As the second half began, both teams continued their attacking mode from the first half. In the 51st minute, Feyenoord executed a series of passes from the backfield to the front, ultimately bringing the ball. Lu Feng, without holding onto the ball, directly sent a ground-level diagonal pass to the advancing striker Kazim. This time Kazim didn't waste Lu Feng's brilliant pass. Using his strong physique, he pushed aside the defender and made a delicate shot near the penalty spot. 1-3. In the 52nd minute of the second half, Feyenoord striker Kazim expanded the lead once more. After scoring, Kazim immediately sought out Lu Feng to thank him for the exquisite assist, sharing in the joy of the moment. After a brief celebration, the match resumed. Due to Lu Feng's outstanding performance on the right flank, today's Wolf shifted most of their defensive focus to the left side. As a result, Lu Feng found himself surrounded as they employed a crowding tactic, limiting his opportunities. Gene, let's swap positions. During a dead ball situation, Lu Feng approached left winger Boetius, suggesting they switch. No problem, Lu, let me show them what I can do, ha. In the 60th minute, Lu Feng and Boetius switched positions, catching Zwolle off guard with their sudden change. Aren't you the one who's good at breaking through? When we shift our focus to you, you run to the other side instead. In the 63rd minute of the second half, Lu Feng found another opportunity on the left flank as the opponents were still caught off. Receiving a pass from Emmers, he sprinted down the wing, gliding past two defenders before cutting inside near the penalty area. The goalkeeper Valna, who had experienced Lu Feng's precise long-range shot in the first half, immediately shouted, "Stop him. Don't let him shoot. Quickly block him." Lu Feng lifted his right foot after cutting in, and just as the defending player approached to block his long-range shot, he suddenly feinted. A fake shot turned into a real dribble. Then he dribbled into the penalty area, and the goalkeeper quickly moved to block the near post. In a critical moment, the center-back Sainsbury also took a large step forward to block Lu Feng's shot. Lu Feng again feinted with his left foot, dodging Sainsbury's block, then used the instep of his right foot to flick the ball. The football almost grazed the grass as it zipped into the lower left corner of the goal. 1-4. In the 64th minute of the second half, Lu Feng scored his third goal of the match, completing a hat-trick. In his first match back from injury, he once again achieved a hat-trick. This nearly 17-year-old Chinese prodigy brought one miracle after another to the Eredivisie. Even the home fans of Zwolle stood up to give this young genius a warm round of applause. It has been many years since such a dazzling talent appeared in the Eredivisie. Lu Feng's performance reminded them of the Brazilian known as the Alien, who once dazzled the league. When the Alien entered the Eredivisie at the age of 18, joining PSV Eindhoven, he was just as dazzling and caused headaches for defenders and goalkeepers alike. The match continued on the field. After the score of 1-4, Feyenoord's players collectively pulled back their offensive as it was an away game. Playing too aggressively might provoke the opponent's fierceness, which could lead to injuries. In the 78th minute, Zwolle executed a brilliant combination play on the wing. Number 7, Elastico passed Norm on the edge near the baseline and took a shot from a tight angle, but it was blocked by goalkeeper Vermeer. Van Dijk managed to clear the ball out of bounds before Nyland could intervene. Vermeer stood up with a roar and embraced bang. The corner kick was taken. In the penalty area, Zwolle's number 23, Irinstra leaped high, overpowering the center-back Mathieson, who replaced Congolo, delivering a powerful header. The speed was too fast, and Vermeer had no time to react as the ball flew into the net. 2-4. Zwolle capitalized on the corner kick to score again. There was nothing Vermeer could do but shrug his shoulders. Damn guys, it's 2-4. 2-4. There's still 10 minutes left. There's a chance. Are we really going to let this kid score again? I bet $100 on it, haha. 3-4 is possible, but 2-5 is unlikely. The earlier bet about headstands still stands. At this moment, Lee Batian had lost interest in the live stream comments. He had turned off the camera and was intently focused. After Zwolle's goal, both teams slowed their pace, seemingly accepting the outcome. The match entered garbage time. Just when everyone thought the score would remain at 2-4, the most dramatic scene of the match unfolded. In the final minute of injury time, Zwolle's goalkeeper Varner took the goal kick and fullback Van Polen passed back to Van der Weffer in the box, who mistakenly picked up Van Polen's back pass, thinking it was a restart. When the referee blew the whistle and pointed to the penalty spot, all players on the field, including Feyenoord's, were left dumbfounded. Varner held his head in disbelief, looking at Van der Weffer, who still held the ball in his hands. Libation, who was live streaming, first gaped in shock, and then erupted with joy. What the hell? What the hell? Is this fool sent by a monkey, or has he taken Libation's dirty money? I am so shocked I can't even speak. Libadian, where did you run off to? This kid turned off the camera. Oldly, come out. Honestly, did you give that kid money, or what? Haha, you made me laugh to death. This is the first time I've seen such an absurd handball. No matter the feelings of Libatian and the fans in the live stream, the referee had already called a handball foul, resulting in an undisputed penalty. As Lu Feng approached the penalty spot with the ball, all the players and fans had little emotional fluctuation regarding the penalty, as the outcome of the match was long determined. However, for libation, every step Lu Feng took felt like he was stepping on his heart, making his breathing a bit hurried. Whistle. Rune up. Shot. Lu Feng deceived the goalkeeper and scored in the upper left corner of the goal. 2-5. Lu Feng's second quadruple this season was born in this somewhat dramatic situation. Damn. I pressed the calculator so many zeros. Li Batian has struck gold. Oldly. Come out and give out red envelopes. I curse you. Awesome. Ha ha ha. This is my first time in Libation's live stream, and Oldly gave me a huge surprise. Thank you, streamer. I'm not interested in anything else. I don't care how much the streamer makes. I just want to know when the brother who bet on headstands he'll send you a rocket. Ha ha. The live stream did not hear Libation's voice, but after a silence of more than 10 seconds, there was a sound of keyboard hitting the table followed by a black screen. The streamer has closed the live broadcast. When Lu Feng scored the final penalty, the referee blew the whistle. At the same time, PSV Eindhoven also finished their match. Although Depay also scored a hat trick in the Golden Boot race against Lu Feng, he still couldn't surpass Lu Feng's quadruple in terms of statistics. On the scoring list, Lu Feng led with 28 league goals, 3 ahead of Depay in second place, earning the Golden Boot of the 2014-2015 Eredivisie season. In 18 matches, 28 goals. To be precise, it was 15 matches as he missed 2 due to injury and had an average of almost 1.9 goals per match, fully showcased Lu Feng's terrifying goal efficiency. Before Lu Feng could reach the players' tunnel, he was surrounded by a large group of reporters. Lu, congratulations on your victory in this match. And congratulations on winning the personal honor of the Eredivisie Golden Boot. What do you have to say about this? Did I win the Golden Boot? During his recovery, Lu Feng hadn't paid much attention to the scoring list. Yes, in the match that ended at the same time, Depay also scored a hat trick, but he is still in second place with a 3-goal deficit. What do you have to say about this? Of course, I am very happy, but regarding personal honors, I hope to help the team continue to achieve victories. Memphis is a very respectable opponent, and it is my honor to compete with him for the Golden Boot. Lu Feng humbly stated. Lu. The 2014-2015 season of the Dutch Eredivisie has perfectly concluded just a day ago. Feyenoord, after enduring a somewhat unpleasant first half of the season, has finally welcomed their hero, Van Bronckhorst. This young coach, who once emerged from the youth academy of Valkenoord, has returned to his mother team, leading the young Feyenoord with fearless determination. Under Van Bronckhorst's bold decision to utilize newcomers, young players like Lu Feng, Vilena, and Karsdorp have had ample opportunities to showcase their talents, and they have not disappointed the trust bestowed upon them by their coach, proving their worth with one victory after another. However, we must remind Mr. Herod and Mr. Martin that the new contracts for these young players need to be expedited. They deserve better treatment from the club. On the first day after the season concludes, the Feyenoord Daily published a summary article also reminding the club's owners that these young players must be retained quickly, as they are the future of Feyenoord. Inside Shamrock Bar, the bearded owner Tom sat at the bar, as usual, leisurely reading the newspaper. He strongly agrees with the viewpoint of the Feyenoord Daily. What on earth is Martin doing? Doesn't Lu, such a genius, deserve a better contract? Dragging his feet, he can't even handle such a small matter. He complained about the team's manager's inefficiency while continuing to flip through the newspaper. Chelsea's head coach Mourinho stated in a post-match interview that he has been keeping an eye on Lu Feng for quite some time, as Liu's style perfectly suits his tactics. The Portuguese has already submitted a request to Chelsea's owner Roman Abramovich, wishing to bring this Chinese wizard to Stamford Bridge. Mourinho also mentioned that Lu Feng would be a crucial piece in Chelsea's pursuit of the Champions League. He confidently stated that the duo of Lu Feng and Hazard will be on par with the likes of Ronaldo and Bale from Real Madrid, as well as Messi and Neymar from Barcelona. Fuck. Damn Portuguese, damn Russian oligarchs. You won't get him. Upon seeing this, Tom became somewhat flustered. The previously reported interest from clubs like Barcelona, Real Madrid, and Manchester United is not a top choice for Lu right now, as their flanks are already well stocked with talent. However, Chelsea is different, and coupled with Mourinho's current statements, it is hard to say whether Lu Feng might be. One must admit the allure of Chelsea and Mourinho far exceeds that of Feyenoord, especially with a Russian oligarch who isn't short on cash. Feyenoord might not stand a chance in resisting such temptation. Hey, Tom, what are you talking about? One moment it's the Portuguese, the next it's the Russian. What's wrong with you? A nearby fan, sipping beer and chatting with friends, asked the furious Tom. Tom threw down the newspaper, saying, "You see for yourselves." Fuck. A nearby fan took the newspaper and everyone leaned in to see what was written. Oh god, damn it. They can't. Lu is ours. No one can take him away. Fuck. Those damned rob. We will never agree. Yes, we will never agree. Let's go to the club together and protest with banners. That bastard Martin, if he dares to sell Lu, I will go to his house and throw shit on him. Let them all eat shit. A group of die-hard Feyenoord fans, upon seeing this news, could no longer contain their panic and anger, shouting about going to the club to protest. It was extremely frustrating to see a genius player emerge in the team only to be eyed by those robbers without even completing a full season, while the discussions continued in Shamrock Bar on how to convince the club not to sell their genius player. At the Valkenoord base, in the office of team manager Martin van Gaal, Lu Feng was signing his contract that had already been reviewed by Hubin and the lawyer. The new contract is still for 3 years. If it weren't for Lu Feng not yet being 18, Martin would have loved to extend it by another 7 or 8 years. However, Lu Feng's personal remuneration and bonus details are far superior to those of the previous contract. First, the basic annual salary has risen from the previous post-tax €1 to post-tax €1.8 million, which is now the highest salary within the current Feyenoord team, in addition to bonuses for appearances, goals, assists, as well as bonuses for winning the league and other cup competitions. If Feyenoord can win the league title in the 15-16 season, these bonuses could exceed Lu Feng's basic annual. With Lu Feng backed by the vast Chinese market, Hu Bin and Martin had been pulling each other for a long time regarding the distribution of image rights. Ultimately, they settled on 55 for Lu Feng and 45 for the club. With the league already concluded, Dutch media had little significant news to report and had been speculating about Lu Feng's destination for next season. To quickly stabilize the hearts of the fans, Feyenoord held a press conference in the afternoon after Lu Feng signed his name. They informed the outside world that the team had retained their star striker Lu Feng and would focus on reinforcing some positions around him next season. After the press conference, some diehard fans in Shamrock Bar were still preparing banners to protest at the club. Upon learning that Lu Feng had renewed his contract and promised to stay with Feyenoord, these fans breathed a sigh of relief and simply started a celebration in the bar. After signing the club's new contract, Lu Feng still needed to remain in the Netherlands for about another week, because there are still some endorsement deals to negotiate in Europe, including a well-known sports brand, Adidas, which contacted Hu Bin through the club, hoping Lu Feng could become their spokesperson in the Asia-Pacific region. In addition to some endorsements, Lu Feng also needs to attend the award ceremony for the Eredivisie League held on Saturday. Through his excellent performance this season, Lu Feng not only won the league's top scorer, but also received nominations for Best Newcomer and Best Player. Xiaofeng. Adidas has provided two proposals. One is a 3-year contract totaling €16 million, and the other is a 2-year contract totaling €9.5 million. While driving to the hotel, Hu Bin was explaining the Adidas endorsement proposals to Lu Feng. Considering your age and potential, I suggest you choose the 2-year contract. After 2 years we can renew. Hu Bin paused and then said, "All right, let's go with 2 years. I'll listen to Uncle Hu." Lu Feng gazed out at the passing scenery, feeling nostalgic. No wonder those celebrities are so wealthy. Advertising endorsements really make money. Okay, I'll reply to them shortly, but you'll need to go to Amsterdam the day after tomorrow to their branch for a simple photo shoot, not an advertisement, just some simple photos. These photos will be displayed as advertisements in some airport subway stations and shopping malls in the Asia-Pacific region. Haha, our Xiaofeng is also a big star now. He must wear sunglasses when going out in the future. Hu Bin glanced at this still youthful boy, not forgetting to tease him. In the following days, Hu Bin took Lu Feng to various business activities, making Lu feel even more exhausted than playing several matches. However, just thinking about returning home after all this made Lu Feng incredibly eager. It had been a year since he left home, and though he had previously found his mother's nagging annoying, he now missed it dearly. On May 28, 2015, Saturday, at 10 a.m. Beijing time, the weather in the capital is quite. However, the fans waiting at the Capital International Airport are already sweating profusely, as today marks the return. Fans who received the news had arrived at the airport as early as last night, forming a long line that seemed to stretch. Brothers, don't worry. I just got the news that the plane has landed. Old Lee has been queuing since yesterday afternoon, just so that everyone can see Lu Feng's impressive demeanor up close. At the front of the line, Li Batian looked a bit pale from staying up all night, but his spirits seemed quite good. At this moment, he was holding a phone stand for a live stream, and the number of viewers was steadily increasing over time. Old Lee, I can't get away today. Can you help me get a signed jersey from Lu Feng? I can pay you a service fee. You can name your price. Yes, me too. Old Lee, please help. Wow. You can set your own price. Is the big guy taking in little brothers? Brothers, it's not that I, Old Lee, am unwilling to help, but there are over 20,000 people in the live stream now, all asking for jerseys. Even if I could, wouldn't Lu Feng be exhausted from this? It's unrealistic. Li Batian said helplessly. How about this? You all type 1 in the comments as a pre-registration. I only brought 3 jerseys today, and if I get the chance later, I'll try to get as many signatures as possible. Old Lee will keep 1, and the rest will be randomly given away to you brothers. How does that sound? Li Batian is so generous. Old Lee is amazing. From now on, I'll recognize Old Lee when watching the live stream. Lu Feng. Dressed in black Adidas sportswear with a headset around his neck, Lu Feng stepped out and was startled by the deafening cheers. At a glance, there were at least 2,000 people, most of whom were wearing the red and white jerseys of Feyenoord, making Lu Feng almost think he had arrived at Feyenoord Stadium. The airport security and staff were strenuously holding back the crowd to prevent fans from rushing out. Having never seen such a scene outside of the stadium, Lu Feng was momentarily dumbfounded, unsure of what to do. Hu Bin quickly greeted several security personnel and then told Lu Feng, "Xiaofeng, go over and greet the fans. You can sign a few autographs, but remember to stay close to the security personnel and do not leave their range. Be sure to pay attention to your safety." Lu Feng, look here, over here. Could you please help me with an autograph? Li Batian shouted loudly, holding up his phone with one hand and several jerseys with the other as he watched Lu Feng approach. Lu Feng took the jerseys from Li Batian and signed his name on each one, which made Li Batian extremely happy, feeling even more delighted than when he had won a betting score just days ago. Lu Feng, I'm currently live streaming, and there are many of your fans in the room who couldn't come to the airport to greet you. Could you say? Li Batian quickly said after receiving the signed jerseys. Livestream. Are you a streamer? Lu Feng said with, yes. I'm a streamer who specializes in broadcasting your matches. I didn't miss a single one of your games. Hearing this, Lu Feng leaned closer and greeted into the camera. Hello everyone. I'm really not in a good position today, but I'll have a chance to chat with you all later. He then signed autographs for some fans nearby, and even took out a soccer ball from his backpack, signed it, and gifted it to a little boy sitting on his father's shoulders. The child's father felt the envious gazes from those around him, and the corners of his mouth were stretched all the way to his ears. After signing for some fans, Lu Feng waved goodbye to the crowd under the urging of the security personnel and who'd been before in Li Baishan's live stream room. Wow, Lu Feng is so handsome. I never paid much attention to him when he was just wearing. He's really handsome. If he weren't playing soccer, he could easily be a star, far surpassing many young idols. He should really rely on his looks instead of playing soccer. I've already fallen for him. What should I do? Wow, there's a girl. Quick, catch her. There are so many people, Uncle Hu. I really didn't expect so many people would come to welcome me. Finally squeezing out of the crowd, Lu Feng, who had just gotten into the car, said with emotion. Haha, now you know your popularity here in the country, right? You're completely on par with those big stars. Luckily, I made arrangements with the airport in advance. Hu Bin said with a smile. Just then Hu Bin's phone rang. He picked up the phone and spoke politely for a few moments. After hanging up, he said to Lu Feng, Xiao Feng, you might have to stay in the capital a little longer. Let's go back in the afternoon. What happened, Uncle Hu? Lu Feng asked, somewhat surprised. His current mood could be described as eager to return home. I just received a call from the Olympic Committee. They want to invite you to join the national U23 team for the Asian Cup in Qatar next January. Hu Bin explained to Lu Feng and continued, the Olympic Committee probably saw your performance in the Netherlands and recognized the hope of participating in the Rio Olympics. I believe this is also an opportunity for you to join the national team. Lu Feng thought for a moment. If he were to return for the U23 Asian Cup next January, he might have to miss several rounds of the second half of the season. He was uncertain if the club would let him go. However, he personally hoped to seize this opportunity. He would have to think of a way to ask Van Bronckhorst for a leave of absence. Alright then, let's go have a look first. Lu Feng said as he and Hu Bin headed to the sports road in Dongqing district where the National Olympic Committee was located. They were received by the current U23 team leader and head coach Fu Bo. Fu Bo held Lu Feng, who was not yet 17, in high regard and admiration. Then they discussed Lu Feng's return to the team. Due to Lu Feng playing in the Eredivisie, Fu Bo did not require him to return for domestic training. He just needed to fly directly from the Netherlands to Qatar to meet the team after the winter break. The winter break for the Eredivisie 2015-16 season starts on December 21st, and the U23 Asian Cup begins on January 12th. By then, Lu Feng would have nearly 20 days to integrate with the team, which shouldn't be a problem for a player like him. Lu Feng also requested that they first submit an application to Feyenoord on his behalf, and he would handle the communication with the head coach himself. Hu Bin had purchased a business class ticket for Lu Feng and accompanied him along the staff's guidance to the carriage. Lu Feng was the first passenger to enter the carriage. Fewer than 10 seats were spaced generously apart. His seat was in the last row, a double seat adjacent to the aisle. The attendant placed his luggage aside and informed him that she could be summoned at any time should he require assistance. Sinking into the plush, ergonomic sofa seat, Lu Feng felt deeply satisfied. Indeed, business class, though significantly more expensive than economy, delivered unparalleled comfort. Soon after, other passengers began boarding. Lu Feng, wearing headphones and drifting into a light doze while listening to music, caught a delicate fragrance at the edge of his senses. He opened his eyes to see a radiant, youthful girl walking toward him, guided by the attendant. She stood about 1.65 meters tall, dressed casually in relaxed, effortless attire with a beige backpack slung diagonally across her shoulder. Her jet black hair was loosely tied into a ponytail, with 2 soft buns framing her face. Her bright, expressive eyes sparkled with playful intelligence, and beneath her high-bridged nose her lips curved gently in a warm smile. Lu Feng swore he had never seen a girl so breathtaking. Youthful, yet vibrant, pure, and exquisitely beautiful. Even Luotian, as immortalized by Chao Ji, could hardly surpass her grace. Having experienced only 2 brief romances across 2 lifetimes, Lu Feng felt an unexpected tremor stirred deep within his heart. An invisible string plucked with quiet intensity. Su Yanran glanced briefly at the handsome, sunlit young man before her, and found him oddly endearing, yet curiously dazed. He'd been staring at her unblinking for what felt like an eternity. Didn't his eyes dry out? A polite, slightly awkward smile jolted Lu Feng back to awareness. His cheeks flushed crimson all the way to his ears. Lu Feng. So it really is you. A cheerful cry shattered the tension, and Lu Feng exhaled in quiet relief. Hello, Lu Feng. I never expected to run into you here. A man in his 40s approached, visibly excited. Sir, I'm sorry, but please refrain from speaking so loudly. The attendant beside them interjected gently. Oh, my apologies. So sorry. The man quickly bowed apologetically to the other passengers. Then turning back to Lu Feng, he said warmly, Hello, Lu Feng. I'm on a business trip to the capital, originally scheduled to return yesterday. But a friend mentioned you'd be arriving home today, so I even went to the airport to meet you. Unfortunately, the crowd was overwhelming. I couldn't push through. Haha. Who would have imagined we'd cross paths here instead? He then retrieved a Feyenoord No. 11 jersey from his backpack and handed it to Lu Feng. Would you mind signing this for me? Thanks so much. Lu Feng, startled back to presence, hastily accepted the jersey, only to realize he had no pen, plunging him once again into flustered silence. Here, use my pen, Su Yanran offered, extending a pen with quiet ease. At the sight of her outstretched pen, Lu Feng's face flared red again, bewildered by his own reaction. This wasn't. Su Yanran studied the charming young man with quiet curiosity. Is he a celebrity? No wonder he's so striking. Yet why is he so shy? Does he blush this easily? After Lu Feng signed the jersey and posed for a photo together, the man returned to his seat, thoroughly delighted. Here, you can have your pen back. Thank you. Lu Feng handed it back to Su Yanran, who smiled faintly and replied, It's just a pen. No need to thank me. Then with gentle curiosity she asked, Are you a celebrity? An actor? Or a singer? I don't recall seeing you on TV or online. I'm a footballer. Footballing. Su Yanran sounded mildly surprised. Though unfamiliar with the sport, she knew its reputation in China wasn't stellar. Yes, football. Basketball's a bit beyond me these days, Lu Feng joked lightly, easing his nerves. Ha ha ha, you're quite witty. Her laughter was lovely, but somehow incongruous with her poised, radiant demeanor. Still, she thought a several-hour journey would be far more pleasant with such an agreeable companion beside her. Yes, I play in the Netherlands. Wow, you're truly impressive. And so two strangers, handsome and luminous, began conversing effortlessly aboard the high-speed train, transforming what might have been a monotonous ride into something quietly memorable. Through their conversation, Lu Feng learned the beautiful girl's name was Su Yanran, 2 years his senior, a sophomore, majoring in fashion design at Sichuan Fine Arts Institute. A native of Rongqing, she was visiting Beijing to see her maternal grandparents, her grandfather having lived there for decades. A quintessential Sichuan Chongqing girl, Su Yanran was vivacious and outgoing. Upon learning Lu Feng was younger, she insisted, playfully, that he call her Jijia, big sister. Though inwardly reluctant, Lu Feng had hoped to exchange contact information. Yet as a novice in matters of the heart, he failed, despite multiple opportunities, to find the right moment to ask for her WeChat before the train reached its destination. Shortly after 11 p.m., the train arrived in Rongqing. Following staff instructions, Lu Feng exited via the exclusive passage to the arrival gate. Little brother Lu Feng, I'll head off now. My parents are here to pick me up. Bye-bye. He watched her retreating figure, the ponytail swaying rhythmically with each step, opened his mouth several times, yet no words emerged. Only when her graceful silhouette vanished from sight did Lu Feng snap back to himself, and softly slapped his own cheek. Lu Feng, you really are a coward. Too timid even to ask for her WeChat. Hey son, what are you doing? I've been searching. Lu Jiangwo appeared behind him, patting his shoulder in surprise upon seeing him strike his own cheek. Huh, Dad, when did you get here? You startled me. Been here a while. I circled the station several times before spotting you. Why'd you hit yourself just now? Lu Jiangwo asked again, curious. Mosquitoes, yes. There were mosquitoes. Lu Feng blurted out the first excuse that came to mind. I see. Let's go. Your mother's prepared dinner at home. She bought groceries early this morning and made your favorite dish, spicy boiled beef. Lu Jiangwo didn't press further. He took Lu Feng's suitcase and draped an arm over his son's shoulders as they walked out. It was nearly 1 a.m. Li Hong sat at the dining table half asleep, surrounded by several dishes kept warm under insulated warming trays. At the sound of the front door opening, she jolted awake and rushed outside. Even before Lu Jiangwo's car had fully stopped, she leaned eagerly toward the window. Mom. Lu Feng, stepping out of the car, spotted his mother sprinting toward him and opened his arms wide for a warm embrace. Xiao Feng, my son, you're finally home. In that instant, overwhelmed by pent-up longing, Li Hong burst. Hey, look at you. Crying the moment he walks in. Anyone watching might think you've suffered some great injustice at home. Lu Jiangwo added, his own eyes glistening. Lu Jiangwo, you. All right, Mom. I'm starving. Let's eat already. Lu Feng stepped in quickly to halt their teasing banter. Right, let's eat. Everything's piping hot and waiting for you. She took his hand and led him inside. You've grown taller and stronger too. You're almost as tall as your father now. Life abroad must have been tough on you. Li Hong held his hands, marveling at how much he'd matured. Back home, savoring his mother's cooking, sharing light-hearted anecdotes from his time with the team, and patiently listening to her affectionate chatter, Lu Feng felt an unshakable sense of peace and belonging. In the backyard of Lu Feng's home, there is a lawn nearly the size of a basketball court, specially arranged by Lu Jiang. Under the influence of Lu Jiangwo, a seasoned soccer fan, Lu Feng started playing and running on this lawn from a very young age. By 8 in the morning, while his parents were getting up, Lu Feng had already been training in the backyard for nearly 2 hours. Seeing Li Hong come out, Lu Feng said to her mom, I made some porridge in the kitchen. You and Dad can eat it, or I've already had my meal. Li Hong replied with a smile and then walked towards the kitchen. After finishing a set of training, Lu Feng wiped the sweat off with a towel and said to his parents, who were having breakfast at the dining table, Dad, Mom, I'm going to teacher Chin's house later, so you don't need to worry about me at lunch. It's Sunday, he should be home. All right, it's good to go visit. Lu Jiangwo also agreed. He'll drive you after I finish eating, Lu Jiangwo added. Lu Feng did not respond. He certainly heard it, but he wasn't planning to take his father's wine as a gift. His parents had always been frugal for him to play soccer abroad, and now that he could afford it, he didn't want them to be so thrifty for him anymore. After packing the gifts he brought from the Netherlands, Lu Feng went into the city and bought 2 bottles of Mao Tai and 2 packs of cigarettes, making his way to the middle school he used to attend. The security guard didn't stop him and he arrived at the teacher's dormitory building without any hindrance. Hey, Feng Ge, is that really you, Feng Ge? The one who opened the door was Chun Tao teacher Chin's 12-year-old son, who often followed Lu Feng around to play when Lu Feng was still on the school team. Dad, come out quickly. Feng Ge is here. Chen Dong heard the call and came out of his room unable to hide the smile on his face as he looked at his once most accomplished student. You rascal. You didn't even give a heads up before coming. You just got back last night, right? Chen Dong patted Lu Feng's arm and continued, come on. Let's sit in the living room. Your teacher is out buying groceries. We'll give her a call to add a couple more dishes. After saying that, he playfully smacked Chen Tao's head and shouted, you little rascal. Aren't you going to help your Feng Ge carry the stuff? Why are you just standing there? Oh. He. Lu Feng quickly put down the items and said, it's fine. I always feel at home when I come here, so please don't stand on ceremony. Haha, right? Just treat it like you're Xiao Feng, you sit first. I'll go make a phone call. Seeing Lu Feng behaving just like always, Chen Dong's smile grew. Here, Xiao Tao, look at the gift I brought for you. Lu Feng sat on the sofa, opened his backpack, and pulled out a soccer ball. This is the match ball for my first hat trick in the Eredivisie. I have already gotten all my teammates to sign it for you. Wow. Feng Ge, I love you. Chen Tao carefully took the soccer ball, afraid that he would break it with a little force. And here are two jerseys. This one is my number 11, also signed by the whole team, and this one is bought according to your. Just indulge him. Look at how smug this kid is. He'll be flaunting this in front of his classmates for a year and a half. Ha. At this moment, Chen Dong, who had finished the call, walked over and teased. Then Lu Feng took out a shiny golden trophy shaped like a soccer shoe and handed it to Chen Dong with both hands. Teacher Chen, this is my first golden boot trophy. Well, I'm giving it to you. Thank you for your guidance over the years. Great. Well done. Xiao Feng, you are the greatest pride of me, Chen Dong. You will definitely become the pride of our nation in the future. At this moment, Chen Dong's eyes were slightly red as he accepted Lu Feng's golden boot trophy, looking at it and touching it repeatedly, finally placing it solemnly on the bookshelf in his study. It was already 4 p.m. when Lu Feng left teacher Chen's house. Originally, Chen Dong wanted to keep him for dinner, but Lu Feng said it wasn't safe to ride back at night, so they didn't insist. Lu Feng. Just as Lu Feng turned a corner, a voice came from behind. Hey, is that really you? What a coincidence. Su Yanran looked at Lu Feng with some excitement and smiled. Yanran, what a coincidence. What are you doing here? Lu Feng looked at the girl in surprise, noting that unlike yesterday, she was wearing a white dress today, her black hair casually draped over her shoulders, still as beautiful as ever. He didn't expect that heaven would give him another chance. He decided not to miss this opportunity and must get her contact information. I live nearby, though I just want to pick up my younger brother. She pointed to a chubby 10-year-old boy following her who was kicking a soccer ball as he walked. He is playing soccer at the small field behind the school. Hee. My dad thinks he has gotten a bit chubby, so he enrolled him in a soccer class to train every weekend. After saying that, she yelled at the little chubby boy behind her, Su Xiaoqiang, can you walk a bit faster? By the way, Lu Feng, Yanran, just call me Lu Feng. I just visited my old teacher's house and was about to head home. Lu Feng said with a wry smile. Okay, Lu Feng. Su Yanran playfully winked at him. Sis, can't you walk a little slower? Who are you with? Lu Feng. You're Lu. Hey, don't hit me. Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed in surprise as he got closer, not finishing his complaint. Then he felt a pain in the back of his head. That's what you get for swearing. You're still so young, learning to curse outside. Sis, I was wrong. I just saw my idol and couldn't help myself. Please don't hit my head, or I'll tell Dad you knocked me silly. What should I do? The little chubby boy Su Xiaoqiang ran behind Lu Feng, tugging at his clothes as he looked at Su Yanran, pleading. Seeing Su Yanran stop, Su Xiaoqiang raised his head to Lu Feng and said, Lu Feng. Feng Ge, it really is you. Feng Ge, I'm your fan. Everyone on our team really likes you, and my dad likes you a lot too. He often tells me to learn from you. Lu Feng was a bit dumbfounded. What do you mean I'm your idol? Ha, Su Xiaoqiang, you're going to make. Su Yanran couldn't help but laugh heartily beside him. Su Xiaoqiang, confused about what his sister was laughing at, picked up the soccer ball hanging around his neck and said to Lu Feng, Feng Ge, could you please sign my ball? Of course, my little fan. Lu Feng took a pen from his backpack and signed his name on the ball. Hearing Lu Feng call his brother a fan, Su Yanran burst into laughter again. Su Xiaoqiang, holding the signed ball carefully, didn't even put it back in the bag for fear of smudging Lu Feng's signature. Sis, can you take a picture of me with Feng Ge? Lu Feng, hearing this, also cooperatively squatted down, but his mind was calculating how to ask Su Yanran for her contact information. By the way, your name is Su Xiaoqiang, right? Do you want a signed jersey? A jersey signed by the entire Feyenoord team. Lu Feng said, resembling a big bad wolf tricking a little bunny. Really? Can I have it? Su Xiaoqiang asked with some excitement. Of course, but the jersey is at my home. I didn't bring it with me. Then Lu Feng looked at Su Yanran and said, how about this? Yanran, let me add you on WeChat. Tomorrow I'll message you when I get the jersey and then bring it to Xiaoqiang. Feng Ge, I have WeChat. Just add me. Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed happily, raising his left hand to show he. Upon hearing Su Xiaoqiang's words, Lu Feng suddenly felt like retracting his offer of the jersey. Sure, I actually wanted to leave my contact information yesterday, but I forgot in the rush. Fortunately, we met again today. Su Yanran said cheerfully. Lu Feng felt delighted upon hearing Su Yanran's response. Beside him, Su Xiaoqiang was a bit displeased. Brother Feng, add me too, okay? If my sister doesn't reply, you can just contact me directly. I can wake up in the middle of the night to reply to you. Lu Feng, following the strategy of breaking down the fortress from within, added Su Zhaoqiang's WeChat as well. Finally, Lu Feng had added Su Yanren's contact information, feeling quite pleased. After bidding farewell to the siblings, he hummed a little tune as he headed home. For the next few days, aside from his regular training, Lu Feng spent most of his time chatting with Su Yanran, and their relationship deepened rapidly. The day after Lu Feng delivered the jersey to her brother, Su Yanran returned to her school in the mountain city as she had initially taken leave to visit her grandparents. Of course, there was also Su Xiaoqiang, the chubby kid, who after adding Lu Feng on WeChat sent him messages every day, often with voice messages lasting 50 to 60 seconds. Lu Feng patiently chatted with him, though he often tried to steer the conversation towards his sister, hoping to learn more about Su Yanran through this somewhat naive little boy. However, Lu Feng clearly underestimated the precociousness of children these days. Just when he was about to inquire about his sister, the little boy sent a voice message. Brother Feng, you always ask me about my sister. Are you trying to pursue her? Do you want to be my brother-in-law? Lu Feng, who was drinking water, nearly choked, quickly replying with a voice message. Cough, cough, cough. What do you know, you little brat? Don't talk nonsense. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. In no time, a series of voice messages came in. Don't treat me like a 3-year-old. I'm already 11 years old, I'm an adult, and I even have a girlfriend. As someone with experience, I can see through your little thoughts. Brother Feng, I think my sister doesn't deserve you. She has smelly feet, you know. She loves to kick her stinky feet in my face. I just think she doesn't match you. How about this? I'll give you my girlfriend. Her name is Lin Xiaoxiao, and she's really beautiful, gentle, and the last voice message clearly conveyed the little boy's reluctance as he spoke. Most importantly, her feet smell nice, not stinky at all. Lu Feng, who had just choked on water, nearly coughed again upon hearing this. What is going on? You, an 11-year-old kid, you have a girlfriend. What do you mean by someone with experience? Are you actually offering me your little girlfriend? Are kids these days really this advanced? Lu Feng even began to doubt whether he had truly been reborn. Is this world no longer the one he originally knew? Are post-2000 kids really this mature? Su Xiaoqiang, if you keep spreading rumors about your sister behind her back, do you believe I will forward your voice message? After sending the message, Lu Feng waited several minutes before Su Xiaoqiang finally replied. All right, Brother Feng, I'm sorry, okay. Please don't tell my sister. I know you are very loyal. Actually, I quite like you being my brother-in-law, and my dad likes you too. Please don't tell my sister. Lu Feng chuckled, thinking, this is the suppression that comes from blood relations. During Lu Feng's relatively leisurely holiday around mid-June, Hubin came to pick him up for several commercial events, followed by interviews with several local and national sports media. Soon July arrived. While Lu Feng was enjoying his holiday in the country, the summer transfer window of 2015 was anything but quiet. The most lively was the Premier League. After Ferguson's retirement, the Red Devils of Manchester United went through 2 seasons of adaptation. From Moyes to Giggs and now to Van Gaal, they had completely lost their former dominance. However, this summer window, they spent lavishly. First, they signed the 20-year-old French prodigy Martial for €60 million, and then they spent €34 million to acquire the Dutch star Depay, who had competed with Lu Feng for the Golden Boot in the Eredivisie last season. In midfield, they also brought in the German powerhouse Schweinsteiger. From these moves, it was clear that the Red Devils were determined to reclaim their glory in the new season. Their city rivals Manchester City were not to be outdone. They brought in the English prodigy Sterling for €64 million from Liverpool and purchased Belgian midfielder De Bruyne for €74 million from Wolfsburg in the Bundesliga. Their ambition was evident. On Chelsea's side, after failing to recruit Lu Feng, Mourinho spent €27 million to sign Spanish winger Pedro from Barcelona as a replacement. In recent years, League One powerhouse Paris Saint-Germain, after being taken over by the Qatari Sports Investment Fund, has been a major player in the transfer market. After acquiring Ibrahimovic and Cavani, they once again splurged €63 million to buy Argentine star Di Maria from Manchester United this summer to further strengthen their attacking power. Although Serie A has gradually fallen behind in recent years, the traditional powerhouse Juventus spent significantly this summer, first acquiring the new Argentine prodigy Dybala for €41 million, and then bringing in Brazilian defender Alexandro from Porto for €28 million, as well as Croatian striker Mandzukic for €19 million from Atletico Madrid, showing their ambitious intentions. In the Bundesliga, Bayern Munich had to be more frugal. They signed Chilean midfielder Vidal from Juventus for €39 million and brought Brazilian forward Douglas Costa from Shakhtar Donetsk for €30 million. In La Liga, due to Barcelona's transfer ban, they only spent €34 million to acquire Turkish forward Arda Turan from Atletico Madrid. Real Madrid, blessed with an abundance of talent in their forward line, only strengthened their defense and midfield during this summer. They spent €38 million to buy Croatian midfielder Kovacic from Inter Milan, €31 million to bring in Brazilian defender Danilo from Porto, and €15 million to reacquire Brazilian midfielder Case Morel. While the European transfer market was buzzing, domestic clubs in the Chinese Super League were also eager to keep up. In 2013, under the leadership of the famous Italian coach Lippi Guangzhou, Evergrande won the AFC Champions League, and the football atmosphere in the country began to heat up. In the early days of the summer transfer window, Evergrande spent €14 million to sign Brazilian international Paulinho from Tottenham Hotspur in the Premier League. This marked the first time in the history of the Chinese Super League that a player was directly signed from one of the top 5 leagues in Europe, signifying the dawn of the golden era of the CSL. Last year, when Lu Feng had just arrived in the Netherlands, Chinese Super League player Zhang Shizhe also joined the Bundesliga's Wolfsburg at the same time. However, due to a lack of playing time, he returned to the CSL this year. This incident once again sparked discussions about the adaptability issues faced by domestic players abroad. In contrast to Lu Feng's success in the Eredivisie, many believe that our players also have the potential to establish themselves in Europe's top leagues. Former players like Sun Jihai and Yang Chun, including the current Lu Feng, exemplify this issue well. Many experts suggest that domestic players should go abroad as early as possible to increase their chances of success in European top leagues. If they have already formed physically and technically in their home country, it becomes challenging to succeed abroad later on. Due to various reasons, young talent Zhang Yuning, currently playing for Hangzhou Greentown, transferred to the Dutch club Vitesse for a fee of €150,000. This young player, who is barely a week older than Lu Feng, has also received many blessings from professionals. Fans are also fervently discussing online, looking forward to seeing an exciting China derby on the Dutch league stage next season. In Feyenoord, while the players enjoy their vacation, the team's work is proceeding in an orderly manner. Aside from the departures of some fringe players, the team captain Klaasie has transferred to the Premier League club Southampton for a fee of €15 million, while forward Boetius has moved to Swiss club Basel for €2 million. Additionally, right winger Tevred has also left for another Eredivisie team here in Heerenveen due to insufficient playing time. That's the nature of professional football, though departures are always followed by new arrivals. Compared to the lavish spending of big clubs in the top 5 leagues, Feyenoord in the Eredivisie is much more frugal. The team spent only €3.5 million to bring in 25-year-old Dutch midfielder Wijnaldum from Vitesse, and €1.5 million to sign Swedish player Simon Gustafsson from Hammarby to fill the void left by Klaasie. Then they acquired Brazilian defender Birkin from Groningen for €2.5 million to strengthen the defense. After that, they spent another €1.5 million to purchase Dutch striker Klaassen from ADO Den Haag. The most significant transfer this time is Dutch star Quit, who returned to Feyenoord on a free transfer. At 34 years old, he signed an 11 contract with Feyenoord and will continue to contribute his experience here. On July 12, 2015, Lu Feng returned to the Valkenhorst training base in Rotterdam, marking an early end to his short vacation. In the following days, teammates will gradually return to the team. With some newcomers joining the team, will need some time to integrate. On July 31st and August 7th, Feyenoord will compete against the Turkish team Rams Basaksehir in 2 rounds of the UEFA Europa League qualifying matches. However, before that, they will hold 2 warm-up matches, firstly to help the new players integrate into the team, and secondly to allow the players to quickly adapt to the competition. On Wednesday, July 15th, the weather was clear. Today marks the first day of Feyenoord's new season training. Under the guidance of head coach Van Bronckhorst, the new players introduced themselves and greeted everyone. Due to the departure of Captain Klaasie, the head coach has reappointed the first captain, with veteran Karim Amadi taking the position and Dirk Quit as the second captain. Although he is a new addition to the team, Quit's experience earns him the respect of everyone. After a brief introduction, everyone followed the coaching staff to the medical room, where the team doctors conducted a comprehensive physical examination to assess the player's condition after the vacation. "Hey, my dear Lu, how have I noticed that you've grown taller again?" Van Beek said as he put his arm around Lu Feng's shoulder, gesturing with his hand. Yes, I noticed it too. Lu, if you keep growing like this, will you be taller than me and Steven?" Justin Bino chimed in with enthusiasm. Go, Justin, I don't want to be as tall as you. You look like a bamboo pole." Lu Feng rolled his eyes at Justin, and I'm already 180 centimeters tall. This season I will focus on strength training, so I shouldn't grow as quickly as last year. My ideal height would be around 185 centimeters. Being too tall would affect my technical moves. Lu Feng said seriously after some thought. "Hey, Lu. Hello. I'm glad to play with you." While chatting with 2 friends, Lu Feng turned around to see Quit smiling at him and extending his right hand. Lu Feng quickly extended his right hand. "Hello, Dirk. I'm also very glad to play with you. I often heard my teammates talk about you back when I was in the youth team. We all regarded you as a goal to strive for." "Woo, that's truly an honor, thank you." Quit replied happily, then suddenly turned serious. "But Lu, I've watched your matches and Gio has mentioned you to me as well. I can't let you see me as a goal. Your sights should be set on players even more outstanding than I am. Your future is destined to be greater than mine. Keep pushing forward." After saying this, Quit turned back with a smile, patted Lu Feng's shoulder, and walked away. The morning passed quickly amid the busy team doctors and the playful banter of the players. The main focus of the afternoon was for the coaches to devise some recovery training based on each player's physical condition, allowing the players to feel relaxed. On one side of the training ground, head coach Van Bronckhorst stood with his arms crossed, watching the players engage in a possession drill, casually chatting with his assistant Van Gastel. "Gio, have you seen their medical reports?" "Of course. I know what you're getting at. Lu is the most talented and hard-working kid I've ever seen." "Indeed. I didn't expect that at 17, Lu would be the one among all the players maintaining the best physical condition and form. At 17, isn't this supposed to be the most playful and rebellious age?" Van Gastel said with a hint of wistfulness. "That's the difference between ordinary players and superstars. Geniuses. Many geniuses emerge every year. especially in South America where football geniuses are. Are there few geniuses there? Many. But how many truly develop into superstars that continue to grow? Paul, do you know why? Before Van Gastel could answer, Van Bronckhorst continued. Discipline. It's simple, it's all about discipline. How many geniuses have fallen because of this seemingly simple discipline? A disciplined and hard-working genius is the fundamental condition to become a future superstar. I'm very curious about what heights he can reach in the future. What kind of masterpiece can we carve from this raw gem? Paul, as a professional football coach, what could be more exciting for us to look forward to than this? On July 18th, Feyenoord played a friendly match at home against the team from the Dutch Second Division Venlo. The match was primarily focused on integrating the lineup. Lou Fong started and scored a goal in the 25th minute of the first half with an assist from Quit and was substituted in the second half. The final score was 2-1. A week later, still at home, they played the final warm-up match of the season against Premier League club Southampton. Both teams engaged in a thrilling attacking match with Lou Fong coming on as a substitute in the second half. Thanks to Lou Fong's goal and assist, the match ended in a 3-3 draw with Southampton. After 2 warm-up matches, the team's integration had basically taken shape, and everyone became more familiar with each other. Especially notable was the performance of midfielder Wijnaldum, whose interceptions and passing in midfield effectively compensated for the gap left by Klaasie. Quit's performance was also very impressive. His experience in the attacking front and his coordination with Lou Fong and Kazim showed no signs of unfamiliarity. The phrase "old but still strong" truly describes a player like Quit. On July 29th, the entire Feyenoord team flew over 2,000 kilometers to Istanbul, Turkey, where they will compete against the local football club Rams Basaksehir in the first leg of the UEFA Europa League qualifying round in 2 days. Brothers, long time no see. I miss you all so much. It's almost 1 a.m., so please keep the volume down while watching the match so we don't disturb the neighbors. In Libation's live stream room, with only a few minutes left before the match, a large number of fans have already poured in. Oldly. I thought you struck it rich and stopped live streaming. Indeed. You little rascal, you had a big meal last time, and now you're back to live streaming. Truly a loyal fan. Libation, how do you see today's match? Can you predict the score for us? Oh, brothers, that's not right. Oldly, doing live streaming is true love for you all. As long as you're here, my life as Libatian is full of flavor. I'll thank you to my Blue Sky brother for the rockets. Blue Sky brother is always generous with the planes and rockets. Haha, so it turns out you had a feast with Oldly last time. Congratulations. Thanks again to my Blue Sky brother. Brothers, don't put too much faith in me. My old buddies know that my score predictions are completely random. Last time was pure luck. Be cautious. Be cautious. Today is the UEFA Cup qualifiers at two-leg match. I believe Feyenoord will solidify their defense today. A draw away from home is acceptable, so I guess the score will be 1-1. After a long holiday, fans are looking forward to the UEFA Cup qualifiers. Major mainstream websites and TV stations are not broadcasting, so the number of people in Libation's Happy Bean live stream has increased significantly today. The match is about to start, and Lou Fong and his teammates are already following the main referee's steps in the player tunnel, preparing to enter the field. In a standalone villa by Lu Hu in Rongqing, Su Yanran, who is already on summer vacation, set her alarm early to watch Lou Fong's match. At this moment, she is sitting cross-legged on a chair wearing headphones. The glow from the computer screen reflecting on her face, her big eyes sparkling as she stares at the screen, seemingly searching for something. Even though Su Yanran is very cheerful and lively, her family is quite strict with her, so this 19-year-old girl has never been in a relationship. When she first met Lou Fong, she thought this sunny and handsome boy looked a bit silly and was always shy. However, upon getting to know him better, she realized that Lou Fong was not silly at all. He was a bit talkative and sometimes quite humorous, often making her laugh heartily. She might not even have noticed that this sunny boy had quietly entered her heart, and a strange feeling had quietly emerged. Thus, this girl, who seldom paid attention to football, began to search for various football news, especially about Lou Fong, intentionally or unintentionally. Knowing that Lou Fong had a match today, she specially set an alarm to wake up and watch the football match, even though it was already 1 a.m. and she usually wouldn't sleep until after 11 p.m. Yanran, why are you still awake? What are you doing? At this moment, she was suddenly tapped on the back, startling Su. Oh, Mom, you scared me. Why didn't you knock before coming in? Su Yanran said, a bit shaken, looking at her mother. You're the one who said that. I knocked several times at the door, but you didn't respond. Yang Junmei said while lowering her head to look at the computer with curiosity. Your dad was pulled up by your brother to watch the match. I was just about to go to the kitchen downstairs to bring them the ginseng soup your Aunt Chun made for dinner when I saw the light in your room, so I came to check. When did you start paying attention to football matches? Your dad said he'd take you to see a match live, and you said you weren't interested. I can't sleep tonight, just watching randomly. Anyway, it's the holidays and I don't have to go to class. Su Yanran said a bit sheepishly. Mom, please serve the soup. Su Yanran quickly changed the subject. Although Yang Junmei was puzzled, she turned and went to the kitchen. Istanbul Basaksehir Fatih Terim Stadium. The match has begun amidst the cheers of over 1,700 fans. As Lee Batian said in the live stream, Feyenoord adopted a conservative strategy away from home, mainly focusing on defense. At the start of the match, the home team Basaksehir actively pressed forward, wanting to take advantage of their home ground to gain the initiative in the first leg. On Feyenoord's side, besides leaving a striker Kazim and the fast Lou Fong for counterattacks, even another forward Quit had returned to his own half for defense. In the 20th minute of the match, Besaxer had a corner kick opportunity. Bang! The corner was taken. Van Bijt contested the first ball, and the experienced Quit held off his opponent outside the penalty area to bring the ball down. Facing the press, Quit calmly passed the ball to the winger Karsdorp. Rick! Lu Feng shouted from near the halfway line, then quickly moved forward. When Karsdorp heard Lu Feng shout, he didn't even lift his head and sent a long pass directly. As Lu Feng just crossed the top of the center circle, the ball sped towards him. Facing the imposing defender Kantsev, Lu Feng first used his body to lean against his opponent while watching the approaching ball, accurately judging its landing point. He lightly tapped the ball with his right foot, then nudged it outwards, swiftly turning his body back to execute a wonderful skill darting past Kantsev. Lu Feng's speed was astonishing, and as the goalkeeper quickly retreated, he noticed Kantsev had been bypassed and shouted loudly to another defender, Ian, "Stop him! Hurry and stop him!" Kazim was also quickly positioning himself to draw defenders away from Lu Feng. At this moment, Quit was also sprinting forward at high speed. His speed did not resemble that of a 34-year-old veteran at all. Lu Feng unhesitatingly nudged the ball ahead of Quit and continued to sprint toward the penalty area. Quit moved up to take possession of the ball, slightly nudging it with his right foot to evade the approaching defender, then passed it back to Lu Feng. A beautiful 1-2. At the edge of the penalty area, Lu Feng met Quit's pass with a direct curling shot, sending the ball arcing beautifully. 0-1. In the 21st minute of the match, Feyenoord scored the first goal through a stunning quick counterattack, with only 4 touches leading to Lu Feng's goal. After scoring, Lu Feng found Quit and high-fived him in celebration. Most of the credit for this goal goes to him. From winning the second ball to tirelessly pushing forward and cooperating with Lu Feng, this 34-year-old veteran proved to the world that he is still in his prime. Yanran, the guy who just scored, looks pretty handsome. The live stream is calling him Lu Feng. Is he Chinese? Yang Juanmei, who brought over the ginseng soup, did not leave. She was also a bit curious about what kind of football match could attract her daughter, who usually isn't fond of watching matches, to wake up in the middle of the night to watch. Yes, he's Chinese. He's from the same place as us. He's also from Rongqing. Hearing her mom praise Lu Feng's handsomeness made Su Yanran feel as if she had eaten honey. Oh. Seeing her daughter's expression, Yang Junmei suddenly seemed to understand why her daughter was watching football. Really? He's actually from Rongqing. How did you two meet? Were you classmates in middle school? Why didn't you mention it before? Yang Junmei casually asked, but Su Yanran could detect a hint of scrutiny in her mother's tone. Oh no. Mom, it's not what you think. We've only known each other for 2 months. I met him on the high-speed train when I returned from the capital, and he's even more than a year younger than me. What are you thinking? Su Yanran suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, also slightly guilty. The guilt stemmed from her mother being quite strict about her interactions with the opposite sex since she was young. She continued to tell Yang Junmei about how she met Lu Feng and how they exchanged contact information. Yang Junmei watched her pure daughter, and as she listened to her recount the process of meeting Lu Feng, her eyes began to... As someone who had been through it, Yang Junmei could certainly sense it, and she felt a pang of melancholy who ultimately her precious daughter would be taken away. Brothers after Sun Jihai and Wang Chu, we have our third player from the country who has scored in the European competition. Feng. However, their current goals in the European competition are still part of the qualification rounds of the UEFA Europa League, but given Feyenoord's current strength, entering the group stage is basically a certainty, so Lu Feng's goals in the group stage will eventually come. 666. Old Lee, it seems you did your homework before the match. Don't say it's just a goal in the Europa League. My King of the Wind will definitely score in the Champions League in the future. Say nothing. Just know that my King of the Wind is amazing. After celebrating the goal, the match resumed. After falling behind at home, the home team Besaxer launched a frantic counterattack against Feyenoord. The home fans cheered loudly to support their players. At the same time, they declared to Feyenoord's players that this is the Taksim Stadium. This is their home ground. Prolonged high pressing can indeed yield remarkable results. Just before the end of the first half, Besaxer seized the opportunity from a passing error by Feyenoord's defense, and forward Mudarira scored to equalize the score. The first half ended with both teams tied at 1-1. In the away team's locker room, Feyenoord's players were not disheartened by the late equalizer since it was a 2-leg match, and they had an away goal, so everyone felt relatively relaxed. However, the head coach Van Bronckhorst felt the need to remind his players that they should not let their guard down yet. The match is not over yet. There are another 45 minutes. Come on guys, stay focused. Although this is not the neighboring Sukru Sarakoglu Stadium, it can still be considered a Devil's home ground. Oh, I imagine you have experienced that in the first half. Then he turned to Lu Feng and said, Lu, you don't need to drop so deep in the second half. Oh, I need your speed. Defensive counterattacks require not just defense. Without a counterattack, we will be exhausted and let our opponents run rampant. Understood, sir. Lu Feng replied earnestly. Meanwhile, in the home team's locker room, Turkish head coach Abdullah Avci was energetically motivating his players. Guys, you performed wonderfully in the first half. Remember, this is our home ground. Listen to the cheers of the over 17,000 fans outside. They are here to support us. In the second half, I need you to maintain the pressure from the latter part of the first half. Oh, run for it. Feyenoord is not invincible. Their team is young, and youth means inexperience leading to mistakes. This is our opportunity. Their number 11, that Chinese kid. He is very fast with good skills, but he is a bit frail. Kantsev, keep an eye on. Don't give him any chances. Ahan, stay alert for support. We will definitely win this match at home. Let's take down these Dutch guys. A roar erupted in the home team's locker room. After the second half began, Besaxer continued to employ a high-pressing tactic, demonstrating a strong desire to claim victory. Observing the situation on the field, Van Bronckhorst stood at the sidelines, hands in pockets, appearing completely unperturbed, and even glanced at Abdullah Afsi, as if everything was under his control. The match was indeed unfolding as he had anticipated. Besaxer's high-pressure tactics would ultimately lead to a moment when their players would run out of steam. In the 60th minute, Feyenoord earned a great opportunity for a counterattack. Starting right back Karsdorp intercepted the ball and sprinted down the flank. Due to the home team's formation being too advanced, Karsdorp had ample space to run. He advanced to the halfway line without any defenders interfering with him. In front of him, Kazım and Lou Fong were actively creating space to help Karsdorp find a better passing opportunity. When Karsdorp reached the attacking danger zone, a defender finally arrived ready to intercept his passing lane. But Karsdorp gave him no chance, striking the ball with his right foot, sending it diagonally to the edge of the penalty area. He was aiming for Lou Fong. Due to Lou Feng's incredible speed, the ball arrived slightly behind him. He had no choice but to turn around, chest the ball down, and face away from the goal. However, Kantsev was determined not to give Lou Feng the chance to turn, using his strong body to block Lou Feng and prevent him from easily pivoting. Feeling the force against his back, Lou Feng first stopped the ball with his chest leaned against Kantsev, and as the ball descended, he flicked it with his right foot and pivoted skillfully, using his left arm to brace against Kantsev's body. As Kantsev was still searching for where Lou Feng had passed the ball, Lou Feng had already turned to meet the descending ball, executing a powerful volley. The moment the ball struck his foot, it flew like a cannonball straight into the corner of the goal, without a hint of spin. Goalkeeper Jalen stretched his body to the limit, only able to watch the ball fly into the net. The stadium fell silent. It wasn't until 5 seconds later that a fierce chorus of boos erupted. 1-2. In the 60th minute, Lou Feng scored a goal that perfectly combined violence and aesthetics, helping Feyenoord regain the lead. Beautiful. Brothers, this goal is simply stunning. It reminds me of a goal by the Ice Prince Bergkamp during his time at Arsenal. It's truly reminiscent. But Lou Feng's goal is even more violent. Just asking who else. Lee Batian shouted loudly, jumping up. Oldly, keep it down. Oh, be careful, someone knocks on your door next door. Amazing. Amazing. It's simply a perfect combination of violence and aesthetics. Lou Feng's control over the ball is simply perfect. My girlfriend asked why I was kneeling to watch the game. Wake up, bro, upstairs, you don't have a girlfriend. Having dominated possession in the second half, Besaxer was directly demoralized by Feyenoord's brilliant counterattack. After conceding another goal, Besaxer immediately made substitutions. Clearly, they did not want to easily let Feyenoord take victory at home. After the match resumed, although Besaxer's coach quickly made substitutions and was shouting at the players from the sidelines. However, after running so much and pushing their opponents for so long, conceding first put the players under a dual blow, both physically and psychologically. Under such circumstances, it was challenging for the home team to execute high-quality attacks and coordination. In the 70th minute, Feyenoord made their first substitution of the match. Veteran Quit was substituted, and young Valena came on. In the 80th minute, Lou Feng, who had scored twice, was replaced by Swede Carlson. When the main referee, Spaniard Carlos, blew the final whistle, the score was ultimately fixed at 1-2. Feyenoord secured the first leg victory in the third round of the UEFA Europa League qualifiers away from home. The first leg of the third round of the UEFA Europa League qualification has concluded, and Lou Feng's second goal has been awarded the best goal of this round. Although Lou Feng shone brightly in last season's Eredivisie and won the Golden Boot, attracting the attention of some mainstream European media, it was still just in the context of the Eredivisie. In the entire European football scene, there are many genius players who shine for a moment. However, Lou Feng's performance in yesterday's match announced to the world that he is still the stable super talent. The Marca is one of the Spanish media outlets that has been paying attention to Lou Feng for a long time. This time they again reminded the management of FC Barcelona to pay more attention to this Chinese elf, suggesting that they could bring him to Camp Nou early and cultivate him as a successor to Messi. As a local media outlet in Rotterdam, Feyenoord Daily naturally praised their own talent. Editor-in-chief Mike even personally published an article stating that Lou Feng is undoubtedly a phenomenal player, and if he does not suffer from significant injuries before truly maturing, he will surely become a top star in the future. Domestic media have also unabashedly praised Lou Feng. His goals have been replayed repeatedly on all video platforms online, with the highest view count exceeding 5 million. Overall, having just played one round of the Europa League qualification, Lou Feng has already gained a bit of fame. At this moment in the Principality of Monaco in southwestern Europe, in the dormitory of the U19 players of AS Monaco, a black teenager is intently watching a computer on his desk, which is playing highlights of Lou Feng's goals. Seeing him imitate his idol Cristiano Ronaldo's celebration after scoring, the boy's eyes are filled with longing and envy. This Chinese teenager, only 2 months older than him, has already become a core player in the first team and scored twice in his first European match. When can I join the first team to play? The boy silently thought, filled with aspirations for his future. Killian, hurry up, training time is approaching, otherwise the coach will punish you with laps. A voice interrupted the black teenager's thoughts. Okay, Owen, I'm coming. The boy named Killian quickly shut down the computer, putting on his shirt while running. Yinran, it's almost time for lunch. Oh, let me show you our cafeteria. At this moment, Lou Feng was chatting with Su Yinran on a... I told you to call me sister. Su Yanran wrinkled her nose on the other end, looking adorable. Okay, Yanran. Wow, your cafeteria is quite large, much prettier than the one at our school. Su Yanran didn't dwell on Lu Feng's address. Of course, there are many people in the club, including the young players from the youth team, and they all eat here. Let me show you what we are having today. As Lu Feng spoke, he walked towards the food area with his phone. Lu, is this your girlfriend? She's really beautiful. At that moment, Van Basten approached from behind, leaning on Lu Feng's shoulder to peek at the phone. Let me see. Don't crowd, you guys, don't crowd. Oh fuck, who stepped on my foot? Hearing Van Basten's voice, the teammates behind rushed over, all leaning in to look at Lu Feng's phone, curious about the team pet's girlfriend, eager to catch a glimpse. The teammates' antics instantly turned Lu Feng's face as red as a monkey's, but Su Yanran seemed not to have heard Van Basten's girlfriend remark. Seeing Lu Feng's face turning red again, she also covered her mouth and laughed happily. Hee. Are all of these your teammates? They are so cute. She then greeted everyone in English through the camera. Hi, how are you? Hi, you look really good. W.O. beautiful lady, you look like a princess from a fairy tale. On Lu Feng's side, the teammates responded to Su Yanran's greetings, all talking at once. Go, all of you, step aside. Be careful, or I will tell the coach not to let you in the cafeteria. Lu Feng shouted at his teasing teammates, a bit embarrassed. Ha ha. Lu Feng's embarrassment immediately caused a burst of laughter, but the teammates still understood the hint and dispersed, no longer disturbing their little world. They are just like this, except during matches they are all quite silly. Lu Feng explained to Su Yanran, worried that he might make the girl feel embarrassed. It's nothing, I think it's quite nice. Such an atmosphere is interesting. Su Yanran didn't find anything wrong. Her personality is lively and active, and she actually enjoys this lively ambience. Yanran, look, this is our afternoon snack with fruits and some nuts plus yogurt. This is a special pancake from the Netherlands, but I like to eat meat, so the chef prepares a steak for me every meal. As Lu Feng walked to the dining area, he introduced the food to Su Yanran, proudly pointing at a small piece of steak. Wow, it looks quite sumptuous. It seems your treatment is pretty good, and they even prepared steak just for you. Su Yanran admired the exquisite food. Hee. Lu Feng scratched his head a bit shyly. Due to still growing, he indeed loves to eat meat. Over there is our training ground. Let me show you. Lu Feng then walked to the cafeteria's floor-to-ceiling window and turned the camera towards the training field outside. Your training base looks really big, all green and beautiful. I wish I could experience it in person. Su Yanran said with longing. Sure, if you have the chance to come to the Netherlands, I will definitely take you around here, acting as your tour guide the whole time. Lu Feng said with some anticipation. Time has come to August 6th. And the second leg of the UEFA Europa League qualification round is about to kick off. With nearly an hour and a half remaining before the match, the Feyenoord bus slowly drove into Feyenoord Stadium amid the cheers of fans. Lu Feng. Dirk quit. As the bus arrived, the fans waiting outside the stadium waved their scarves, excitedly calling out the players' names. Lu Feng got off the bus with his teammates, and seeing the enthusiastic cheers from the fans, he also waved back at the crowd. Lu Feng, look over here. A familiar voice caught Lu Feng's attention, and looking over he saw a dozen young Asian faces waving at him. Among the crowd were Chinese students like Li Xiao, who had met him during the U19 youth team's visit to Ajax. They were holding the 5-star red flag, and seeing Lu Feng looking over, they all excitedly waved their hands. Lu Feng greeted head coach Van Bronckhorst and walked towards them. Hello everyone, it's great to see you again. Your name is Li Xiao, right? Yes. My name is Li Xiao. Lu Feng, your memory is really good. We came all the way from Amsterdam to see you. Lu Feng, can we take a picture together? Li Xiao was very happy that Lu Feng, of course, thank you for your support. Lu Feng then took a photo with the dozen young compatriots and quickly joined the team. August 6, 2015, 1 a.m. Beijing time. Brothers, good evening. Welcome to Li Bastian's football live stream. The usual rules. New brothers, please give the host some attention. With attention, you won't get lost. Brothers, the match is about to start. Old Li is optimistic about Feyenoord continuing their dominance at home. As for the score, I predict 2-1 or 3-1. After all, they have already taken the lead in the first leg, and in 3 days the first round of the season's league will kick off, so Old Li believes the home team will keep it simple tonight. With the whistle of Scottish referee Clancy, the match officially begins. The lineups of both teams have not changed significantly compared to the previous round. On Feyenoord's side, due to Quit's return this season, Lu Feng has switched from the right flank, where he played the most last season, to the left. After the match began, Feyenoord did not play conservatively despite their lead in the first leg, but instead utilized their home advantage to play attacking football. This caught the already disadvantaged Besiktas off guard. They thought they should focus on defense since they were trailing in the first. Feyenoord's unconventional tactics left the away team's defense in disarray from the start. As the match reached the 3rd minute, Lu Feng received a pass from Immers and quickly made a run to the baseline, delivering a cutback pass near the edge of the penalty area. This season's new midfield addition Vijanovic followed up with a long-range shot that pierced through Besiktas goalkeeper Bobby. 1-0. The match had just started for less than 4 minutes when Feyenoord altered the aggregate score to 3-1. Vijanovic, who scored his first goal since joining, was extremely happy and immediately found Lu Feng, who assisted him, to embrace and high-five. Wow, I just sat down and haven't even warmed my seat, and they've scored already. 666. Looking at this situation, it's going to be another big win. Old Li is pretending to be mute again, right? You said to keep it simple. This is clearly an attempt to turn the away team in. Ha ha. The big win is about to take off, brothers. After taking the lead, Feyenoord's players were even more relaxed, and their teamwork became increasingly skilled. The match was basically taking place in Besaxer's half, and Vermeer had even run to the center circle as if someone should bring him a plate of sunflower seeds. Hand in hand, Kameraden, hand in hand, VR Feyenoord, want the club die stot VR Allen, in die laat ons niet in de steek. Watching the team dominate, the home fans excitedly sang their club anthem. In the 12th minute, Lu Feng once again had the ball facing a double team from two defenders, and he skillfully maneuvered the ball, evading their attempts to touch it. As he brought the ball to the left edge of the penalty area, Lu Feng passed it to Kazım, who had made a run to receive it. Kazım, already in perfect sync with Lu Feng, shielded off the defender and flicked the ball with his heel, sending it through the crowd. Lu Feng, who had just passed the ball, somehow found himself perfectly positioned on the ball's path. He certainly wouldn't let such an opportunity slip away. As the rolling ball approached, he pushed it with his right foot, sending it almost along the grass towards the far corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Babacan had fully extended, but still missed it by a hair. 2-0. The aggregate score reached 4-1. The match had only been going for 13 minutes and Feyenoord was already 2 goals ahead. Lu Feng, Lu Feng, Lu Feng. After scoring, Lu Feng spread his arms wide to his ears, listening to the cheers of the entire stadium. On the away team's bench, Besaxer's coach Abdullah Afsi shook his head, repeatedly witnessing the stunning performance. How are we supposed to play? This is utterly against the spirit of the game. We came to play football and you're actually cheating. After taking a 2-goal lead, Feyenoord began to actively slow down the pace of the game. After all, they still needed to give their opponents some face. Otherwise, if they kept playing like this, wouldn't they end up scoring double digits? Besaxer finally got a breather. Too terrifying. That number 11 Chinese kid on the opposing team is truly... What do you mean a kid? He is clearly a Tyrannosaurus Rex in a child's disguise. They were indeed terrified of Lu Feng, and afterwards Besaxer's attacks deliberately avoided the left side, where Lu Feng was located. The match quickly approached the end of the first half, and after a failed attack, Besaxer's defense allowed Feyenoord a chance for a quick counterattack. Right back Karsdorp won the ball and quickly found Quit ahead. Quit took the ball and advanced rapidly. Kazım was also making a swift run in the middle, pulling space. On the left side, Lu Feng was also sprinting forward. Quit before the defenders closed and passed the ball to Kazım. Kazım received the ball, turned to take a glance at Lu Feng, who was being double-teamed by 3 defenders, and then took a long shot from outside the penalty area. Bang! The shot was powerful. Goalkeeper Babacan couldn't get a touch on it. Duong. The ball struck the left goalpost, hitting Abdullah Afsi's heart like a hammer. The rebounding ball fortuitously flew toward Lu Feng's side. Due to the speed of the ball, Lu Feng had no time to stop and adjust, as he was closely followed by 3 defenders. In a split second, Lu Feng leaned against the approaching Ihan with his right arm and lifted his left foot, flicking the ball with his heel. The ball obediently flew towards Quit on the right. How did the ball come to me? Quit had no time to think. As a top striker, he would absolutely not let this opportunity slip, drawing back the bow and aiming. He took a volley at the incoming ball. The shot went straight into the upper right corner. Babacan, just getting up from the ground, hadn't even seen how the ball got to the right side, only hearing the deafening cheers from the crowd. 3-0. In the 43rd minute of the first half, Quit's goal once again changed the scoreline. After scoring, Quit quickly ran towards Lu Feng, shouting loudly, "Lu, how did you do that? How did you do that? Ha ha ha, it's unbelievable. Lu, are you a magician?" On the sidelines, Van Bronckhorst was also holding his head in amazement. Wow, wow, how on earth did that ball? I saw it. The scorpion kick. That pass was incredible. A super high difficulty scorpion kick assist. The king of wind is indeed the king of wind. Goals should be high difficulty, even assists must be spectacular. Haha. The big screen in the stadium and the broadcast footage were replaying Lu Feng's incredible assist over and over again. As the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, the fans in the stadium and the comments in the live stream were still excitedly discussing the recent goal. At the start of the second half, Feyenoord made substitutions. They brought on the young number 17 Manu to replace number. They also substituted in number 27 midfielder Simon Gustafsson for number 9 striker Kazım. Only Lu Feng, the big weapon, remained on the field. After all, the score was already 3-0 with an aggregate score of 5-1. Feyenoord had basically secured their advancement to the next round of the playoffs. As the match reached the 60th minute, Lu Feng scored again with an assist from Vijanovic. After scoring, Lu Feng was immediately substituted by Vilena to receive the cheers and applause from the entire stadium. Seeing Lu Feng leave the field, everyone on Besaxer's side, including the coach, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The big demon had finally gone off. However, they hadn't been happy for long. In the 83rd minute, substitute forward Manu scored again during a corner kick scramble. 5-0. Beep. 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 Referee Clancy hardly gave any stoppage time before blowing the final whistle. The final score of 5-0 held until the end as Feyenoord achieved a resounding victory over the Turkish team Besaxer. With an aggregate score of 7-1, they advanced to the next round of the playoffs. P.S. Recently, some readers have reacted strongly to my plans to write about the national football team, so I feel it's necessary. Firstly, the protagonist is a pure Chinese, and if I were to forcefully turn him into a banana person with a white face, I couldn't get past that barrier in my own heart. Additionally, I believe that a football story without national team matches would completely lose its soul, so I will definitely write about the national football team storyline. Of course, her journey will be purely beautiful. I will not write about people or things that are off-putting, nor will I touch upon the well-known unsavory elements. After all, we have had enough of these in reality, haven't we? Of course, I also won't touch upon anything within the red lines. Oh, I just want to bring the purest football to those who love football, and this book, which is my original intention for writing this book. If readers truly dislike it, it can only mean that my level is still insufficient. If it's because of the national football team storyline, I will understand you, because I too am one of you, disappointed, resentful, and even cursing at the national football team in reality. Finally, thanks to all the readers who have read this book, whether you liked it or not, thank you all. Fist bump. After the match, Lou Fong once again followed Van Bronckhorst to the press conference. Compared to his first visit, he appeared much more composed this time. Congratulations, Lou. In your first European competition, you scored 4 goals and provided 2 assists over 2 legs. Do you feel that the UEFA Europa League is not as significant? A journalist from ESPN immediately set a trap for Lou Fong. How could that be possible? The Europa League is one of the highest levels of club competitions in Europe, second only to the Champions League. I believe no player would harbor such absurd thoughts. It is an honor to participate in such a prestigious tournament. Of course, Lou Fong would not be foolish enough to fall into such an obvious trap. After expressing his views, he paused. As for scoring, I am certainly very happy. As a forward, nothing proves my worth more than scoring goals. However, my goals are also dependent on the support of my many excellent teammates. Football is a team sport. Without my teammates' help, I could not have accomplished these tasks alone. Lou, congratulations. Congratulations to Feyenoord for advancing to the next round of the playoffs. Before the start of this season's Eredivisie, your odds of winning the Golden Boot were always at the top. What do you have to say about that? A reporter from the Dutch newspaper De Telegraaf asked. Well, the Golden Boot is an honor that is very worthwhile for me, or rather for every forward. However, the league has not started yet, so it might be a bit early to discuss this. There are many excellent strikers in the Eredivisie, and they will all be strong competitors. Lou Fong replied seriously. Beside him, Van Bronckhorst looked at his beloved disciple, noticing his increasingly adept handling of reporters, and smiled kindly. Lou, hello. I heard that Cristiano Ronaldo was your idol as a child, and you even mimicked his celebration after scoring. I want to ask, between Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi, who do you think is the most outstanding? A reporter suddenly asked. Whoa. Lou Fong touched his forehead, not expecting that one day he would be asked this question by a reporter. This was definitely a big trap. If this question is answered poorly, he wouldn't even need to wait until the next day. He would be roasted by fans on both sides that very day. Van Bronckhorst beside him was also sweating for Lou Fong. The future me. The reporter. Van Bronckhorst. After 2 rounds of qualification for the Europa League, the players of Feyenoord also enjoyed a day off before diving back into intense training. With the first round of the league match just 2 days away, Van Bronckhorst did not arrange for the players to have overly strenuous. At the training ground of Varkenoord, the players were practicing free kicks. About 25 meters from the goal, there was a human wall set up in front, and a circle the size of a car tire hung in the upper right corner of the goal. The players needed to curve the ball around the wall and hit the circle to succeed. Sven, do you want me to help move the goal to the corner flag? Watching Van Beek almost kick the ball towards the corner flag, Lou Fong laughed so hard he bent over. Hey, my brother, I just miskicked it. My shooting skills are not like that. Van Beek defended himself. You might as well give up. Let me show you how to take a free kick. Beside him, Karsdorp placed the ball and prepared to demonstrate his shooting technique to Van Beek. Nick, you are also a defender. Why are you pretending to be a master of free kicks? Van Beek rolled his eyes. Bang. Duong. The football curved over the wall and struck the crossbar, producing a crisp sound. Nixie. You still didn't score, and you want to teach me? Are you teaching me how to hit the crossbar? Van Beek finally found someone to mock. Karsdorp shook his head with a look of regret. At least it's better than you kicking the ball to the corner flag, right? Gah. I already said I miskicked it. That was a mistake, got it. At this moment, Lou Fong also placed the ball at the position, and it was his turn. Come on, gentlemen, please look at the big screen. Let me show you what proper technique looks like. Lou Fong struck a pose, even adjusting his hairstyle with his right hand. Bang. Whoosh. The football curved beautifully over the wall and hit the center of the circle. After flying into the net, the ball even spun on the net for a few seconds before falling to the ground. How was that? Wasn't it cool? After scoring, Lou Fong lifted his head to look at the two, speaking in a very showy TCH. We are all normal people. How could we possibly compare to someone like you who is not normal, right, Nick? Van Beek rolled his eyes at Karsdorp. Exactly. We don't compare ourselves to non-humans. Karsdorp immediately echoed. On the sidelines, Van Bronckhorst and Van Gastel looked at the few people bickering, also smiling. Lou should be the best free kick taker in the team now, right? Van Gastel said. Of course. Liu's work on free kicks is unmatched by anyone else. I have a say in this matter. Van Bronckhorst recalled how every day after work, even sometimes in the dark, Lou Fong would still be practicing free kicks on the field. On August 9, 2015, at 2:45 a.m. Beijing time. Good evening, football friends. I'm Jean-June, and welcome to the first round of the 2015-16 Eredivisie season, where Feyenoord hosts Utrecht, presented by me and Coach Jean Lu. Good evening, everyone. The match is about to start. We can see that both teams' players have lined up and are entering the field, led by the referee. The referee for this match is Dutchman Ballon, who has officiated 9 matches involving Feyenoord with a record of 4 wins, 1 draw, and 4 losses. In 5 matches refereeing Utrecht, he has a record of 3 wins and 2 losses. This referee is not known for being strict with an average of only 1 yellow cards per match. Before the match begins, let me introduce the starting lineups for both teams. For Feyenoord, aside from the captain Kral, who left for the Premier League Southampton during the summer transfer window, there are basically no major changes. They are still using their usual 433 formation today. The starting goalkeeper is still number 1 Overmeer. The 4 defenders from left to right are number 18 Newcoop, number 4 Congolo, number 3 Van Beek, and number 2 Karsdorp. The 3 midfielders are the veteran number 8, Ahan with the captain's armband this season, number 28, Toornstra, who is replacing the injured Immers, and the new signing number 5, Wijnaldum. In the forward line, number 9, Kazim remains the main center forward. The veteran Quit, who returned to the Netherlands this season, is wearing number 7 and is positioned as the right winger, while number 11, Olu Foam, is on the left wing. On the Utrecht side, they are fielding a 532 formation today. Their goalkeeper is number 1 Arud. The defenders from left to right are number 20 Gankum, number 5, and number 4 Tinking, number 2, Van der Merel, and number 17 Kleber. The 3 midfielders are number 8, Oy Jansen, number 23, Ramsler, and number 6, Ayub. The 2 forwards are number 22, Alan, and number 10, Berazite. Jean-June. Last season we saw Lou Foam primarily play as a right winger. With Quit's return this season, Lou has moved to the left wing, but judging from the 2 rounds of Europa League qualifiers, it seems he has adapted well and started with a good competitive form. Jean-June said to his partner Jean Lou after reading the starting lineup, That's right. Lou Foam is a rare versatile player. It is said that during training, coach Van Bronckhorst often lets him play on both sides, even in the central position. So for a player like Lou Foam, left and right are not an issue at all. All right, with the referee Blom's whistle, the match has begun. Internationally renowned sports protection brand Gispen brings you this Eredivisie live broadcast. Utrecht has indeed been a nemesis for Feyenoord. In the first encounter last season, Feyenoord lost 1-2 at home to their. In the second leg, Utrecht managed to hold Feyenoord to a 0-0 draw at home, halting their winning streak at that time. Thus, in terms of mentality, Utrecht holds the advantage. Commentator Jean-June expressed some concern in the broadcast, saying Utrecht's 2 strikers today are both quite tall. Berazite stands at 188 centimeters, while Haller is even taller at 191 centimeters. Although Feyenoord's 2 center-backs Van Beek and Congolo are also 188 centimeters, we can see that in the earlier aerial duels they were slightly at a disadvantage. The formation Utrecht has deployed today is specifically arranged to counter Feyenoord. They aim to continuously deliver high balls, utilizing their aerial advantage to find opportunities to breach Feyenoord's. Moreover, Utrecht's main attacking route today is the left flank, where left-back Nguignoni possesses remarkable speed and frequently makes forward runs, effectively pinning Karsdorp back in his own half. Feyenoord is not to be outdone. Lou Foam is also attacking down the left flank, and his speed is on par with Nguignoni, complemented by his technical advantages. The 2 teams seem to have agreed to keep to their sides, not interfering with each other. As the match reached the 18th minute of the first half, Feyenoord earned a corner kick. Captain Ahamadi took the corner kick, while the 2 center-backs moved up to contest, facing off against Utrecht's. Lou Foam slipped to the back post, hoping to capitalize on any mistakes. Bang! The corner was taken, and the ball soared towards the middle of the small penalty area. Let's watch this corner. Goalkeeper Rutter charged out to punch the ball away. Alas, Rutter misjudged, and the ball remains in the penalty area. Van Beek shoots, but the ball is blocked by a defender. Kazim follows up, blocked again by a defender. The penalty area is in chaos. Quit. Oh no. The ball hit the crossbar again, and Lou Foam has a chance. Alas, Lou Foam was pressed down by the leaping Rutter. The ball went in. The ball is in. Beautiful. An incredibly imaginative goal from Lou Foam. Let's take a look at the replay of the goal. Quit's shot hit the crossbar and bounced down, landing right above Lou Foam. However, as Lou Foam was preparing to jump, he hadn't taken off yet, and was pinned down by goalkeeper Rutter. Lou Foam, who had already lunged forward, skillfully used his heel to nudge the ball into the unguarded net. We can see that Lou Foam was completely pinned down by Rutter, with the back of his head snugly pressed against Rutter's groin. This must be a memorable goal. Jean-June, witnessing the replay, couldn't help but chuckle in the broadcast. My king Lou Foam is amazing. Even his goals are more flamboyant than others. Oh no. I hope Lou Foam's head is okay. Please don't let him get a hole poked through. The upstairs may not know. My king Lou Foam has practiced iron head skills. You should be more worried about little Rutter. I can't stop laughing. Watching a football match can still bring such comedic scenes. After scoring, Lou Foam crawled up, combining a push and a crawl to get back on his feet. You read it right, he crawled out, because Rutter's legs were still firmly pressed on his head, and Lou Foam could even faintly smell a hint of urine. As Lou Foam ran out to celebrate his goal, the fool Van Beek also came over, running alongside, and asking, Lou, how's it going? Have you smelled anything? In the 19th minute of the match, thanks to Lou Foam's goal amidst the chaos in the penalty area, Feyenoord temporarily led Utrecht at home. After the match resumed, although both teams played fiercely, neither side found another opportunity to score. The referee then blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, with the score still at 1-0. As Lou Foam walked towards the dressing room, he glanced at Utrecht's head coach, feeling that he had seen this bald head somewhere before, but he couldn't quite recall. Inside the home team's dressing room, Van Bronckhorst was pumping up the players. Guys, you did great in the first half. You didn't let Utrecht score. I hope you continue this in the second half. Deck. In the second half you will switch positions with Lou. Their left back is too fast, frequently making forward runs that pose a significant threat to us. We need Lou to use his speed to pressure him, otherwise you and Nick may not hold up. Alright, no problem. Quit knew that with his current speed and stamina, he would struggle to keep up in a long-distance speed contest. Okay, next I will outline the arrangements for the second half. As Lou Fong came out with his teammates, he spotted that familiar. Just as Lou Fong looked at him, the bald man also glanced in Lou Fong's direction and suddenly smiled, making Lou Fong remember immediately. Ten Hag. So it's you. No wonder you look so familiar. Of course, the current Ten Hag is not the same as the later Ten Hag. He had just returned from Munich, Germany in July and had not yet evolved into Saint Ten. Lou Fong returned a polite smile and followed his teammates onto the field, leaving Ten Hag with a face full of questions. Alright, welcome back. Let's follow the camera into the second half of the match. In the broadcast room, Jean Jun's unique voice rang out again. We see that neither team made substitutions at halftime, indicating that both coaches were satisfied with their players' performances in the first half. We see Lou Fong back in the right winger position. It seems Van Bronckhorst wants to use Liu's pressure on the right flank to force Utrecht's left back Nganioni to restrain his forward runs. Indeed, with Lou Fong, this deadly weapon positioned on the right flank, Nganioni's forward runs are indeed being curtailed. In terms of speed, Lou Fong is completely unmatched, and Nganioni, standing at only 177 centimeters, is at a disadvantage in physical confrontations against 180 centimeters tall Lou Fong. Utrecht also attempted to find breakthroughs from the right flank, but their right back Klaby had sufficient height, yet his speed was evidently lacking, resulting in little effect from their right flank attacks. The match quickly reached the 60-minute mark. After a prolonged siege, without breakthroughs, Utrecht's midfield passing error allowed Feyenoord to seize a counterattack opportunity. Utrecht made a passing error and Vijanovic intercepted the ball. This is a fantastic counterattack opportunity. Vijanovic advanced with the ball passing to Quit on the left. Quit evaded the approaching Ayoub. Now it's a 3-and. Quit continued to drive forward. Klaby interfered, and Quit stopped horizontally, passing the ball to Kazım. Kazım did not receive the ball. He let it go. Lou Fong and Nganioni are battling for position. Nganioni was pushed aside by Lou Fong and shot directly without stopping. The ball is in. A beautiful goal. Indeed, having the king Lou Fong at home guarantees goals. 2-0. In the 61st minute, Lou Fong scored a brace. Feyenoord has once again expanded their lead at home. After scoring, Lou Fong ran towards the corner flag, executing a smooth sliding celebration, eliciting cheers from the fans. After celebrating the goal, the match continued. Utrecht, now 2 goals down, quickly made adjustments, substituting forward Revo Ruin for right back Klaby and midfielder Ludwig for another midfielder Ramselaar. We see that Utrecht, trailing by 2 goals, is making substitutions. It seems they are switching to a 4-defender system, unwilling to easily concede 3 points to their opponent. Feyenoord also proceeded with personnel adjustments. Number 21, Varela replaced today's underperforming number 28, Tostrel. After the substitutions, both sides introduced fresh troops, and the pace of the match quickened considerably once again. In the 72nd minute, Utrecht finally earned a free kick in the attacking third. The free kick was about 35 meters away from the goal, and Lou Fong and Quit formed a makeshift wall. Goalkeeper Vermeer loudly called for his teammates to prepare for marking in the box, as the opponent would likely choose to cross the ball, given the distance to the goal. Beep. The whistle blew. Boom. The ball was in play. As expected, the free kick was taken as a cross. The football arced through the air, heading towards the penalty spot. Standing at 191 centimeters tall, Araujo had waited for over 70 minutes for an opportunity to shoot. He leaped high, soaring above the defender Van Beek by more than a head, meeting the incoming ball with a powerful header. Vermeer stretched his body as much as possible, but the angle of the incoming ball was simply too tricky, and he could only watch helplessly as the ball flew into the net. 2-1. In the 74th minute, Utrecht pulled one back. After scoring, Araujo did not celebrate. He picked up the ball and ran towards the center circle. With just over 10 minutes remaining, they saw a glimmer of hope to equalize. The match quickly resumed, and the energized Utrecht launched a fierce assault in Feyenoord's half. Even Genu, who had been pushed back by Lou Fong, was now unleashed, almost taking on the role of a winger. In the 79th minute, it was Ngana's breakthrough cross, and Araujo's header nearly opened Feyenoord's goal once again. In the 82nd minute, Utrecht struck back again. Araujo received a goal kick from the goalkeeper near the center circle and nodded it to Janssen, who then passed it to the newly introduced forward Ruivel Win. Ruivel Win took 2 steps forward and, under Amadi's interference, forced a shot. The ball sailed just over the crossbar, eliciting a gasp from the fans. The closer they got to the end, the more aggressive Utrecht's attacks became. However, their reckless all-out play left plenty of space for Feyenoord's counterattacks. In the 87th minute, Lou Fong received a pass from Vilhena on the right side. Nganu, who had been fully committed, had no time to retreat, and Lou Fong once again showcased his unparalleled speed. Feyenoord's counterattack opportunity. Lou Fong is quick, and as the match approached the 90-minute mark, he was still able to accelerate. It's a 3-on-2. Kazım and Quit were also sprinting forward. We could see that the 35-year-old veteran was giving it his all, keeping pace with Lou Fong, who was nearly half his age. Left Kazım to defend Lou Fong, while Timo Licht looked at the rapidly advancing Quit and chose a defensive position between Kazım and Quit. Lu Feng executed a series of stepovers. He broke to the right. The ball was pulled back beautifully. He got past the advancing Qin. In such high speed, Qin was completely unable to keep up with Lu Feng's rhythm. At the moment Lu Feng passed, Qin Timo liked also acted without hesitation, abandoning Kazim and quit rushing towards Lu Feng with a sliding tackle, trying to stop his shot. Seeing the defenders slide, Lu Feng deftly flicked the ball lightly towards Quit and jumped up to evade Timo Likes. Quit, gritting his teeth, had followed for quite a distance, waiting for this moment. With no one marking him, he took a shot at the ball that Lu Feng passed over. This shot was powerful and showcased the shooting technique of an excellent striker. Rutter had no time to react as the ball flew into the net like a cannonball. 3-1. In the 88th minute, Quit helped Feyenoord extend their lead. This goal essentially sealed the match. After Utrecht's frantic counterattack for several minutes, Feyenoord extinguished their hopes with a swift counter. After scoring, Quit immediately found Lu Feng, who assisted him, and they embraced with a high five. The home fans also stood up, giving a warm round of applause for this veteran's return to the league with a goal. The score of 3-1 directly crushed Utrecht's hopes of equalizing, and the following minutes became essentially garbage time. In the 92nd minute, the referee blew the final whistle. Feyenoord secured a victory in their season opener of the 2015-16 Eredivisie. The day after the match, Van Bronckhorst gave the players a day off as usual, and they would have a week to rest before facing the second. While Lu, are you chatting on video with your little girlfriend again? Lu Feng's roommate Justin walked in and saw Lu Feng on a video call teasing him. Lu Feng first glanced at Su Yanran on the screen, and when he saw that she showed no signs of displeasure, he replied to Justin, "Justin, didn't you go to meet someone online? Why are you back so early? Let's not talk about that. Hello Su, good to see you again." Justin replied somewhat unenthusiastically, and then greeted Su Yanran on the screen before lying down on his bed. "What's wrong with him? He looks like he's heartbroken," Su Yanran asked when she saw Justin looking a bit down. "Don't worry about him, I'm used to it. He won't be down for more than an hour before bouncing back to life." Lu Feng shrugged casually. Since Lu Feng returned to the Netherlands, he and Su Yanran had been messaging each other daily and occasionally video chatting. Although they had not yet broken through that layer of glass, both knew in their hearts that they had feelings for each other. "Faster, faster. Speed up a bit. Marco, be more decisive with the ball. When counterattacking, speed. Lu, you need to simplify your movements. The official match is not a stage for performances. Extra movements only annoy the opponents. Sven, your turns are slower than an aircraft carrier turning around. My God." At the training ground of Valkenhoorn, a team scrimmage was in progress, and Van Bronckhorst's voice had hardly stopped. "Hey, Lu, can you give me some face? You're treating me like an obstacle that you're just dribbling past. That makes me look so silly," Van Beek said to Lu Feng with a hint of grievance. "Sven, aren't you just a little silly? You're adorably silly, Van Beek." Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed across the training ground. On August 13th, the first round of the 2015-16 Eredivisie season finally concluded. 5 teams secured 3 points in the first round. Ajax comfortably defeated Alkmaar 3-0 away, taking the top spot on goal difference with 20-year-old talent El Ghazi scoring twice. Feyenoord, Roda JC, and Heerenveen all had the same goal difference, tied for second, while Nijmegen also winning 1-0 at home sat in third. Defending champions PSV Eindhoven unexpectedly drew 2-2 away against AOD Den Haag, which surprised them. On the scoring charts, Ajax's El Ghazi, Heerenveen Simon Terrad, and Feyenoord's Lu Feng all ranked at the top. Time moved to August 16th, Sunday. Feyenoord arrived in the northern Dutch city of Leeuwarden, where they would challenge the Eredivisie side Cambuur. With nearly 40 minutes left until the match began, Lu Feng was inside the field warming up with his teammates. The key stadium in Cambuur is quite small, accommodating only 150 spectators. This is typical for small clubs in the Eredivisie. "Wow, Lu, look over there, quick, look over there." Van Beek, who was practicing passes with Lu Feng, suddenly pointed to one side of the stands. Lu Feng looked in the direction pointed by Van Beek, where several Dutch girls stood in bikinis holding a poster of Lu Feng. On the poster, Lu Feng was bare-chested, showcasing his already somewhat defined muscles. The girls, seeing Lu Feng glance their way, immediately screamed and waved at him. "Ha ha, how about it, Lu? Do you want to go greet them? I bet the girls would be more than happy to give you their contact information." Van Beek, being the fool he is, winked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng was already accustomed to the openness and enthusiasm of the Dutch girls. After rolling his eyes at Van Beek, he ignored him. However, deep down he felt a bit smug, thinking to himself how charming he was, always so popular wherever he went. "Sigh, my damn charm. It just can't be hidden," Lu Feng mused. Good evening, football fans. I am Jean June. Welcome everyone to watch the second round of the 2015-16 season Dutch Eredivisie match between Feyenoord and Cambuur, brought to you by myself and Jean Lu. Cambuur is a typical yo-yo club in the Eredivisie, often fluctuating between the top and second divisions, so their strength is quite limited. Feyenoord should have no problem taking away 3 points from here today. Yes, it all depends on Lu Feng's performance today, whether he can seize the opportunity to score a couple more. Alright, with the referee's whistle, the match has begun. Let me introduce the starting lineups for both teams. Cambuur today is playing a traditional 433 formation. The starting goalkeeper is number 22. The 4 defenders from left to right are number 4, Andrius Govicius from Lithuania, number 23, Persman number 30, Mike Intosh, and number 5, the Uruguayan Pereira. The 3 midfielders are number 6, backer on the left, number 20 Van der Streek on the right, and number 8, Overgoren. Up front, the center forward is number 18 Awagbesh with number 12 Haukup on the right wing and number 14 Rocheval on the left wing. Feyenoord is also playing the same 433 formation today. There are no changes in their starting lineup from the last match, with the goalkeeper still being Jean June was introducing the starting lineups, while an exciting attack unfolded on the field. Feyenoord moved the ball from midfield to the front, executing a series of precise passes. Lufong, positioned at the edge of the left penalty area, took a magnificent shot, but it was saved by the focused goalkeeper Nienhuis. Then Quid on the right side rushed in, sending the ball into the empty net. 0-1. Quid scored the first goal for Feyenoord. In less than 5 minutes into the match, Feyenoord had achieved a dream start away from home. Given the obvious gap in strength between the two sides, Feyenoord's momentum surged even more after the goal. Cambuur was almost completely suppressed by Feyenoord, resembling a one-sided training exercise. In the 12th minute of the match, Lufong also seized the opportunity when Kazim's shot was blocked, successfully scoring on the rebound. He changed the score to 0-2. In the 32nd minute of the first half, Lufong was tripped by Cambuur's midfielder Van der Streek while dribbling on the left side of the penalty area, giving Feyenoord a favorable free-kick opportunity. Lufong personally took the free kick and scored. Before the first half ended, the score had already reached 0-3. Feyenoord then slowed down their attacking pace, maintaining the score until the halftime whistle. As Feyenoord had another Europa League playoff match in 3 days, and with a significant lead in the score, they decided to substitute the two-goal scorer Lufong with the young player Bashikikoglu, who wore number 14, as the second half began. Substituted off, Lufong could finally sit on the bench munching on spicy strips while watching the game, with the broadcast capturing his relaxed demeanor perfectly. Haha, Lufong looks so adorable like this. 666, our king of football, is actually eating spicy strips. Van Bronckhorst is so inconsiderate. Our king of football hasn't even completed a hat trick yet, and he is substitute. What brand of spicy strips is Lufong eating? If anyone saw, please let me know. I want to get some to try. Waylong spicy strips. Come on, hey, race a chance for advertising. After Lufong left the field, fans in the live broadcast felt that Lufong on the bench was much more entertaining than the actor. Regardless of how lively the fans were in the comments, the match continued. In the 55th minute of the second half, Kazim seized another opportunity to extend the score to 0-4. In the 60th minute of the match, Quit was also substituted out for another forward, Kramer. In the 70th minute, the substitute Kramer scored the 5th goal of the match from a corner opportunity, changing the score 0-5. Both teams then slowed the pace of the game, maintaining the score of 0-5 until the final whistle. In this round of the league, apart from the match between Vitesse and Roda JC that ended a day earlier, all other matches were completed on the same day. Feyenoord achieved 2 consecutive victories and temporarily topped the standings due to a 1-goal advantage. Ajax in this round again won 30 against visiting Willem II, while PSV, after being held to a draw by ADO Den Haag in the first round, returned home to easily defeat Groningen 20. In the scoring chart, Ajax's young player El Ghazi also scored 2 goals in consecutive matches, keeping pace with last season's Memphis Depay and Lufong. This season's El Ghazi and Lufong are all very young and talented strikers. The Eredivisie truly deserves its title as a star factory in the football world. On the evening of August 18, 2015, the entire Feyenoord team arrived at the border city of Giurgiu. This ancient city is the outer port of Romania's capital Bucharest, located on the north bank of the Danube River, facing the districts of Silistra and Ruse in Bulgaria across the river. Feyenoord will face the local team Astra in the first leg of the Europa League playoff here. At 23:30 Beijing time on August 20th, there are only 5 minutes left before the match officially begins. Good evening, brothers. Welcome back to Libation's live broadcast room. As usual, new friends, please help the host by following so you won't get lost. What does the host think about tonight's match? Any recommendations? Oldly, what kind of team is Astra? I've never heard of them. Astra is a team from the Romanian Premier League, ranked 3rd last season. They qualified for the Europa League qualification due to winning the domestic cup. That's all I know. I haven't paid much attention to teams from such small leagues. Alright, the match is about to start. Brothers, please follow Oldly into today's match broadcast. Feyenoord's starting lineup in this match did not change much from the previous round. Only in midfield, number 10, Immers returned from injury and secured a starting position. In defense, this season's new signing number 6, Evander Heiden, partnered with Van Beek, while number 4, Congolo, replaced the injured Nenem at right back. As the match just started, the aggressive Feyenoord took the initiative, launching an offensive towards the Astra goal. In the 5th minute, Lufong received a pass from Immers and took a long-range shot from the left side just outside the penalty area, but the ball went slightly over the crossbar. Bang! At the moment the corner kick was taken, Lufong, who had been jostling for position with the opposing defender in the center, suddenly darted forward. As the ball soared towards him, Lufong executed a stunning backward header, redirecting the ball into the back corner of the 0-1. After scoring, Lufong was elated. He had put in a lot of effort into his heading skills, and this goal was undoubtedly the best reward for his hard work. Just 10 minutes into the first half, Feyenoord, playing away, took the lead, marking a superb start. After the kickoff, the home team, Astra, launched a counterattack. Despite being less powerful than their opponents, they refused to yield easily on their home ground. In the 13th minute, Astra's forward Alabek made a long-range shot from outside the box, but it was narrowly saved by Vermeer, almost leveling the score. Guys, focus up. Don't let them shoot easily. Vermeer shouted loudly to his teammates while clapping his hands. Oh dear, that scared me. Feyenoord's defense is a bit complacent right now, almost letting the opponent score. Lee Battian exclaimed in surprise during the live broadcast. Feyenoord quickly retaliated. Receiving a pass in the backfield, Vujinovic surged forward unopposed and passed the ball to Lou Fong on the left wing near the halfway line. Facing Astra's left back, Queiroz, Lou Fong suddenly stepped forward with his right foot flicking the ball with his left as he glided past Queiroz, the ball slipping through his legs. A beautiful nutmeg. After getting past the defender, Lou Fong rapidly charged down the left flank. Kazim in the center and Quid on the right quickly followed suit. As everyone speculated whether Lou Fong would choose to surge into the penalty area or take a long-range shot next. Before the defender could tackle him, Lou Fong deftly backheeled the ball with the outside of his right foot, sending it arcing beautifully through the air to where Quit was running at the back post. As a top striker, Quit certainly wouldn't waste such a brilliant pass. With a gentle leap, he redirected the flying ball into the upper left corner of the net with his forehead. 0-2. In the 21st minute, Lou Fong assisted Quit, further extending the lead. After scoring, Quit found Lou Fong and exclaimed, "Awesome. Lou, your pass was incredible. I didn't expect you to have such skills. I absolutely love you." Quit, with both hands on Lou Fong's head, loudly thanked him for the fantastic assist, finishing off with a hearty kiss on his forehead. Lou Fong felt a bit helpless. He still couldn't quite get used to the way these foreigners expressed their feelings, whether it was messing up his hairstyle or planting wet kisses on his forehead. On the away team's bench, Van Bronckhorst sat relaxed talking to his teammate Van Gastel. Lou has improved again. He used to take a few more steps forward. Now his vision is much broader, no longer limited to just the space in front of him. If the previous Lou was like a sharp sword on the front line, he is now evolving towards becoming a sword master. Indeed, it's hard to imagine he's only 17 now. How comprehensive and formidable will he be at 20? Besides excellent skills heading long shots, free kicks, and passing to become an absolute superstar, one must not have significant shortcomings that can be exploited by opponents. Van Bronckhorst looked at the young player sprinting on the field, admiration clear in his eyes, though it soon turned to a hint of Feyenoord's sky is still too small. The sky of the Netherlands is also too small. In the end, they won't be able to keep this eagle that is beginning to spread its wings. The match continued. Feyenoord, already leading 2-0, did not slow down their offensive momentum. The players were eager to settle the tie in the first leg. In the 33rd minute, after dribbling past two defenders on the left flank, Lou Fong made a cutback pass from the left side of the penalty area. Vujinovic surged forward and fired a powerful long-range shot, once again opening up Astra's goal. 0-3. 666. This match is too easy. It's not even halftime yet, and it's already 3-0. Indeed, the gap in strength is just too great. It's a bit unfortunate that I, the king of football, have only scored one goal. Oh, I mustn't miss this chance to pad my stats. Let's see if I can bring back the Europa League Golden Boot. The idiot upstairs padding stats in the playoffs is pointless. Those goals don't count in the official tally. Goals in the Europa League Golden Boot rankings start counting from the group stage. The match quickly reached the 42nd minute with about 5 minutes remaining until halftime, including stoppage time. Immers assisted striker Kazim with a corner kick, scoring the fourth goal of the match, bringing the score to 0-4. Feyenoord was practically 1 foot in the door of the Europa League group stage. In the second half, Lou Fong and the recently recovered Immers were substituted by Van Bronckhorst, as Feyenoord needed to conserve their main player's stamina in their multi-line battles while leading by a large margin. In the 70th minute, Astra finally scored a consolation goal during the match. However, just before the match ended, the substitute, who came on for Lou Fong, number 14 Bashikikoglu, extended the score to 1-5. This was the final score as Feyenoord achieved a resounding 5-1 victory over the Romanian team Astra, effectively announcing the early end of the two-leg contest. Feyenoord triumphs 5-1 away against Astra, and Lou Fong continues his stellar form with a 4-goal lead and 5 away goals. The suspense of the second leg is practically over. Telegraph, 5-1. Terrifying Feyenoord, terrifying Chinese Lou. Marca and Real Madrid's final preseason friendly against Turkish Galatasaray. Ronaldo started and played the full match without scoring, hoping the star of Real can find his form before the league starts. World Sports Barcelona was defeated 1-5 on aggregate in the Super Cup by Athletic Bilbao, marking a terrible kicker. Bayern won their friendly 5-0 against Hamburg, with Lewandowski scoring a hat-trick and Robin getting a goal. Ribery injured his left knee's lateral ligament and will miss the first few rounds of the league. The Sun, a reporter in Paris, captured photos of Portuguese star Cristiano Ronaldo on a date with Brazilian star Kaká, who wore a wig and women's clothing. With pictures, Donquidi, Lou Fong's 1 goal and 2 assists helped Feyenoord achieve a big away win against Astra. Our young talent Zhang Yuning's team Vitesse will challenge Feyenoord in the next league match away. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuning is still in the U19 squad and hasn't made it to the first team, thus missing the Chinese derby match. Back in Rotterdam, head coach Van Bronckhorst gave the players a day off as usual. Lou Fong also trained alone as usual and later returned to his dormitory to receive a phone call from his mother Li Hong. "Xiao Fong, didn't you give me a card before you came back? Your dad and I discussed it and plan to buy a house in the city center of Rongqing. When you get married, it can serve as a wedding house, and it will also be more convenient for your future children when they go to school." Wedding house. Children. Mom, I'm still a few months away from turning 17. Are you already thinking about my marriage and talking about children? I'm still just a kid. Lu Feng couldn't help but chuckle as he spoke on the phone. But buying a house is fine, you and Dad can decide. Given the current trend, house prices will definitely rise again in the future. Other matters can wait. What do you mean by waiting? Time flies. I still remember when you were just born, holding you in my arms, you were like a little mouse. How long has it been, and now you're taller than me? Li Hong began to ramble on the phone again, but this time Lu Feng didn't argue back. Instead, he patiently listened, a smile beginning to appear on his face. By the way, Xiaofeng, you have grown up. Though Mom and Dad are not by your side and cannot take care of you, I must tell you that you can date, but please don't bring back a foreign daughter-in-law. Your mother still prefers our Chinese girls. Li Hong suddenly said over the phone, Don't worry, Mom. Your son shares your thoughts and only likes our Chinese girls. As for buying a house, you can discuss it with Dad and decide. I have no objections. As he spoke, Lu Feng involuntarily pictured the beautiful face, the ponytail, swaying in his mind. After the rest day, it was time for regular training. Due to Feyenoord's recent schedule of back-to-back matches, head coach Van Bronckhorst did not arrange for overly strenuous training. The afternoon training ended early because the team's vice-captain Quit informed everyone in the morning that he was inviting the entire team for dinner at his house. Lu, you'll ride with me. You haven't been to Dirk's house, right? He'll take you along. Right after training, Van Bijk said as he put his arm around Lu Feng's shoulder. Sure, I haven't been there yet. Have you already been? Ha. Of course I helped him move when he was relocating. Van Bijk said, seemingly boasting. His house is right by the Maas River, and there's a private dock. I'll take you to ride Dirk's little boat later. You'll definitely love it. All right, but wait for me a moment. I need to take a shower and change clothes first, Lu Feng said to Van Bijk. Of course I need a shower too. Let's go together. Ha. Van Bijk said, wanting to drag Lu Feng along. Get lost. Who wants to shower with you, you glassy-eyed fool? Lu Feng said with disdain, pushing Van Bijk's hand away. Ha. Their playful banter brought laughter from their teammates. Quit's new home is situated by the Maas River in Rotterdam, a small villa that doesn't appear particularly large from the outside. However, in front of the villa there is a spacious lawn, and tonight's gathering will take place on the lawn outside. In front of the lawn flows the Maas River, and there is indeed a small dock where a little boat is moored. Lu Feng and Van Bijk were among the first to arrive. At this time, Quit and his wife Gertrude were busy preparing food for dinner on the lawn with 3 big kids and a little one playing soccer with a golden retriever nearby. Seeing Lu Feng and Van Bijk arrive, Quit warmly invited them to sit down and introduced his family. Gertrude is a very capable wife and also has the cheerful and straightforward personality of Dutch women. What Lu Feng didn't expect was that Quit's youngest son, the 5-year-old Benjamin, was actually a fan of Lu Feng. Little Benjamin was overjoyed to see Lu Feng at his home and pulled Lu Feng and his little friend, the golden retriever, to play soccer together. Van Bijk initially planned to take Lu Feng for a spin in the little boat, but seeing Lu Feng engrossed in playing with the kids, he had to go alone. Before long, the sun began to set. The sunset reflected on the clear surface of the Maas River, creating a beautiful glow as the gentle breeze rippled through the water. The remaining teammates gradually arrived, and under the glow of the sunset, standing, sitting, and playing together, they created a picturesque scene of harmony. Lu Feng gazed at the beautiful and harmonious scene, unable to help but think how wonderful it would be to buy a small villa here after retiring and live with Yinran. Are you thinking about your girlfriend? Quit came over with a fruit platter and patted Lu Feng on the shoulder. No, I just feel that this place is beautiful. Lu Feng blushed a little after having his thoughts exposed. I didn't expect the all-powerful Chinese elf on the field to be such a shy boy off the field. Quit casually placed the fruit platter on a small table nearby, teasing Lu Feng again. At that moment, Gertrude helped Quit bring over a chair, and he placed it next to Lu Feng to sit down. Lu, you are the first incredibly talented player I've seen who still works hard. You will definitely become a superstar in the future. Quit said seriously to Lu Feng. Thank you for your affirmation, Dirk. Lu Feng felt a bit embarrassed by the sudden and straightforward compliment. What I said is true. I've seen many talented players. Currently, the two vying for the Ballon d'Or, Lionel Messi, is incredibly gifted, and Cristiano Ronaldo is equally outstanding, working just as hard as you do. And you, Lu, possess talent that is no less than Messi's, along with the same diligence as Ronaldo. I can't guarantee that you will surpass them in the future, but I can assure you that your future will not be inferior to theirs. Quit looked at Lu Feng earnestly as he spoke. Dirk, I believe too. I can do it. Lu Feng was also touched by his seriousness, affirming himself. We all believe in you. Sensing Lu Feng's pressure, Quit patted his arm. Feyenoord is too small, and so is the Netherlands. I estimate that you should not be here next season. The top 5 leagues. The stage of the Champions League. That is where you should be, where you can truly showcase your strength and prove yourself. As Quit spoke, Lu Feng looked at the distant sunset. His blood seemed to ignite and determination shone in his eyes. Lu, do you have a team you want to go to? At that moment, Quit suddenly asked. Lu Feng came back to his senses, pondering where his next destination might be. According to his memories from his past life, which teams would suit him? If you plan to go to the Premier League, I personally suggest considering Liverpool. That was my first and only stop when I entered the top 5 leagues. The football there is very pure, and the fans are passionate. Liverpool has a deep history in European competitions. Although they have struggled in recent years, I believe they will rise again quickly if they find a suitable coach. Also, I think the Premier League and Liverpool are a good fit for you. If you want to go to the Premier League, you should consider it. Of course I share this with you out of my own selfishness, as I have feelings for Liverpool, Quit said with a slight smile at Lu Feng. However, Lu Feng is still unsure about where to go. Thinking about this now feels a bit premature. What he wants to do now is leave something for Feyenoord while he is still here, at least a championship trophy. Lu Feng is an emotional person. He still remembers the scene when he failed the trial at Ajax, wandering helplessly with his dad on the streets of Amsterdam. It was Van Bronckhorst who brought him to Rotterdam to Feyenoord, where he began his professional career. His teammates, fans, coaches, and all the staff here were very good to him. I understand, Dirk. If I decide to go to the Premier League, I will seriously consider your suggestion. Lu Feng replied earnestly. Time quickly passed to August 23rd, Sunday. In the third round of the Eredivisie, Feyenoord would face Vitesse at home. At 22:35 Beijing time, with 10 minutes left until the match started, players from both teams had already appeared in the player tunnel preparing to take the field. Good evening, fans. I'm Jean-June. Welcome to the third round of the 2015-16 Dutch Eredivisie season, where Feyenoord will host Vitesse. This match will be commented on by me and Zhang Lu. Feyenoord is in great form this season. Just 3 days ago, they won 5-1 against the Romanian team Astra in the Europa League playoffs, while Vitesse also performed well in their first 2 rounds, achieving 1 win and 1 draw, with a 3-0 victory against Roda JC in the last round. I believe both teams will bring us an exciting match. The match is about to begin, and I will introduce the starting lineup for both teams. The home team Feyenoord continues with their familiar 433 formation. The visiting team Vitesse is also deploying a 433 formation. The starting goalkeeper is number 1. The defenders from right to left are number 35, Azani, number 6, Krolwest, number 37, Kashia, and number 17, Kevin Dix. The 3 midfielders are number 10, Kazayishvili, number 34, Lewis Baker, and number 18, Nakamba. In the forward line, number 14, Daniel Malin is centrally positioned with number 7, Isaiah Brown on the right, and number 30, Renato Ibarra on the left. Today, keep an eye on Vitesse's starting right winger, number 7, Isaiah Brown. This young talent, who is just a year older than Lu Feng, comes from Chelsea's youth academy and is currently the second youngest player in the Premier League history for appearances. In May 2013, while on loan to West Bromwich Albion, he made his Premier League debut at the age of 16 years, 3 months and 27 days, only behind Briggs, who set the record at 16 years, 2 months and 7 days. Jean-June introduced the background of the young talent from Vitesse during the live broadcast. This walking database is truly impressive. I think Jean-June must have a Wi-Fi installed in his head, otherwise how could he remember all the historical data of every player? I've heard people joke that a dog could run around the Premier League pitch and June Ge could tell you how many hairs it has. While exaggerated, it's indeed impressive. As the fans in the live chat praised Jean-June's extensive knowledge, the match on the field had already begun. Feyenoord took advantage of their home ground to launch a fierce offensive against Vitesse's half. Just 2 minutes into the match, Lu Feng received a pass from Yimmers in front of the penalty area and took the first shot of the game, but the ball went slightly over the crossbar due to the interference of a defender. It seems Lu Feng has a strong desire to score today, but unfortunately this shot lacked a bit of luck. Meanwhile, at the Vitesse youth training base far away in Arnhem, the U19 team was also watching the live broadcast. Zhang Lu, who just shot, is also Chinese, right? Asked Rashika, sitting next to Zhang Yuning as he nudged him with his shoulder. Yes, that's right. We are both Chinese. Zhang Yuning looked at Lu Feng, who was already the absolute core of Feyenoord, on the screen, a hint of envy in his voice as he proudly replied to his good friend. He is truly amazing. Last season he was in the U19 youth team just like us during the first half, but by the second half he quickly became a starter in the first team and even won the Golden Boot. Rashika said with admiration in his eyes as he expressed his deep respect for Lu Feng, who is also a winger. This is the Golden Boot in just half a season. Zhang, do you know what that means? Depay from PSV played an entire season, while Lu surpassed him in just half a season. Unbelievable. This is simply a miracle. By the way, Zhang, do you have Liu's contact information? If possible, can you help me get an autograph? If it's a jersey or a match ball, that would be even better. Rashika looked at Zhang Yuning beside him, his face filled with hope. Malo, I'm sorry, I don't have Lu Feng's contact information, Zhang Yuning replied awkwardly, but seeing his friend's disappointed expression, he felt a bit guilty and continued. However, I think we should have a chance to meet him, and I'll ask him for you then. Really? That would be great, thank you, Zhang. You truly are my good brother. The Albanian was as happy as a child at that. It seems they are still just 19-year-old kids. At this moment in Feyenoord Stadium, the match had progressed to the 32nd minute. The score remained 0-0, and Vitesse's defense this season had indeed performed well. However, at this moment, Lu Feng carried the ball on the left side of the penalty area near the arc and was tripped by Lewis Baker, who rushed in to challenge him. Lu Feng earned a very good free kick opportunity for Feyenoord. Under Vitesse's tight and solid defense, the set piece was a rare chance for Feyenoord to score, especially from such a position that allows for a direct shot. Lu Feng is now Feyenoord's primary free kick and penalty taker. He confidently picked up the ball and carefully wiped it with his jersey. Then he gently placed it at the spot marked by the referee's spray. Lu, do you want me to give you some cover? Yimmers walked over and whispered beside Lu Feng. No need, Lex, I can handle it myself, Lu Feng replied firmly. All right. Yimmers then moved to the wall, ready to block the goalkeeper's view. As the referee's whistle blew, Lu Feng took a deep breath. Let's see Lu Feng's free kick. He has scored directly from this position before. Lu Feng runs up and strikes directly. The ball is in. The ball soared over the wall and into the absolute dead corner, leaving the goalkeeper with no chance. Lu Feng runs up and strikes directly. The ball is in. The ball soared over the wall and into the absolute dead. After scoring, Lu Feng sprinted to the corner area, performing 2 consecutive flips and finished with a spectacular spinning kick that hit the corner flag. The spectators were further ignited by Lu Feng's cool stunt, and the crowd chanted his name. While Lu, that move was, I want to learn it, you must teach me. Fan Bick, a martial arts enthusiast, was even more excited to see the celebration move. Ha ha, see, when I swear if you try that move you will definitely break your butt. At that moment Quit ran over and said with a laugh. On the sidelines Van Bronckhorst saw Lu Feng score and excitedly waved his hands, but upon seeing Lu Feng's cool celebration, he quickly clasped his head with both hands, genuinely worried that this precious talent might injure himself. Paul, make a note of this, you must remind him later, never do such moves again, it's too dangerous. It's simply too dangerous. Van Bronckhorst quickly turned and shouted towards Van Gastel on the substitutes bench. Looking at his excited old friend, Van Gastel nodded in response, indicating that he had noted it down. We saw Lu Feng perform a very cool martial arts move after scoring, which clearly shows that he possesses a solid foundation in martial arts skills. In the live broadcast, Jean Jun also praised King of the Wind Lu Feng. He can even do this, it's just too cool. 666, his skills are so good, he could be a martial arts substitute. One word. Impressive. Haha, if Lu Feng keeps playing like this, I reckon Feyenoord won't be able to keep him for long. He is indeed impressive. However, I still felt a bit nervous earlier. While those moves are cool, they can easily lead to injuries. Lu Feng is our precious talent, let's not get him hurt. Does anyone know what Lu Feng's current transfer market value is? If you know, please let me know. I saw an update on the transfer market during the summer window. A Lu Feng was around 12 million at that time, but I'm not sure if it has increased since then. Only 12 million. I remember Manchester United spent 34 million on Depay, and he was just the silver boot winner in the Eredivisie last season. You can't compare it that way. Depay has played several seasons at PSV and became famous early on, while Lu Feng has only been in professional football for a short time. I think that's about it. After taking the lead, Vitesse finally stopped its defensive retreat and slowly pushed forward. Just as the first half was about to end, Feyenoord seized a chance for a quick counterattack after intercepting the ball in their own half. Condolo, who was still playing as a makeshift left back in this match, intercepted the ball on the wing and quickly passed it to Captain Amadi. Amadi receives the ball. Let's see if Feyenoord can capitalize on this counterattack. Kazim calls for the ball, and Amadi passes it to him, while Quit supports from the side. Kazim backheels the pass to... What a chance! The quick counterattack is on. Quit continues forward, sending a through ball to Lu Feng. Lu Feng races against Azeni for speed. The 165 centimeters tall Azeni is not slower than Lu Feng at all. Lu Feng has the ball. Beautiful. A backheel flick to change direction, and he gets past Azeni. Lu Feng takes a lateral step and shoots. Goal. 2-0. This is a textbook quick counterattack from the interception in the back line to the continuous passes, culminating in Lu Feng's cute shot after receiving the ball, all in under 15 seconds. Lu Feng is amazing. Breaking voice in 3 league matches, he has 6 goals and seemingly 2 assists. Lu Feng is even more formidable this season than last. Lu Feng's recent skill move was the backheel flick that Cristiano Ronaldo loves to use. Reports say Lu Feng is a devoted fan of Ronaldo, and that seems accurate. Go Lu Feng. Grab the European Golden Boot this season and break the Eredivisie Golden Boot record while you're at it. The one upstairs, I think the European Golden Boot is not very realistic since the Eredivisie only has 18 teams, while most of the top leagues have 20, meaning you need to play 4 more matches. Forget about the European Golden Boot. In the past 2 years, Messi and Ronaldo have been unstoppable, scoring how many goals? All over 40, even 50, others can't compete. Not long after Lu Feng scored the second goal, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half. Hand in hand, camarade, and hand in hand for Feyenoord, for the club that stands for all and never lets us down. The players entered the locker room for a brief rest, but the fans in the stands had no intention of stopping. With such a beautiful start, the fans were extremely excited, and the songs echoed throughout the Feyenoord stadium. After a brief rest and adjustment, the second half of the match quickly began. Vitesse made the first adjustment, substituting the starting center forward number 14 Dolan with number 9 Solanke. This young English center forward won't turn 18 for another half month. He's very young. Notably, he was just loaned from Chelsea this season, indicating a solid relationship between Vitesse and Chelsea. In the live broadcast, the Walking Database is again updating fans on player stats. Young Solanke came on strong, causing some trouble for Feyenoord's defense. In the 49th minute, Isaiah Brown broke down the wing and crossed the ball, where Solanke managed to get the first touch over Van der Heyden, but unfortunately the ball went slightly wide of the goal, crossing the baseline. This was also the first connection between 2 Chelsea loanees, ringing alarm bells for Feyenoord's backline. Stay alert. Nick, don't let him pass the ball that easily. Goalkeeper Vermeer clapped his hands loudly, reminding his teammates, as he was also counting on the clean sheet bonus for this match. In the 52nd minute, Feyenoord retaliated. Lu Feng dribbled down the left wing and suddenly crossed the ball. Kazim leaped high for a header in front of goal, but the ball was not fast enough and was easily collected by Room. In the 58th minute, the 2 loanees connected again, working a 1-2 just outside Feyenoord's penalty area, but Isaiah Brown's shot was blocked by Van Dijk, causing Vermeer to break out in a cold sweat. As the match reached the 65th minute, both sides made substitutions. Feyenoord replaced Kazim, who had sustained a head injury from a header, with number 31 Kramer. Vitesse substituted the carded midfielder Lewis Baker with number 13 Nathan, making a like-for-like swap. With not much time left in the match, Vitesse intensified the pace after the substitutions, and the contest became increased. In the 72nd minute, Vitesse attacked from the right. Nakamba passed the ball to the wing for Renato Ibarra. The Ecuadorian forward stands at just 175 centimeters, but as a South American player his footwork is quite. Renato Ibarra received the ball on the wing facing Congolo's defense. His feints and changes of direction left the makeshift left-back Congolo in a bit of a bind. Fortunately, Amadi, who was tracking back, stepped up to block and prevented the opponent from making an effective cross. Vitesse won a corner kick. The corner was taken to the far post and easily cleared by Van Dijk, landing right at Kramer's feet. Michael! Lou Fong shouted, and without a moment to think, Kramer booted the ball towards Lou Fong. Here we go again. Azeni, who had been sprinting against Lou Fong several times during the match, felt overwhelmed. As a speed-oriented fullback, Azeni feared almost no competition in speed, but today this Chinese kid just kept sprinting as if he couldn't tire out. Is he not tired? Azeni only wanted to catch up with Lou Fong to voice his doubts. Lou Fong, however, was solely focused on chasing the ball, seeing it as a fantastic opportunity for a counterattack. Due to Kramer's hasty pass, the ball was slightly overhit. Lou Fong accelerated desperately in front, while Azeni gritted his teeth and kept up, trailing Lou Fong by half a body length. In front of them, goalkeeper Room had already rushed out hoping to intercept the ball before Lou Fong arrived. Lou Fong had fully tapped into his speed, arriving almost concurrently with Room at the ball's landing point. Since he was outside the penalty area, Room dared not reach out to grab the ball, instead jumping to block the ball's trajectory. Azeni reached out with his right hand, attempting to tug Lou Fong's jersey to slow him down and buy Room a bit of time. At the moment Room jumped, Lou Fong surged forward using his head to nudge the ball a bit ahead, then accelerated again. As a result, Azeni's outstretched right hand failed to grab Lou Fong's jersey and instead caught Room's groin, causing both of them to collide and fall to the ground, watching Lou Fong charge ahead with the ball. In front of Lou Fong was nothing but an empty goal. As a top-notch striker, he certainly would not miss such an open net. 3-0. In the 74th minute, Lou Fong scored the third goal of the match, completing a hat-trick. Beautiful. This goal was stunning. After more than 70 minutes, Lou Fong could still sprint at full speed. His pace is truly incredible. This is the perfect embodiment of speed and passion. This is football. How can you not love football? The excited voice of Jean Jun echoed in the live broadcast. Lou Fong, who completed a hat-trick, was substituted in the 80th minute, receiving the loudest applause from the crowd. Fans excitedly shouted Lou Fong's name. This young man, who brought them one surprise after another and victory after victory, was now the prince of the stadium. The Prince of Feyenoord. In the remaining time, neither side managed to score again. The referee blew the final whistle with the score locked at 3-0. Feyenoord secured their third consecutive league victory at home this season. After all matches in this round concluded, Feyenoord with a 10-goal difference surpassed their rivals Ajax, maintaining their position at the top of the league table. 4 days later, on August 27th, Feyenoord welcomed the second leg of the UEFA Europa League playoff at their home. After a resounding 5-1 victory against Astra in the first leg, Van Bronckhorst made significant rotations to the lineup, holding a comfortable advantage with 4 away goals. Lou Fong and key players like Quit did not even make the squad list, and the match ended in a 1-1 draw at Feyenoord. Thus, the UEFA Europa League playoffs concluded. On August 28th, at 19:00 Beijing time, or 13:00 local time in Rotterdam, all members of Feyenoord gathered in the meeting room at the Varkenoord base to watch the live draw for this season's UEFA Europa League group stage. The draw ceremony for the UEFA Europa League group stage was held at the Grimaldi Forum in Monaco. According to UEFA's new regulations, the 48 participating teams were divided into 4 pots, with 12 teams in each pot drawn into the groups, ensuring that each group contained teams from different pots. Teams such as Schalke 04 and Borussia Dortmund from the Bundesliga, Basel from Switzerland, Napoli from Serie A, Tottenham Hotspur from the Premier League, Ajax from the Eredivisie, Villarreal, and Athletic Bilbao from La Liga, Sporting Lisbon from Portugal, Rubin Kazan from the Russian Premier League, Marseille from France, and Dnipro from Ukraine were seeded directly into the first position of each group. When the draw concluded, Feyenoord, classified in the second pot, ended up in the last group, Group L. Their group opponents include Athletic Bilbao from La Liga, Augsburg from the Bundesliga, and Belgrade's Red Star from Serbia. This season's UEFA Europa League features several strong teams that, due to insufficient points in recent years' European competitions, have been placed in the second pot. For example, teams like Liverpool from the Premier League, Lazio and Fiorentina from Serie A, and Monaco from Ligue 1. These well-known teams are all capable of competing in the Champions League. Regarding the draw results, Feyenoord's management and players are quite satisfied. Aside from Athletic Bilbao from La Liga, the other 2 opponents should not pose significant challenges for the current Feyenoord. As soon as the group draw ended, Lou Fong was already itching to get started. Although it is just the Europa League and not the Champions League, it is still an opportunity for Lou Fong to showcase himself to the world, and he can hardly wait. August 30th, Sunday. With 3 consecutive league victories, Feyenoord arrived in the southern Dutch city of Eindhoven, a city less than 90 kilometers from Rotterdam, home to a football club well known among fans worldwide. That club is PSV Eindhoven, which has produced many world-class stars, including the alien Ronaldo and the lone wolf Romario, as well as Ruud van Nistelrooy. Although PSV's record in the first 3 matches of the season has not been ideal with only 1 win and 2 draws, no one dares to underestimate this giant of the Eredivisie. At 2:40 Beijing time, with just 5 minutes left before the match officially begins, good evening football fans, I am your old friend John June. Welcome to the focus match of the 4th round of the 2015-16 Eredivisie, where Feyenoord will face PSV Eindhoven away. Can Feyenoord with 3 consecutive league victories continue their winning streak? Can PSV address their attacking woes left by Depay's departure? These are issues of great concern for the fans of both teams, and I believe we can expect an exciting showdown tonight. The match is about to officially start, brought to you by the internationally renowned sports protection brand Shebang, as we enter the live coverage of the Eredivisie. First, let me introduce the starting lineups for both teams. The home team PSV Eindhoven is set up in a 433 formation. The starting goalkeeper remains their number 1 Zoet. The defenders from left to right are number 20 Burnett, number 2 Isamat Miran, and number 5 Jeffrey Bruma, as center-backs, with number 4 Santiago Arias as the right back. In midfield, number 10 Mar is on the left, number 6 Proper is on the right, and number 18 Guardado is in the center. This Mexican midfielder has already been signed from Valencia this season. Up front, number 9 Luc de Jong remains the starting center forward, with the left winger being Maxim, a Belgian forward loan from the Qatari club Al Dahel, wearing number 16, replacing last season's left winger Memphis Depay, while number 11 Nursing remains on the right. Feyenoord also fields a familiar 433 formation. In goal is number 1 Vermeer. On defense, number 4 Congolo appears once again at left back, with the center backs being number 6 Van der Heyden and number 3 Van Beek, and number 2 Karsdorp as the right back. The midfield remains unchanged, with number 8 Captain Ahmadi on the left, number 10 Eimers on the right, and number 5 Wijnaldum in the center. Up front, we have our familiar trio with Quid on the right and Kazim as center forward, while Lufone continues to occupy the left winger position. As the match begins, PSV Eindhoven, playing at home, immediately raises the banner of offense. Feeling the pressure from a poor start to the league, the players are determined to secure a win at home to lift their spirits. Today, in their home Philips Stadium, with over 360 fans in attendance, the players are full of determination to achieve a victory and shake off their current slump. PSV's coach Philip Koku has devised a specific tactic aimed at Lufone. Not only did he assign midfielder Proper to closely mark Lufone, but the left-back Santiago Arias and Guardado on the other side were also ready to provide assistance. As the match reached the 15th minute of the first half, the game was quite evenly contested, and Van Bronckhorst had set a tactic of first solidifying defense before seeking counterattack. So despite PSV's fierce attacks, there were not many threats posed to Feyenoord. Instead, Feyenoord seized a quick counterattack opportunity in the 16th minute. Captain Ahmadi intercepted the ball in the middle and decisively passed it to Lufone ahead. Facing Proper's close defense, Lufone did not linger, but directly passed to Wijnaldum, who was supporting in the middle. Let's take a look at this counterattack opportunity for Feyenoord. Wijnaldum carries the ball forward. Jean June's voice echoed in the broadcast. There aren't many good opportunities in the middle. He passes it to Karsdorp, who is making an overlapping run. Karsdorp continues along the flank. Quid is asking for the ball, and it's passed to him. Quid does not stop the ball, but passes it back to Wijnaldum brilliantly. Wijnaldum sends a through ball to Karsdorp, who is overlapping on the flank. Out. A stunning first touch. Lufone executed a sideways volley. The ball is in the net. At that moment, the screen replayed Lufeng's goal. As Congolo lofted the pass into the box, Lufone faced a double team. One defender ahead, another behind. As if sprouting eyes upon his back, Lufone used the shoulder blade region of his upper back to cushion the incoming ball, then deftly flicked it forward with his heel, whereupon the ball obediently arced toward his right front. Then, using the opposing defender's body as leverage, Lufone launched himself skyward and struck a breathtaking side. Goalkeeper Zout had no time to react. The ball rocketed into the near post. 0-1. Just 18 minutes into the match, Lufone had seized the lead for Feyenoord on the road with a lightning-fast counterattack. Holy cow, that was nothing short of magical. For the first time, I've realized football can be played like this. I've noticed something: once the ball enters Lufeng's sphere of control, opponents barely even graze it. It's truly, haha, you're absolutely right. Most players rely on just 2 feet, and occasionally the head, but Lufone uses every part of his body except his hands. It's utterly unstoppable. What an exquisitely crafted goal. This strike deserves this year's Puskas Award. PSV Eindhoven referee, we'd like to file a formal complaint. That boy's cheating. Immediately after scoring, Lufone was swarmed by teammates. None of them had anticipated such. Even Congolo, who delivered the assist, had already braced himself to receive a return pass, fully expecting Lufone to be trapped under pressure. Instead, he witnessed pure spellbinding genius. This is Lufone, always delivering the ball exactly where he intends in ways no ordinary mind could conceive. On the home team's bench, Philip Koku helplessly shrugged his shoulders, as if to say, what can one possibly do against? Utterly baffled. After conceding, PSV's players slumped into dejection. They'd been dominating possession and pressing relentlessly, yet suddenly found themselves behind. Worse still, their defense had been perfectly organized. At that moment, Captain Zout clapped sharply and shouted, "Team, stay sharp. 1 goal means nothing. We have ample time to equalize, even overtake them. Because we are PSV Eindhoven." Hearing their captain's rallying cry, the players snapped back into focus. Yes, there was still plenty of time left. PSV's inherent superiority over Feyenoord soon reasserted itself, following the restart. Feyenoord's backline faced renewed relentless pressure. In the 25th minute, Guardado received a horizontal pass from Proms and unleashed a thunderous long-range shot from outside the box, narrowly missing the top corner of Vermeer's net. At the 30-minute mark, PSV struck again. Proms collected the ball on the flank after receiving Guardado's pass, beat the advancing Congulo, and threaded a precise cross to the far post. Left-winger Maxim arrived unhesitatingly and fired first time, tying the score at 11. Oh dear, Proms again. Commentator Jean Jun sighed in the live broadcast. Lu Feng sensed Congulo's mounting pressure, and with no alternative dropped deep into his own defensive third to bolster the backline. We see the rarely retreating Lu Feng now stationed just outside the penalty area, actively participating in defensive. With roughly 10 minutes remaining before halftime, Feyenoord appears determined to hold this 11 draw until the break, leaving us to wonder whether head coach Van Bronckhorst will devise tactical adjustments during the interval. No sooner had Jean Jun finished speaking than PSV launched another dangerous attack. Inside the box, Luc de Jong rose to meet Mar's diagonal cross from the right flank, heading the ball toward the right side of the penalty arc, where right-back Santiago Arias, surging forward, met it with a blistering shot. The strike was ferocious. Vermeer stood powerless. With 40 minutes elapsed, PSV snatched the lead, just 21. The goal ignited Philips Stadion. The crowd erupted, waving scarves wildly. In the south stand, a group of bare-chested Dutch giants clenched their fists and roared in unison. Having reclaimed the lead, PSV deliberately slowed the tempo. Minutes later, the referee blew the final whistle for half. Players trickled back to the dressing room for a brief respite. Lu Feng grabbed a banana and devoured it whole, seizing those precious moments to replenish his expended energy. His teammates did likewise. Some slumped onto benches gasping for breath, others like Lu Feng munched quietly on snacks. All right team, gather round. Head coach Van Bronckhorst stepped up to the tactical board, clapping to draw everyone's attention. First half, you were no complaints whatsoever. PSV is formidable, the strongest opponent we've faced this season. But we are formidable too. Trust me, I know each of you intimately. We are not inferior to them, not in the slightest. There remain 45 minutes. We have more than enough time to overturn this result. So listen closely to my instructions. Kazim, you'll be substituted by Bilal. We're switching to a single striker. Immers, you'll make way for Nick. Lou, for the second half you'll do this. Van Bronckhorst began sketching tactical patterns on the board while the squad listened in rapt silence. Welcome back. The second half is about to begin. Feyenoord has made substitutions immediately. 2 changes right at kickoff. Number 9, striker Kazim, makes way for number 14, Elastico, a midfielder replacing a center forward. This substitution suggests Van Bronckhorst is reshaping the formation. We'll observe the positioning shortly. And number 10, Immers, is replaced by young midfielder Wijnaldum. Indeed, Feyenoord's shape has shifted. Lu Feng now occupies central midfield, while Quit plays as the lone spearhead. Captain Amadi and Vukic form a double pivot. Their new alignment resembles a 42-31. Elastico and Wijnaldum occupy wide channels. Lu Feng operates centrally ahead of them, functioning almost as a shadow striker, yet also dropping deep to anchor the midfield defensively. Clearly, Van Bronckhorst recognized Feyenoord's midfield fatigue in the first half, particularly sluggish transitions between defense and attack. Right then, the second half has commenced. Let's see whether Feyenoord's tactical reinvention yields surprises. True to form, Feyenoord dominated midfield immediately after halftime. PSV's attacking rhythm faltered under the renewed pressure. In the 52nd minute, Van Beek contested the first aerial challenge inside the box. Vukic secured possession and fed Wijnaldum, who dribbled past an advancing PSV defender before laying off to Lu Feng. The moment Lu Feng received the ball, Guardado and Mar closed in instantly, cutting off all forward lanes. At that instant, Karlsdorp surged forward. Lu Feng feinted a lateral pass, then, with a swift dragon push of his right foot, slipped cleanly through the narrow gap between the two defenders. Lu Feng breaks through. His acceleration is explosive. Guardado reaches out to grab his jersey but grasps only empty air. Yet Mar persists in pursuit. His pace is no slouch. Jeffrey Bruma rushes in to intercept. Whoa! Even at full sprint, Lu Feng executed a dazzling step-over. Veering left, then feinting right. Bruma lost his footing completely. Not only did he tumble, but he also dragged the chasing Mar down with him. On the right side, Karsdorp is quickly catching up, while on the left, Quit and Elastico are also present, creating a 4-on-3 situation. This is an excellent opportunity. Lu Feng surged into the top of the penalty area arc, leaving Cimarin with no retreat, forcing him to charge forward. The ball is in. Quit has helped Feyenoord equalize the score again. 2-2. In this counterattack, Lu Feng took the ball in midfield and skillfully maneuvered past defenders, finally passing it to the unmarked Quit, who did not disappoint. Just under 10 minutes into the second half, Feyenoord leveled the score again through a counterattack, boosting the team's morale. This match is truly exciting. This is a clash between strong teams. Lu Feng is incredibly fast. Once he starts running, he can't be stopped. Teacher Jean Jun is right. With a king of football, like Lu, goals are guaranteed. Thanks to our king of football, thanks to Quit, I have a chance at halftime victory. Ha! The game resumes with PSV start. After the score was equalized, the confrontation between the two teams became increasingly intense, igniting the passion of fans present and those watching the live broadcast. In the 58th minute, Amadi committed a foul in midfield, earning the first yellow card of the match from the referee. Shortly after, in the 60th minute, Guardado also received a yellow card for fouling Lu Feng. In the 65th minute, PSV made their first substitution, bringing off number 10 Mar and replacing him with number 29 Hendricks. It seems that Philip Cocu is preparing to strengthen the midfield's competitiveness. In the 70th minute, Hendricks, just brought on, took a long shot from the left side of the penalty area. Fortunately, Vermeer was focused and deflected the ball out of bounds. PSV earned a corner kick opportunity. Proper kicked the ball towards the center where Luc de Jong was positioned. Luc de Jong. His header helped PSV take 3-2. We see that Van der Heijden struggled against Luc de Jong in the aerial duel, and the Dutch striker opened his scoring account for this match. In the 72nd minute, PSV took the lead again. Alright brothers. We still have time, the match isn't over yet. Trust me, we can come back. As PSV celebrated their goal, Lu Feng noticed his teammates' morale had dipped, so he shouted loudly to encourage. Lu is right, we still have time. Everyone, let's lift our spirits. We are Feyenoord. We are warriors who never give up. That's right. We must believe in Lu. We still have time and we can turn this around. Captain Amadi also stepped up to quit, echoed in agreement. After the kickoff, Feyenoord's midfield battle became fiercer, while PSV focused on. In the 78th minute, Philip Cocu made another substitution. Forward number 11 Nursing was replaced by midfielder number 7 Pedro. By bringing on this Uruguayan tough guy, PSV clearly aimed to strengthen their midfield defense. The match quickly reached the 82nd minute with just 10 minutes left until the end, including stoppage time. The current situation on the field is very tense. Feyenoord has little time left. Let's see if a miracle happens. Lu Feng continued to give his all in the center, actively coordinating with his teammates, seeking opportunities. When the match reached the 85th minute, Lu Feng received a pass from Vilhena in the center. Facing multiple defenders closing in on him, the ball seemed to stick to Lu Feng's feet, making it impossible for them to touch it. Lu Feng's series of feints, will he pass to the side again, this time? Beautiful. Lu Feng has gone past Guardado, who has a yellow card, and dare not foul him from behind. Lu Feng is preparing to burst into the penalty area. Jeffrey Bruma and Isimaran both went down to tackle Lu Feng, bringing him down just outside the penalty area. Feyenoord earned a very favorable free kick. Lu Feng sat on the ground, adjusted his socks, then stood up and jumped in place, feeling fine. We can see that Lu Feng's yellow away jersey on the right side has become completely stained with dirt and grass, turning. It shows how many times Lu Feng has been fouled and brought down in this match. Lu Feng has really done well this match. He is only 17 years old. Indeed, though Lu Feng may lose, he has done honorably. If they truly lose this match, it would simply be due to Feyenoord's overall strength being inferior to PSV's. That's right, Lu Feng is only 17. At this age in our country, he is still just a high school student, and he is honestly seeing Lu Feng's muddy jersey. My nose is starting to feel sour. This free kick is positioned close to the left side of the penalty area, arc only about 20 meters from the goal. As the team's primary free kick taker, Lu Feng confidently picked up the ball and gently placed it at the penalty spot at the referee's signal. Lu, the ball is a bit close to the goal. Do you need me to help you with a setup? Captain Amadi approached Lu Feng to discuss the free kick strategy. No need, Karami, I want to take it directly. Alright, don't put too much pressure on yourself, you've already done enough. Looking at Lu Feng's determined eyes, Amadi nodded at him and returned to the wall to provide cover. Lu Feng glanced at the goal and the wall, slowly took a few steps back, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, then looked at the referee, waiting for his whistle. Beep. As the referee's whistle blew, Lu Feng first took a few steps in place, then suddenly dashed forward, striking the ball with the inside of his left foot. The ball skimmed the grass, passing under the jumping wall and into the bottom left corner of the goal. The goalkeeper on the right side of the goal was completely unprepared for Lu Feng's unexpected strike, unable to react, and could only watch the ball hit the net. The ball is in. A beautiful goal. Lu Feng truly has a big heart, choosing such an unexpected way to score. If you ask which thigh is the strongest, who in the world doesn't know you? Lu Feng. Who else could it be? 666. Haha, the wall was all set up to defend Lu Feng's high ball, jumping high, but did not expect him to take a low drive. Really beautiful. Lu Feng is amazing. Our king of football is incredible. After scoring, Lu Feng was not able to run away before being piled on by his teammates in a joyful group hug. At this point, the match time had reached 88 minutes and Feyenoord had bravely equalized the score again. This match has been full of ups and downs, leading to being overtaken, then equalizing, only to be overtaken again, and finally equalizing once more. The emotions of both sets of fans are like a roller coaster, tense and thrilling. Not long after the match restarted, the assistant referee raised the stoppage sign, indicating 4 minutes of added time. With only 4 minutes remaining, PSV, playing at home, certainly does not want to turn the 3 points they have into just 1. In the final moments, PSV launched a furious counterattack against Feyenoord. In the 91st minute, Pedro, who just came on in the second half, took a long shot from outside the penalty area, which nearly grazed the post before going out. In the 92nd minute, Guardado intercepted the ball and passed it to Luc de Jong, who then distributed it to the side. Burnett's cross was headed out of bounds by Van Beek. With less than 2 minutes remaining, PSV earned a corner kick opportunity. This should be PSV's last chance to attack. we see that Feyenoord has retreated entirely to their penalty area, with only Lu Feng on the penalty area line. The PSV goalkeeper Zoet was originally ready to run over to participate in this attack, but was called back by Philip Koku. At this moment, Feyenoord's penalty area was packed with players. The referee had already blown the whistle for 2 stoppages, and both teams' players were pushing each other, really fighting for every inch. Finally, the corner kick has been taken. The execution was not great. It was punched away by the goalkeeper Vermeer. Lu Feng has gained possession of the ball, and there's a chance for a counterattack. This is the moment for Lu Feng to showcase his speed is impressive. He has already crossed the midfield, while Santiago Arias and Proper are still in pursuit. Zoet has come out, and Lu Feng takes another big step forward, surpassing Zoet, and now he faces an open goal. It's in. Lu Feng. Once again, Lu Feng. He has completed a hat trick. This is a decisive victory. This is a miracle. Can you believe it? This is a miracle. This is football. As long as you believe, you can witness. Lu Feng's performance today is absolutely stunning. Jean Jun shouted excitedly in the live broadcast. At the moment Lu Feng pushed the ball into the open goal, the entire Philips Stadium fell silent. Then in the away fans section, thousands of Feyenoord supporters erupted with incredible energy. Wow, wow, wow. King of the Wind is amazing. Lu Feng is amazing. At this moment the barrage is devoid of the usual chatter, filled only with wow and amazing. The comments have never been. After scoring, Lu Feng was also very excited. He took off his jersey and ran to the away fan section to show his jersey. It wasn't until the referee urged them that Feyenoord stopped celebrating, and shortly after Lu Feng also received a yellow card. After the restart, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match. Feyenoord turned the game around, defeating PSV Eindhoven 43 away, achieving 4 consecutive wins. After the match, Lu Feng and his teammates came to the away fan section to thank the supporters who traveled to cheer them on. Clap, clap, clap. Lu Feng. Clap, clap, clap. Lu Feng. Clap, clap, clap. Lu Feng. Thousands of fans synchronized their claps, chanting the name of today's hero Lu Feng, echoing throughout the Philips Stadium. Lu Feng also spotted several compatriots in the stands waving bright red 5-star flags, shouting Lu Feng's name together with Feyenoord fans. Among them, there should be a family who came to watch the match, as Lu Feng noticed a child with a sticker of the national flag on his face. So Lu Feng took off his now stained jersey and tossed it to the child, giving him a thumbs up. The next day, Feyenoord daily, stunning comeback. Lu Feng helped Feyenoord overturn PSV Eindhoven 43 away, achieving 4 consecutive wins in the league. The local sports newspaper in Eindhoven, Brabants Dagblad, published, "We didn't lose to Feyenoord as a team, we lost to that Chinese teenager." The Telegraph, "It's him again." Scoring a hat trick in consecutive matches, Lu Feng single-handedly defeated the defending champions. Sports Weekly, "Our young player scores a hat trick to assist Feyenoord in overturning the Eredivisie defending champions PSV Eindhoven." Lu Feng leads the Eredivisie scoring chart with 10 goals in 4 matches. Certain Gossip Weekly, "The untold story of Lu Feng and her," accompanied by a picture of a sexy blonde. After 4 rounds, Feyenoord and Ajax both achieved 4 consecutive wins in the league. In this round, Ajax won 40 at home against AOD Heerenveen, ranking first on the points table with the same goal difference, but having conceded fewer goals than Feyenoord. After losing to Feyenoord at home, PSV Eindhoven only managed to accumulate 5 points from 4 matches, placing them 5th in the standings. As September rolled in, it was once again an international match day, during which European national teams would play 2 rounds of Euro 2024 qualifiers. Next June, the 15th edition of the UEFA European Championship will take place in France. Although some teammates reported to the national team, club training continued as usual, and Van Bronckhorst has not relaxed his supervision of the players. After the international break, Feyenoord will face a situation of multiple competitions, with league matches, Europa League, and the KNVB Cup, all starting to pile up. Given Feyenoord's current squad depth, it is unrealistic to handle 3 simultaneous competitions comfortably, so some sacrifices must be made. Paul, what do you think? In the coach's office, Van Bronckhorst and several assistants were discussing how to arrange for the upcoming My thought is that our focus this season should still be on the league. As for the Europa League, let's see how far we can go. After all, the opponents we face will only get stronger later on. As for the KNVB Cup, I suggest we abandon it. Our current squad can't handle the exhaustion of competing on 3 fronts. What do you all think? Van Bronckhorst looked around. I agree with Paul's view. Agreed. I concur. All right, then, it's decided. The coaching staff reached a consensus that the league championship is indeed the direction Feyenoord should focus on. As one of the traditional 3 giants of the Eredivisie, they have been away from the league title for too long. However, as the foundation of team operations, European competitions are an excellent stage for them to showcase themselves, and they must strive to perform at their best. Sven, can you please take this seriously? It makes me uncomfortable. On the training ground, Lu Feng complained to Van Dijk with his hands raised. After the match against PSV Eindhoven, Lu Feng felt that his heading ability still had a noticeable gap compared to top players, so he was pulling a few teammates to practice heading with him. Van Dijk volunteered to send some good crosses to Lu Feng, but after a few rounds his defensive skills were evident. I think my form isn't great today. Tony, you take over. Van Dijk quickly found an excuse to pass the buck. All right, then you come over and defend alongside Congolo. Willems immediately walked toward the goal kick point. Bang! Lu Feng jumped high heading towards the incoming ball, and Vermeer leaped to save, but didn't touch it. Lu Feng headed the ball in. Lu Feng, who is noticeably shorter than Van Dijk, and Congolo surprisingly jumped half a head higher than them. Beautiful. Tony's crosses are so comfortable. Lu Feng, after scoring, gave Willems a thumbs up. Come on, let's go again. Gio, have you noticed Lu's jumping ability is also outstanding? Van Gastel on the sidelines looked at Van Bronckhorst in surprise. Indeed, if Lu improves his heading a bit more, he could even handle the center forward position in the future, truly becoming an all-rounder in the front line. Van Bronckhorst nodded in agreement. Such a young Lu Feng has truly given them so many surprises. Time quickly moved to September 13th, Sunday. Feyenoord will host the challenge from Willem II. Willem II has not had a great start this season, only managing 2 draws and 2 losses in their first 4 league matches, currently sitting third from the bottom. At 2030 Beijing time, the match is about to begin. Good evening, football fans. Welcome to the 5th round of the 2015-16 Eredivisie, where Feyenoord hosts Willem II, brought to you by Zhang Lu and Zhang Jun. The match is about to start. Let's follow the camera to Feyenoord Stadium and enjoy the exciting matchup between the two teams. Since the opponent's strength isn't very strong, and with the first round of the Europa League group stage approaching in 5 days, Feyenoord will be facing the Serbian team Red Star Belgrade away. Therefore, for this match, Van Bronckhorst made some rotations in the lineup, with the starting center forwards Kazim and Quit not playing, and the midfielder number 10 El Amadi also rested. However, Lu Feng still appeared in the starting lineup, as he is now a reliable scoring guarantee. Just 5 minutes into the match, Lu Feng had an opportunity on the left side of the front court. Lu Feng faced the defense of William II's number 29 Stein, and after a series of feints, he surged into the penalty area, decisively passing the ball to the back post while attracting the attention of 3 defenders. The pass was cleverly concealed, and lurking at the back post, Bashikikoglu struck with a shot. Goal! The booming and passionate commentary echoed across the stadium. 0-1. Just 5 minutes into the match, Lu Feng assisted his teammate in scoring, helping Feyenoord achieve a perfect start. In his first start of the season, scoring a goal made Bashikikoglu very happy, as he grabbed Lu Feng and began dancing in the corner flag area. Beautiful. Scoring so early in the match, it seems like another big victory is on the horizon. Lu Feng is becoming increasingly comfortable. With him on the field, Feyenoord practically starts with a 1-0 lead. What happened? Did I step away to cook some noodles and come back to find a goal? The match resumed, and William II attempted to strike at Feyenoord's goal, but they found it difficult to pose any real threat. On the other hand, Feyenoord played exceptionally relaxed. In the 35th minute of the match, Lu Feng received the ball on the left flank, facing multiple defenders. He juggled the ball with his shoulder, head, knee, and foot, delighting the spectators. Wow, Lu Feng seems to be having a really easy game, already showing off his skills. This is the hallmark of a technical player confident in his skills. These moves were something we used to see only from South American players, and now our own players can perform such dazzling actions. After dribbling past the defenders, Lu Feng passed the ball to the center for Vijanovic, who pushed forward, and then passed the ball back to the advancing Lu Feng. Lu Feng first cut inside, evading the opposing defender, and then unleashed a long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area. The ball soared into the top right corner of the goal. 2-0. With less than 10 minutes left in the first half, Lu Feng once again extended the lead. 666. Trust Lu Feng, he can deliver. A 1-5 goal lead, and the first half is already a complete victory. This match is truly easy. I feel like Lu Feng hardly broke a sweat already with a goal and an assist. Haha. This situation indicates another massacre tonight. Not necessarily. In the second half, Feyenoord will likely play more conservatively, as they are competing on multiple fronts this season, and injuring opponents would be counterproductive. As expected, not long after the second half began, Lu Feng was substituted by Van Bronckhorst. Feyenoord then largely withdrew from offensive play, beginning to control the rhythm of the match, with neither team scoring again in the second half. When the referee blew the final whistle, the score remained 2-0. Feyenoord secured a comfortable victory at home, achieving a 5-game winning streak to start the season. Such a stunning start also brought joy to Feyenoord's fans, as if they were celebrating a festival. The last time the team achieved a 5-game winning streak to start the league was in the 05-06 season, a full decade ago. What delighted Feyenoord fans even more was not just their team's 5-game winning streak, but the fact that their arch-rivals Ajax were surprisingly held to a 2-2 draw by 20 away. Feyenoord finally established a solitary lead at the top of the standings. Despite entering a season of multi-front competition, Van Bronckhorst still gave the players a day off after the league. However, for Lu Feng, whether there was a day off or not did not matter much. Bang, bang, bang. On the training ground, Lu Feng was practicing headers. Nearby, a ball machine was set up, and Justin Bilo was sitting beside it, feeding footballs into the machine while chatting happily on his phone with one hand. Hey, Justin, bro, can you feed the balls a bit slower? Are you trying to kill me? Lu Feng struggled to keep up as the balls came faster. Oh, sorry. Lu, I got a little excited and my hands moved too quickly. Justin, noticing Lu Feng gasping for air, realized he had lost focus. Take a break, take a break. Who were you chatting with that got you so excited? Lu Feng walked over and grabbed a nearby towel to wipe off the sweat. Lu, come here quick. Let me show you, this girl is really something. Justin's smile turned slightly lewd as he spoke about his area of expertise. In the office of the head coach of Varkenoord van Bronckhorst had been standing by the floor-to-ceiling window for a long time, gazing at the sunset illuminating the two playful youths seemingly lost in reminiscence. The date is September 17th, Thursday. The first round of the UEFA Europa League group stage is about to commence. It is 3 a.m. Beijing time. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am your commentator for this match, Yue. Welcome to the live broadcast of the first round of Group L of the 2015-16 UEFA Europa League featuring Serbia's Red Star Belgrade against the Dutch team Feyenoord. This match is being held at the Red Star Stadium in Belgrade, Serbia. The match has begun with the home team Red Star Belgrade wearing black and white striped jerseys and black shorts, while Feyenoord is dressed in yellow away kits. The home team Red Star Belgrade kicked off, first attacking from the left side of the screen to the right. We see our young talent Lou Fong still starting as Feyenoord's left winger. After the match began, the two teams played at a very fast pace. It seems that the home team Red Star Belgrade wants to leverage their home advantage to assert dominance over the visiting Feyenoord. As Yue mentioned, Red Star Belgrade quickly picked up the pace of attack and defense, aiming to exploit Feyenoord's away disadvantage to suppress their opponents. However, Feyenoord's defense was alert and in good form today. After enduring several attempts from the home team, Feyenoord managed to stabilize and began to organize effective counterattacks. Red Star Belgrade's coach Milinkovic must have carefully studied Feyenoord's players and tactics. So initially, Red Star Belgrade's defense was very focused on Lou Fong. Whenever he received the ball, there were usually 2 or 3 players coordinating to defend against him. This time, Lou Fong received a pass from Vijanovic on the left flank. Lou Fong receives the ball with his back to the goal. He flicks the ball up. Wow! A foul by Fabrizio. Fabrizio's defense is very fierce. As soon as Lou Fong turned around, he was knocked down to the ground. Feyenoord has been awarded a free kick in the attacking third, approximately 25 to 30 meters from the goal. Oh, let's see how they handle it. At this moment, Lou Fong just stood up, touching his right rib. That collision indeed hurt a bit. Lou, how are you doing? The captain Ahmad approached to ask. I'm fine, just a little sore from the collision earlier. That guy came at me with his elbow. Keep an eye out, those guys are definitely under orders to target you. Ahmad whispered to Lou Fong. Lou Fong nodded in response, and then picked up the ball, preparing to take the free kick himself. We see Lou Fong and Yemos standing over the ball. Who will take this kick? Yemos runs up, he doesn't shoot. Beautiful, beautiful. Lou Fong scores from a direct free kick. Like a startled swan, like a flying dragon. Lou Fong's free kick was simply stunning. In the 16th minute, Feyenoord leads Red Star Belgrade 1-0 away. This is also the first goal by a player from our country in the UEFA competitions. Lou Fong has made history. Let's congratulate Lou Fong. Wow, that shot was executed beautifully. I can't believe I saw a hint of Beckham's influence with that right-footed curler. I feel like Lou Fong's set pieces could easily be taken as penalties now. His efficiency is incredible. Hey, I remember Sun Jihai scoring in a UEFA match when he was with Manchester City, right? To the brother upstairs, you aren't mistaken, but that was only in the qualifiers. Lou Fong's goal is the first in the main tournament. Today, the performance of the Belgrade Partizan indeed aligns with what Ahmad mentioned, as it was arranged by head coach Milinkovic. They intended to use fierce fouls to curb Lou Fong's offense. However, what they did not anticipate was that Lou Fong's free kick skills were equally remarkable. With just one slightly favorable set piece, he converted it into a goal. Therefore, after the restart, as long as Lou Fong received the ball near the penalty area or in a position to shoot directly, the defenders of Belgrade Partizan dared not commit fouls easily. In the 30th minute, Belgrade Partizan gained an opportunity. Midfielder Brazenak delivered a 45-degree cross, and Saponjic inside the penalty area managed to get the first touch and directed the ball to the top left of the penalty arc. Following up, Abubakar launched a long-range shot that directly pierced through the hands of goalkeeper Vermeer, allowing Belgrade Partizan to equalize the score. Regarding this goal conceded, Van Bronckhorst on the sidelines was extremely angry. He had emphasized the importance of competing for second balls countless times in training, yet on the pitch the players still frequently made such basic mistakes. After leveling the score, the momentum of Belgrade Partizan surged. Seizing the moment while the opponent was still reeling from conceding, they launched aggressive attacks around Feyenoord's half. In the 37th minute, Abubakar once again broke through on the wing and made a forceful cross, and the 190 centimeters tall Saponjic nearly gave them the lead. 5 minutes later, on the right, Živkovic seized the opportunity, breaking past Congo's defense. He then delivered a low cross into the penalty area, which was deflected out by Van Bijg, allowing Feyenoord to escape another crisis. In the final stages of the first half, we witnessed the home team Belgrade Partizan applying intense pressure on Feyenoord. From the looks of it, Feyenoord's situation seemed somewhat precarious. During this period, Feyenoord was almost pinned back in their half, and Lou Fong had very few opportunities to receive the ball. In the 43rd minute of the match, Belgrade Partizan took a corner kick, which was ultimately caught by goalkeeper Vermeer. A good play, Vermeer caught the ball. Let's see if there's a chance for a counterattack. Due to interference from the opposing players, Vermeer ultimately did not get the opportunity to take a quick goal kick. We saw that Lou Fong, who had just sprinted forward, was unable to execute the kick, and he sighed with disappointment. A few minutes later, the referee blew the whistle for the end of the first half, with both teams bringing a score of 1-1 into the second half. In the away team's locker room, Van Bronckhorst was summarizing the first half's performance. While I can accept a score of 1-1, I cannot accept the manner in which we conceded. How many times have I emphasized this already? Regardless of whether it's a set piece or open play, we must pay attention to the competition for second balls. Let me emphasize again, competing for second balls is not only about stopping the opponent's attacking opportunities, but also about creating our own counterattacks. If anyone makes such a mistake again, next time I will substitute them. If you can't do it, let others help you. Next, let me outline the arrangements for the second half. In the latter part of the first half, having tasted their aerial advantage, Belgrade Partisans' crosses noticeably increased in frequency after the second half began. In the 48th minute, Abubakar, who was very active in the first half, broke through Karlstrom's defense on the left and delivered a cross from the byline. Saponjic, rushing in from the middle, jumped high, but unfortunately his header was too straight and was comfortably caught by Vermeer. In the 52nd minute, Vikic intercepted the ball in the middle and Feyenoord seized the opportunity to launch a quick counterattack. Vikic intercepted the ball and passed it to Eidmir. Eidmir surged forward and fed the ball to Lu Feng. Lu Feng, facing Živkovic's defense, cleverly dodged him with continuous changes of direction. Lu Feng began to advance towards the flank with Vulesevic closing in for defense. Lu Feng executed a 1-2 combination with Eidmir. He had entered Lu Feng's shooting range. Was he going to shoot? A feint shot and a real dribble. He evaded the advancing Balajic and entered the penalty area. Lu Feng shot. The ball is in. Beautiful. It's Lu Feng again. 1-2. Lu Feng has completed a break. Through continuous feints, Lu Feng found the space to shoot. He is a natural-born scorer. Faced with multiple defenders, Lu Feng's composure instilled fear in his opponents. In the 53rd minute, Lu Feng's goal once again put Feyenoord in the lead. After scoring, Lu Feng celebrated with Eidmir with a high five. His chemistry with his teammates has improved immensely. Just like earlier, if it were a less familiar person, they would likely not even consider passing the ball to Lu Feng, who was clearly surrounded by defenders. This is chemistry. This is also trust. This is the trust Lu Feng has built through his performances in numerous matches. In any situation, as long as Lu Feng calls for the ball, his teammates will unconditionally trust him. I have to say, Lu Feng is truly remarkable. On the sidelines, Milinkovic saw Lu Feng score again and hurriedly called Živkovic and Vulesevic over. "Andrew, why didn't you foul that Chinese kid before he entered the danger zone? What are you afraid of? Can't you handle a kid? If you can't handle him, let me know and I'll substitute you. And you, Milosav, the opponent's simple 1-2 maneuver left you behind. Oh, what are you doing? Did you forget what I said? The ball has passed, can't you leave a man behind?" As the match restarted, Lu Feng clearly felt Živkovic's glare as if he wanted to devour him. Facing a 170 centimeters tall Živkovic, Lu Feng was not afraid at all, though he did remain alert. Soon the match reached the 62nd minute. Lu Feng received the ball in the midfield and was just about to accelerate when Živkovic came in from the side and tripped him. Because the action wasn't too severe, the referee merely called a foul and did not issue a card. 2 minutes later, Lu Feng received a pass from Congo on the left and was once again fouled by Živkovic. We saw that within 5 minutes, Lu Feng had already been fouled for the second time. It seems the head coach of Belgrade Partizan, Milinkovic, specifically instructed Živkovic on this foul tactic. In the 70th minute, Belgrade Partizan finally gained another corner opportunity. For the home team, now set pieces are the chances they must capitalize on. Bang! The corner was taken flying towards the far post, where it was headed away by Van der Heyden. Vikic, positioned at the edge of the penalty area, secured the second ball and subsequently passed it to Quit. Quit did not hesitate, quickly passing the ball to the incoming Kazım, who then delivered it to the advancing Eidmir. This is a very good counterattack opportunity. Eidmir's threw ball to the forward Lu Feng. Lu Feng raced against Živkovic. His speed was astonishing. Lu Feng managed to get ahead of Vulesevic to claim the ball. Whoa. As soon as Lu Feng got the ball, he was taken down by a combined tackle from Živkovic and Vulesevic. This is definitely a dangerous play. We see Lu Feng on the ground clutching his ankle in pain. Let's hope his injury isn't. Lu Feng's expression was indeed one of great pain. However, this was all part of his act, as he had mentally prepared for the situation when he was about to receive the ball. Previously, Živkovic's several fouls against him were clearly intentional. The opponent would not easily let him pass, since they had been closely trailing him, so at the moment he made contact with the ball. Thus, although their tackles did make contact with him, they did not cause him any harm. Lu Feng feigned pain, primarily seeking the referee's sympathy, to issue a card to the player who committed a foul. If a red card could be issued, it would be even better. Even a yellow card would cause Nifakavasai to restrain his actions in the subsequent matches. However, Lu Feng's teammates were unaware. Seeing Lu Feng violently knocked down with such a painful expression, they never believed he would act, and their anger surged. The closest player, Valena, rushed over and grabbed Nifakavasai by the collar while he was still on the ground. "You butcher. You aren't even playing football. You son of a dog." Van Beek, who usually had a good relationship with Lu Feng, also charged over from the backfield, wanting to teach this guy, who harmed his friend, a lesson. The players from Belgrade Partizan noticed the situation and immediately opposed it. This was their home ground, and they couldn't let this group of Dutchmen run wild here. Thus chaos erupted on the field. The main referee, assistant referees, and sideline officials rushed over, pulling and restraining both sides to prevent the conflict from escalating. The captains from both sides were also pulling each other's players. That's right, they were all pulling each other's players. When mediating, one certainly wouldn't pull their own. Lu Feng, still lying on the ground, squinted his eyes and looked around bewildered. "What's going on? I was just acting and you all took it seriously." But there was no way he couldn't just get up and tell everyone he was fine. How would that end? At this moment, the team doctor had already entered the field to check Lu Feng's injury. The main referee began issuing cards. First, the instigator of the conflict, Nifakavisai, who tackled from behind, committed a high-risk action that caused injury, receiving a red card. Wolfsburg, who tackled alongside him, withdrew his foot at the last moment and faced no punishment. Ballon, grabbing Nifakavis's collar, was deemed an unreasonable action, receiving a yellow card. The other players also received verbal warnings from the referee. This conflict ended abruptly with a single red. In the end, Lu Feng was carried off the field on a stretcher for treatment. He had to commit fully to his act. After all, the referee had already issued a red card, and if he didn't act convincingly, he might end up regretting it later. How are you? Are you okay, Lu? As soon as Lu Feng was carried off, Van Bronckhorst rushed over nervously to ask. He genuinely worried that Lu Feng might have been injured. For Van Bronckhorst, the outcome of the match was of no concern. It was most important that Lu Feng remained unhurt. I'm fine, sir. Don't worry, Lu Feng said, winking at him. Van Bronckhorst didn't expect that the usually honest-looking kid was actually acting. And acting so well. That's good. That's good. Are you really okay? He carefully squeezed Lu Feng's ankle. The team doctor also cooperatively sprayed some mist on Lu Feng's ankle, and Lu Feng changed the bandage on his foot, then stood up and bounced a few times on the sideline. All right, we see Lu Feng on the sideline looking fine. He's already signaling to the referee, wanting to return to the field. Hiwei, who was commentating, breathed a sigh of relief when the broadcast camera focused on Lu Feng. However, the fans at Belgrade Partizan's home ground booed loudly when they saw Lu Feng bouncing back to the field. They felt mocked, and some even began to curse Lu Feng. They had incurred the cost of a red card, and this annoying Chinese kid was fined but felt utterly unjust. Of course, Lu Feng couldn't understand what they were cursing about, but even if he did, he wouldn't care. If they chose to commit a malicious foul, they had to bear the consequences. By the time Lu Feng returned to the field, it was already the 78th minute of the second half, with only 12 minutes left until the regular time ended. How are you, brother? Are you okay? I took the chance to give that kid a kick when no one was looking. The referee didn't see it. Van Beek approached Lu Feng during a dead ball to check on his injury. Nice job, Sven. Lu Feng winked at Van Beek while speaking. Seeing Lu Feng's expression, Van Beek was stunned for a second and almost burst into laughter. Lu, I never expected your acting skills to be so good. We were all fooled by you. The brothers almost got into a fight with the other side. As long as you're fine, that's all that matters. After saying this, Van Beek ran back to his position. Lu Feng could still vaguely hear the fool chuckling, but his heart felt warm. Although they were down a player, the Belgrade Partizan did not give up on attacking since they were still trailing in the score. Leading in score, Feyenoord naturally adopted a defensive counterattack strategy. With one more player, they played even. In the 81st minute of the match, after a series of coordinated play with his teammates on the flank, Lu Feng suddenly delivered a through ball into the penalty area. Quit scored the goal without any defense. 1-3, extending the lead for the team once again. In the 85th minute, Feyenoord made a substitution. Lu Feng, who had scored twice and assisted once, was substituted off. In the time that followed, Feyenoord, fully in defense, ultimately maintained their advantage, and the final score was set at 1-3. Feyenoord daily. Lu Feng continued his fiery form in the league, scoring 2 goals and providing an assist to help Feyenoord achieve their first victory in the Europa League group stage. International football. Feyenoord's young talent shines in Europe, and veteran Quit's prowess remains undiminished. France football. Paris Saint-Germain and Marseille both won their European matches, while Monaco and Lyon regrettably drew away. Kicker. Bayern Munich easily defeated Olympiacos away in the Champions League, with Thomas Muller scoring twice and Götze finding the net. Marca. Real Madrid triumphed over Shakhtar Donetsk with a 4-0 victory at home, with Cristiano Ronaldo scoring a hat-trick and Benzema netting a goal. Barcelona was held to a draw by Serie A team Roma at the Olympic Stadium in Rome. Messi failed to score. The Times. Chelsea achieved a resounding 4-goal victory over Maccabi Tel Aviv at home, marking a successful start in the Champions League. However, several other Premier League teams, including Arsenal, Manchester United and Manchester City, regrettably lost away to their opponents. Returning to Rotterdam, Feyenoord took a day off as usual. On September 20th, they hurried to the southern Dutch city of Kerkrade, which is a city neighboring Germany and Belgium. The final score of the match is 0-1. The home team leads while the away team trails behind. In the 78th minute of the second half, Lu Feng assisted Kazim in scoring the only goal of the match, allowing Feyenoord to secure a relatively easy victory on the road. Throughout this match, Roda JC posed little threat to Feyenoord, resulting in minimal overall exertion for the team, akin to playing a casual friendly. Although Lu Feng was unable to maintain his scoring form on the field side, he played on remained Feyenoord's most threatening attacking direction, with the only goal coming from his assist. 3 days later, on September 23rd, Feyenoord hosted its first match of the season in the KNVB Cup. Interestingly, the opponent in this round of the KNVB Cup was also the same as the upcoming league opponent, the well-performing Zwolle from the last 2 seasons. Zwolle has shown impressive performance in the first 6 rounds of this season's league, being the only team apart from Feyenoord and Ajax that has not lost a match, currently ranked 3rd with 5 wins and 1 draw. With 2 draws and 4 wins, scoring 13 goals and conceding 5, this record is quite remarkable for a mid-table team like Zwolle. In this CanVB Cup match, Feyenoord made substantial rotations with none of the regular starters participating. Even the goalkeeper was the team's third choice, Justin Bigelow, who is also Lu Feng's roommate and friend. Lu Feng didn't even make it to the matchday squad. He and a few teammates watched the entire match from a box in the stands. In the end, Feyenoord defeated the heavily rotated visiting team Zwolle with a score of 2-0. After the match, Justin, who secured a clean sheet in his first start, happily took Lu Feng and a few friends out for a feast to celebrate his debut. They initially planned to go to a bar for a second round, but Lu Feng reminded him that he was still a minor, so they had to abandon them. Following this CanVB Cup match, Zwolle did not leave Rotterdam as they were set to face the home team in a league match at Feyenoord Stadium 4 days later. September 27th, Sunday, 2030 Beijing time. Good evening, audience friends. Welcome to the live broadcast of the 7th round of the 2015-16 Eredivisie, where Feyenoord hosts Zwolle, brought to you by Zhang Lu and Zhang Jun. 4 days ago, these two teams just faced each other in the CanVB Cup, with Feyenoord winning 2-0 at home. Unlike that match today, both teams are fielding their strongest lineups. Let's follow the camera into Feyenoord Stadium to see what kind of result both teams will produce with their full-strength squads today. Due to Feyenoord's excellent performance this season, the stadium, which can accommodate 5,000 people, was packed to the brim with fans. Hand-in-hand kameraden, hand-in-hand VR Feyenoord, want the club die stot VR Allen, in die laat ons nid in de steek. Even in the players' tunnel, Lu Feng could already hear the deafening chants of the fans. As the players took the field, the commentators introduced each of the home team's starting players one by one. Every time a name was called, loud cheers erupted from the crowd. Especially when Lu Feng's name was introduced, the cheers reached a crescendo. Lu Feng, Lu Feng, Lu Feng. Even through the screen, we could hear the crowd chanting Lu Feng's name. The Prince of Feyenoord truly lives up to his reputation. Zhang Jun, seeing how much the home fans adore Lu Feng, feels proud as well. At moments like this, an overwhelming sense of pride fills everyone's heart. Who would dare say that we Chinese cannot have outstanding football stars? Alright, the match is about to begin. Let me introduce the starting lineups for both teams. The home team Feyenoord continues to employ a 433 formation. Starting goalkeeper. The visiting team Zwolle is lined up in a 4,231 formation. Starting goalkeeper is number 1, Van der Hart. The 4 defenders are number 5, Van Sinham on the left, number 28, Thomas Lam, and number 4, Marcellus in central defense, and number 2, Van Pol on the right. The double pivot consists of number 19, De Klerk, and number 14, Brahma. The 3 midfielders are number 30, Ryan Thomas, number 17, Marinus, and number 7, Becker. Leading the front line is lone striker number 9, Wilderwijk. Lu Feng is quite fond of Zwolle as he scored a phenomenal 4 goals against them in the last match of the previous season. However, whether the players from Zwolle like Lu Feng is unknown. Especially for the former Zwolle center-back Van der Wiel, who has now joined Vitesse. He surely doesn't have fond feelings for Lu Feng, as he made a blunder in that match that led to a penalty kick, which is still joked about to this day. But Van der Wiel might not know that far away in the east there is a football commentator who thinks very highly of him, to the point of almost setting up a longevity plaque for him. Getting a bit off track, the match has already started. Let's see. Lu Feng is on the wing, effortlessly facing 2 defenders. The ball is at Lu Feng's feet, and it's a tough task for the defenders to even touch the ball. Lu Feng's continuous dribbling. He suddenly changes direction and accelerates past Becker and Brahma's defense. Van Pol comes up to interfere, while Lu Feng continue. Beautiful. Just as Lu Feng feigned to break into the penalty area, he suddenly made an unexpected pass to the right for Quit. Takes a step forward and shoots. It's a goal. 1-0. Goal. In that moment of the goal, the commentator's voice was powerful enough to shake the stadium's roof. The match has just reached the 7th minute, and Lu Feng's assist to Quit has given Feyenoord the lead at home. This season, Zwolle's seemingly impenetrable defense was easily breached by Lu Feng's breakthrough. Brothers, I just want to get a glass of water. Can someone tell me what just happened? Haha, with my Wind King playing, you actually zoned out. As Zhang Jun said, with the Wind King at home, goals are guaranteed. Quit, who came back to retire, has scored several goals thanks to Lu Feng this season. Lu Feng is indeed getting better and better. If he doesn't commit fouls, even 2 or 3 defenders can't stop him. The upstairs comment is right, but if you foul in a dangerous area, Lu Feng's free kicks are quite lethal too. 1-1 after a brief celebration, the match resumes. The team that conceded a goal, Zwolle, seemed to wake up as they started to trade blows with Feyenoord. 1-1 after a brief celebration, the match resumes. The team that conceded a goal, Zwolle, seemed to wake up as they started to trade blows with Feyenoord for a while. In the 13th minute, number 7, Becker broke through Congolo's defense on the wing and delivered a cross. Number 9, Wilderwijk rose above Van Beek for a header, but the ball went slightly wide. 2 minutes later, left-back Van Sinham surged forward with the ball and passed it to the on-rushing Marinus in the middle, whose long-range shot was palmed away by Vermeer. In the 19th minute, Feyenoord also got a chance. Quit seized on an opponent's passing error, intercepted the ball, and Kazim shielded the ball and passed it to the supporting Ahmad. Let's take a look at this opportunity. This is Feyenoord's signature counterattack as Ahmad sends a through ball to Lu Feng. Lu Feng has the ball. Currently, the only defender is Van Pol. This is a chance. Lu Feng suddenly accelerates. Van Pol is fast, but Lu Feng's sudden stops and speed changes make it tough for him. Beautiful. A silky nutmeg, and Van Pol is beaten. Lu Feng cuts in towards the penalty area. He's within shoot. He shoots directly. The ball is in. 2-0. In the 20th minute, Feyenoord launched another counterattack with Lu Feng extending the lead once again. After scoring, Lu Feng instinctively wanted to do 2 flips, but suddenly remembered Van Bronckhorst's earlier advice and quickly stopped himself. Arriving at the corner area, Lu Feng performed a series of kicking moves before executing a flying backward kick towards the corner flag. This display of martial arts was quite impressive to the crowd. The fans in the stands were ecstatic, eagerly mimicking Lu Feng's moves, but due to the cramped space and their stiff bodies, they could only manage a less than 360-degree jump turn. Some fans who are particularly fond of Chinese martial arts even mimicked the iconic nose-touching gesture of the film's. Laughter rippled. Lu Feng is showing off his martial arts gestures again. The broadcast keeps cutting to the spectators in the stands. It is utterly hilarious. These foreigners are so amusing. Is Lu Feng opening a school in the Netherlands to take disciples? If Lu Feng were to open a school in Lutetten, I swear his dojo would be overflowing. The live stream chat buzzed over Lu Feng's recent celebration, and fanbike's eyes once more gleamed with time. After a rotation in the previous Dutch Cup, Feyenoord des starters looked in fine form today. With a 2-goal cushion, they utterly controlled the tempo of the match. Especially Lu Feng. With his mind at ease, one could see his lithe balletic footwork across the pitch. As the first half neared its end, Lu Feng near midfield received a pass from Ai Hamidi, flicked the ball up with his toe, and then with his heel laid it back to the charging teammate. Oh, Lu Feng and Ai Hamidi combined in a 1-2. That pass was full of imagination. Watch Ai Hamidi's counter. He slips it out to the right to Ku Ite. Ku Ite, facing the defense, chooses a through ball. Ka Chi-mu takes the shot. Goal. 3-0. In the dying moments of the first half, Feyenoord executed a swift counterattack, and Ka Chi-mu extended the lead. The move began with Captain Ai Hamidi and Lu Feng's 1-2. The entire attack was concise and precise. Lu Feng's heel pass became the defining highlight of the sequence. Damn, that pass from Lu Feng was so cheeky. A toe flick and a heel lift, undeniably stylish. Feyenoord's counters now flow like clouds and water, each touch almost a single decisive motion. There is a hint of Barca in their play. Indeed, Feyenoord's head coach Van Ballon once spent time at Barca. It is only natural his team carries traces of that style. With the referee's whistle, the first half concluded. Let us take a brief respite. We will reconvene for the second half. After a short interval, the second half began swiftly. We see Ziwa ramping up the pace in attack. They are not prepared to surrender easily. Immediately after the restart, Rue and Tuamasi unleashed a long-range effort from outside the box that sailed just over the bar, the clarion for Ziwa's second-half resurgence. In the 50th minute, Boulama won the ball in the back and fed Van Ballon on the flank. He carried the ball along the wing, combined with Bay Ko Air near midfield, then slid it to the forward Wayer to Wayko. The striker's turn and shot was superbly blocked by Fu Mayer with a flying save. That strike had come agonizingly close to rewriting the scoreline. What a stop. Fu Mayer keeps them alive. Ziwa earned a corner. The ball was swung to the far post. Fan Bika headed it clear, still inside the box. KRC Duo Pu contesting the far post second ball, with Mali Nasi clipped his opponent and conceded a penalty. The referee showed him a yellow card for the foul. Let us watch the slow-motion replay. It is indeed a foul. KRC Duo Pu was a fraction late and struck Mali. KRC Duo Pu contesting the far post second ball, with Mali Nasi clipped his opponent and conceded a penalty. The referee showed him a yellow card for the foul. Don't blame yourself. Lu Feng walked over and embraced KRC Duo Pu. Thank you, Lu. We're brothers. Besides, it's not your fault. We'll score another one soon. Lu Feng winked at KRC Duo Pu with a grin. Thankfully, their voices were low. Had the Ziwa players overheard, they would have been furious. Score another. As if our goal were your front door and you could stroll in at will. Ziwa's penalty was taken by their starting striker Wayer to Wayku, and he converted it cleanly. In the 56th minute, Ziwa's penalty reduced the deficit to 31. After scoring, Wayer to Wayku did not celebrate. He ran into the net clutching the ball and sprinted toward the center circle. There was still ample time left, and Ziwa could taste the hope of an equalizer. From the restart, their assault remained. Yet the home side Feyenoord showed no intention of parking the bus. Instead, they matched Ziwa in open attacking exchanges. At the 62nd minute, Baku Air again broke down the flank and delivered a cross. Wayer to Wayku's header almost narrowed the margin further. 3 minutes later, Feyenoord mounted a counter. Lu Feng, receiving the ball on the attacking flank, toyed with a series of feints before sliding it across to the charging Wei Chi. His follow-up long-range effort struck a defender's back and was deflected out for a corner. Feyenoord were awarded. Inside the box, Lu Feng found himself sandwiched between Fan Ballon and Ma Er Sai Li Si. He strained mightily to escape their close sandwich-like marking. EMOC swung the corner in. Seizing the moment as the defenders hesitated, Lu Feng leapt high and met the flight with a thunderous header. At the instant scalp met leather, Lu Feng felt sure the ball was in. Yet with a single outstretched palm, the focused goalkeeper Fan de Hate flew and pushed the shot away. Lu Feng's header. Fan de Hate reacted brilliantly. Wait, it's in. KRC Duo Pu. At the moment Fan de Hate parried Lu Feng's header, KRC Duo Pu seized the chaos and slotted the ball. KRC Duo Pu redeemed himself, stretching the lead to 41. Overcome, he raced to Lu Feng, clasped his head in both hands, and shouted his emotions aloud. Thank you, Lu. That header was magnificent. Haha. Well done, Elastico. Lu Feng echoed, joyfully bumping heads and calling back loudly. In the 70th minute, Fei Yinhua made substitutions. Lu Feng, who finished the match with 1 goal and 2 assists, was withdrawn and replaced by number 14 Ba Shachi Kueo Lu. Thank you, Lu. That header was magnificent. Haha. Well done, Elastico. Lu Feng echoed, joyfully bumping heads and calling back loudly. Fei Yinua's 41 home victory over Z will Lu preserve their advantage atop the table. After the match, Lu Feng faced the reporters in the mixed zone. Lu, congratulations on 7 consecutive league wins. But we notice you have scored only 2 goals in your last 3 league matches compared to 10 in the previous 4. That's a significant drop. Do you think opponents have studied you to the bone and that your magic will no longer appear? Lu Feng glanced at the reporter's microphone and recognized the insignia of Dying Sunbow. He understood immediately. If any Dutch paper delighted in Lu Feng's misfortunes, it was precisely Dying Sunbow, ever ready to paint his struggles in bold type. As the mouthpiece for their bitter rivals at Jia Kusi, the less Lu Feng scored, or the worse, he looked, the more gleefully they would splash headlines about him. Lu Feng said, this reporter is both right and wrong. It is true I have scored only twice in the last 3 rounds, but of our 7 goals across those matches, 6 were directly connected to me. Are you pretending not to have seen that? I may have only 2 goals, but I also have 4 assists. Lu Feng held up 2 fingers on his left hand and 4 on his right, shrugged at the reporter, and offered a confident smile. So I do not at all believe they have me figured out, nor that they can truly contain me. With that, he turned and walked toward the players' tunnel, leaving behind a handsome, alluring silhouette. After this round, Jia Kusi also eked out a 21 home win over Gulu Ningzhen, taking 3 points and maintaining their chase of Fei Yinuada in the standings. No one can restrain me. The next day, the headline of the Telegraph quoted half a sentence from Lu Feng's interview and accompanied it with a photograph of him celebrating his goal, kicking his leg high in the corner area. This enraged fans of other clubs, except Feyenoord supporters, who deemed Lu Feng excessively arrogant and took to the internet vowing to give him a harsh welcome when he visited their home grounds. Feyenoord fans, however, reacted quite differently. They saw Lu Feng's words as a bold declaration of dominance, the very pride befitting a prodigious talent. A true genius must possess an aura of sovereign confidence capable of commanding the entire realm. Only then can he ascend in time to the pinnacle of stardom. Yinran, is this your dormitory? Your girl's dorm looks remarkably tidy, said Lu Feng, freshly showered, drying his hair with a towel while chatting with Su Yinran over video call. I'd even heard rumors that the more beautiful the girl, the messier her dorm. Haha. Turns out that's not always true. Where on earth did you pick up such nonsense? Su Yinran rolled her eyes. Could you pan the camera around your dorm so I can take a dream on? This is a girl's dorm. You think I'd let you peek? Besides, my 2 roommates are right here in the room. Just then, one of Su Yinran's roommates, hearing the voices, leaned in curiously. Wow. Yinran, is this your boyfriend? He's so handsome. Boyfriend? Let me see. Let me see. Another roommate rushed over, barefoot, eyes sparkling with unrestrained curiosity. Su Yinran, you've been hiding him well. When did you land such a stunning boyfriend? And why haven't you introduced him to us? Her roommate, clad in only one slipper, leaned over Su Yinran's shoulder, teasing warmly. Hearing himself addressed as Su Yinran's boyfriend, Lu Feng's heart swelled with quiet delight, though his expression remained perfectly composed. He had no choice but to maintain that calm demeanor. The girl leaning over Su Yinran's shoulder wore nothing but a bra, boldly, unself-consciously right before the camera lens. Good heavens. Qin Xiaoyan, put some clothes on, please. There's a guy watching over there. Oh no, I totally slipped up. Qin Xiaoyan hastily covered her chest and retreated from view. Ahem. I was just checking my phone. What were you 2 talking about? Lu Feng feigned nonchalance with 2 dry coughs. Su Yinran said nothing, just stared at Lu Feng, unwavering for several long seconds. You'd better not have seen a thing. Give me your team's address. Huh. Lu Feng blinked, caught off guard by the abrupt shift in topic. I said, send me your team's address. Isn't your birthday next week? I've prepared a gift for you. Su Yinran added casually. Huh. How did you even know my birthday? I'd almost forgotten it myself. Lu Feng scratched his head, then promptly sent her the address. Please, your info is everywhere online. Oh right. So Yinran, what's the gift? Lu Feng asked, eyes bright with anticipation. I won't tell you yet. You'll find out when it arrives. I'll ship it today, or it should reach you before your birthday. After speaking, Su Yinran gazed intently at Lu Feng through the screen, her expression brimming with eager expectation. All right then, Lu Feng replied softly, captivated by how utterly adorable she looked, hopeful yet shyly hesitant. He already knew exactly what she hoped for. Her birthday fell just 3 days after his. A detail he'd learned thoroughly from Lu Feng too was preparing a grand surprise for her. Su Yinran assumed that upon learning she'd prepared him a birthday gift, Lu Feng would naturally ask about her own birthday in return. Not that she expected a present. She simply longed for a phone call from him on that day, a simple happy birthday, and she'd be utterly content. Yet she waited, and waited, until the call ended without hearing those words. All he'd reminded her of was to watch his Europa League match a few days later. I'm furious. Wooden-head Lu Feng, you're a lifeless log. After hanging up, Su Yinran glared furiously at her laptop, muttering under her breath. Only when her two roommates swooped in to interrogate her about her boyfriend did she finally relent. Training days always fly by. Before long, several days had passed. Friday, October 2nd, 2015. The second round of the UEFA Europa League group stage was about to begin. Feyenoord hosted Athletic Bilbao at home. Athletic Bilbao stood as the strongest opponent Feyenoord faced in Group L. The outcome of their two-leg tie would largely determine who claimed first place in the group. Back in China, inside the Sichuan Fine Arts Institute dormitory. It's starting. Yinran, hurry. Your boyfriend's about to take the field. Chen Xiaoyan, I've told you. He's not my boyfriend yet. Su Yinran's voice floated cautiously from the bathroom. And keep your voice down, or we'll get caught by the dorm supervisor, and then we'll miss everything. Oh, stop denying it. We won't steal him from you. Look how stingy you're being. Ha ha ha. Exactly. Don't worry, Yinran. Lu Feng is yours alone. No one's taking him away. Ha ha ha. Beijing time 1:00 m. Sharp. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to round 2 of the 2015-16 UEFA Europa League group stage. Feyenoord hosting Athletic Bilbao. I'm Hiwei, joined today by analyst Su Yang. Good evening, everyone. I'm Su Yang. The players have entered the pitch. Let us follow the camera into the Quip, Feyenoord Stadium, where every seat is filled. Even before kickoff, the home fans are ablaze with fervor, singing their club anthem with thunderous passion, rallying their team onward. Let me introduce the starting lineups for both sides. For the home side, Feyenoord head coach Frank de Boer has deployed a 433 formation. Goalkeeper no. 1 Overmeer. Defenders left to right no. 2 Karsdorp no. 3 Van Beek no. 6 Van der Heijden Owen no. For the Congolo, midfielders no. 10 Immers no. 5 of Vukcevic and captain no. 8 Amadi. Forwards no. 9 Kasim leading the line no. 7 Quid on the right and no. 11 Lu Feng once again stationed on the left wing. Feyenoord has fielded its full-strength lineup. Clear evidence of how seriously they regard this match. Athletic Bilbao, by contrast, lines up in a 4,231 formation. Goalkeeper second choice keeper no. 13 Ajaretsu. Defenders left to right no. 30 Leque no. For a Laporte, Oven no. 18 Gerpagai as central pairing no. 2 Boveda on the right. Midfield defensive midfield duo no. 17 Urico and no. 8 Iturisbu ahead of them no. 21 Bigora on the left no. 23 Iaxitan on the right and no. 5 Ilero centrally. Striker no. 9 Sola. Compared to Feyenoord's full-strength squad, Athletic Bilbao's manager Valverde appears to have fielded nearly an entirely reserve lineup. Whether out of supreme confidence in his bench or strategic conservation of energy for the upcoming league fixture remains unclear. Aside from injured starter San Jose, key players, including star striker Adjura's midfielders Raul Garcia and Beniat, and even first-choice goalkeeper Alexoso, all sit on the bench. The match has begun. Feyenoord wears their iconic redand white home kit and attacks from left to right on screen. Athletic Bilbao dons their navy blue away kit and attacks from right to left. In the first few minutes of the match, both teams made 2 exploratory attacks, feeling out each other's depths. From the initial scene, it seems that Valverde has conducted in-depth research on Feyenoord's attacking system. Lu Feng's recent touches on the ball have all encountered targeted defenses. Soon the match reached the 7th minute. Lu Feng received the ball near the midfield facing the defense of Ake, and Lu Feng's series of feints breaking down the sideline. Lu Feng was brought down by Iturapi's sliding tackle. Iturapi's made his presence felt immediately. The referee called a foul and Feyenoord was awarded a set piece near the midfield. Kid, this is just the beginning. Let me serve you an appetizer to let you understand that this battlefield is not comparable to your Dutch league. While feigning friendliness as he helped Lu Feng up, Iturapi's whispered a provocative remark in his ear. Lu Feng raised an eyebrow. The bearded forward seemed interesting, so let's see what happens. The match restarted and Imos kicked the ball to Ahmadinejad, who passed it back in the Feyenoord defense. Vikanovic's long pass found Lu Feng and Iturapi's once again closed in. Lu Feng leaned his body against the opponent, stopping the ball with his chest, then suddenly flicked it with his heel to turn around, the ball passing through Iturapi's legs. The beaten Iturapi's turned around trying to pull Lu Feng back, but the latter had already accelerated, leaving him with only a graceful silhouette. A beautiful heel flick, Lu Feng bypassed the defending Iturapi's and continued to charge forward. This was an Now facing the defense of Boveda, he moved toward the center, passing the ball to the right to Quit, who sent it into the penalty area. Lu Feng followed up with a strike. Beautiful. The ball went in. Lu Feng. Goal. In the 12th minute, Lu Feng's exquisite cooperation with Quit changed the score to 1-0. After the goal, Lu Feng ran to the corner flag to once again showcase his signature acrobatic kick celebration. The fans on site cheered excitedly for Lu Feng. They knew that as long as he was on the field, they could feel utterly secure, because Lu Feng's name was synonymous with Feyenoord's goal guarantee. At this moment, fans on the domestic online television screen were also very happy. It's still my King Feng. King Feng is amazing. Quick could have scored that goal himself, but he still passed it to Lu Feng, who had already positioned himself. It seems Lu Feng's status in the team is rising. Isn't that obvious? If you score every game, your teammates will treat you as a precious gem. This is just too exhilarating. Just now, those bragging about how Bilbao is a strong La Liga team and that Feyenoord couldn't possibly win, you can start preparing to sleep early. Now, no matter who Feyenoord faces, just follow King Feng and it will surely be a thrilling experience. 6,666. After celebrating the goal, Lu Feng winked at Iturrapes, who had provoked him earlier, as he returned to the penalty area. Iturrapes, seeing this scene, felt steam rising from his nose. He clenched his fists and silently vowed, "Damn Chinese. Just you wait, I will make you regret it." Athletic Bilbao restarted the game, and the match continued. Lu Feng is really in good form today. Scoring just 12 minutes into the match, he has carried his league form onto the European stage. This match is truly something to look forward to. In the live broadcast room, Huey also expressed his sentiments. "Indeed, although this isn't my first time watching Lu Feng play, I always feel that every time I see him, he brings a different experience. His dribbling, passing, and shooting are nothing like that of a 17-year-old. Su Yang also chimed in, "I heard Lu Feng will participate in the U23 Asian Cup held in Qatar next January. I'm really looking forward to seeing how he performs in this tournament." Yes, now that you mention it, I really can't wait to see that moment arrive. Football is a team sport with 11 players. If 10 of them are useless, how can one person, no matter how great, take on? Upstairs, this is television free of charge. It's not one of those pay-per-view video sites. You can watch if you can, if not, just take a left and leave. There's no need to be sarcastic here. If you think others are useless, why don't you step up yourself? In the 20th minute of the match, Lu Feng received a pass from Vikanovic in the attacking flank, and Iturrapes charged in with a very fierce tackle. However, Lu Feng calmly executed a sudden stop to evade the tackle, then used his right foot to press down on the ball. As it bounced up, Lu Feng jumped over the still leaning Iturrapes. Beautiful. Lu Feng's continuous movement showcased his mastery of football. Is Lu Feng going to do it himself? Beautiful. After a sudden acceleration, a very concealed pass that didn't look at the man. Kazim takes a shot. Oh no. Kazim tried too hard, the ball hit the crossbar and bounced out. In the Feyenoord Stadium, as Kazim's shot hit the crossbar, a clear sigh of regret resonated. Kazim wasted a brilliant pass from Lu Feng and felt extremely frustrated afterward. He didn't forget to give Lu Feng a thumbs up, signaling that the pass was good. Athletic Bilbao quickly took the goal kick, trying to capitalize on this opportunity for a fast counterattack. Coach Van Bronckhorst shouted loudly from the sidelines, "Hurry back on defense. Let's see how the visiting team counters." Ieriso wins the header and Iturrapes controls the ball. Lu Feng presses forward and Iturrapes passes the ball to the sideline for Ake. Ake advances down the sideline, encountering Congo's blockade, and passes the ball to the center for Ieriso. Ieriso takes a shot directly. Whoa. That long-range shot had great quality. Unfortunately, it just missed, equalizing the score. Coach Van Bronckhorst also broke out in a cold sweat. "Focus, everyone. Pay attention to the speed of our retreat." He pointed to his temple, loudly conveying his orders to the players on the field. "Kid, I won't let you have another chance." As he walked past Lu Feng, Iturrapes once again threw down a harsh remark. "Hey, brother, don't speak so confidently. Otherwise you might find yourself embarrassed when the match ends." Lu Feng replied with a smile. However, Lu Feng's smile at that moment appeared to Iturrapes as nothing but blatant mockery. With a heavy grunt, Iturrapes turned and left. Lu Feng shrugged helplessly. The match reached the 30th minute of the first half. Congo intercepted the ball on the flank and passed it to Ahmadinejad. Ahmadinejad turned with the ball and passed it back to the center for Vikanovic. "Michael," Lu Feng shouted from the front, asking for the ball. Here comes an opportunity. Lu Feng is raising his hand to ask Vikanovic for the ball. A long pass finds Lu Feng. Lu Feng is competing for position with Iturrapes. A beautiful stop. Lu Feng effortlessly controlled the ball with the side of his right foot while running. Stopping the ball, Lu Feng suddenly pushed with his right foot, evading Iturrapes' challenge, preparing to charge into the penalty area. Oh, we can see that Lu Feng's jersey has been pulled out of shape by Iturrapes, forcing Lu Feng to halt his advance. Beep. The referee called a foul on Iturrapes. Since this was a clear attacking opportunity for Feyenoord, the referee issued him a yellow card. "I told you I won't give you another chance." "Hey brother, what's the point? You got a yellow card. If you do it again, you'll be out." Lu Feng shrugged helplessly at the bearded player, thinking this guy might not be very bright. "And do you believe I could score from this? Heh, kid. Who do you think you are? Messi or Ronaldo?" Lu Feng didn't waste time arguing with him, reaching out to take the ball Ahmadinejad had handed him and placing it on the referee's marked spot. "Lu, what did that bearded guy say to you?" Ahmadinejad casually asked. "He said he wouldn't give me another chance to get past him." "Huh, who does he think he is? Vieira or Makelele?" The free kick sat some 26 or 27 meters from goal, a distance perfectly suited to Lu Feng's signature elevator free kick. Yichilapisi had already taken his place up front, forming a wall with his teammates. "Ander, what were you just talking about with that Chinese kid? You look pale." The captain Liku tapped Yichilapisis' arm as he asked. Yichilapisi snorted. "That kid said he was going to curl this free kick straight in and told me to watch closely." "Such arrogance." Liku shook his head. "We must stay focused. I've watched that boy's free kick videos. He really can pull that off. Do not underestimate him because of his age." Like's warning lingered in the air as he reminded the players nearby. Lu Feng stood the ball down and waited only for the referee's whistle. "Now then, let's see what Lu Feng does with this free kick. Will he strike it directly?" The whistle blew. Lu Feng ran up, his striking foot meeting the ball with a rigid, perfectly angled instep. The moment the ball met his foot, it shot forward like a cannonball. It flew over the wall without a hint of spin. Just when it seemed destined to clear the crossbar, it abruptly dropped and stabbed into the net. "Goal!" Su Yang's voice from the broadcast rang out across the stadium, exultant. Unbelievable, a world-class strike. Peach Blossom Shadow falls flying divine sword. It's Lu Feng again. He has scored his second goal of the match, a brace. By the 35th minute, Lu Feng had completed his brace and Faiyinuode led Birbao Jingji 20 at home. The match continued. Trailing by 2, Birbao Jingji's coach Bear Wade lost his earlier composure and began frantically waving his arms on the touchline, urging his players to push forward. Yichalapizi, who had been trading barbs with Lu Feng, no longer taunted him. In the 43rd minute, Baijila on Bilbao's left found an opportunity, though after beating Kirsijuapu, he drove a deep cross to the byline. Sola rose in the center to head toward goal, but Fumier palmed it away with one hand. Bilbao earned a corner. From the touchline, Fambulonquo site shouted instructions to his players, watch the near post 2-man mark. Here comes Bilbao's corner. The ball swings to the far post. Fambike wins the first contact. Hamidi and Yichalapizi scramble for the second ball. Dangerous. Lu Feng. Good defending. Lu Feng beat Yichalapizi to the cross and diverted the ball out for a throw, diffusing the danger. Damn, you're everywhere. Yichalapizi spat and brooded inwardly. Lu Feng seemed to sense his hostility and turned to offer a friendly smile. Yichalapizi immediately twisted his head away. He despised the sight of Lu Feng's face so much he feared he might be unable to resist landing a fist upon it. The referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half. That's all for now, friends. We'll take a short break and return for this. The players filed back into the dressing rooms, each taking a brief rest and listening to their coaches outline the tactics for this. At that moment, in a VIP box at Faiyinuode Stadium, 2 men were discussing the just concluded half. He's your eye for talent was right. I see in him the makings of a future superstar. Tell me about him. Of course, my dear Mino. I've been watching him for a long time, ever since he took the Golden Boot in just half a season last year. Anyone with a sports beat would have recognized them as the famous football agent Mino Laiola and his assistant. His name is Lu Feng, Chinese, not yet 17 until 3 days from now. My God, every time I see his age I feel like I'm dreaming. Such tender youth. In 2014 he and his father came to the Netherlands with a Chinese commercial football team. His first trial stop was Ajax's future academy. Apparently Ajax passed on him. I suspect other reasons. A talent like him, how could Ajax simply overlook him? On that very day, he played a street game in an Amsterdam park. Fambulonquo site saw him, brought him back to Rotterdam, and enrolled him at Faiyinuode. That's how it happened, Luideligisi explained earnestly to Laiola. By the way, he already has an agent. Also Chinese. That should not pose a problem. Who has some connections in Europe, but nothing that can compare to ours. I believe that once Lu meets us he will make the right choice. Laiola paused. What is Hu's relationship with Lu? I haven't been able to verify that. Our channels in China are limited. But it seems Lu first arrived in the Netherlands through. Luideligisi answered honestly. Laiola said nothing, closing his eyes as if deep in thought. After about a minute he spoke quietly. You have Hubin's contact details? Yes. Book 2 of the fastest flights to China. We need to go to China. What? Why would we go to China? Lu is right here. Luideligisi asked in puzzlement. Laiola rose from the sofa, his heavy frame crossing to the box's window as he watched the still celebrating crowd in the stadium below. You do not understand Chinese culture. They speak of righteousness, propriety, wisdom, trust, and they live by relationships. You may not grasp the full meaning of Guanxi yet, but you must appreciate its power. Believe me, if we simply approach Lu here, I guarantee we will not secure his contract. We must first go to China, and also, as you just said, we lack local contacts in China. If we sign Lu, we will need someone familiar on the ground to manage affairs in the Asia region. Understood, Mino. They'll book the tickets now. Luideligisi said, then left the box without another word. Laiola continued to gaze at the crowd, a slow smile forming at the corner of his mouth. However, soon I will have a player capable of contesting the Ballon d'Or. Welcome back, everyone. This is Su Yang and Hiwei bringing you the second match day of the 2015-16 UEFA Europa League group stage. Feyenoord hosting Athletic Bilbao in the second half. Feyenoord currently leads Athletic Bilbao, thanks to 2 goals from our young compatriot Lu Feng in the first half. At the start of the second half, Athletic Bilbao makes an immediate substitution. Number 8 Iturrapez, who struggled repeatedly against Lu Feng in the first half and already received a yellow card, is substituted off, replaced by Athletic's starting defensive midfielder number 22 Raul Garcia. Number 9 striker Sola is also withdrawn, making way for veteran forward number 20 Aduiris. Athletic Bilbao introduces 2 key starters right at the outset of the second half. Clearly, manager Valverde refuses to accept defeat quietly. Lu Feng shows no surprise upon noticing Iturrapez replaced by Raul Garcia. He knows this Spanish midfield enforcer well. Garcia spent several seasons with Atletico Madrid, one of La Liga's elite, and lifted the league title with them in the 2013-14 season. Unlike Iturrapez, who thrived on verbal provocation in the first half, Garcia embodies the stoic warrior, fierce in action, silent in speech. Since joining Athletic Bilbao this season, the Sunitern-30 veteran has maintained exceptional competitive form. In the 48th minute, Lu Feng receives the ball near the midfield touchline, only to be cleanly dispossessed by Raul Garcia's sliding tackle that sends both man and ball out of bounds. The challenge is impeccably timed. The referee signals no foul. Garcia rises calmly and returns to his defensive position, utterly wordless. Lu Feng rises from the turf, spits out a blade of grass clinging to his lip, and thinks so aloof. The sudden shift, from a talkative defender to a glacially reserved one, leaves Lu Feng momentarily unmoored. Had Ichirapez remained, he'd surely have risen with a torrent of taunts. Congolo prepares a throw-in, a Lu Feng moves forward to receive. Raul Garcia shadows him, relentlessly denying him space or time to settle the ball comfortably. Before receiving, Lu Feng flicks a subtle glance toward left-winger Amadi. Years of shared instinct ignite instantly. Amadi understands without a word and drifts silently behind Lu Feng. Congolo delivers the throw-in. Lu Feng braces against Garcia's pressure, feints sideways as if to dribble, then with a deft backheel, threads the ball perfectly into Amadi's path. Amadi collects and surges forward along the channel. Lu Feng's backheel pass, Amadi on the run. Let's watch Feyenoord's attack unfold. After the pass, Lu Feng vacates the flank for Congolo and darts inward towards central space. By now, Amadi has advanced deep into the left side corridor, nearing the edge of the penalty area. Space opens wide on the flank, but Amadi holds it instead, feeding Lu Feng centrally. Lu Feng now faces dual pressure from Garcia and Elastico. Brilliant. Lu Feng connects instantly. Another backheel pass to Kasim. Alas, the goalkeeper gathers it cleanly. Lu Feng's pass not only deceived his markers, but even caught his teammate off guard. Kasim was half a step short of a clean. Another golden chance slips away. Kasim turns, raises a thumb toward Lu Feng, his second salute of the match. What a waste. Kasim keeps missing opportunities. He only knows how to thumbs up. Why doesn't he just score? Next time Lu Feng should take it himself. This teammate, truth be told, Lu Feng's passes are extraordinarily subtle. Only forwards with elite spatial awareness can read them instantly. Kasim's reaction was swift, even most aren't. Inzaghi. Play resumes. Athletic Bilbao's double substitution visibly transforms their game, both defensively, with Raul Garcia anchoring midfield and orchestrating play, and Eduiris, now over 34, growing ever more lethal up front. Athletic's attack cuts like a honed blade. In the 55th minute, Rico intercepts in his own half and releases the ball to Garcia, who swiftly switches play to right winger Bilag. Bilag drives past Karsdorp, forces his way to the byline, and delivers a precise cross. Eduiris soars high and thunders the ball past goalkeeper Vermeer. Athletic Bilbao equalizes, 21. Feyenoord's lead narrows to a single goal. Van Bronckhorst shouts urgently from the touchline, demanding tighter defensive discipline. Valverde senses renewed hope for a draw, and shortly after the goal, makes another substitution. Starting winger number 23 Ak is withdrawn, replaced by number 15 Inaki Williams, a third starter to play. Feyenoord responds in kind. Varela replaces Quit to bolster midfield grit, while young number 36 Kramer replaces starting center forward Kasim. Feyenoord intensifies control of tempo. Athletic Bilbao counters with aggressive high pressing. Especially dangerous is newly introduced right winger Inaki Williams. Standing 186 centimeters tall, he possesses blistering pace. Lu Feng had raced him once earlier and gained little ground. The clock reads 63 minutes. Feyenoord's defense is under mounting strain, and Lu Feng is now actively tracking back. Watch Athletic's attack. Williams links with Garcia in a crisp 1-2. His acceleration is electrifying. Congolo struggles to match his rhythm. Lu Feng rushes over to help. Facing two defenders near the corner flag, Williams opts for a forceful drive. He breaks past, crosses low toward the goal mouth. Van Beek intervenes heroically, intercepting ahead of Eduiris and clearing to safety. Athletic Bilbao earns their 7th corner of the match. Garcia takes the corner, directed to the near post. Van der Heijden heads it clear. Varela spots a counter, launches it to Vukcevic. Vukcevic plays through to Immers, finds Lu Feng. Lu Feng surges forward at speed. Garcia gives chase. Lu Feng's pace proves overwhelming. Garcia cannot keep up. As Lu Feng advances, Garcia abandons pursuit, passing responsibility to defender Laporte ahead. Brilliant. At full sprint, Lu Feng executes a flawless bull-tail feint, leaving Laporte stranded. The final defender falls. Lu Feng breaks through alone, dazzles past the keeper with a sharp cut. Goal. Garcia lunges early, but arrives a heartbeat too late. In the 66th minute, Lu Feng scores his third, completing a hat-trick. Against the La Liga side, he remains ruthlessly prolific, a natural-born marksman. After scoring, Lu Feng sprints toward the bench. Van Bronckhorst assumes his protege will embrace him. He smiles warmly, arms open, only for his grin to freeze midair. For Lu Feng never veers toward him. Instead, he dashes past to Justin Bigelow and snatches something from his hands before vanishing without a backward glance. It is a scarf, designed and handmade by Su Yanran. Embroidered upon it is a charming cartoon likeness of Lu Feng. Drapes the scarf around his neck, races to the sideline. Camera lifts his jersey and reveals white undershirt emblazoned with bold letters Yanran. Happy birthday. Sigh. What is Lu Feng doing? Yanran. Is that his girlfriend's name? This girl named Yanran must be moved to tears. No. I disagree. How can Lu Feng be in a romantic relationship at such a young age? What should I do? Whoa. My heart shattered at this moment. My first love ended before it even began. Hey, the one upstairs crying, you're a guy. At this moment in the girls' dormitory of Chuanmei. Wow. Yanran. Look, your Lu Feng is really romantic, confessing his love in front of the whole world. I'm so envious. Chen Xiaoyan said with a hint of jealousy. I'm envious too. If any guy wished me a happy birthday on TV in front of so many people, I would marry him immediately and have 8 sons with him. Ha. Envy too. It's just a birthday wish. How is that a confession? Don't say things recklessly. Although Su Yanran said this, her smile couldn't be hidden and the corners of her mouth were almost reaching her ears. So he isn't just a blockhead, Su Yanran thought sweetly to herself. Meanwhile, at Su Yanran's home in Rongqing, her father Su Jianping and younger brother Su Xiaoqiang were also watching the live broadcast of the match. After Lu Feng scored a hat trick, Su Jianping jumped up excitedly shouting praises for Lu Feng. When he saw the words on Lu Feng's undershirt, Su Jianping laughed and said, "Look, this kid Lu Feng understands. Not bad. This girl is also named Yanran, just like your sister. Oh, by the way, is your sister having a birthday soon? Could it be so coincidental?" "Dad, do you think it's possible that Feng Gu is talking about my sister?" Su Xiaoqiang chuckled, thinking that Lu Feng truly understood romance, and he needed to learn from him. "What's going on? Su Xiaoqiang, are you hiding something from me?" Su Jianping began to question his son, feeling uneasy that his daughter was attracting someone else's attention without him knowing. Then Su Xiaoqiang honestly explained what he knew, and Su Jianping fell silent after listening. Looking at Lu Feng on the TV, he used to find him quite pleasant to the eye, but now he felt something was off, and Su Jianping couldn't understand why he felt a wave of annoyance. "Sigh, Dad, why aren't you watching anymore? The match isn't over yet." Su Xiaoqiang looked puzzled as his father stood up preparing to go back to his room. "I don't want to watch you. I don't think it's interesting anymore. I'm going to sleep. By the way, you shouldn't watch either. Do you have class tomorrow?" "No, I want to watch. Feng Ge hasn't come off the field yet. I'm not going to sleep. All you talk about is Feng Ge. What's so interesting about him? He's just average looking, plays football average, go to sleep." As Su Jianping said this, he turned off the TV. "Whoa, why are you like this? You were the one who brought me to watch. Whoa, you said you wanted me to learn from Feng Ge. You're such a liar. Whoa." Su Xiaoqiang was extremely sad at that moment. He couldn't understand why his dad changed so quickly. It was fine if he didn't want to watch, but why couldn't he continue watching? Rotterdam Feyenoord Stadium. The match was still ongoing. In the 72nd minute, Lu Feng received a pass from Ahmad ready to accelerate, but was brought down again by Raul Garcia, charging in from the side. Beep. The Slovak referee Kruziak blew his whistle and issued a yellow card to Raul Garcia. This Spanish tough guy midfielder, truly a card specialist in La Liga, has received a yellow card in less than half an hour since coming on the field. He wayside in the live broadcast. This free kick near the midfield was taken by Vijanovic, who passed it back to Ahmad. Leading by 2 goals, Feyenoord was not in a hurry to attack, patiently passing the ball in the back. Athletic Bilbao, on the other hand, was pressing high in the front. We see that Feyenoord, after regaining the lead, is also not in a hurry. "Oh no, be careful." Congolo made a passing error under pressure from Williams, giving the ball directly to Raul Garcia in the middle. Raul Garcia dribbled past Vijanovic's challenge, threading through to Adjuris. "Take a shot." Wow. Vermeer made a great save. He blocked Adjuris' close-range shot with his toes. Feyenoord truly escaped the disaster. Congolo, who made the passing error, hurried over to embrace Vermeer, thanking him for the save. However, Bilbao did not execute the corner kick well, which was directly caught by Vermeer, ending another dangerous attack. As the match reached the 82nd minute, due to Bilbao's pressing in the front, Feyenoord's formation was somewhat flattened, and Lu Feng moved to the central position to connect plays. Valena passed the ball to Lu Feng, who skillfully turned past Ireso. He continued to advance, passing to Karsdorp on the wing, who then returned the ball to Lu Feng. Raul Garcia came again. This time Lu Feng wasn't dispossessed. He quickly stopped and changed direction to evade Raul Garcia's tackle. Once again, he passed the ball to Karsdorp on the wing, who made a strong run along the side against Liquiu. Kramer in the middle was already running into position, raising his hand for the ball, and Karsdorp crossed it. "Goal! Roar!" The enthusiastic voice of the commentator and the cheers of the fans erupted. Beautiful. At 196 centimeters tall, Kramer has an absolute advantage in the air, overpowering Laporte to send the ball into the Bilbao net for the 4th time. 4-1. In the 85th minute, substitute Kramer helped Feyenoord completely seal the match. After scoring, Kramer was very excited, sliding down on his knees in a smooth motion at the corner flag. Then Van Bronckhorst used the last substitution, taking off Lu Feng, who had scored a hat trick, and bringing on number 28 Tostra. Replacing a forward with a midfielder, Feyenoord was preparing to completely tighten their defense in the final moments. Beep, beep, beep. With the final whistle from referee Kruziak, the match was over. In the end, Athletic Bilbao failed to find any opportunity to change the score.